The heiress of an A-tier conglomerate mistook you for a homeless person in need of protection and forced a distress beacon into your hands. But when beasts rioted across the city and she frantically checked your location, she discovered your coordinates were actually in the S-tier restricted zone. Take this. Press it if you're in danger. The pink-haired girl shoved the locator into your hands, her eyes brimming with concern that said, "You wimp, don't you dare die." And when dimensional rifts filled the sky and the city sounded its highest alert, the girl suddenly remembered you at the entrance to the shelter. Frantic with worry, she opened the tracker, but the image on the screen sent a chill through her body. The green dot representing you was sitting quietly on the city's most dangerous outskirts, surrounded by a deep crimson death zone teeming with countless A-tier beasts. That idiot, how could he go to a place like that? A cold, unfamiliar mechanical voice exploded in her mind, warning, mana readings at target location exceed current detection limits. She didn't know that you had simply gone there to do your daily training routine. Chapter 1, New Arrival: A Transmitter from Earth. Brain storage. It's been 2 days. Fong crouched by the stream, staring at his reflection. 20 years old, average-looking, wearing a gray hoodie, standing 1.8 meters tall on the street, he'd be a completely ordinary person. He sighed and splashed river water on his face. 2 days ago, he had been a sophomore planning to cram through a textbook in 3 days for his final exams. But the moment he pushed open the dorm bathroom door after his study session, his world had transformed into this crappy place. Was getting transported like this a bit too casual? Roar! Just then, a roar shattered several thick trees nearby. Fong turned to look behind him. The dense thicket was being torn apart by a pair of massive claws, and a colossal creature slowly emerged. It was a colossal hound, standing about 4 meters tall, with 3 ferocious dog heads and a body covered in jet black bristles as sharp as steel needles. The middle dog head opened its gaping maw, and a dark purple ball of lightning, a mana orb, instantly formed within its mouth, then shot toward Fong like a streak of light. Fong looked at the mana orb, which appeared to be incredibly powerful, yet his heart remained completely unmoved. He sighed and flicked his index finger lightly against the violent mana orb. Stop messing around. At that very moment, the mana orb, powerful enough to flatten a skyscraper, exploded the instant Fong's fingertip touched it, vanishing without a trace. The giant dog's 3 heads stared blankly, it couldn't comprehend what had happened. Then, it saw only a gray figure flash before it. Fong's face remained expressionless as he clenched his fist and threw an unremarkable straight punch into the air. Boom! A deafening roar shook the surrounding 10-mile radius. The punch struck the giant dog's central snout. The instant his fist made contact, its massive body was instantly vaporized. A terrifying shockwave erupted from his fist and radiated outward. The entire forest behind the giant dog was neatly flattened in that instant. Damn, I went too hard again. Fong looked at the scene before him, his mouth twitching. This was the change he'd undergone since arriving in this world. Something about his body just didn't feel quite right. Isn't this just the plot from that anime? In his original world, after getting carried away by a certain action-packed anime, he'd set himself a grand fitness regimen: 30 push-ups, 30 sit-ups, 30 squats, plus a 1-kilometer run every day. But as a typical modern college student, he stuck with it for exactly 1 month as expected. A month later, egged on by his roommates and consoling himself with the thought that it doesn't really matter anyway, he decisively gave up. Could it be that the month of exercise caused some kind of change during the dimensional shift? Fong couldn't figure it out. He knew nothing when he first arrived here, but judging by the group of beasts he'd encountered over the past couple of days, and the skyscrapers in the distance, this didn't seem like a simple world. So, I'll sneak into the city first to gather some intel. I'd better hope we can communicate otherwise. Fong recalled a previous trip abroad where he got lost and couldn't speak the language. He'd described it as being completely helpless, with nowhere to turn and nowhere to even cry. Hunter Bureau, Xingyuan City Branch. The lights in the conference room were dim. On the large screen, photos taken at the scene played on a loop, deep within Blackrock Forest on the city's outskirts. A forest that had once stretched for several kilometers had vanished without a trace, and the mountains behind it had been completely leveled. Such pure physical destructive power even an S-tier physically enhanced awakened like Han Tian might not be able to achieve such a clean cut. Lin, what did you see with your retrospection skill? A man in a suit said with a grave expression. Meanwhile, the young woman named Lin sat in the corner, flipping through a report freshly brought back from the scene. She was the elite team leader of the Xingyuan City Hunter Bureau. Although she was only 24 years old, thanks to her unique ability, she had handled no fewer than 100 high-level beast crises. Upon hearing the order, she immediately stood up, walked to the screen, and began her explanation. No residual mana from any ability was detected at the scene. I activated my retrospection skill at the epicenter of the incident. All eyes instantly turned to her. Lin's A-tier ability, retrospection skill, allows her to traverse time and rewind the sequence of events that once occurred in a specific space. To criminals, this is undoubtedly an investigative method that feels like cheating. The only limitation is that it can only reveal phenomena and cannot capture the appearance of individuals whose ability rank exceeds her own. However, if the culprit is a beast, there are no restrictions. I saw that split second. In the vision, the B-rank beast, the three-headed hound, first unleashed a full power breath attack, but its mana projectile collapsed in an instant. Immediately after, a blurry afterimage flashed in front of the hound. The opponent simply threw a single punch, and the hound was instantly killed, its entire body reduced to debris. All I could see was a blurry silhouette. Since my ability allows me to observe beasts without restriction, the fact that I couldn't make out the appearance now leads me to conclude it was likely a human S doing, and the opponent's rank is almost certainly higher than mine. A murmur of discussion rose from the conference room. A young investigator couldn't help but speak up. A single, clean punch that instantly killed a Class B beast? That suggests at least S tier, wouldn't you say? We can't rule that out at this point, Lin analyzed calmly. And judging by the attack style, I believe this person possesses an enhancement class ability. Team leader Lin, may we entrust you with the continued investigation of this incident, an elderly investigator said solemnly. We must identify this mysterious individual without alerting them. If they're willing to cooperate, we'll do our best to recruit them. Terms are negotiable. But if they have malicious intent, we'll dispatch elite awakened agents to eliminate them. Understood, Lin nodded. She had a hunch that this mysterious figure was likely hiding in some corner of Xingyuan City right now. At that very moment. Achoo! Fong rubbed his nose and pulled his gray hoodie tighter around him. It was the only companion he had brought with him to this world. Ugh, who's cursing at me? Could it be those brats in my dorm? Fong thought for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. I wonder how they're doing, and my parents too. Never mind, I want to think about it now. I should brought my phone with me to the bathroom, then at least I could be reading those novels I downloaded back then. Fong was sitting on a bench by the roadside, staring blankly at the endless stream of hovercars. Sneaking into the city had been easier than he imagined. Although the checkpoints were equipped with infrared scanners and ability wave detectors, in the face of Fong's speed so fast it left no afterimage, those high-tech devices were practically useless. He simply floated in like a gust of wind the moment a guard yawned. Now, he had officially begun his urban wilderness survival. Technology in this world is way more advanced than on Earth. Whatever. First things first, I need to figure out the money situation. Fong was quite self-aware. On Earth, his current abilities would undoubtedly make him a superhuman. He could even pass as a superhero, but here, in a world where he had no idea what the power levels were, he certainly couldn't afford to draw too much attention. So, naturally, he didn't even consider acting like I don't eat beef. As someone with a higher education who had consumed countless anime and novels, he understood all too well that it was best not to draw attention to himself until he had assessed the local power dynamics and secured legal status. Language wasn't a concern. After entering the city, he chatted with passers-by and read the text on billboards. For some reason, it was all in Chinese. So Fong pulled the hood of his sweatshirt over his head, kept his gaze down, and, looking like a homeless vagrant, made a point of heading into those shadowy, dilapidated areas where even the security cameras were rusted. Finally, he stopped in front of a private demolition site. Hiring laborers. No questions asked. Piece rate. Daily pay. A foreman was squatting on a stone block, smoking a cigarette. He glanced sideways at Fong's slightly frail, student-like appearance and scoffed, "Young man, we're not moving bricks here, we're moving anti-mana stone scrap. Each one weighs at least 200 gene. With a frame like yours, you might strain your back in no time." "That may be so, but as the saying goes, how will I know unless I try?" The foreman casually pointed to the mountain of heavy black stones piled nearby. "All right then. There are 50 stones over there. If you can move them to the backyard, I'll give you $100 and a free meal." Without another word, Fong walked over to the pile of stones. He reached out and clamped 2 stones in each hand. Half an hour later, the foreman's cigarette butt fell to the ground. "You what level of enhancement class are you, exactly? That's gotta be B rank, right?" The foreman wiped the sweat from his brow, staring at Fong, who wasn't even out of breath, let alone sweating, and asked in astonishment, "A B rank enhancement class taking on a black market job?" And judging by his appearance, this guy looked quite young, probably just in his early 20s. A B rank enhancement class in his early 20s? If he were willing to join their ranks, any major family, the Hunter Bureau, or the association would likely be scrambling to recruit him, not to mention the money he'd make. "I've got some personal circumstances I can't really talk about." "And am I done here?" Done." The foreman swallowed hard and tremblingly pulled 2 crumpled bills from his pocket. "Young man, will you come back tomorrow? I'll bump your pay by 50. He didn't want to speculate why someone of his standing would be working under the table right now, he just wanted to keep the man in front of him. "We'll see." Fong took the money, feeling a surge of secret delight. Holding his hard-earned cash, well, actually, he hadn't broken a sweat at all. After buying a meal on the street, Fong began looking for a place to stay for the night. First, he lay down on a park bench for a while, but before long, a patrolling security robot's infrared beam made it impossible to keep his eyes open. "Forget it. This place is way too conspicuous." He got up and left the park, eventually finding the top floor of an unfinished, derelict building. The view was nice, though it was drafty. It was still livable, and there was absolutely no chance of any unwanted visitors disturbing him. Fong lay on the cold concrete floor with his hands behind his head, gazing at the moon in the sky. That foreman was talking about a Class B enhanced awaken, so this world is almost certainly a high martial ability world. But just moving that rock alone is Class B? That makes my ability seem a bit over the top. He recalled his heroic feat of leveling the ground with the aftereffects of a single punch. Sigh, I really need to investigate this further. I wonder when this kind of life will ever end. But just as Fong was drifting off to sleep, a screech of brakes echoed from the street below the abandoned building. Chapter 2: Money is good no matter where you are. At that moment, downstairs from the abandoned building, a young girl turned off the engine of a heavy motorcycle. She removed her helmet, and her long pink hair cascaded down. Stepping over a pile of scattered red bricks at her feet, she walked into the abandoned building. Construction on this building had been suspended indefinitely due to excessive ability fluctuations, so there was no doubt no one would disturb her. Soon she reached the top floor, walked to the edge where the railing had snapped, and sat down with her legs dangling in the air. She pulled a lollipop from the pocket of her leather jacket and began to suck on it. "I'm already 18. Why do I still have to do this?" she muttered to herself, chewing on the plastic stick. "Wan Ting, you're the face of the family. Wan Ting, reaching the peak of a tier is just the beginning. You must aim for S tier. With your talent, it's not impossible for you to even reach S tier. Sue, don't mess with those useless mechanical modifications." She ran her fingers through her hair in frustration and leaned her head back against the pillar behind her. Less than 5 meters away, Fong was struggling to maintain a sideways position. He had almost fallen asleep, but just 10 minutes ago, the roar of a heavy motorcycle loud enough to wake the dead had echoed through the building, followed by that girl's rambling, manic mutterings. Fong silently prayed that this girl, who looked like a delinquent, would finish her tantrum and leave. However, as Fong shifted his position, he accidentally brushed against a pebble. Click! Who's there? Sue's body reacted faster than her brain. Her right hand instinctively drew a silvery folding mana dagger from her waist, and a blue beam shot out from the blade's tip. Although she was still a student, the combat instincts honed since childhood at the top-tier Capital Awakened Academy allowed her to instantly lock onto the shadow where Fong was hiding. A beast? Or those bodyguards my father sent? Fong had originally planned to teleport away from there, but considering that running in this world also consumes stamina, though not a difficult feat for him, he was simply too lazy to move right now. Besides, moving to a new location would mean having to find a place to sleep all over again. So he decided to skip the hassle, raised his hands, and slowly emerged from behind the stone pillar. Don't shoot. I'm alive. Fong deliberately lowered his voice, making it sound hoarse as if he'd just woken up. Sue stared at him for a moment, her mana dagger still raised. Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter. If you must know, I'm just a drifter. I was actually living quite comfortably here. But miss, do you have any idea how loud your motorcycle is? Waking me up is one thing, but now you're threatening to stab me? Doesn't your conscience bother you? If I were you, I'd be on my knees apologizing right now. Sue froze. She looked at the obvious oil stains and cement dust on Fong's clothes, then glanced at his makeshift shelter. She sheathed her dagger and leaned back against the railing. She studied him and realized the man before her was at most a year or two older than herself. You at your age, how did you end up homeless? Seeing that she had put away her weapon, Fong sat back down on the makeshift bed he'd just tidied up. That's none of your business. As for you riding a motorcycle that looks ridiculously expensive, dressed in such fancy clothes, you must be pretty well off, right? So what are you doing in this godforsaken place? Out here to experience life? Sue was momentarily speechless. It took her a while before her voice dropped. There are some things I can only figure out here. Fine, think whatever you want. Fong yawned, tilted her head back, and lay down. But I've got to be at the construction site breaking bricks first thing tomorrow morning. You woke me up. If I can't get up tomorrow, is that on you? Watching Fong's earnest, calculating expression, Sue's originally cold and hardened heart suddenly softened. In her circle, everyone talked about ability classes and family rivalries, but no one had ever complained about these things so genuinely in front of her. She pulled a leather wallet from her bosom and opened it to reveal a neat stack of bills inside. I don't have much cash on me, just 1,000 yuan. Consider this compensation for your emotional distress. She walked up to Fong and handed him the stack of bills. Besides, I'm a bit short on cash myself right now. As for the rest. Before she could finish her sentence and before she even had a chance to see how the stack of bills had vanished, she felt a breeze brush across her palm. Fong was already holding the bills in his left hand, his right thumb flicking through the edges at a speed so fast it created a blur. 1, 2, 5, 10. That's it, no need to give me change. Sue held up her empty right hand, her whole body freezing in place. It's true I was in the wrong, but isn't your speed a bit too fast? Normally, shouldn't you at least try to decline? In her mind, there should at least have been a I can't possibly accept this. Fong stuffed the money into the pocket of his hoodie, even patting it down carefully. The sour expression he'd been putting on vanished completely. He looked up, revealing the first genuine smile he'd shown since arriving in this world. Who has time for all that nonsense? I've always been a firm believer in getting things for free. Watching Fong's earnest excitement, the heavy topic of life choices in Sue's mind suddenly seemed a bit ridiculous, and she burst out laughing. You're such a character. Is this really enough to make you this happy? Fong lay back down on the haystack, propping his hands behind his head as he gazed at the stars in the sky. Happiness depends on how you define it. Anyway, I'm happy right now. Is there anything else you need? If not, you should get going. Fong had woken up grumpy and full of resentment, but seeing how generous the other person was, he let go of his morning grouchiness and even found himself warming up to the girl considerably. Upon hearing this, Sue jumped down from the guardrail and fastened her helmet again. Through the dark visor, her voice sounded much lighter. She then went downstairs, and the roar of the heavy motorcycle sounded once more, though this time, she seemed to have deliberately kept the engine's RPMs low.
A black silhouette shot down the slope and vanished around the city corner. Fong lay in the haystack, listening to the sound of the motorcycle fade into the distance. He reached out and felt the thick stack of bills against his chest. Money is a good thing, no matter which world you're in. He rolled over, clutching this windfall, and soon drifted into a sweet slumber. Chapter 3: The worldview begins to take shape. At noon 3 days later, Fong was sitting astride a guardrail in a rather undignified manner, eating instant noodles. He blew on the broth carefully, then slurped up a big mouthful. I'm back to life. Thanks to the 1,000 yuan he swindled from some sucker 3 days ago, Fong's diet had skyrocketed. This bowl of instant noodles now featured the most luxurious toppings: 2 braised eggs and 3 starch-based sausages. Fong had considered buying pure meat sausages, but decided that starch-based ones paired better with the noodles. As expected, money is a vital resource no matter where you go. Although he'd been in this world for 5 days, he still hadn't gone to report to that so-called Hunter Bureau. As if reporting meant registration, and registration meant identity checks. As an undocumented immigrant without even an ID card, he'd have to be crazy to walk into a trap like that. Right now, he was still doing manual labor, but he was basically in a cycle of working one day, getting paid that day, and then partying for 3 days. Why am I starting to feel more and more like those Sanha masters I used to read about online? Fong muttered to himself. No, this isn't laziness. I'm deeply immersing myself in the local grassroots social logic. Just then, a deep rumble of an engine echoed from the far end of the street, rapidly drawing closer. Fong didn't even need to look to know who it was. Roar! The heavy-duty motorcycle Black Shadow executed a smooth drift and came to a steady stop in the open space. Sue took off her helmet, revealing a head of long, cherry blossom pink hair that glistened in the blazing sun. Today she was wearing a cropped black crop top, and she walked toward Fong across the concrete. Hey, nice to see you again. The food smells pretty good today. I could smell it from several floors away. Sue walked over to Fong with confidence, mimicking his posture as she sat down on the other side of the railing, completely abandoning any pretense of ladylike decorum. Fong glanced at her. What brings you here again? Who else besides a broke guy like me who can't afford rent would actually want to hang out in this dump? I really don't get what you're thinking. Ever since their encounter 3 days ago, this girl named Sue had been showing up here like clockwork every day at noon. Sometimes she'd bring 2 cans of coffee, other times a hamburger, and she'd sit there for half an hour. Hearing this, Sue laughed. What, don't you want me here? The view is great, and no one bothers us. It's perfect. I feel totally uncomfortable when you're here. And when are you going to pay me back for the instant noodles you ate last time? Put, you're so cheap. Sue said, pulling a shiny object out of her pocket and tossing it over. Here, take this. Don't say I'm freeloading on your noodles. Fong held out his left hand to catch it. He took a look. It was a can of Coke, and it was ice cold. Ugh, fine. Fong didn't hesitate. With a pop, he pulled the tab and tilted his head back for a big gulp. The icy liquid, filled with dense carbon dioxide bubbles, exploded in his throat. The familiar taste brought Fong immense relief. Over the past 3 days, he'd managed to pry quite a bit of information about this world out of Sue. For instance, this world was called Blue Star. Although its technological development was similar to his own world, the appearance of a dimensional rift hundreds of years ago had caused the concentration of spiritual energy, it seemed to be called mana, to skyrocket. This had granted everyone in this world abilities and enhanced their physical attributes. Abilities are divided into all sorts of categories: elemental, mental, enhancement, and more, and can be cultivated and upgraded. After upgrading, not only do the abilities become stronger, but physical stats also see a significant boost. To put it simply, an S-tier mental class user's raw physical strength rivals that of some C or B-tier enhancement class users. Daily life isn't much different from Earth. Technology is just more advanced. The only major difference stems from the concepts of abilities and beasts, which have reshaped social structures. Essentially, it's a welcome to a world where strength reigns supreme. As long as your ability is strong and unique enough, resources, prestige, and privileges will come your way.
Similarly, this world has a comprehensive ability rating system ranging from F to S tier. Awakened individuals must register and be subject to regulation, but they also enjoy certain privileges. For ordinary people seeking to rise above their station, the surest path is to awaken a powerful ability and gain admission to the Capital Awakened Academy. Xingyuan City is currently a key metropolis in this nation, home not only to official institutions like the Hunter Bureau but also to various prominent ability-possessing families.
This is true not just for Xingyuan City but for other cities as well.
The woman before him, Su, claims to be the daughter of the Yu clan, one of the top families in the capital and an awakened at the peak of a tier.
What does peak A tier actually mean?
Fang had been scouring old newspapers and questioning Su over the past few days, and he gathered that it meant someone capable of single-handedly and effortlessly wiping out a fully armed army head-on, someone with the power to alter the local terrain. Fang had also formed a rough idea of his own strength. Barring any surprises, he was likely starting at a tier.
By the way, hasn't your old man sent anyone to drag you back yet? Fang asked, sipping his coke.
Su swung her legs, which were dangling in midair, and said, "They can't find me."
Don't let my appearance fool you. I've got my own intelligence network and hideouts. It's no easy task to track me down in a city this big.
Sigh, they think I'm just a runaway throwing a tantrum, but really, I just want to choose my own path for once. She sighed, then looked at Fang. Sometimes I envy you. Even though you live in this drafty, run-down building, you seem to live a really carefree life. No social hierarchies to weigh you down, and no family expectations to worry about. Fang thought to herself, I don't want what you have, I want what I have.
You're just bored, Fang retorted without mercy. Wouldn't it be great to be rich?
Lying comfortably in a huge mansion, eating top-notch steak, with a luxury car waiting outside and servants at the door.
Unlike me, stuck here blowing in the wind all day. Su was taken aback by his words, then actually burst out laughing. You're right. Maybe I really am just a typical spoiled rich girl.
But honestly, bantering with you here is way more comfortable than being at home.
Fang finished the last bite of noodles, leaving not a drop of soup behind.
He patted his stomach, stood up, and clutched the empty noodle container in his hand. He aimed at the trash can 5 meters away, which he deconverted from an old paint bucket and struck a classic basketball shot pose.
Here goes.
The empty container traced a perfect arc through the air and dropped with a thud right into the bucket.
All right, I've rested enough. I'm heading down to walk it off. Where are you going? Su asked, looking up. Just wandering around.
Su stood up too, brushed the dust off his pants, and his expression suddenly turned serious. Listen to me, you'd better not go outside the city or to any of those desolate areas within the city for the next few days. The news reported this morning that dimensional rift activity around Xingyuan City has been highly abnormal lately. Several monitoring stations have already issued red alerts. Even though you have an enhancement class ability, you still need to be careful.
If you're going to wander around, make sure to bring your alarm. Don't go getting yourself into any more trouble.
Fang had just slipped his hands into his pockets when he paused at her words.
Alarm, he repeated.
Su tilted her head, her hair sliding down to her shoulder.
You don't know about the alarm? It's the emergency communicator that the Xingyuan city government issues to every citizen.
She hopped down from the railing, leaned in close to Fang, and gestured as she explained, it's that silver-white device about the size of half a palm. If you press it when you encounter a beast or a human attack, the Hunter Bureau Command Center will receive your coordinates, and the nearest patrol will arrive within 5 minutes. Even though you're a homeless person, you can get one for free with an ID number, even a temporary one works.
It's the most basic survival safety net. Fang's heart skipped a beat. Damn it. Basic social knowledge like this was exactly the kind of thing that would give him away.
He rubbed his nose awkwardly, his brain racing. Oh, that thing, you should have said so earlier. Now that you mention it, of course I know. But, as you're aware, my living situation is, complicated. When I went to the construction site the day before yesterday, I must have dropped it or something. It seems to have gone missing.
Gone missing? And you haven't gotten a replacement?
It doesn't cost anything to get a replacement. You just need to go to the neighborhood office and scan your face to a place where a dimensional rift could happen at any moment. That's a crucial item you have to carry with you at all times. She stared at Fang's face suspiciously, a look of doubt flashing through her sapphire blue eyes.
Spill the beans, you aren't a spy sent by another country or a terrorist organization, are you? Even basic common sense like that. Wait a minute. She shook her head at herself and burst out laughing. No, if spies were as poor and lazy as you, and didn't even bother to brush up on the basics, that country or organization would be gone under ages ago. You really don't care about your own life, do you? Why does it feel like you're scolding me? Never mind.
I'll go get it replaced later.
Thanks for the heads up.
Sue sighed and pulled a black disc, no bigger than a coin, out of her pocket. A purple crystal was embedded in the center of the disc.
Here, use this for now.
She placed the disc in Fang's hand.
What's this? Fang examined it.
It's a miniature locator I modified myself, Sue explained patiently. If you ever face an uncontrollable danger, or if you see a dimensional rift opening in the sky, just press that crystal in the middle. As soon as I receive the signal, I'll know your location immediately.
If it's a minor problem, I'll take care of it on the spot. If it's a major problem, I'll make sure to call someone from the Hunter Bureau to rescue you.
Fang stared at the device in his hand for a moment, then looked up at the girl, who was only 18. Hey, we've only known each other for 3 or 4 days, right? Why are you so concerned about me?
Maybe I'm just being vain, but you aren't actually into me, are you, this dashing, handsome guy? Who is into you, you narcissist?
Besides, you're not even that handsome. I just think you're the only person in this city who knows my identity and still dares to argue with me. You know, everyone else who knows who I am either stays far away or keeps their distance, plus, chatting with you is pretty relaxing.
I wouldn't want you to suddenly die one day, then who would I talk to?
She put her helmet back on and pulled down the visor.
I'm off. Don't lose it, and remember to get a replacement.
This is just for emergencies, you'll have to give it back to me later.
Roar.
Not long after they reached the bottom of the stairs, the heavy motorcycle roared to life again, shooting out from the ground and quickly vanishing into the streets.
Fang stood at the edge of the abandoned building, fiddling with the miniature tracker in his hand. This guy's kind of interesting. He casually stuffed the tracker into the pocket of his hoodie. Time for my daily practice.
Fang pulled his gray hoodie tighter around him, then leaped straight off the 14-story high ledge. His body plummeted through the air at high speed, the gale whipping his hair into disarray. After landing, he shoved his hands into his pockets and strolled leisurely through the abandoned construction site, heading toward the outskirts of Xingyuan City.
Meanwhile, at the Hunter Bureau's monitoring center in Xingyuan City,
Team Leader Lin was staring intently at the flashing red warning coordinates on the large screen.
Team Leader, the mana readings have exceeded safe limits. This is at least an A-tier scale rift. Beasts are likely to appear not only outside the city but also within it. Upon hearing this, Lin issued a decisive order: notify all squads to stand by fully armed and ready for a rescue operation at any moment. Also, is there still no word on that mysterious figure who took down the demon hound with a single punch in Blackrock Forest? Reporting to the team leader, the person seems to have vanished. We can't find any trace of them at all. Lin turned his gaze to the map of Xingyuan City, now dotted with red markers. There was no time to worry about that mysterious figure now. Minimizing the scale of this disaster was the most important task at hand. Chapter 4, Crisis Looms. In a secluded rental apartment in Xingyuan City, the curtains were drawn tightly shut. The tiny, 30-square-meter room was crammed with an overwhelming array of intricate electronic components and modification tools. To the untrained eye, it might look like a scrap metal yard, but to those in the know, every unassuming piece of equipment here was enough to drive black market dealers wild. Sue was sprawled out on the cramped sofa, idly flipping through channels with a remote control. Ha ha ha. She suddenly recalled that guy's smug expression from lunchtime. That idiot doesn't even know what an alarm is. I really don't know how he's managed to survive this long. Sue couldn't hold back a smile, and a happy laugh escaped her lips. In the U-Clan, where every corner was filled with rules, etiquette, and expectations, she had never met anyone like Fang. Whether in his expressions or his speech, there was something about him that made you want to punch him, yet strangely, he wasn't all that annoying. Teasing each other with him was actually surprisingly light-hearted and fun. Plus, he was resilient. Even though he was so poor he could only eat instant noodles and lived in a rundown building, and his abilities weren't exactly impressive, he hadn't lost hope in life or the world. Whether he was happily slurping down his noodles or just talking, he seemed to be actively enjoying life. Su envied him for this quality. In comparison, she really was just a spoiled little miss. And dashing and handsome? I can't believe he actually said that, she muttered under her breath. Just then, the screen of the TV, which had been showing a boring soap opera, suddenly distorted and went blank. A massive warning filled the screen. The monitoring network has detected massive high-energy spatial fluctuations. A dimensional rift is predicted to form in 10 minutes. All citizens are to immediately cease all non-essential activities and proceed in an orderly manner to the nearest underground shelter, following the guidelines in the Citizen Emergency Handbook. Awakened of Class D and above are requested to assist in maintaining order, but avoid unnecessary combat. All Hunter Bureau units are now on high alert. Sue sat up abruptly from the sofa, her previously languid gaze instantly turning serious. It's happening earlier than expected? Those bureaucrats at the Hunter Bureau, how could their observational data be so inaccurate? She hurried to the window and pulled back a corner of the curtain. The streets were already filled with the piercing wail of sirens. The crowd was growing restless, screams and car horns intermingling as chaos spread through the city like a plague. Sue quickly dragged a metal case from under the bed, its interior neatly arranged with her combat gear. To maintain her cover as a runaway civilian, she planned to blend in with the general public during the evacuation. But even so, weapons were indispensable. Who knew what unexpected situations might arise? By the time Sue reached the ground floor, the sky had completely changed color. The originally clear midday sky looked as if it had been splashed with ink. Countless cracks had been forcibly torn open in the sky, revealing the purple void beyond. Roar! Accompanied by a spine-chilling roar, the first D-class beast, a wraith spider resembling a giant spider with a human face, plummeted from a fissure hundreds of meters above, crashing through a bus with a thunderous impact. How is this possible? Didn't they say we had 10 minutes left? And why is there a dimensional rift of this magnitude in the city? Sue watched as the once bustling street instantly turned into a hellish scene, her eyes filled with rage. Those useless idiots at the Hunter Bureau, what the hell are they doing? Not far from her, a mother was running in terror with her young daughter. However, a pitch-black, drooling Class C beast known as the Shadow Leopard had already silently materialized on the streetlight pole behind them. The Shadow Leopard leaped toward the mother and daughter with a powerful thrust of its hind legs. Upon seeing this, the mother shielded her daughter with her body and closed her eyes in despair. Time seemed to slow down. Sue didn't even have time to think. Her body acted before her mind could process it. Get out of the way. She swung her right hand violently. Crack! A blinding silver-blue bolt of lightning erupted from her fingertips, striking the Shadow Leopard squarely in the abdomen. In an instant, the terrifying high-voltage current charred the C-Class beast's internal organs to a crisp. It didn't even have time to let out a scream before crashing heavily to the ground. Don't just stand there. Head that way. The underground mall is a safe haven. Sue shouted to the mother and daughter who had narrowly escaped death. She no longer bothered to hide her identity and leaped onto her heavy-duty motorcycle. As she channeled her electromagnetic ability, the bike's engine roared with a sound that defied the laws of physics. Sue raced forward while continuously unleashing bolts of lightning. Her ability was the top-tier nature-type mastery of lightning. Empowered by her PK tier strength, she created an absolute discharge zone within a 10-meter radius around her. Any low-level beast that approached would be instantly reduced to ash. Everyone follow me. Don't crowd. She was like a bolt of lightning cutting against the current, forcibly carving out a path through the chaotic crowd. Those beasts, usually so arrogant, were as fragile as paper in her presence. Like a knight, she escorted a large group of civilians toward the entrance of the underground shelter in this district. Before long, the shelter's heavy alloy doors came into view. A fully armed Hunter Bureau escort squad had already gathered at the entrance, frantically directing the crowd inside. Seeing Sue approach with a large crowd and the clearing electric grid in tow, the squad leader was visibly startled, but quickly recovered, directing his men to assist. Well done, miss.
The squad leader shouted to Sue as she dismounted her motorcycle, while directing his men to suppress the scattered beasts in the distance with firepower.
Thanks to you. It's safe inside, get in quickly.
Sue waved her hand, catching her breath.
What's the situation inside? Do we have enough rescue personnel?
All squads are out in force, clearing and rescuing according to the contingency plan. The shelter system is operating normally as long as the civilians can get inside. Their basic safety is guaranteed.
Leave this to us, you should get inside too, miss.
Sue nodded, watching the last few civilians run through the shelter gates with the team's help, and felt a slight sense of relief. Large-scale evacuation and rescue operations were indeed the Hunter Bureau's specialty. Individual heroism was far less efficient than organized action in a situation like this. Just as she was about to enter the shelter to rest, that carefree face and slouching figure suddenly flashed through her mind.
Wait. That guy, where is he now?
Logically speaking, he must have heard the alarm too, and might even have seen the chaos in the city. Unless he is an idiot, he has surely taken refuge in a shelter or is hiding in a safe place, waiting for rescue. But what if? She stopped in her tracks and pulled the receiver for that miniature locator out of her pocket. This custom-made device of hers wasn't just for passively receiving alerts, it was actually a tracker capable of actively tracing the signal back to its source. She'd forgotten to tell him that at the time. Although doing this was a bit of an invasion of privacy and unethical. Just this once. Once I see he is in a shelter, I'll feel at ease. Afterward, I'll just apologize and treat him to a nice meal to make it up to him. He shouldn't hold it against me, right? She silently told herself. Then, her fingers swiped quickly across the screen, forcing the location tracking to activate.
A faint green dot lit up on the screen. Sue's heart skipped a beat in that instant.
That green dot wasn't at any shelter in the city center, but deep within the dense forests of the barren mountains on the outskirts of Xingyuan City. Worse still, the radar scan showed that the green dot was surrounded by a dense cluster of deep red shadows, the area with the highest concentration of dimensional rifts, where tier mana reactions were constantly being generated.
What the hell is that idiot playing at? He said he was just working off a meal. Where the hell did that go? Sue's first instinct was to contact the Hunter Bureau immediately.
She knew exactly what that red zone represented, a death zone with a high probability of spawning a tier or even S-tier beasts. Even as a peak A-tier hunter, going in alone would be a suicide mission. She swiftly swiped open the personal terminal on her wrist and dialed the Hunter Bureau's emergency rescue channel. Beep beep, sorry, the channel you've dialed is currently busy. Please try again later.
Damn it!
Sue cursed under her breath, but upon calm reflection, she realized it made sense. With the dimensional rift occurring earlier, the Hunter Bureau was likely already overwhelmed by civilian alarm signals. How could they possibly have time to handle calls on this channel? Sue had no time to think further. She quickly mounted her motorcycle and turned it around.
Miss, where are you going?
It's too dangerous out there, the security detail shouted from behind.
To save someone. You stupid liar, you'd better stay alive.
Then her heavy motorcycle, Shadow, once again transformed into a streak of lightning, charging into the chaotic fog of beasts filling the sky.
Meanwhile, in a forest on the outskirts of Xingyuan City,
Fong was looking at a boar-like beast before him, beaten beyond recognition.
That's about it.
For the past 3 days, aside from playing the role of a homeless man in front of that pink-haired young lady, Fong had spent the rest of his time practicing force control out here in the wilderness. He slipped out of the city using his speed, and after several days of secret training, he progressed from his initial state where a single punch could cause earth-shattering chaos to being able to control the intensity of his attacks with relative precision. For example, just now, he was able to obliterate the boar-like beast with a single strike without affecting the surrounding environment. For one thing, if he got into a fight in the city and knocked down an apartment building with a single punch, killing people, he wouldn't find it funny. Although he automatically lowered his moral standards since coming to this world, he still try to avoid doing things that were no different from what people back home would do. Another reason was that, after all, to survive in this crappy world, it was better to keep a low profile.
I'm hungry from all that practice. Let us go home and grab something to eat. How about trying those pineapple-flavored instant noodles this time, Shishishi? Just as he was about to head home, he suddenly felt the surroundings grow dark. Ha! Fong looked up and saw the sky as if torn open by something, revealing a massive gash right down the middle. Immediately afterward, countless tiny bolts of black lightning began to dance through the void. This doesn't look like a minor disturbance. Roar! Eek! Accompanied by all manner of strange screeches, all sorts of bizarre creatures began swarming out of the woods. There were ferocious giant wolves 10 meters long with 6 legs, strange birds flapping rotten wings and spewing acid from their beaks, and even some things that looked like writhing lumps of rotten flesh, with no discernible biological features at all. Fong He was a beast himself, couldn't even name them, and there were simply too many of them. In less than a minute, the entire forest was surrounded by hundreds of beasts. Their greedy and cruel gazes were all fixed intently on the human in the center, who showed no signs of mana. Seriously, am I just that unlucky? Fong scratched his head, glanced down at his hoodie, which had turned a bit grimy from his earlier practice, and finally looked up at the black fissure in the sky that was still spewing out monsters. Hey, you handsome beasts! Fong spread his hands, flashing a resigned smile full of sarcasm. I'm just passing through. Can't you just pretend you didn't see me and go back to your own homes? A massive 6-legged wolf clearly had no interest in listening to his nonsense. It let out a piercing roar and launched the first attack. Its massive claws, sharp enough to tear through steel, sliced through the air, creating a green wind blade. Fong stood his ground, not moving an inch. He merely sighed and silently clenched his fists. He wasn't reckless. Though he wanted to play it safe, basic reconnaissance and intelligence gathering were crucial. Understanding the general strength of this world's monsters would help him survive and blend in better in the future. Fine, let us give it a shot. Worst case scenario, I'll just run. Meanwhile, Sue was racing frantically down the mountain path. She had lost count of how many beasts she'd slain along the way. Her clothes were drenched in the foul stench of blood. She was getting closer and closer to the designated location, but her heart was growing colder by the moment. Because she had already seen it. Above the abandoned quarry ahead, dimensional rifts had clustered to a terrifying density. A mana reaction of that magnitude, could it be an S-tier rift? Sue clenched her teeth as arcs of electricity erupted violently across her body. Chapter 5: The Tyrant. The dimensional rifts in the sky continued to expand. In this suburban forest, the air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood and the distinctive rotten odor of beasts. Normally, this would suggest that a large number of humans had been brutally slaughtered, yet the scene here felt strangely eerie. Fong stood on a fallen tree trunk, his hands in his pockets. Dozens of bizarrely deformed beast corpses lay scattered haphazardly around him. Some resembled squashed mud, limp and flattened against the ground. Others looked as if they'd been struck head-on at high speed by an invisible 100-ton behemoth, half their bodies reduced to ash, the remaining half still twitching. Tisk, is that all? Fong shook the unknown green fluid from his hands and looked around with a hint of disappointment. The beasts, which had been snarling and threatening to tear him to shreds, now took a few steps back in unison, tails tucked between their legs, letting out fearful growls from their throats. Not a single one dared to take another step forward. In their simple, animalistic instincts, they sensed danger. This ordinary human before them, who appeared full of weaknesses from head to toe, was extremely dangerous. They all looked pretty tough, but in the end, they're just a bunch of blustering minions. Not even as good as that dog I ran into when I first arrived. Fong sighed and flexed his shoulders. Just as he was about to finish off the rest and leave, the sky changed again. Directly above Fong's head, several small dimensional rifts merged without warning, instantly forming a massive black vortex over 50 meters in diameter. At its center, deep purple mana lightning danced wildly. The low-level beasts that had been cowering nearby suddenly seemed electrified, letting out excited, frenzied growls once more. Immediately afterward, a massive, bluish-gray foot stomped down heavily from within the vortex. Thud! The earth trembled, the surrounding ground instantly cracked, and countless trees were blown away. As the dust settled, a gigantic humanoid creature, nearly 10 meters tall and covered in thick scales, loomed into view.
Its eyes blazed with fire as it fixed its gaze on Fong at its feet, a low, guttural growl rumbling from its throat. Fong looked up at the colossus, feeling a bit uneasy. This looks just like that thing from Resident Evil, and it's clearly in a whole different league from those cannon fodder we just dealt with. He made a decision without a second thought. Time to run. He wasn't stupid, he wasn't about to pick a fight with a creature that looked like such a hassle for no good reason. Ever since arriving in this world, the words "go head to head" had been erased from Fong's vocabulary. When faced with an opponent he couldn't beat, or one that looked troublesome, his first instinct was always to run. He wasn't about to risk his life for some so-called pride or heroism. Besides, even if he were to fight, he'd at least want to know exactly how strong this thing was first. However, just as he turned to make a run for it, roar! An engine roar more ferocious than a tyrant's bellow exploded from nearby. What's going on? Fong turned to look. A silver-blue bolt of lightning tore through the outer ring of beasts. A modified heavy motorcycle, like a steel beast, smashed through several massive trees and charged in with thunderous force. Riding it was none other than Sue. How did that guy get here? Sue, the pink-haired young lady, now resembling a Valkyrie on the battlefield, pressed a red button on the handlebars. Her shadow motorcycle instantly transformed amid a screech of grinding metal. Two small electromagnetic cannons and missile launchers popped out from the sides of the originally streamlined body, while two cold, gleaming cutting blades extended from the front. With one hand on the handlebars to steer, Sue drew two extravagantly designed mana submachine guns from her back with her other hand and unleashed a frenzied, indiscriminate barrage of fire at the surrounding horde of beasts. Silver-blue mana rounds poured down like a torrential rain empowered by her lightning ability. Each shot instantly reduced a D-class beast to a pile of mincemeat. Under her barrage of fire, a gaping hole was torn right through the swarm of beasts that had been surrounding Fong. Holy crap, you can actually ride a motorcycle like that? That's pretty cool. This was Fong's genuine, heartfelt reaction. The streamlined body, the ferocious electromagnetic effects, and the mounted weaponry, what man could resist such romance? That idiot! Sue roared inside her helmet. She immediately spotted Fong, staring blankly at her motorcycle. Hey! What are you spacing out for? Get on! With a smooth drift, she brought the bike to a stop right in front of Fong. Just as she was about to reach out and yank this idiot onto the bike, the massive creature they'd been ignoring finally snapped. Roar! The tyrant let out a deafening roar. It never expected these two ants to dare act so brazenly in its presence. It raised its massive right arm and slammed it down onto the ground with earth-shattering force. Boom! Instantly, a shockwave visible to the naked eye radiated out from the tyrant's fist, spreading wildly in all directions. The shadow motorcycle beneath Sue instantly lost control and was knocked to the ground by the shockwave. She herself was flung through the air and crashed heavily onto the ground. Cough, cough, Sue struggled to her feet, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Earlier, she'd been too preoccupied with saving Fong to get a good look at the massive beast before her. Now, lying on the ground and looking up, she finally got a clear view of her enemy, and her face instantly turned pale. What? An S-tier tyrant? How could one appear so soon? An S-tier beast was a catastrophe that required the Hunter Bureau to deploy awakened of the same tier to defeat head-on. And even among S-tier beasts, the tyrant was an exceptionally powerful entity. Its speed, strength, and defense were all top tier. To defeat it reliably, at least 3 awakened of the same rank were required. As a peak A-tier awakened on her own, even with a top-tier ability in meticulously modified gear, her chances of victory were practically zero. There's no escaping this. If she were alone, it might be manageable, but charging headlong on a motorcycle while carrying Fong this deadweight would only leave her back exposed to the monster, leading to a quicker death. Sue clenched her teeth and made a decision. She glanced at Fong, who had just gotten up and was brushing the dust off himself not far away, her gaze gradually hardening. Hey! Run! Run deep into the woods to the east! Sue shouted. Fong seemed to snap out of it, blinking in surprise. Huh? What did you say? I'm here to save you, you idiot. Sue practically shouted, simultaneously using her body to partially block Fong's path.
This isn't the time for small talk.
That thing is an S-tier beast, it's dangerous.
Leave this to me. You run. Fong froze for a moment. Run? That thing looks pretty strong. Can you really handle it?
Sue forced a smile, though it looked strained no matter how you looked at it. Don't worry.
I'm a genius girl at the peak of a tier. A big brute like this is a piece of cake. Watch me take it down in no time. Don't get in my way, get out of here. Fong watched her slightly trembling back and immediately understood.
This wasn't a piece of cake at all. She was clearly prepared to risk her life in this fight.
I'll hide and observe for now, Fong thought.
Without a doubt, his own life was the most important thing. If this S-tier beast's strength far exceeded expectations and truly threatened his life, he would not hesitate to flee on his own. Sue's offer to help moved him, but it wasn't enough to make him risk his own life.
All right, then. Good luck. I'm going over there to find a safe spot to hide. With that, he actually turned and ran toward the woods to the east.
Soon, his figure vanished behind several massive boulders and thick bushes. Sue heard the footsteps behind her and, surprisingly, felt a sense of relief. She gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Sue, you really can't shake this damn habit of saving people. Now you're in for it. You're going to lose your own life over this.
Then her gaze hardened with unwavering resolve. Since I've made up my mind, let us fight. Even if it means dying, I'll take it down with me.
She placed both hands on her beloved bike, Shadow, and frantically channeled the electromagnetic force generated by her ability into it.
Weapon reconstruction, Thunder Giant Sword.
Under the force of the electromagnetic energy, the original Shadow rapidly disintegrated and reorganized, transforming into a 3-meter-long giant sword radiating silver-blue lightning.
Electromagnetic enhancement, Overload.
Sue gripped the giant sword with both hands. Arcs of electricity erupted across her body, drastically enhancing her physical capabilities. She looked like a thunder god descended from the heavens as she launched a desperate charge at the tyrant.
Thunder/combo. Her movements were as swift as lightning as she darted back and forth around the tyrant's massive form.
The thunder greatsword in her hands split into countless sword shadows, furiously slashing at the tyrant's scales.
Zzzzzzz. Sparks flew and lightning flashed.
However, the tyrant's thick scales offered absurdly high defense. Though Sue's attacks were fierce, they could only leave scorched marks on its body, failing to inflict any substantial damage.
Roar! The tyrant impatiently swung its massive arm, as if swatting a fly. Boom!
Sue couldn't dodge in time and was grazed by the massive arm. Her body flew through the air like a kite with a broken string, crashing violently into a large tree before slamming to the ground, whereupon she spat out a mouthful of blood.
Cough, cough. Such immense power.
She struggled to steady herself. The thunder greatsword in her hand was already cracked.
It's not over yet.
She clenched her teeth and activated her ability once more. The giant sword in her hand disintegrated into countless metal parts, which rapidly reassembled on her arms, transforming into a pair of massive mechanical gauntlets. Wrists of the Thunder God, Thunderlight Fist. Sue roared, and a blinding flash of lightning erupted from her arms as she slammed them down with all her might against the tyrant's massive knee joint.
Ola! 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 Ola!
Her fists pounded the tyrant's body relentlessly, like a torrential downpour. Under this fierce barrage, the tyrant's massive frame actually wavered slightly.
But that was all. The tyrant glanced down at this reckless, insignificant ant, then raised its foot and stomped down hard on Sue.
Sue rolled to the side with all her might, barely dodging the fatal blow. But she was once again sent flying by the shockwave generated by the tyrant's stomp.
Damn it, I can't break through its defenses at all.
She realized in despair that her prized lightning ability and transformation armor had virtually no effect on this monster.
In that case, I'll have to use that move.
Sue held nothing back, mobilizing every ounce of her ability. The mechanical arms on her shoulders disassembled and reassembled, transforming into a massive artillery turret within seconds.
Ultimate armament reconstruction, hyper-electromagnetic cannon.
She inserted her hands into the cannon's charging ports, recklessly draining her stamina and ability to power the colossal weapon.
The silver-blue lightning within the barrel grew brighter and brighter, even outshining the dimensional rift in the sky.
The air in this area began to warp under the pressure of this terrifying mana.
The tyrant sensed the threat as well.
It roared and charged toward Sue in great strides.
Now! Die! Full power thunderous wrath. Sue roared and pulled the trigger. Boom!
A massive pillar of lightning, over 5 meters in diameter, erupted from the electromagnetic cannon's muzzle. With earth-shattering force, it struck the tyrant squarely in the chest.
A terrifying burst of mana erupted, and in that instant, the entire forest was engulfed in lightning. A small hill hundreds of meters behind it was struck by the electromagnetic shockwave. The summit vanished instantly, reduced to a sky full of flying debris and dust.
Sue was also sent flying backward by the recoil, crashing heavily to the ground. Her abilities and physical strength were completely exhausted. She didn't even have the strength to move a finger.
Did it work?
She forced her eyes open and looked toward the center of the explosion. The smoke and dust cleared.
The tyrant's massive form still stood tall.
A gaping hole a meter in diameter had been blown open in its chest, exposing charred flesh and bones within, but Sue knew that such a wound was far from fatal to the tyrant. It might not even qualify as a serious injury.
Roar!
The tyrant let out a furious roar. It hadn't expected this mere ant to actually injure it. It took heavy, lumbering steps toward Sue, who lay on the ground.
Every step made the earth tremble and sent Sue's heart sinking deeper into despair.
Is this the difference between a tier and S tier?
Sue smiled bitterly and gave up all resistance.
Her ability was drained, her gear was destroyed, and her body was on the verge of collapse.
She knew her time had come. Is this the end?
As she watched the tyrant draw closer, her life flashed before her eyes like a movie. At the age of 12, during her clan's ability awakening ceremony, the energy testing crystal erupted with a flash of lightning that illuminated the entire hall. The family members were stunned and ecstatic, and on her father's perpetually stern face, an emotion called satisfaction appeared for the first time. You see, while abilities can be cultivated and upgraded with the aid of ability crystals and genetic serums, there are limits to how far one can go. It's like a water bottle. No matter how much water you pour in, it can never exceed the bottle's capacity. Of course, your starting rank doesn't define everything about you, but there is no doubt that the limit of your efforts is merely someone else's starting point. And the greatest irony is that not only do they start from a higher point, but the vessel holding their water isn't a bottle, it's an aquarium. Though history has seen a few who rose from F rank all the way to S tier, these remain rare exceptions among exceptions. Thus, titles like the U-Clan's once-in-a-century genius and the Darling of the Thunder were naturally bestowed upon her. Her father's voice echoed in her ears, "Wan Ting, you are the face of the U-Clan, its most perfect creation. Your ability, your demeanor, your marriage all must serve the U-Clan's highest interests. You must become a standard for all to look up to." From a young age, she was subjected to rigorous, day in and day out training, learning how to smile, walk, and speak like a perfect noble. This gradually transformed her from a well-behaved girl into a rebellious one. She had an older brother and a younger brother. Though their talents were slightly inferior, they were often held up against her simply because they were more obedient. At 16, she was admitted to Capital Awaken Academy with unquestionable grades. She didn't dislike school after all. It allowed her to gain knowledge and improve her abilities, and it was also the only place where she could escape the pressure of her family. She had even considered giving up the fight, simply graduating and joining the family conglomerate or the Hunter Bureau. But at her 18th birthday banquet, her father publicly announced plans for a political marriage with another prominent family. The other side had made the greatest concession possible. They were willing to send their youngest son who, though not as gifted as she was, possessed talent of his own to marry into the U-Clan to solidify their alliance. She had never even met the man she was to marry, yet her life's path had been decided for her. In that moment, gazing at the smiling faces beneath the crystal chandelier and seeing the unquestionable control in her father's eyes, something inside her snapped completely. That night, she left a note reading, "Goodbye. I'm off to find my own path," then hopped on her secretly modified shadow and sped out through the U-Clan's towering, imposing walls. For the months she'd been on the run, she'd hidden in the city's seediest corners to evade her family. She took odd jobs, rented cheap but secluded rooms, and constantly dodged the people her family sent after her. Until, unable to bear the pressure any longer, she went to clear her head on the roof of an abandoned building, and that's when she met him, the guy in the gray hoodie, with a face that looked like he deserved a punch but was surprisingly entertaining. "I seriously wonder if you're out of your mind, coming to a dump like this. When are you going to pay me back for that instant noodle?" 3 cents. Yay. That guy was clearly broke as hell, yet he lived more carefree than anyone else. His "I don't give a damn" attitude was like a ray of light shining into her life, which had been filled to the brim with rules. The few days she spent with him were the most relaxed and happiest moments of her 18 years. "I never thought that in the end, the one I'd think of would be him." A bittersweet smile tugged at Sue's lips. The tyrant's massive fist was already raised high, poised to smash her into mincemeat in the next second. "In the end, I never even got to know your name." She closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. "Goodbye, idiot." Yet the pain she anticipated never came. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Sue opened her eyes in confusion, wondering if she had already died. Then, she witnessed a scene she would never forget. That familiar figure, the frail-looking guy in the gray hoodie, was standing right in front of her. With just one hand, he effortlessly blocked the tyrant's massive fist, a blow powerful enough to split mountains. His frame looked so small in the tyrant's presence, yet he stood like an unshakable mountain, shielding her from all danger. Fong glanced back at her, still wearing that smug grin, as if he were doing something trivial. "Fong, remember that, okay? That's my name." Chapter 6, One Punch Man. Sue stared up in a daze, her pink bangs whipping wildly in the afterwind from the punch. She was still in that half-kneeling position, ready to meet her end, but the catastrophic disaster she anticipated never came. Right before her eyes, Fong's fist was resting lightly beneath that massive, bluish-gray fist. The tyrant's power enough to crush anything seemed to have struck an immovable wall, not budging an inch. And the words he had just spoken were etched into her mind. "Fong, remember my name." Sue's voice stuttered. It took a long time before she managed to squeeze out a sentence from the depths of her throat. "Didn't you say you were running away? Why are you here?" "No, wait, what are you doing right now? How can you block the tyrant? That SS tier. Her mind was in complete chaos. The elite education she received since childhood had taught her that ability tiers were the absolute truth of this world. An A tier who could barely survive against an S tier was a genius among geniuses. Ordinary people or low-level enhancement class individuals, when faced with an S tier, shouldn't even be able to withstand the opponent's aura. Yet this guy in front of her, who lived in a half-finished building and ate instant noodles every day, had casually blocked the world's most devastating natural disaster. Fong turned back to look at Sue, her mouth agape and eyes glazed over, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Scared, are you? You're usually so full of yourself, acting like you're the best in the world. Seeing you so flustered and questioning the meaning of life like this is actually pretty amusing." Sue's mind was still frozen. She couldn't fathom how he could speak with such casual ease in a situation like this. Roar! The ignored tyrant unleashed the most furious roar of its life. As the lord of this dimensional rift, it could not fathom how the ants before it could withstand its crushing might. Its eyes, burning with the fires of hell, were filled with disbelief, which soon turned to even greater fury. It withdrew its fists, its rock-hard scales grinding violently against one another, then clenched its fists and slammed them down with overwhelming force, intent on completely crushing these two little insects who dared to toy with it. "Watch out!" Sue cried out. Fong, however, didn't even look up, merely flicking his right hand lightly at the tyrant's oncoming fists. Clang! A crisp sound echoed across the wilderness. Immediately afterward, as Sue watched in disbelief, the tyrant's massive arms capable of demolishing skyscrapers were suddenly repelled by some terrifying force. The creature staggered backward dozens of paces, each step shattering vast swaths of the ground beneath it. The tyrant steadied himself, and for the first time, a look of fear flashed in his fiery red eyes. He stared at his arms, where the scales had completely shattered, and purplish black blood gushed forth like a fountain.
This guy is too noisy. We'll talk later. I'm going to take care of this one first.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Fong vanished from where he stood. The next second, he had already appeared before the tyrant's massive head, raising his fist before unleashing a straight punch.
Boom!
In that instant, the world fell silent. The tyrant's prized S-tier physique began to disintegrate and shatter the very moment that fist made contact.
And it wasn't just the tyrant. The shockwave generated by that punch transformed into a massive, transparent pillar that pierced through the heavens and the earth.
As far as Su could see, the once lush forest and the rolling hills in the distance were all flattened into a wasteland by the aftereffects of that single blow.
A massive chasm, several kilometers long and hundreds of meters wide, appeared on the earth.
The clouds in the sky were also forcibly torn open by the force of that punch, and the originally gloomy sky was violently cleared by this power, revealing the slowly spreading orange-red evening glow behind it. The tyrant was struck by that simple punch until not even a trace of him remained. Su sat on the ground, staring blankly at the landscape before her that had been rewritten. Her breath had stopped.
Am I already dead?
Su muttered to herself.
This must be a hallucination before death. Otherwise, how could anyone?
Fong stood in front of her, his right hand still in the posture of throwing a punch.
Tisk, looks like I went a bit too far.
He muttered under his breath, I was just thinking about taking it out on that guy, and while I was at it, well, showing off a little bit of my strength, but I lost control.
Great. Looks like I made quite a racket, didn't I?
Seeing Su beaten so badly, covered in blood and kneeling there waiting to die, the little bit of morality he had left, which wasn't much to begin with, rarely surfaced, making him feel somewhat responsible. Plus, well, he admitted, knowing full well that this tyrant posed no threat to him whatsoever, he actually wanted to show off a little in front of Su. After all, he'd been treated like a weak, homeless bum by this pink-haired girl for the past few days, and she was a pretty girl, too. Even if he didn't say it out loud, Fong still had his share of male vanity. He steadied his breathing, turned around, and walked toward Su, who was still staring blankly into space. He stepped in front of her and waved his hand in front of her dazed, sapphire blue eyes. Hey, wake up. You're not dead, are you? Only then did Su jolt awake. She looked at Fong as if he were a monster. Exhausted and shocked, her voice sounded weak and tinged with resentment. You've been hiding your true strength, haven't you? Have you been lying to me all this time? Fong looked into her eyes. That gaze made even him, a man who didn't consider himself particularly moral, feel a rare pang of guilt. He scratched his cheek, looked away, and nodded. Yeah, that's right. But I never said I was weak, did I? Upon hearing this, Su froze for a moment, then burst into a bitter laugh. She shook her head self-deprecatingly, her eyes slightly reddened. So what was I, then? Just a clown thinking I was some great hero, risking my life to come save you, and even telling you to run away. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt. The stark contrast between being a savior and a foolish person being saved left this young lady of the U-clan feeling a deep sense of defeat for the first time. I'm just being delusional, right? You must be laughing your head off at me inside, aren't you? It's not quite that extreme. Fong dropped his cynical expression, his tone taking on a rare touch of seriousness. Su, look into my eyes. He crouched down, meeting the pink-haired girl's gaze at eye level. Su lifted her tear-blurred eyes and looked at him in confusion. I kept it from you because I didn't want the hassle. I'm actually not exactly a paragon of morality, to be honest. I've actually been watching from the shadows this whole time. I've been trying to figure out if that thing is a threat to me. If I found out that tyrant was way stronger than me, or that I might die because of it, then I wouldn't have hesitated to ditch you and run. I'm that kind of selfish, cowardly person, so if you call me scum, I won't deny it. And I don't have any noble sense of self-sacrifice either. Su froze. But you're different. Fong pointed to the scars on her body, left from saving others. You're a true hero. Even knowing there was a risk to your life, even knowing you couldn't defeat the enemy, you still chose to save me. You risked your life to save a homeless man you'd only known for a few days. That kind of foolishness, at least in my worldview, is called nobility. I saved you because I was moved by that nobility of yours. It even made me feel a little ashamed. So don't call yourself a clown. If all the heroes in this world thought of themselves as clowns, then this world would truly be beyond saving. Sue listened to these words in a daze. She looked at Fang's serious face, tinged with a touch of self-mockery. The sadness she felt moments ago at being deceived slowly faded away. After all, no matter what, he was her savior. Without him, she would likely be nothing more than a cold corpse by now. This man, though absurdly powerful, possessed a logic that was terrifyingly honest. He hadn't spun some lie about "I've actually always cared about you," but had bluntly laid bare his selfish heart. You really are a scumbag," Sue snapped angrily, though the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. Leaning against the rock, Sue suddenly reached out, mustering every last ounce of strength left in her body. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. She gave Fang a light slap across the face. Though it was called a slap, it felt more like a gentle pat. Fang looked completely bewildered, covering his face. "What are you doing? Is this how you repay a kindness?" "That's a slap for you. You're the one who lied to me," Sue said with a smile. "Now, the lies you told me and the fact that I saved you were even." Fang laughed helplessly. "All right, whatever you say, Mississippi." The two sat amidst the flattened ruins, gazing at the magnificent sunset on the horizon. In the distance, Xingyuan City seemed to be gradually returning to calm. The dimensional rift had vanished, with only the lingering hole in the clouds bearing witness to the earth-shattering blow from moments ago. "So, Fang." Sue turned her head and looked at him intently. "Can you tell me the truth now? Who are you, exactly? Why do you possess such powers that defy common sense? And with abilities like yours, why were you living in that dilapidated building?" Sue knew that if Fang were to reveal his true power, both the Hunter Bureau and the major clans would be scrambling to recruit him at any cost. Fang sighed. He gazed at the setting sun in the distance and spoke slowly. "If I told you I'm just an ordinary college student who has crossed over from another world and hasn't even graduated yet, would you believe me?" "Crossed over? Another world? Are you telling me a street stall novel or some online web novel?" "That's exactly why I don't want to say it." Fang shrugged. "I'd been here almost a week now. As for this power, I haven't even figured out what's going on myself. I just inexplicably gained it the moment I arrived in this world." "And living in an unfinished building? Miss Sue, you're from a prominent family. You should know how dangerous it is for someone like me, an undocumented person with no identity or household registration, in an era where identity verification systems are everywhere. Plus, given that the principles behind my power enhancement are probably quite different from yours, what else could I do? Hiding my powers is just to avoid drawing attention to myself. And to be honest, rather than accomplishing some grand feat, I prefer being an ordinary person living a happy life where I eat when I'm hungry, play when I'm full, and sleep when I'm tired." Sue looked into Fang's eyes. Those black pupils were crystal clear, showing not a trace of deception. "I believe you," she said suddenly. Fang paused for a moment. "I know this might sound strange coming from me, but you just believe me? With something like time travel, wouldn't a normal person be skeptical for ages? Because even though your explanation is far-fetched, it all actually adds up," Sue analyzed. "Your lack of common sense, your undocumented status, and your powers that don't fit into any known ability system, and most importantly, given the power you just demonstrated, if you wanted to deceive me, you could easily have fabricated a flawless identity as a reclusive master. There's no need to use a reason as ridiculous as time travel to fool me." She smiled, her long pink hair looking exceptionally soft in the evening glow. "Besides, I don't think someone like you would bother to weave such a complicated lie." Fang looked at her with some surprise, then laughed as well. "You're right." But Sue tilted her head. "Why did you tell me the truth? If you just made something up on the spot, I wouldn't have had any proof to call you out." Fang fell silent for a moment, staring at the blood-soaked clothes she wore. "You risked your life to save a clueless idiot you've only known for a few days. Even if I were a total scumbag, I'd be moved by such a foolish act.
Besides, didn't you even vent to me about your own family drama? We exchanged secrets were even. And then there's. Fong rubbed his nose and looked away, a bit embarrassed. I trust you.
I don't think you'd report me as an anomaly to the Hunter Bureau even if you found out the truth.
Sue smiled brightly, her sapphire blue eyes sparkling. That's not a given. Who knows? I might just sell you out in a heartbeat.
Hearing this, Fong said with a sigh, well, I'll just go along with it, respect your decision, and hit the road tonight. The world is so big I can start over somewhere else without any trouble.
Ha 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 ha.
This man was the strongest and most unpredictable person Sue had ever met.
Thank you, Fong, she said softly.
Don't worry, I'll keep your secret buried deep inside me.
But in exchange, I have a condition. What condition?
Don't be too unreasonable. I don't have any money, Fong said, looking wary. Sue looked Fong in the eyes and said, enunciating each word clearly, become my true friend. Not just an acquaintance, but a friend I can trust with my back.
Fong paused, looking hesitant. Are you sure? I'm the scumbag who almost left you to die just now. Do you really want to be friends with someone like me?
Like you said, your choice back then was absolutely the right one. Your own life should always come first.
What I did was my own problem. I can't force you to do the same.
Besides, someone who feels guilty about their own actions can't possibly be a real scumbag. She held out her pale hand, waving it in the air.
What do you say?
Fong, you're the first person since I ran away from home who has made me feel like life is worth living.
Fong looked at that hand, then at Sue's sincere smile.
The wall of indifference he'd built inside his heart finally cracked open a wide gap.
Fine.
Fong reached out and clasped her slightly cool little hand.
Since you really do seem to have a screw loose, I'll reluctantly be your friend.
Remember, you're my first friend in this world, maybe even in this universe, so you'd better cherish it.
You're the one with a screw loose.
Sue glared at him playfully. The sun had completely set in the distance, but the evening sky still glowed like fire. Fong patted his butt and stood up, then walked over to Sue and crouched down with his back to her.
Hop on, young lady.
Your motorcycle essay right off, and at this rate, you probably won't make it back to the city by tomorrow.
Sue's cheeks flushed slightly.
From childhood to adulthood, aside from being carried by her father when she was little, she had never had such intimate contact with a member of the opposite sex, yet at that moment, she felt no resistance. She obediently lay across Fong's back, which wasn't particularly broad. Fong hoisted her onto his back as if carrying the lightest treasure in the world. He set off, not using teleportation, but taking one step at a time, slowly making his way along the dilapidated mountain path leading to the city lights.
Fong, once we're back in town, treat me to some instant noodles.
Who was it who said they wouldn't scrounge off my noodles? If you pay, I'll treat you.
You cheapskate. I'm the hero who saved your life. Well, could you at least get off my back and walk on your own, hero? No way. Damn, you're pretty confident about that.
Their bickering echoed through the countryside, fading into the distance along with the afterglow of the sunset.
Chapter 7, After the Battle.
Although the dimensional rift that had shaken the entire city last night had subsided, an even more serious situation had arisen. At dawn, several heavy transport helicopters bearing the Hunter Bureau insignia circled low, their massive rotors kicking up clouds of dust. On the ground, a bright yellow police tape stretched for kilometers.
Hundreds of fully armed Hunter Bureau investigators were moving through the ruins with grim expressions. Just then, a black luxury SUV pulled up and came to a smooth stop. The door opened, and Lin, the head of the Hunter Bureau in Qingyuan City, was the first to step out.
Today she wasn't wearing her usual sharp combat uniform but had changed into a more practical one, though the dark circles under her eyes revealed she hadn't slept a wink the night before. She walked briskly to the other side of the vehicle, bowed her head slightly, and spoke with unprecedented deference. Director Chen, we've arrived. A middle-aged man stepped out of the car. He wore a high-quality long overcoat and a pair of silver-rimmed glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, giving him the appearance of a mild-mannered university professor. But Lin knew that this was Director Chen of the Xingyuan City Hunter Bureau, a senior S-tier mental class awakened. As soon as Director Chen stepped out of the car, his gaze turned toward the distance. Team Leader Lin, Director Chen spoke suddenly, regarding our discussion at the meeting earlier. It now appears, he slowly raised his hand, pointing toward the flattened mountain peak in the distance, we may have been too conservative. Yes, Lin replied. She, too, knew full well that this was no longer something an S-tier could accomplish. Director Chen reached into his pocket for a pack of cigarettes, pulled one out, and lit it. Then he turned to face Lin. Team Leader Lin, your retrospection skill is our most effective investigative tool at the moment. I need to know exactly what happened here yesterday. Lin nodded, without further ado. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. First, she saw a massive swarm of D and C tier beasts surging forward, followed by over a dozen B tier beasts and 3 A tier beasts. They appeared to be besieging something. Then the battle began. No, calling it a battle was an understatement. Massacre would be a more fitting description. A cold sweat broke out on Lin's forehead as she watched the scene. Those B tier and A tier beasts were blown to pieces with a single punch, offering no resistance whatsoever. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The D tier and C tier beasts weren't blown to pieces, but were instead killed by mana weapons. Could there be another person present? But just as she thought this, Lin's consciousness suddenly jolted. A massive, menacing shadow appeared in the mind of Lin's retrospection skill. S-tier beast. Tyrant. Lin spoke without thinking, her voice carrying a tremor she hadn't even noticed herself. The entourage around her collectively gasped, while Director Chen's gaze grew sharp. Lin didn't pause. Her ability continued to capture the final scene. She saw the tyrant get struck by a fist. Then. There was no then. The tyrant was obliterated, along with the forest and mountains behind it. The flashback ended. Lin opened her eyes and staggered back half a step, her face pale and her breathing ragged. The backlash from overusing her ability caused her vision to darken. An assistant nearby hurried forward to support her, handing her a high-efficiency mana supplement. Director Chen did not rush her, but simply watched her quietly. Lin took a few gasping breaths, forced herself to steady her feet, and then reported to him. Director Chen, the retrospection skill verification is complete. Yesterday, a large number of beasts gathered here, 5 A tier, 10 B tier, 20 C tier, and countless D tier and below. Some of the C and D tier beasts were killed by a mana weapon. We suspect a well-equipped combatant may have intervened. But that's not the point. The vast majority of these beasts, including the S-tier beast, the tyrant, were killed by the same method of attack. The same method? An area of effect mana attack? A purely physical attack. From what I can tell, they were all blown to pieces by a single punch. She then pointed into the distance. The disappearance of this area, as well as the tear in the clouds above, are all the aftereffects of that single punch. The room fell silent. Everyone understood what Lin meant. It was understandable that beasts could be killed by mana weapons. But an S-tier tyrant, along with hundreds of other beasts, being blown to pieces by a single punch at the same time, an attack so powerful it even altered the terrain in the sky over a radius of several kilometers, this completely exceeded their comprehension of what power could entail. Director Chen, the head of the bureau, remained silent for a full minute. Tyrant, he finally spoke. Lin, are you certain it was a tyrant? The one ranked 7th on the S-tier threat list, the one that requires at least 2 awakened of the same tier to reliably eliminate? Yes, I can confirm it 100%. To accomplish something like this, looking across the entire globe, there are only those at the very pinnacle. S-tier, and by no means a newcomer to this realm. Judging by the terrifying control of power at the scene and the utter domination over the tyrant, this mysterious powerhouse's strength likely ranks among the very pinnacle of the S-tier. Lin picked up on his words and added. Peak S-tier. Judging by this, they might even be on par with that one. Director Chen murmured. Unconsciously, the figure she had met only once flashed through Lin's mind. It had been 3 years ago, at a high-level medal ceremony, where she had seen her from a distance as a representative of outstanding young investigators. It was that single encounter that had given Lin a profound understanding of what the phrase to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods in a mortal body truly meant.
Lin, Director Chin turned around. This incident is to be immediately elevated to the highest level of confidentiality.
All on-site data, including your retrospection skill report, is to be submitted directly to headquarters. All personnel involved in this investigation must sign a confidentiality agreement. Anyone found leaking information will be charged with treason.
Yes, sir.
All the investigators around her snapped to attention in unison. Additionally, Lin, your ability is crucial.
I need you to continue following up on this.
I authorize you to mobilize all available resources and use your retrospection skill to gather as much information as possible about this mysterious figure. Do not overlook a single clue.
Yes, sir.
I will also make a personal trip to headquarters shortly. A powerhouse at the pinnacle of S tier must not be allowed to remain at large, nor can he be exploited by other factions. Even if we have to turn the entire country upside down, we must find him. His existence concerns the fate of the nation, and likewise, the position of humanity in the future world order. S tier. Even among all registered awakened individuals worldwide, there are only 20 such beings.
Each is undoubtedly a figure destined to be etched into history and remembered forever.
They possess the formidable strength to single-handedly confront an S tier beast disaster and influence regional balances. The allegiance and alignment of an S tier awakened directly impact a nation's security, prosperity, and decline. If this mysterious powerhouse could become an ally of their nation, Shenzhou, then whether in the increasingly severe battle against the beasts or in the intricate international power struggles among the abilities, Shenzhou would gain a heavyweight asset capable of tipping the scales.
Meanwhile, achoo! Who's cursing at me? Fong sneezed.
After sending Su, who had fallen asleep on his back home, and settling her in yesterday, he returned to his dilapidated building. It still felt the same as always. Looks like I'll have to spruce this place up a bit at the very least, put in a bed. With Su as an ally now, renovating this building shouldn't be too difficult. Making a friend like this is a real stroke of luck.
No more living on the streets.
At that moment, Fong, lost in his own thoughts, had no idea that because of his actions, the course of the world had already set off on a path no one could predict.
Chapter 8, The Worker. Knock, knock, knock. Not long after Fong knocked on the door, faint footsteps could be heard from inside, followed by the click of the electronic lock.
Su's pretty face, still a bit pale but already looking much more lively, peeked through the door crack. She had changed out of her blood-stained clothes and was now wearing a loose, comfortable sweatshirt. Her long pink hair fell messily over her shoulders.
Hey, you seem to be recovering well? Fong instinctively sidled his way into the room and found a stool to sit on. Not bad.
Her gaze then fell on the bag in Fong's hand.
Is this a get-well gift? What are you thinking?
Of course, it's my breakfast. Fong pulled the food out of the bag and started eating.
Do you think there's a chance it's already 1 p.m.? Don't sweat the small stuff. To me, this is morning. Oh, and do you have any drinks in your fridge?
Su looked at Fong, speechless. She really struggled to reconcile the image of a peerless powerhouse capable of reshaping the landscape with a single punch with the guy right in front of her, the one who was happily munching on a boxed meal while helping himself to a bottle of Coke from her fridge.
Fong looked up after devouring nearly half of it.
He studied Su closely.
Last night, she'd been too weak to even walk, yet now she was up and about. I didn't ask when you came in.
With your constitution, you were practically on your deathbed yesterday. How are you so full of life today?
Is that a tier peak recovery ability really that insane?
Hearing this, Su fished a glass bottle out of the messy toolbox beside her and tossed it over.
Fong caught it. The bottle was transparent, with a few drops of crystal clear green liquid remaining inside. Intermediate recovery potion.
A knockoff of the Hunter Bureau's internal supply, the kind that circulates on the black market. It's not nearly as effective as the real thing, but it was enough to handle the kind of damage I sustained yesterday. After saying this, Su found a chair and sat down.
Fong opened the bottle and held it under his nose.
It had a faint scent, a mix of mint and forest soil. If he had to describe it, it was somewhat similar to the scent of a red bottle scream. "This world really never ceases to surprise me," Fong remarked. Sue watched his curious expression and couldn't help but ask. "Don't you have anything like this in your world? What do you do when you get injured?" "In our world?" Fong thought for a moment. "If you get hurt, you go to the hospital. For minor injuries, you apply some ointment yourself. For serious ones, you get shots, take medicine, or have surgery. As for stuff like this that heals you quickly just by drinking it, that basically only exists in novels and video games. Anyway, in terms of daily life, aside from a more advanced tech tree and the fact that you guys have things like abilities and beasts, everything else, eating, sleeping, working, making money, is pretty much the same. I'll tell you more about the specifics another time when I have a chance. Right now, there's a more urgent issue." "Huh? Can you help me get a bed? I just can't take sleeping on that crappy haystack anymore." Sue took a sip of water and nearly choked when she heard that. "Just for a bed? Well, I guess you're right, your place really is, but what's a bed going to solve? It's still going to be uncomfortable, isn't it?" She stood up and pointed next door. "There happens to be an empty room right next door. I know the landlord, he is pretty laid back and doesn't check IDs. It's $600 a month. Interested?" "Really?" Fong's eyes lit up. "It's definitely way better than that dump you're in." "Oh, and it has its own bathroom. It's tiny enough you can't turn around, but it works. You'll have to figure out the furniture yourself, though. I can cover the security deposit and the first month's rent for you up front, and you can pay me back monthly. As a favor to a friend, I won't charge you any interest." "Deal." "Phew, finally I won't have to sleep on the streets." Sue chuckled at his remark, but quickly remembered something and said seriously, "The housing issue is easy to solve, but your identity is a real problem." Fong's excitement faded a bit, and he nodded. "I'd been thinking about that too. It's practically impossible to get anywhere. I can't even get a replacement for my alarm system. Do you have any connections that could help me get a fake ID?" Sue thought for a moment. "Strictly speaking, it's not entirely impossible to forge an identity that can pass the Hunter Bureau's basic household registration checks. But there are too many steps involved, and the risk is very high. If any one step goes wrong and it's discovered, it's a crime of forging government documents and a serious one involving awakened management. My current capabilities and connections just aren't up to the task. We need to take our time with this and find a more reliable solution." Fong nodded. The identity issue certainly couldn't be rushed, but with a place to stay, everything else would fall into place. His gaze then fell on the pile of scattered motorcycle parts in the corner, and a vivid image flashed through his mind: Sue riding Shadow last night, careening through the streets, transforming, and firing with such flair. "Hey, I want to ask you something," Fong leaned in. "That motorcycle, could you get me one of those too?" "A motorcycle?" Sue gave him a sidelong glance. "Yeah, exactly the kind where you press a button and it sprouts a bunch of cannons, then zooms off." Fong gestured with both hands, his face full of longing. "Just imagine it, me in a leather jacket and sunglasses, tearing down the street on a bike like that. The beasts on the side of the road won't even have time to react before I blast them to pieces. I've been dying to try something like that for ages." After hearing this, Sue tilted her head back proudly, looking like a little pink furred kitten. "This is my masterpiece, Shadow. The reason it can transform instantly and use electromagnetic propulsion is because my ability is lightning control. I can use my ability as a medium to forcibly drive those complex mechanical systems. What about you? Aside from being a stat freak, do you have a lightning-type ability?" Fong paused for a moment, then shook his head honestly. "No, I don't have one. So, even if I built you an identical one, it'd be no different from an ordinary bike in your hands." Seeing the look of disappointment quickly wash over Fong's face, Sue felt a pang of sympathy and added, "Of course, if you just want a standard heavy motorcycle with amazing performance and a cool design, I can design and assemble one for you. I guarantee it'll be better than any mass-produced model on the market. But even if I strip out the transformation and weapon systems, the cost won't be low." "How much?"
Fong asked immediately, hope reigniting in his eyes.
Su quickly ran the numbers in her head, just the most basic materials and parts not counting my design and labor fees, it'd be about this much.
She held up one finger. 100,000? Fong asked tentatively.
Su shook her head.
1 million?
Fong's voice wavered slightly.
Su nodded.
Seeing the look of shock freeze on Fong's face, she added, and that is assuming I can get parts at the internal price.
If we go through official channels, it'll at least double.
Fong silently lowered his head, pulled his crumpled wallet from his pocket, and opened it. Inside lay a pitiful handful of bills, most of which he extorted from Su during their first meeting.
Damn capitalism.
After struggling for a while, that was all he could manage to say.
Su stifled a laugh and cleared her throat. So, the top priority is making money.
There is a place where you can make money pretty quickly, and you won't have to worry about your identity at all.
Underground casinos? Loan sharking? Or selling kidneys and drugs?
Hey, I didn't know you were into that kind of stuff.
I don't do anything illegal.
I may not have high moral standards, but as a decent young man who has gone through 9 years of compulsory education, I still have a basic understanding of the law.
Thud.
A sofa cushion landed squarely on Fong's face, cutting short his nonsense. What kind of nonsense is going through your head all day?
It's a job commission from the underworld. Not the mafia. Do you really think I'm the type to do the things you're suggesting?
Su said, still holding the cushion in the air, her cheeks puffed out in anger. The so-called underworld is a gray market task platform and trading network operating outside the official administrative system. People who take jobs there are called workers. Unlike the Hunter Bureau, which issues tasks top-down, commissions in the underworld are open, anyone can take them and receive payment upon completion. Whether it's individuals, powerful clans, or even certain political figures who dare not show their faces, they all post commissions in the underworld. Some involve searching for lost artifacts of ancient civilizations, others involve secretly eliminating dangerous beasts in a specific area. I've even heard rumors that the Hunter Bureau and the founder of the underworld have a secret partnership. In extremely special circumstances, when they're short-handed or it's inconvenient for them to get involved directly, they'll use anonymous channels to assign high-difficulty missions to the underworld. That's why they turn a blind eye and let the underworld expand.
Fong listened with rapt attention. It sounds just like an adventurer's guild from a fantasy novel.
A system like this can barely manage some of the powerful individuals who have the strength but don't want to be seen. I suppose it has its pros and cons.
Pretty much, Su shrugged.
Of course, there are definitely some shady dealings going on in there too, like smuggling and assassinations, but I never touch that stuff. I only take on high-difficulty wilderness expeditions or beast eradication missions. These tasks are extremely dangerous, but the rewards are high. It's not uncommon to earn tens of thousands, or even over 100,000, for a single job.
Given your abilities, this kind of work would be perfect for you.
Fong stroked his chin thoughtfully.
It sounds good, but how does it actually work? I probably wouldn't even know where to start, right?
Su patted her chest smugly.
That's where I come in.
I've been in the scene for a few months now, codename Agile. I've built up some credibility through my skills and track record, so I'm a somewhat well-known operative with certain privileges. Many of the rare parts 1V used to modify the Shadow were acquired through underground channels. She then turned to Fong.
What do you say? Want to ride my coattails?
We can team up. I'll take on suitable jobs, gather intel, assess difficulty, plan routes, and handle technical support and backup.
You'll handle the core elimination work. Sounds good. It's a deal. Big money, no brain work, and a cover. What could be better? Fong couldn't help but look forward to the future.
Oh, and we need to discuss the split up front. I provide the intel, the connections, the tech, and the planning. I take on the risks of making contact and I handle the cleanup and any equipment maintenance.
I want 30%. Fong's smile froze for a moment. 30%? Isn't that a bit much?
Look, I'm the one doing the heavy lifting, risking my life to go head to head with the beast.
You just use your brain and run some errands, and you want 40%?
Without my brainwork and legwork, you wouldn't even know where to find the job.
And even if you did, it might be a trap, or it might not be right for you at all.
Su wouldn't budge an inch. Plus, the follow-up fencing the goods handling the spoils of war, collecting the payment, and making sure we don't get double-crossed, all of that relies on my experience and connections.
3/10 is fair, go ask around.
In the underworld, reliable informants and middlemen typically take 3 to 5% just for intel and job referrals, and I'm throwing in a bunch of extra services on top of that. Fong stroked his chin, feigning reluctance, but his mind was racing.
Su actually had a point.
He knew next to nothing about this world. Going it alone would likely end in disaster. Having a teammate he knew well and whose skills complemented his own would greatly improve both safety and efficiency. 30% was a bit of a stretch, but considering the value Su offered, it didn't seem entirely unacceptable.
After all, she was a VIP client. Alright, 30% it is. Looking forward to working with you, Su.
Su smiled with satisfaction and held out her hand.
Looking forward to it. Fong shook her hand as well.
But let me make one thing clear, I reserve the right to refuse assignments. Even though I know I'm pretty strong in this world now, I'd still rather err on the side of caution. I won't take on any jobs that look obviously dangerous.
Don't worry, I've got it covered.
For the first batch of assignments, I'll pick some safe ones for you to test the waters.
Alright, then.
I'll head over to the abandoned building to sort out my stuff and get ready to move in over the next few days. Though he didn't really have much to pack, to be honest.
Chapter 9, Off to the Sewers. Early one morning, Fong woke up early for a change.
After finishing breakfast, he carried a large blue bag he bought for 20 yuan at a morning market stall and arrived at the door of the room Su had rented for him. He pushed the door open. Though the room was less than 40 square meters, it was fully furnished. A sturdy-looking single wooden bed stood against the wall, with a simple nightstand beside it. It even had a minimalist table lamp on top. Across from the bed was a two-seater sofa, but what surprised him most was the nearly new LCD TV standing in the corner next to it, with a black router tucked under the TV stand.
What do you think? Are you satisfied?
Su's voice came from behind him. Leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed, she said proudly,
I'm satisfied, more than satisfied.
Finally, I have a decent place to call home.
But did you set all this up yourself?
Fong had originally thought he'd be staying in a wall-mounted room, so this came as a pleasant surprise.
What else would I do?
Su stepped inside and closed the door behind her. I've been bored lately anyway, so I figured I'd help you set things up. The bed and sofa were a steal from the flea market. Didn't cost much. The TV and router are old stuff I'd been holding onto. I checked them out and they still work. I'm going back to my room first.
Once you're done tidying up, come see me. I've got a lead on a way to make some money.
Okay. After Su left, Fong rolled up his sleeves, untied the large bag, grabbed the mop and bucket he'd picked up on the way, and headed toward the communal sink at the end of the hallway, intending to soak the mop and clean the room. Just then, Fong heard hurried footsteps coming from downstairs. Beep beep. Then came the sound he hated most, like fingernails scraping against glass. He peered down through the gap in the staircase and saw two men in plain clothes standing below. They were holding a disc-shaped device with a ring of flashing red lights around its edge. That noise really ruins my mood.
Can't you guys just hurry up and leave? Fong muttered under his breath. After rinsing the mop and filling the bucket with water, he headed back.
Since his right hand was holding the heavy bucket, he leaned his left hand against the hallway wall for balance as he sidestepped across the corridor.
However, at that very moment, an invisible shockwave traveled down the metal pipes of the entire apartment building.
The man in black walking on the third-floor landing suddenly stopped in his tracks.
Beep.
The multi-million-dollar mana scanner in the leader's hand suddenly emitted a sharp, prolonged beep. The green waveform, which had been steadily tracking Su ability fluctuations, twisted into a jumble of garbled data. Immediately afterward, a wisp of black smoke emerged from the device's ventilation port.
Did the equipment burn out? What's going on?
Wait, something off. The magnetic field here feels a bit strange. The two men in black stared at the pile of completely crippled scrap metal in their hands, exchanging glances. While incidents of equipment damage caused by natural magnetic field interference were rare, they had happened before. If that's the case, there's no way the young lady would live in a place like this. A chaotic magnetic field would have a major impact on both the use of her ability and the mechanical inventions she is most interested in. True. Let us head back first and check out other places. They glanced up at the dim fourth-floor hallway once more, then could only turn and head downstairs to report the situation.
Did you hear any strange noises in the hallway just now?
Fong had already finished tidying up the house and had come to Sue's room. There were two people there, sweeping back and forth with some kind of device, but it seemed like the device malfunctioned, so they left.
Really?
Sue looked puzzled. At first, when Fong mentioned people scanning with devices, she thought her family had tracked her down again. But from his description, it didn't seem like that. She suffered plenty from the tracking devices her family used. They were top-of-the-line products, so it was unlikely they malfunctioned.
Never mind, as long as everything is fine.
Take a look at this first. Sue pulled up a document on his computer and turned to Fong.
It outlined an investigation and cleanup of a sewer in Xingyuan City, prompted by suspicions that mutated creatures or low-level beasts had nested there.
The base investigation fee was a hefty 15,000 yuan. If a threat was confirmed and the cleanup completed, additional compensation would be paid based on the threat level, with a maximum of 30,000 yuan.
However, sewers? Isn't that a bit?
If she had a choice, Fong would absolutely not want to go into a place like that.
The location is a bit, well, but the benefits are obvious. Sue analyzed. First, it's in the city center, and it's an older neighborhood.
The mana environment is relatively stable, making it nearly impossible for high-level beasts to breed or be attracted there. At most, there might be some mutated rats or insects adapted to the underground environment, or low-level beasts that crawled in through a crack Class C at the very top. Most likely, they'll be Class D or even just Class F or E minions. For you, it's a piece of cake. You can easily make tens of thousands of yuan.
True. Fong actually hoped some high-level beasts would show up, that way he could get 30,000.
Even splitting it 70-30 with Sue, he'd still walk away with a hefty sum, enough to live comfortably for several months without working.
Alright, so when do we do this?
Don't rush. Sue stood up and walked over to two large metal toolboxes she moved into the corner of the room earlier, entering the passcode to open them.
Fong took a look and saw a neatly folded outfit inside.
The main piece was a suit made of some kind of black material, with a style that leaned toward the post-apocalyptic aesthetic Fong was familiar with. It came with a matching long coat of the same color featuring a hood. The hood was so deep that once pulled up, the face was virtually invisible.
And this? Sue opened the second box. What is this?
It was a full-face helmet. It was entirely black, with a large dark visor at the front. From the front, it was completely pitch black, making it impossible to see what was behind it. To Fong, at least, the whole thing had a strong cyberpunk vibe. "This is my pride and joy," Sue said, carefully picking up the helmet. "This helmet has ability jamming capabilities, ordinary reconnaissance abilities, 1T be able to see through it and reveal your true face. It also has a built-in voice changer, ensuring no one can recognize your true voice. Plus, it has night vision. You can see every detail clearly, even in pitch-black sewers."
Fong was stunned.
This thing had way too many features. Ability jamming, a voice changer. It was practically tailor-made for someone like him who needed to hide his identity and strength. "How much does this cost?" he asked instinctively.
Sue handed him the helmet.
"All told, it comes to about 200,000.
But hey, since we're friends, consider this a loan.
If you want to buy it later, you'll have to pay for it yourself. A friendship price of 150,000, non-negotiable." Fong ran his fingers over the helmet. The urge to get his hands on that money had never been stronger. A vivid image had already played out in his mind. On a bleak, rainy night, clad in a black trench coat and wearing the helmet, he would ride a steel motorcycle onto the scene under the gaze of the crowd, crush his enemies with overwhelming force, and finally ride off into the distance, leaving the world with a mysterious silhouette.
Enough talk, try it on. Sue looked at him expectantly. 5 minutes later, Fong appeared before the mirror, transformed. The coat completely concealed his original form, and his black boots made a dull thud as they struck the floor. When he fastened the jet black cyber mask helmet and pulled up the hood, he exuded a dangerous, oppressive aura. "I'm invincible," Fong struck a pose in front of the mirror. His voice, filtered through the mask, had transformed into a deep, electronic-sounding tone. Sue stood to the side with her arms crossed, a smile never leaving her face. "Looks like you're satisfied. That's good. But remember, this outfit will be your disguise for working in the underworld from now on. You must wear it whenever you're on a mission to avoid exposing your true identity. And make sure to keep the voice changer in the helmet turned on at all times." "Got it. I've sent you the route and the entrance location. It's pretty well hidden. I'll be providing remote support nearby, monitoring the surroundings, and staying in touch with you through the helmet. Once you're in the sewers, be extremely careful. Oh, right, pick a codename. It'll make it easier for you to operate in the underworld." "A nickname? Let me think." A few seconds later, Fong seemed to have an idea. He raised his hand and, following the instructions Sue had given him earlier, tapped the right side of the helmet a few times. Immediately, a circular light suddenly illuminated the center of the helmet's front. It looked just like an eye. Then, that deep, steady electronic voice, processed through the voice changer, came from beneath the helmet. "Your codename will be One Eye." At the same time, in the command center of the Hunter Bureau headquarters in Xingyuan City, over 10 kilometers away, a dense cluster of pale blue holographic screens floated in mid-air, with hundreds of operators intently watching the constantly flickering displays. Lin sat in her chair, massaging her aching temples. She had barely slept in the past 2 days. Whenever she closed her eyes, the blurry figure from the retrospection skill would fill her mind. "Team leader Lin, take a look at this." A monitor operator pushed a report across the desk, looking flustered. Lin leaned in to examine it. She saw that the curve representing mana fluctuations had suddenly spiked at a specific point in time. Although the total amount of mana wasn't particularly large, the frequency of the fluctuations was eerie, completely unlike the characteristics of any known beast. "Where is the location?" "Main conduit of underground drainage system number 7. Just then, the office's automatic doors slid open, and Director Chen strode in with steady steps. "Director Chen, you received it too?" Lin stood up. Director Chen walked to the control console, stared at the coordinates, and spoke slowly. "A mana leak of this magnitude is highly unusual. I have a feeling something isn't quite right there." "Are you suggesting, Director Chen, that this isn't an ordinary beast?" "I'm not sure," Director Chen shook his head. "But we absolutely cannot take this lightly. Previous events have already shown that Xingyuan City is now harboring forces beyond our control. If this anomaly is linked to that mysterious powerhouse, or if some organization with ulterior motives is behind it, we must respond immediately. Lin, assemble the elite task force. For this mission, we must ensure there are absolutely no slip-ups." "But Director Chen, most of the Bureau's combat forces have been deployed to handle the aftermath of this disaster. We're short-handed." "I've called him in as well." Director Chen interrupted her matter-of-factly. No sooner had he spoken than a wild, unrestrained laugh echoed from the hallway. "Ha ha ha ha. Old Chen, dragging me out of bed this early in the morning. If you don't have a decent reason, I'm not having it." Accompanied by a rush of hot air flooding into the command center, a burly, red-haired man strode in. He wore a custom-made vest, his exposed arms wrapped in bandages bearing scorch marks. His entire presence resembled a live volcano ready to erupt at any moment. S-tier peak awakened, Yan Huang. He was one of the ace agents of the Xingyuan City Hunter Bureau. Unlike Director Chen, who belonged to the mental class, Yan Huang was a pure combat maniac. His ability, Hellfire, lived up to its name, possessing unparalleled destructive power. Relying on his formidable physical conditioning and ability, he had once single-handedly taken down an S-tier beast in direct combat. "Lord Yan Huang." Lin saluted respectfully. "Hey, isn't this little Lin?" Yan Huang slapped Lin's shoulder with such force that Lin felt his bones might shatter. "I heard you saw some incredible monster the other day?" One punch that flattened a mountain? Honestly, hearing that made my hands itch like crazy. I'd love to spar with that guy.
Director Chen cleared his throat, putting a stop to Yan Huang's antics.
Yan Huang, behave yourself. The target of this mission is the main underground drainage conduit. Although the current threat assessment isn't high, my gut tells me there might be some kind of anomaly lurking there. You'll lead the team and coordinate with Lin's retrospection skill to ensure we nip this potential threat in the bud. Oh, the sewers? TSK, sure, the place is filthy and stinks, but since you're the one asking, old Chen, I'll make the trip.
He looked at Lin and the assembled team, flashing a row of white teeth, his smile brimming with fanatical fighting spirit.
Let us go, everyone. We'll see just what kind of unsavory little rats are hiding in these sewers. Chapter 10, Dark Cult. Xingyuan City's underground drainage system was like a labyrinth.
The crisscrossing network of pipes carried the waste of tens of millions of city residents, perpetually shrouded in a pungent stench. The elite squad led by Yan Huan was advancing slowly.
The atmosphere within the group was tense.
The team members held their breath, their full attention focused on being ready to unleash their abilities at any moment, their eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Yan Huan, leading the way, suddenly stopped in his tracks. But instead of assuming a combat stance, he shook his head in boredom.
Hey, guys, loosen up a bit, Yan Huang said in a gruff voice. You're all so tense, what's the big deal? If something really does jump out at us, aren't you going to blow this sewer to pieces?
Captain Yan Huang, the mana fluctuations here are definitely strange, one team member whispered. Strange or not, if you hold your breath too long, your reactions will get sluggish, Yan Huang chuckled, tucking his fists which were glowing with a faint red heat into his pockets. He continued walking while chatting away about his personal life.
You know what?
Before I left, my wife was nagging me, saying this uniform always has a lingering smell of gunpowder that won't wash out, and she insisted I come home and kneel on the washboard. The group froze for a moment, their tense nerves instinctively relaxing just a little. Captain Yan Huang has to kneel on a washboard too, a young team member couldn't help but tease.
You bet. Out here, I'm S-tier, but back home, I'm a total pushover to my wife.
When Yan Huang spoke of his family, the arrogance between his brows softened into a rare glimpse of tenderness. But my son really is a credit to the family. He awakened a B-rank fire-type ability at just 12. He has got more talent than I do, and my daughter she is only 8, as sweet as an angel, though a bit timid.
Last time I came home late from a mission, she clung to my legs, sobbing uncontrollably, saying she dreamed that daddy was eaten by a giant monster.
Oh my, it broke my heart, Yan Huang's voice carried undisguised laughter and doting affection.
That's why I have to come back in one piece.
Otherwise, my wife will nag me to death, and my 2 little darlings will be in tears.
You guys too, everyone needs to make it home safely.
As the team members listened to these ordinary yet heartwarming anecdotes, they let out the occasional soft chuckle, and the suffocating sense of dread dissipated considerably. Only Lin remained frowning. Her retrospection skill was still trying to capture the fragmented shards of time floating in the air. The squad pressed on for a while longer.
Watch out!
Just then, one of the team members' voices suddenly rose. Almost at the same moment, from the shadows atop the pipeline, a gray afterimage lunged toward a healer-type awakened at the rear of the group. It was a mutated beast the size of an ox, its body covered in a hard exoskeleton and equipped with 6 scythe-like appendages. A flanking team member immediately raised his hand to activate his ability and blocked the attack, but someone was faster. Yan Huang didn't even turn fully around, he simply swung his left arm casually backward.
Boom!
A ball of searing red flame struck the beast's chest. Without even a scream, it was vaporized by the intense heat, and its mangled body slammed into the wall, exploding upon impact. However, as Yan Huang approached to inspect the remains, his previously relaxed expression vanished without a trace.
Is this a Class B beast, the Cavern Walker?
Yan Huang's tone grew unusually grave as he nudged the broken claw with his foot.
Lin walked over as well. B rank? That's impossible. This is downtown Xingyuan City.
Low-level beasts crawling in through fissures, even C-rank ones, are already considered exceptional cases. The team members around them knew exactly what this meant. While B-rank beasts might not be uncommon in the wilderness, their appearance deep within the city signaled a major problem.
This is serious.
Yan Huang acted decisively, pointing at two team members.
You two, head back the way you came immediately.
Once you're out, report the situation to the Hunter Bureau and call for reinforcements, then stand by.
Yes, sir.
Realizing the gravity of the situation, the two team members vanished swiftly into the darkness behind them.
The rest of you follow me deeper in. I'm going to see who is causing trouble here.
As the team pressed deeper, the situation grew increasingly complex. They encountered 3 waves of attacks in succession. The number of beasts had grown from a single one to over a dozen, and each wave included at least 2 Class B individuals. If it weren't for Yan Huang, an S-tier powerhouse, this squad would likely have already suffered casualties.
Is the path blocked ahead?
Lin, leading the way, pointed at a wall covered in tentacles.
No. Yan Huang took a deep breath and clenched his fists tightly. Blazing fire, incinerate.
A massive pillar of flame erupted with a thunderous roar, burning a huge hole through the fleshy wall. As viscous liquid splattered in all directions, a vast space beyond anyone's imagination unfolded before their eyes. It was a massive cavern buried deep underground, spanning the size of 3 soccer fields. The surrounding rock walls were inlaid with purple glowing ores, illuminating the central altar constructed from bones and scrap metal. It was, without a doubt, an artificially excavated underground palace.
What was most spine-chilling was that such a massive underground palace should absolutely not exist beneath Xingyuan City.
How is this possible? One team member couldn't help but whisper.
There's a cavern this big underground, and we've gone all this time without knowing?
Something here must have jammed our detectors, Lin said, his expression growing increasingly grim.
This isn't good, it might be a trap.
Yan Huang stared at the altar. His years of combat instinct made every hair on his body stand on end.
Retreat! Everyone, head back the way we came immediately. Yan Huang shouted.
This is no longer a mission a single squad can handle.
Now that we've found it, why the rush to leave?
A gentle, refined voice came out of nowhere from the shadows of the altar ahead. Yan Huang raised his hand to signal everyone to stop, and immediately, all eyes turned toward the source of the voice. There, standing atop the altar, was a figure. It was a man dressed in a crisp black suit. He was tall and slender, his hair meticulously groomed. Were it not for the bloody, eerie surroundings, he would have looked every bit the gentleman preparing for a high-class dinner party. The man was clapping his hands elegantly.
Brilliant, truly brilliant.
S-tier awakened Yan Huang, your flames emit a scent that makes one's mouth water. As he spoke, the man stuck out his tongue and licked his lips.
Stop. Hunter Bureau on a mission. State your identity.
Yan Huang barked, stepping forward to shield Lin and his team behind him, flames already beginning to form in the palm of his right hand. The man gently pushed up his glasses and revealed a deeply twisted smile, a grin that looked as though it were composed of countless overlapping mouths, making one want to vomit.
Roar!
At that moment, dozens of black shadows burst forth from the darkness behind him and the shadows surrounding the massive chasm. They swarmed in a dense mass, each with a different form, but there was no doubt they were all beasts.
Among them were 7 or 8 with B rank auras, the rest were all C rank. Fire!
Yan Huang roared, his right fist already coiled and ready, slamming forward with all his might. A fireball over 3 meters in diameter flew from his hand, crashing like a miniature sun into the densest part of the beast horde.
The terrifying heat instantly vaporized 7 or 8 beasts, and the shockwave from the explosion sent even more flying.
The team members opened fire simultaneously, swiftly using their abilities or the weapons they brought to kill the beasts attacking from the flanks and rear. Lin and some non-combat awakened team members quickly retreated, using the terrain to cover themselves. Although any ability can enhance a person's basic physical capabilities, their abilities were ultimately not combat-oriented. Staying put would only cause more trouble. The man in the suit paid no heed to the beast horde that had suffered heavy casualties in an instant. He even clapped his hands leisurely. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Such a pure and powerful ability. No wonder you're the S-tier Yan Huang.
What a fine meal you'll make.
What the hell are you?
Being called what the hell is a bit disappointing. Allow me to introduce myself. The man bowed slightly, his manners impeccable. I am one of the 13 bishops of the dark cult, Akushaku. Chapter 11, Akushaku. The moment the words 13 bishops of the dark cult left the man in the suit's mouth, Lin clearly heard the sounds of fear from his teammates behind him. That fear wasn't because the man had displayed some extravagant ability, but because of his name one etched into the textbooks. In the world of the awakened, the name dark cult was synonymous with nightmares. It was the largest, oldest, and most intractable transnational criminal organization on the planet. Its influence had infiltrated major conglomerates and even the Hunter Bureau like cancer cells. The Hunter Bureau had been fighting tirelessly to eradicate this cancer, but a century of conflict had only made the enemy grow stronger. The reason they cannot be eliminated is that the dark cult possesses military strength capable of directly challenging sovereign nations. And at the very core of this power, the most mysterious of all are the 13 bishops. They are the 13 individuals at the very pinnacle of the dark cult's hierarchy, wielding the organization's highest authority. It is said that each possesses unimaginably terrifying powers, serving as the dark cult's greatest asset in its struggle against global government forces. Intelligence on them is scarce, and their every appearance is accompanied by disaster and bloodshed. The 13 bishops, the evil devourer. The color had drained from Lin's lips. She knew exactly what this meant. This went far beyond the scope of this mission. The appearance of the evil devourer might even be linked to a major conspiracy by the dark cult in Xingyuan City or even the entire nation. She stared intently at the man in the suit on the altar, but as she looked at him and all the beasts they had eliminated during this operation, a terrifying thought crossed her mind. Those beasts that appeared in the sewers, and everything here, are you the one controlling them? Why? Why can the dark cult command these abyssal monsters as if they were pets? Why, indeed, Eats Evil chuckled lightly. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself. Then he slowly raised both hands. My ability is rated S tier, Devour. S tier. Those two words exploded like thunder in everyone's minds. In the power hierarchy known to humanity, S tier represents the pinnacle of what humans can achieve. Even Yin Huang, an S tier himself, would be nothing more than slightly larger prey in the face of true S tier power. Every living thing in this world, whether human or those adorable beasts, is nothing but exquisite ingredients in my eyes. Evil Eater licked his lips, his expression sinking into a kind of rapture. I can devour any living creature and transform their bodies and even their abilities into a part of myself. The more I eat, the more perfect I become. He spread his arms wide, gazing at the beasts circling him with predatory eyes. You ask why the dark cult has so many beasts and can control them? Then you should ask one of my colleagues. It's like some research project? Anyway, he keeps sending those high-level beasts, even defeated, awakened to my table. As for me, all I know is to eat them, and then I'll get stronger. That's all I care about. The rest doesn't concern me. As long as I keep devouring evil devourer's eyes suddenly burned with fanaticism, and his voice turned terrifying. Sooner or later, I will transcend the limits of my species, become the absolute strongest in this world, and become a true god. A god? You're nothing but a self-important clown. Yin Huang roared in fury, and the flames surrounding him erupted with a thunderous roar. The red, high-temperature air currents instantly scorched the surrounding moss. Ha, just a death throw. Evil Devourer sneered coldly, and a cracking sound suddenly emanated from beneath his crisp black suit. His right arm swelled violently, instantly bursting the sleeve. What had once been a human arm transformed within seconds into a monstrous, several-meter-long creature, pieced together from countless beast organs. The arm was covered in B-tier beast scales, its tip adorned with the bone blade of an A-tier beast, the terror, and even at the joints, several bloodshot beast eyes had opened, their pupils constantly shifting. It was a beast arm, writhing and roaring. Behold, how beautiful! Eater caressed the massive arm, from which acid dripped incessantly. Yen Huang, your hellfire must be quite something. Lin, I've long wanted to try out your retrospection skill. And everyone behind you, everything you possess will be the feast on my path to godhood. You're dreaming. Yen Huang let out a deep, rumbling roar. He took a step forward,
and his aura surged to its peak in an instant. The crimson flames surging through his body compressed and condensed wildly, eventually coalescing into a flowing suit of fiery armor. The water in the space began to boil at that moment, and white steam billowed out. Captain Yin Huang, the team members looked on in horror at this usually carefree elder. They knew that Yin Huang was now drawing on the very essence of his life for this final, decisive battle.
Lin, you are now the commander of this squad. Your mission is to lead them out. Report the situation here back to headquarters. No. Captain Yin Huang, we can't leave you behind.
A young team member cried out, trying to rush forward.
Get back.
Yin Huang turned his head, his eyes brimming with light as he fixed a piercing gaze on the team member. Then, he flashed a gentle smile, exactly the same one he'd worn earlier in the sewers when boasting about his children.
Don't worry.
Yin Huang turned around, spreading his arms wide to block the terrifying giant arm of the beast. I'll make sure all of you get home safely. His figure wasn't particularly imposing, but in that moment, he stood like an insurmountable wall, carving out a small pocket of survival for these mortals struggling in despair.
Run! Run!
Lin clenched her teeth, her eyes red-rimmed. She knew this wasn't the time for sentimentality. Staying behind would only make her a liability. She grabbed the team member who had lost control and led the remaining group in a frantic dash back toward the entrance they had come through.
Trying to run? My after-dinner dessert isn't going to slip away that easily.
The evil devourer let out a shrill, eerie screech. The beast's massive arm shot forward, its bone blade at the end tearing through the air with a piercing whistle, aimed straight for Lin's back.
I'm the one you're up against.
Yin Huang's feet slammed into the ground, shattering the floor instantly.
Burning the 8 desolations.
His right fist, wrapped in explosive tape, now blazed with flames hot enough to melt steel, colliding head-on with the bone blade at the end of the beast's giant arm.
Boom!
A massive shockwave erupted at the center of the underground chamber, a blast of air mixed with flames and acid sweeping outward in all directions. Yin Huang used his flesh and blood to brace against its attack.
Ha!
So hot, so powerful. Eats cackled maniacally amidst the flames. Though his massive arm had been charred away for the most part, under the effect of his devour ability, that mass of flesh actually regrew within seconds, secreting even more mucus.
Go, beasts! Go catch those little rats running amok.
Evil Devourer waved his left hand, and hundreds upon hundreds of beasts surged past Yin Huang, racing madly toward the direction Lin had retreated.
Don't even think about taking a single step past me.
Yin Huang slammed both hands against the ground, and a massive ring of fire rose up, forcibly blocking the swarm of beasts. A futile gesture. Even if the beasts here can't get past, there are as many as you could ever want hiding in the sewers, waiting to be unleashed. And in the face of an S-tier, your flames are nothing more than a grasshopper trying to stop a cart. Eater snarled with a savage grin. His massive arm transformed once more, and countless beast heads sprouted from it, all opening their mouths simultaneously to spew destructive beams of various elements.
Chapter 12, The One-Eyed.
Lin's hand gripping the dagger trembled violently, blood from his wound dripping down the hilt onto the ground. His vision was already blurring, and the situation for his teammates was even worse. Originally a 12-person squad, not counting the 2 who had gone back to send word, though not a single one had died, fewer than half were still capable of fighting at this moment. Every one of them was wounded, and despair was etched across every face. Ahead of them, hordes of beasts surged forward like a tidal wave. 3 A-tier hellhounds let out deep, rumbling growls, while dozens of B and C-tier beasts blocked every possible escape route. There were too many. The number of beasts far exceeded their estimates. Moreover, they were no longer fighting as isolated individuals driven by a unified will, they had begun to coordinate their attacks in a rudimentary manner. Team leader, we can't get out of here, one team member said despairingly. Lin clenched her teeth, her eyes filled with regret. She hated herself for not being strong enough, and she hated herself even more for having to abandon Yin Huang, who was fighting a desperate battle in the rear. That bold S-tier senior was likely facing the monster known as Evil Devourer alone right now, using his life to buy them these few minutes of respite. I'm sorry, Lord Yin Huang, Lin murmured sorrowfully to herself. But just as the beast horde launched its final charge, all sound seemed to be muted.
The once restless horde suddenly fell silent.
As if sensing some terrifying presence, they not only halted their charge but began to retreat in fear.
What had happened?
All the surviving team members froze, their dying despair interrupted by this sudden turn of events. Following the beast's gaze, they too looked toward the dark pipe. A crisp set of footsteps echoed from deep within the pitch-black pipe to the side. Lynn held her breath, staring intently at the shadow. The first thing that caught her eye was a cold, blue glow in the darkness, like a single eye surveying the mortal world.
Then, the figure's true form came into view. It was a figure clad in a black top and wearing a full-face helmet. The shadow of the cloak concealed most of his body. Only the ring of light at the center of the helmet, known as the single eye, emitted a chilling, oppressive aura in the dimness. He then stopped in his tracks, glancing around with a look of surprise.
"Who is that?" the team members gasped in shock.
Lynn had never seen this outfit before.
But she could confirm that this person gave her a very familiar feeling. Her mind raced, and a preposterous thought gradually emerged.
Could it be him? The mysterious S-tier figure I saw in the retrospection skill, the one who wiped out a tyrant and several kilometers of forest with a single punch?
Just then, the mysterious figure tilted his head slightly, his gaze seemingly landing on Lynn. Then, a voice processed through an electronic voice changer came from beneath the helmet.
"Who are you? What the hell? What is going on?"
Fong, or rather, One Eye, as he was known at that moment, stood in the passageway, his true expression beneath the helmet one of utter bewilderment. Following the coordinates Sue had given him, he sneaked into the sewers through a more concealed entrance and made his way here by feel. The limited effectiveness of his helmet's sensors in this complex environment had left Fong slightly lost, and the inexplicably poor signal in the sewers meant he couldn't reach Sue, which was starting to get on his nerves. But the moment he turned into this main passageway, he was met with this scene.
Who are these people? What are they doing here, and the fighting is this intense?
This was a far cry from the investigate the possible presence of low-level beasts assignment he'd been given.
Fong's first instinct was to turn and run.
No way he didn't want to get involved in some random conflict like this. But before he could move, the beasts all turned to look at him at once and froze. The group of people nearby turned to look as well. With dozens of pairs of eyes fixed on him, Fong steeled himself and halted his retreat. Running away now would only make him look suspicious. He had no choice but to feign composure. Taking advantage of his helmet covering his face, he adopted the most mysterious master tone he could muster and uttered that universal opening line. In reality, he was panicking like crazy. Who are these people?
Another task force?
Doesn't seem likely? Look at their gear and uniforms.
But if it's the Hunter Bureau, how did they end up here? And in such a state? Plus, why is that woman who looks like the leader giving me such a strange look?
Just as Fong was pondering this, an impatient beast suddenly lunged, opening its gaping maw and charging at Fong from the flank. "Watch out," the team members cried out in alarm. Yet, in the very next second, everyone thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. No one even saw Fong raise his hand. All they heard was a dull thud. The massive beast, just half a meter from Fong, instantly exploded into a cloud of blood in midair.
Fong's movement was so fast there wasn't even an afterimage.
"Quiet.
I'm thinking."
Immediately afterward, he took a step toward the swarm of beasts. In that brief second, Lynn witnessed a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life. The man in black casually swung his arm a few times.
Boom! 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 Boom!
A continuous barrage of explosions erupted.
Dozens of beasts within the encirclement were reduced to dust in that single second, their severed limbs raining down into the surrounding sewage.
The monsters that had nearly wiped out the Hunter Bureau squad moments ago were now as fragile as glass in the face of that man. The team members' minds went completely blank.
One person, in a single second, wiped out dozens of high-level beasts.
Lynn was the only one still capable of coherent thought, but her body was trembling slightly against her will.
Found him. It's him. That mysterious S-tier powerhouse. He is actually here. After dispatching these minions, Fong turned to face Lin. Situation. Report. Fong maintained his aloof demeanor, speaking succinctly.
Lin staggered forward a few steps, nearly falling due to her weak knees. She quickly explained their current situation.
We're the Special Investigations Squad from the Xingyuan City Hunter Bureau. I'm Lin, the team leader.
Thank you for coming to our rescue. We were assigned to investigate abnormal mana fluctuations in this underground area when we encountered the 13th bishop of the transnational terrorist organization Dark Cult Evil Devourer. He possesses an S-tier Devour ability that allows him to manipulate and fuse with beast abilities. Our captain, the S-tier Awakened Fire Fist Yen Huang, is currently holding the rear alone to buy us time to escape. But facing a monster like that, Lord Yen Huang won't last much longer. Lin finished, bowing deeply, her voice breaking with emotion. Though it may be rude, I beg you to save him. Right now, you are the only one who stands a chance of defeating Devourer.
Fong's face beneath his helmet was one big question mark. Dark Cult? The 13 bishops? An S-tier devouring ability? S-tier Yen Huang holding the rear?
It was all too much information. He felt his brain was about to overload.
Was his luck just a little too good? His very first assignment and he stumbled into a situation this massive?
And judging by the situation, the G Hunter Bureau had taken a massive hit that so-called S-tier Yen Huang was likely in grave danger.
As for saving him? No way.
The opponent was S-tier.
Sure, he might be around that level himself maybe, just maybe? But he never actually fought anyone at that level. What if he got crushed? Let us go. Right now. He go back and talk to Sue. He wasn't taking this job.
He didn't care about the money, his life came first.
Fong made up his mind, his electronic voice completely flat, it's none of my business.
With that, he turned to leave, his steps resolute. Please wait, sir.
Lin panicked.
She knew this was her only chance. Lord Yen Huang wouldn't hold out much longer, and she had to convince this mysterious powerhouse. Fong had no intention of paying her any mind, but just then, he sensed something off.
Wait a minute, how did this Lin woman know his true strength? Why do you think I could defeat an S-tier? Fong halted, his voice carrying an interrogative intensity.
Lin shuddered. She knew lying to such a powerful figure was a death wish. His earlier attempt to leave was likely a test of her sincerity. She had to tell the truth. Because my ability is the retrospection skill. It allows me to see events from the past. A few days ago in the northern woods, I witnessed the feat of you killing a tyrant with a single punch and shattering the clouds. And that incident a week ago, though my ability couldn't identify who did it specifically, I would never mistake that overwhelming pressure.
Fong was completely dumbfounded. Damn it. Retrospection skill? There's an ability like that, it's about me, isn't it? I thought I'd hidden it well, but it turns out they're watching the replay from a goddess eye view?
Lin saw the other person pause and knew he had a chance.
He continued earnestly. I know that was definitely your power. I believe that if you're willing, you have the ability to fight the evil devourer. The entire Hunter Bureau would be eternally grateful. Captain Yen Huang is the pillar of Xingyuan City and the hope of countless people. Please, at least go take a look at the situation. If you can't, we won't force you. Since his identity had been partially pinpointed by the other party, Fong's mind began racing. For now, it seemed only the identity of One Eye had been linked to that mysterious figure. But the other party recognized One Eye, not Fong. Perhaps this was actually an opportunity? If One Eye, posing as a mysterious S-tier powerhouse who just happened to be passing by, saved a key figure from the Hunter Bureau and dealt a crushing blow to the Dark Cult S-bishop, how would the Hunter Bureau view One Eye? They would certainly try their hardest to court and befriend him. In that case, wouldn't Fong, who possesses the One Eye alias, gain an extra layer of protection? If Fong's true identity ever ran into trouble in the future, might One Eye's favor come in handy? Besides,
While he had no idea how he'd fare against an S-tier opponent, if he didn't at least try leaving aside the fate of these people. What if that monster got its fill and broke out to wreak havoc? His peaceful life in Xingyuan City would likely come to an end before it even began. Rather than playing defense, he'd take the offensive. As he'd always said, the worst that could happen was he'd have to make a run for it. Lin and the team members watched the mysterious figure in black with bated breath. They held their breath, as if awaiting a divine verdict. Finally, Fong nodded. He turned and looked toward the passageway leading deep into the underground palace, which was glowing with a grim, fiery light. Lead the way. Upon hearing this, Lin's legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the ground. It wasn't out of fear, but from the exhaustion that followed the tension. Tears streaming down her face, she let out her first smile in days. Lord Yin Huang, we're saved. Chapter 13, Just a Passing Cayman Rider. The once majestic altar had been reduced to a charred wasteland. Yin Huang knelt half-crouched amidst the scorching rubble. His once imposing flaming armor had shattered completely, revealing the blood-soaked, tattered garments beneath, while his arms hung limply at his sides. Across from him, the man known as Akushiku was elegantly brushing dust from his suit sleeve. Even after a fierce, high-intensity battle, he appeared completely unscathed. TSK, what a sorry sight, Lord Inku. Evil Feast looked down on this former S-tier hero, a flicker of pity passing through his eyes. I truly find it hard to understand. With your strength, if you'd chosen to abandon the dead weight just now, you'd have had at least a 60% chance of escaping. Why did you push yourself into this situation just to protect those ordinary team members who, even if they survived, would only end up at the bottom of society? Evil Feast slowly approached Yin Huang, his tone as casual as if chatting with an old friend. In my logic, the weak are merely the stepping stones for the strong to reach the summit, disposable material to be discarded at a critical moment. Yet you actually treat them as treasures that must be protected? That's nothing short of an insult to the immense power you possess. Hearing this, Yin Huang forced a mocking smile onto his face. So a freak like you, who only knows how to hide in the sewers, will probably never understand. This isn't about strength or weakness, it's about what we fight for. My flame has never existed merely to burn a path to survival for myself alone. Evil Food's expression darkened. I don't understand, and I don't want to. Isher snorted coldly, slowly raising his hand as a massive eye split open in the palm of his hand. As for you, who is about to become a mere meal on my path to godhood, do you have any last words? This is the final respect I grant you, you foolish strong one. Last words? Yin Huang closed his eyes. In that moment, every cell in his body seemed to wail a signal that the very source of his life was being forcibly ignited. What I want to say is this: even a firefly, before it goes out, can still burn the hearts of you disgusting people. Full power release coronal storm. The flames, which had been dormant, erupted in an instant. Yin Huang's legs surged with power, and his entire body transformed into a beam of light sharp enough to pierce the darkness, clinging desperately to Isher's waist. Boom! A nuclear explosion erupted at the center of the underground chamber. The once solid foundation turned into flowing magma in that instant, and the surrounding altars were instantly reduced to ashes. The terrifying shockwave traveled several kilometers through the sewers, and even residents far above ground could feel the violent tremors. This was Yin Huang's ultimate move, a desperate gamble where he risked his life to inflict heavy damage on the enemy, even at the cost of his own. Moments later, as the white flames gradually dimmed, Yin Huang collapsed onto the black stone formed by the cooled lava, his body charred black, unable even to move a finger. He smiled bitterly, thinking to himself, even if I can't kill you, this should be enough to teach you a lesson. However, as the smoke cleared, Isher's figure slowly rose to his feet. Half his body had indeed been blown to pieces, his thigh was exposed to the bone, and his suit had turned to ashes. But immediately afterward, a spine-chilling scene unfolded. Countless twisted flesh buds erupted wildly from Isher's wounds. In less than 3 seconds, those buds fused together, and the missing limbs miraculously regrew. Even more outrageous was that the writhing flesh buds on his body began to weave themselves into an identical, pitch-black suit once again. Is there no law left? S-tier power is one thing, but surely there's a limit, Yan Huang watched the scene, his heart finally sinking completely.
Impressive. Truly impressive, Eats flexed his brand new neck. Is this your final power? It's too powerful.
Rest assured, I will devour every part of you with the utmost respect. Evil Devourer's arm transformed once more into a massive whip studded with fangs, lashing down toward the utterly defenseless Yan Huang. In that instant, the image of his nagging wife flashed through Yan Huang's mind, along with the faces of his son and daughter.
I'm sorry. This time, I really can't be with you anymore. Boom! A deafening thud of flesh colliding echoed through the space.
Yan Huang slowly opened his eyes, only to witness a scene he would never comprehend in his lifetime. That S-tier bishop Evil Devourer, who just moments ago had been so arrogant and seemingly invincible his massive beast arm had actually exploded mid-air. A black figure had, at some point, stepped in front of Yan Huang. His right hand was tucked into his coat pocket, his left hanging loosely at his side. His all-black attire looked particularly cold and ruthless in the dying embers of the fire. The one-eyed helmet, glowing with a faint, cold blue light, stared expressionlessly at Isher across from him.
Who are you?
Yan Huang stared blankly at the figure's back.
Captain Yan Huang.
In the distance, Lin led several team members as they charged frantically toward them. When they saw that Yan Huang was still alive, the burly men couldn't help but break down in tears.
Retreat! Retreat! Lin shouted, directing his team to hoist the critically wounded Yan Huang onto their backs. Didn't I tell you to go?
Yan Huang coughed, his voice weak.
It's dangerous here. Lord Yan Huang, look.
Lin pointed at the figure in black ahead.
We found him. It's him, the S-tier powerhouse who killed the tyrant with a single punch. His codename is One Eye. What?
As an S-tier himself, Yan Huang had, of course, heard the rumors about that mysterious figure. But he'd always assumed the Hunter Bureau was exaggerating, and had even hoped to spar with him. Yet now, just looking at the other man's back, he had the illusion that he was facing the entire world.
Lord One Eye saved us.
Lin quickly injected Yan Huang with a high-potency life-restoring serum.
All we can do now is pray.
Evil Devourer had already retreated over 10 meters. His arm, which had been blown to pieces, was regenerating rapidly, but for some reason, the growth rate was noticeably slower this time.
You bastard!
Evil Devourer narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening to the extreme. His ability, Devour, could sense that the man in the helmet before him did not possess the flow of mana typical of ordinary awakened beings. On the contrary, this man was like a black hole. He could detect absolutely nothing about him.
Who are you? With power like this, you can't possibly be a nobody. Evil Food asked through gritted teeth. Upon hearing the question, the man fell silent for a moment.
Then, a voice processed through an electronic voice changer emerged from beneath the helmet.
Just a Cayman rider passing by, out of curiosity. Yan Huang. Lin and the team. Evil Eater. A brief silence fell over the scene. Passing through? Cayman rider? What on earth is that? A codename for some secret organization? Or is he just toying with me? And out of interest?
Evil Eater rapidly ran through all the possibilities, but regardless, the power the other had displayed made it clear to him that this was a true formidable foe, a powerhouse standing on the same level as himself. Upon realizing this, a surge of joy quickly overwhelmed the Kushaku. He spread his arms wide, as if to swallow the entire underground spacehole. To devour you, another S-tier being. I dare not even imagine how powerful I will become afterward. I rejoice at your arrival, so this, then, is the pinnacle of my path to godhood. Come on, let me see just how delicious the flesh and blood hidden within your body really is. With a furious roar from Eats, his arm completely transformed into a black mountain of flesh composed of countless beast heads, crashing down toward Fong.
Chapter 14, Fong vs. Eats. Fong's figure blurred the instant the attack arrived. In less than a second, he had moved to Evil Devourer's left side. What?
Evil Devourer's combat instincts caused him to instantly swing his other arm, which had still retained its human form, attempting to force Fong back. In that instant, his left arm began to mutate as well. Several sharp, grayish-white bones pierced through his skin, forming a shield of bone spines.
Fong remained expressionless, simply throwing a left hook. Boom!
With a loud crash, and before the horrified eyes of the onlookers, Eat's bone spike shield, which had been capable of withstanding the blazing inferno of the flaming hell, exploded violently the moment it made contact with Fong's fist.
Shattered bone fragments mixed with blood spattered everywhere.
Fong's fist, its momentum unchecked, tore through Eater's entire left arm like a whirlwind, reducing it to a cloud of flying flesh.
Ah!
Evil Devourer let out a blood-curdling scream, but Fong's assault did not stop. His right fist followed through, slamming heavily into Evil Devourer's chest. Evil Devourer's entire body turned into a blur as he was sent flying backward. He smashed through 6 massive stone pillars in succession before finally embedding himself deep into a rock face 100 meters away.
Cough! Ugh!
Evil Devourer slid out of the crevice, dropping to one knee on the ground as he gagged up black blood mixed with fragments of his own internal organs. He looked down in horror at his chest, where his suit had long since vanished, replaced by a massive gaping hole.
This can't be. Evil Devourer's voice trembled.
The physical strength he had always prided himself on was utterly useless against this guy. Behind him, Yen Huang braced himself, his eyes bulging in disbelief. A single punch left an S-tier bishop critically injured? What kind of monster is this guy? Lin was trembling with excitement. She knew she'd made the right bet.
Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable.
Plunged into despair and humiliation, Eats let out a piercing scream. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Fong, the greed that had once filled them now replaced by rage and madness.
All beasts unite!
With a terrifying roar, his body began to violently shatter outward. Under everyone's gaze, the Devourer completely shed its human form, transforming into a terrifying conglomerate over 10 meters tall. It was forcibly pieced together from the remains of countless beasts, its core beating violently like a furnace, radiating a dark red, menacing glow. Its compound eyes flickered, tentacles and beast heads whirled wildly around its body, and an ability weaving ice and fire flowed across its surface. With a roar, this unnameable entity descended, carrying a suffocating aura of power.
Behold! This is who I truly am. This is the form a god should take. Now, I shall show you the wrath of a deity. The battle erupted once more in an instant. Hundreds of dragon heads with long necks shot out from behind him. Each head let out a screech that tore through the air as they lunged at Fong from all directions. But Fong stood his ground, not even assuming a defensive stance. As the dragon heads charged toward him, he simply swung his fists relentlessly. Boom! 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 From Lin and the others' perspective, those lethal attacks enough to make even S-tier awakened beings flee in terror all turned into a shower of blood before him. Is that all you've got? Evil Devourer went mad with rage upon hearing this. The dragon mouths on all 5 fingers of his right hand opened simultaneously, gathering blinding white light. Turned to ashes. Multiple thick beams of heat converged in the air, forming a massive pillar of light powerful enough to pierce through anything, striking Fong directly. The terrifying mana carved out a bottomless tunnel ahead, its effects even reaching pipelines several kilometers away. However, just as the ruin-infused light began to fade and just as Eats believed he had won, a black shadow was sprinting at astonishing speed along the scorched rock walls. Fong was unscathed. He raced upstream along the beam's path, stirring up a gale within the tunnel it had carved, and leaped into the air in an instant. Gah! What the hell is wrong with you? Sensing a mortal threat, Eater let out a desperate scream. He forcibly retracted all his tentacles, channeling all his mana into the core at his chest, preparing to unleash a close-range barrage of ruin. Die! Just as the beam was about to fire, Fong had already appeared above Eater. He swung a punch. Boom! The wind pressure generated by this punch instantly dispersed all the mana the beast had gathered and struck the core of its beast form. Under this blow, the beast's seemingly invincible colossal body began to collapse. Its massive dragon head was reduced to dust by the impact of the punch. The entire underground chamber was thoroughly shaken by the force of that single punch, sending up a massive cloud of dust. As the dust gradually cleared, nothing remained on the ground but a pile of debris. The bishop known as Evil Devourer had vanished into thin air without even a final word. Fong landed steadily. He glanced at the underground chamber, now reduced to a mangled wreck, then looked at the remains lying on the ground. Is that all? Chapter 15, Stop Investigating Me. Lin leaned against the nearby rock wall. The back of her clothes was already soaked through with cold sweat. The S-tier devourer, one of the 13 bishops of the dark cult just a minute ago, he had displayed a form capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. And now, all that remained was a pile of shredded flesh. She had genuinely held her breath for one eye after seeing the devourer assume that monstrous form, but she never expected this outcome. Cough, cough, cough. Yen Huang staggered over, supported by his team members. This S-tier powerhouse, usually known for his wild temperament, was still pale despite receiving emergency treatment from a team member's healing ability. He pushed the team member's hand away and forced himself to stand up straight. Lord One Eye, Yen Huang bowed his head solemnly. Thank you for saving my life. I, Yen Huang, owe you my life, and the Xingyuan City Hunter Bureau owes you an immense debt of gratitude. If you hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Fong turned his head, sweeping Yen Huang with his single eye. No need. He immediately turned around, preparing to leave this troubled place. To be honest, when facing this evil devourer, Fong had braced himself for his first real battle in this world, but the actual situation left him somewhat baffled. Is this really what they call S-tier? That guy in the suit looked pretty strong after transforming, but he couldn't even withstand a slightly stronger attack from me? Is he just a fraud, or am I that strong? Based on Sue's description and what he witnessed over the past few days, S-tier was already a force to be reckoned with, the pinnacle of human power. The devourer had utterly crushed Yen Huang in a head-on clash, so it shouldn't be considered a fake. Given his current situation, it seemed he had already surpassed this world's combat power system. Never mind, I'll just head back for now. Just as he was about to leave, Lin's voice rang out again. Please wait. She calmed her racing heart and steeled her nerves to step forward. Lin knew she was taking a huge risk, one that might even provoke him. But as a member of the Hunter Bureau, facing a mysterious S-tier powerhouse whose strength far exceeded expectations and whose potential and threat were both immeasurable, this seemed to be the only possible opportunity to establish contact. She had to try. Lord One Eye, on behalf of the entire team, I would like to thank you once again for your noble intervention. Without you today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Your strength is truly breathtaking. I wonder if you might be interested in the Hunter Bureau, the official governing body for awakened individuals? If you are willing, the entire Hunter Bureau of Xingyuan City would be honored to extend the highest honors and sincerely invite you to visit or exchange ideas. In her current assessment, the power One Eye had displayed likely surpassed that of a standard S-tier. He was almost certainly at the pinnacle of S-tier, and might even rival the strongest awakened in this nation, Shenzhou, whom she knew. Such an entity must be cultivated as an ally at all costs. He absolutely must not be pushed into opposition. Fang's face twitched as he heard this. Go to the Hunter Bureau? Are you kidding me? No interest. Lin's heart sank, though she wasn't particularly surprised. Such powerful individuals were often aloof and unwilling to be bound by constraints. However, Fang's next words sent a chill through her to the bone. Also, stop investigating me. Lin turned pale on the spot. Her legs gave way, and she nearly collapsed to her knees again. That was a warning, a blatant, unvarnished warning. It expressed his displeasure with our covert use of the retrospection skill to probe him. To incur the displeasure of a suspected peak S-tier powerhouse, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. I'm so sorry. I overstepped my bounds. I meant no offense whatsoever. The entire Hunter Bureau will never probe into this matter again. Please calm your anger. Lin bowed her head deeply, almost instinctively, her voice trembling. The team members behind her also bowed their heads in unison, not daring to breathe a single breath. Such an overreaction? I just meant I didn't want you lot using that troublesome ability to keep tabs on me anymore. Never mind, a misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. It seems to be working even better. So Fong cut the small talk short, striding calmly once more, and slowly vanished into the darkness.
Only after confirming that the other party had truly left did Lin dare to slowly straighten up. She found her back completely soaked through and let out a long sigh, feeling a sense of exhaustion as if she survived a catastrophe. Team leader, one team member spoke up softly.
Secure the scene immediately.
Collect all evidence, especially the remains of the evil devourer. Not a single piece can be missed. Lin ordered swiftly, her composure as a commander fully restored.
Lord Yin Huang must be transported back to headquarters immediately for comprehensive treatment. The rest of you, check your equipment and prepare to withdraw. No one is to disclose a single detail of what happened here today, including any information regarding Lord One Eye in any form whatsoever. This concerns the lives of all of us.
Yes, sir. Lin walked over to Yin Huang and whispered.
Lord Yin Huang, let us return first. Who exactly is he? That one-eyed one.
Yin Huang looked at Lin, his voice still weak.
Lin shook his head, I don't know.
But one thing is certain, his power is unfathomable.
Yin Huang gave a wry smile.
It seems we may have inadvertently disturbed a formidable presence.
And what was he referring to when he mentioned Kamen Rider at the end? That's unclear at the moment. It requires further analysis.
For now, the priority is figuring out why Lord One Eye appeared in these sewers.
Was it a coincidence? Or does he have some connection to the dark cult or the evil eaters? Or was he carrying out a mission of his own? Lin analyzed calmly.
But there was one thing Lin knew for certain: the figure known as One Eye was highly likely to completely reshape the current world order. Once Fong reached the surface, he quickly found a secluded spot to remove his disguise, stuffing it into the shielded backpack Su had prepared in advance, before changing back into his ordinary gray hoodie. He glanced at the message Su had sent to his phone, then moved at a speed far beyond that of an ordinary person, darting through the shadows of buildings and surveillance blind spots as he rushed toward the designated safe coordinates. 3 minutes later, he met Su, who had been waiting there all along, at the back door of an old public library. The two then avoided all cameras and patrols, using the labyrinthine alleys of the old town to quickly return to Su's apartment. Once inside, Su locked the door and activated several inconspicuous signal jammers. Only then did the two of them truly let out a sigh of relief.
Fong plopped down on the small sofa and took off his hoodie. Phew. I'm exhausted.
Su eagerly pulled off the helmet she'd been wearing to conceal her identity, revealing a face etched with tension and concern, her pink ponytail slightly disheveled.
What the hell happened?
I waited outside until the agreed time, but you didn't show up.
The connection kept cutting out. All I could hear were explosions and loud bangs. I was so worried. Are you hurt?
She looked Fong up and down. Aside from his slightly dirty clothes, he seemed to be unharmed. I'm not injured, but Fong scratched his head, gathered his thoughts, and gave a rough account of encountering the Hunter Bureau squad in the sewers, the dark cultist Bishop Eater, and the ensuing battle. Su listened with her mouth agape, staring in disbelief.
The dark cult? The 13th Bishop, Yi sure? S-tier? S-tier Yin Huang? You're really okay? That SS tier and he turned into that kind of monster? I know you're strong, but that level. I'm really fine. I guess I just underestimated my own strength a bit. Fong mumbled, quickly changing the subject. But now we're in trouble.
I was recognized by Lin, the investigation team leader from the Hunter Bureau. Well, not as Fong. Of course she recognized that One-Eyed might be the mysterious person they've been looking for. Her ability, retrospection skill, is a bit of a problem. After hearing this, Su slumped onto the sofa, his back soaked in cold sweat.
It's all my fault.
I was a terrible intelligence gatherer. Su hung her head, her voice filled with self-reproach.
I thought it was just a routine cleanup job.
I never expected it would involve the dark cultist Bishop and the Hunter Bureau.
I'm sorry, Fong. I almost got you killed. Fong looked at the girl, usually sharp-tongued but now acting like a frightened kitten, and found it somewhat amusing. He offered a casual reassurance, it's fine, and it's not your fault. Besides, who could predicted such a coincidence?
This goes way beyond what the briefing covered.
Does that mean we can't use the one-eyed alias anymore?
The Hunter Bureau must be onto you now, Sue asked worriedly.
Fong shook his head.
No, not only will I keep using it, but I'll have to keep using it.
Huh?
Think about it. Today, when I saved a Hunter Bureau squad, took out a dark cult bishop, demonstrated at least S-tier strength, and warned them not to investigate me, Fong analyzed. In the Hunter Bureau's eyes, One Eye is now a terrifyingly powerful super elite with an ambiguous stance. Right now, they're probably all thinking about how to recruit him, or at the very least, how not to cross him. In that case, the one-eyed identity actually serves as a protective shield. Since I usually operate under the name Fong, as long as I hide my true strength, no one will suspect me.
And even if I run into trouble in the future, I can use the one-eyed identity to resolve it. Then he turned to Sue. But is taking jobs through the underground world really safe? Won't the Hunter Bureau trace the connection back to us? Sue regained some professional confidence, rest assured on that front.
The underground world is completely anonymous, it's impossible to trace.
Otherwise, how would anyone dare take on jobs like assassinations or smuggling?
Besides, I accepted the mission using my alias, Lingdong Dai, and the Platform S system records. The mission is accepted by Lingdong and ultimately confirmed as completed by Lingdong. As for whether Lingdong hired help or brought bodyguards along during the process, the system doesn't care.
As long as we don't expose ourselves, there won't be any issues. So, in other words, my payment is actually transferred to your account, and then you give it to me in cash?
Exactly. This is essentially a private subcontract.
To put it simply, you're my secret operative.
Outsiders will only know that Lingdong is mysterious and formidable, but they'll never be able to trace the powerful figure standing behind her.
That's good to know. Fong looked out the window, finally feeling reassured. Chapter 16, Reactions from All Sides Part 1.
Beijing, as the headquarters of the Hunter Bureau, was surrounded by fully armed ability troops on patrol, with the red radar beams of detection devices constantly scanning the surroundings.
This was the very heart of the nation of Shenzhou.
Director Chen, Yen Huang, and Lin sat in the car, passing through layer upon layer of checkpoints before finally coming to a stop in front of the skyscraper known as Tianling. Inside the conference room on the top floor of the Tianling building, the walls and glass were made of special materials capable of easily withstanding a full-force strike from an S-tier ability user. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the bustling cityscape of the capital lay spread out before them, but the 5 people seated around the oval table in the center of the room had no interest in the view. These 5 were the highest-ranking leadership of the Hunter Bureau's headquarters, controlling the nation's resources and armed forces. That is the entire sequence of events. Lin stood at the far end of the long table and recounted everything clearly, from the initial investigation of the anomalous fluctuations, to the encounter with the evil devourer, and finally to the instantaneous defeat by a single punch from that mysterious powerhouse, the one-eyed one. A silence fell over the conference room. After a long while, the man seated at the head of the table, Qin Huayuan, director of the Countermeasures Bureau, spoke slowly in a deep, resonant voice. Team Leader Lin, regarding the power displayed by that one-eyed man, are you certain there is no exaggeration whatsoever?
Lin first saluted solemnly.
I swear on my life that my account contains no exaggeration.
I can vouch for that as well.
Yen Huang stood to the side, his chest wrapped in bandages. Old Chen knows my temperament, I've always spoken my mind. The bishop of the dark cult has been operating underground in Xingyuan City for so long, and we didn't notice a thing.
What exactly are they up to?
Another high-ranking military representative, Marshal Li Weigua, slammed his fist down on the table, his gaze icy. Lin paused to consider the evidence at the scene and evil feast S-words before offering his hypothesis. Based on Ruin's ability characteristics, as well as the concealment and scale of that underground altar, we suspect the dark cult may be exploiting Xingyuan City's massive population and the surrounding beast resources to create a feeding ground for Ruin. They intend to let him grow continuously, then launch a sudden attack from underground, striking from both inside and outside to destroy the entire city in one fell swoop. This theory sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. Xingyuan City is a major hub of economy and technology, with a population exceeding 10 million.
If it were truly ruined by Ruin, the consequences would be unimaginable.
If it weren't for this one-eyed one appearing by chance, once Ruan had achieved his ultimate goal in the city center, tens of millions of Xingyuan City's residents would have become his food.
Director Chen, this is dereliction of duty. Marshal Li Weigua, the priority right now isn't assigning blame, but that masked rider acting on a whim.
Huang Jing, the female senior official seated at the far end of the table and deputy director of the Hunter Bureau, tapped the desk. The term masked rider isn't recorded in any known database of ability organizations.
Team leader Lin, what kind of organization do you think this is? Lin paused to think for a moment before answering. Based on One-Eyed's behavior and his scattered remarks, we tend to believe this is an ancient organization with a long history that operates in secrecy. They may be opposed to purely terrorist groups like the Dark Cult. I tried to invite One-Eye to the Bureau for a discussion on behalf of the Hunter Bureau, but he showed no interest. Did he also warn you not to investigate him any further? Qin Huayuan looked up. Lin recalled that cold voice and said, looking down, yes.
He issued a clear warning of hostility. His exact words were, "Stop investigating me.
Then immediately withdraw all investigative plans targeting him."
A powerhouse capable of instantly defeating an S-tier opponent if he hasn't shown explicit hostility toward us, we absolutely cannot push him into opposition.
Issue the order, the Xingyuan City branch is to cease all surveillance and searches for Lone Eye. Director Chen let out a sigh of relief. I understand Director Chen's instructions. But if he reappears in the public eye, how should we respond?
Observe him with our own eyes, Qin Huayuan said, leaning back in his chair.
If he is willing to communicate, try to establish contact.
At the same time, order all provincial branches nationwide to conduct a 3-month cleanup operation. Since the Dark Cult managed to plant an evil leader in Xingyuan City, there may well be hidden archbishops in other cities.
We must ensure this never happens again.
The heavy door closed slowly behind him. Director Chen loosened his tie, feeling the weight on his chest lift slightly. We finally set the tone for the one-eyed policy. When I was listening to your briefing, my stomach was in knots the whole time.
Old Chen, just think about it and you'll see. Although Yan Huang was injured, his spirits remained high.
Against a powerhouse of that caliber, if they really meant to harm us, there is nothing we could do.
That may be true, but...
Director Chen's voice trailed off abruptly. For he had spotted, at the far end of the corridor, a petite figure standing in the sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. In that instant, whether it was Lin in A-tier or Yan Huang and Director Chen both S-tiers, they all felt their hearts skip a beat. It was a girl who appeared to be only about 14 years old. She wore a rare, classical-style robe and skirt ensemble, a white, wide-sleeved cross-collared top with delicate pale gold cloud patterns embroidered on the lapels and cuffs, cinched at the waist with a vermilion sash, and layered cinnabar-colored skirts below. She resembled a goddess from an ancient painting, yet carried a hint of otherworldly detachment. She had beautiful red hair that fell smoothly over her shoulders, and her skin was fair. Most striking were her eyes, whose pupils shone with a pure, crystalline hue, so serene they seemed incapable of holding the weight of the world. At her waist hung a simple, long sword in its scabbard, its hilt adorned with a red tassel.
Jade. Lady Crystal?
Lin was the first to react, quickly leading the group in a deep bow. The young woman before them rarely made public appearances, but once seen, she was impossible to forget. She was a prodigy who had reached the pinnacle of the S-tier at just 18 years old, boasting the terrifying feat of single-handedly defeating an S-tier beast. She was hailed as the nation's Jade, the people's Crystal. She was widely recognized as one of the absolute pinnacles of combat power among the awakened in the world today. How did she end up here? And judging by the looks of it, it seems she has been waiting for us? Lin pondered the possibilities. Crystal showed no change in expression in response to Lin and the others' courtesy. She tilted her head slightly, her crystal-like eyes fixed on Lin. Just now, what you were saying inside about that S-tier. She spoke slowly, enunciating each word carefully, as if she were struggling to learn how to communicate with others. Is that true? Lin froze for a moment, then immediately realized Crystal had been eavesdropping on their earlier conversation. He hurriedly replied, yes, Lord One-Eye's strength is unfathomable, he is indeed a real person. Oh. Crystal gave a soft reply and nodded, her red hair swaying slightly with the movement. She thought for a moment, then asked slowly, "So where is he right now?" "Based on our current speculation, he should still be in Xingyuan City," Lin replied cautiously. "Xingyuan City," Crystal repeated the name, her eyes seeming to brighten slightly. Then, looking intently at Lin, she added, "Thank you for telling me." Her tone was polite, even a bit demure, but combined with her status and the nature of her question, it gave Lin a strange, unsettling feeling. With that, she paid no further attention to the others, turned around, and walked slowly toward the elevator. Only the three of them remained in the hallway, staring at one another.
Hey, old Chen, did I hear that right?"
Yan Huang gave a nervous laugh and rubbed his neck, which was covered in cold sweat.
"Since I've thought about this before, let me take a guess. That young lady, she isn't planning to go to Xingyuan City to spar with that one-eyed man, is she?"
Director Chen's face instantly turned from pale to deathly ashen.
He clutched his stomach, his legs trembling. Two Peak-S-tier fighters meeting on my turf?
If they end up fighting, no, even the aftershocks from them just testing each other's limits.
Calm down, old Chen.
Yan Huang patted his shoulder sympathetically.
Look on the bright side, if they do fight, you'll at least get to witness a battle between the world's two Peak-S-tier powerhouses with your own eyes. It's definitely worth it, even if it might be the last thing you see before you're forced into retirement. Yan Huang, when you get back, finish writing that self-criticism you owe me. I want it tomorrow. Chapter 17, Reactions from All Sides Part 2.
In the deepest shadows of this world, within an undefined alternate dimension, a meeting capable of determining the future's course was underway. There were no walls. 13 black stone thrones, each dozens of meters tall, stood in a circle.
A blurry silhouette was projected onto each throne.
And within this circle, the 13th throne, which had once belonged to Evil Devourer, now stood empty.
Oh my, that little glutton who only knows how to eat actually managed to get himself into this mess.
A crisp, sweet female voice rang out in the darkness. It belonged to Silver, seated in the third position. Her silhouette resembled a young girl cradling a gothic doll, her legs swinging carefree.
An S-tier's life signs dropped to 0 in a matter of moments.
Though Evil Feast isn't the sharpest tool in the shed and is even a bit of a delusional teenager, his strength, bolstered by devouring countless beasts, is something everyone here is well aware of. Silver let out a giggle, running her slender nails across the doll's cheek. To have killed him so cleanly, our friend in Xingyuan City really is ruthless.
Quiet, Silver.
A deep voice came from the fourth seat. His silhouette was shrouded in a thick layer of death energy, and his voice sounded as if it had crawled out of a tomb deep underground.
Evil Devourer's death isn't just a loss of combat power. More importantly, the collapse plan he was in charge of has failed. Our entire operation in Xingyuan City has been ruined. Coffin, it's not just a matter of combat power.
The speaker was the fifth seat, a man codenamed Logic.
His phantom form was a constantly rotating cube, and his voice carried no emotion.
According to my intelligence, there was no residual mana at the scene. It is impossible to determine what kind of ability was used, but given that it defeated Evil Devourer, there are two preliminary conclusions. The first is a stronger S-tier, possibly even at peak condition.
The second is the emergence of a new rule type awakened, that is, a truth fragment holder. Truth fragment?
Upon hearing this term, the ethereal figures all around him rippled slightly. It was the core of the Dark Cult's ultimate plan. At the very dawn of this world, several shards containing the primordial rules had shattered, and each holder possessed the terrifying power to alter reality.
If it's the latter, Logic said coldly, such an entity must be classified as the highest threat level. He is highly likely to interfere with our ultimate plan. Regarding the interferer, I have some more interesting information.
The locksmith, seated in the ninth seat, spoke slowly. She oversaw the organization's entire intelligence network, having planted undercover agents known as shadows within the hunter bureaus of various nations. According to reports from the shadows, that individual wears a full-face black helmet and calls himself One Eye. More crucially, he also mentioned a term, Kamen Rider.
Kamen Rider?
The leader seated at the head of the table, codenamed Ruin, slowly opened his eyes. Even through the ethereal veil, his domineering aura as overwhelming as a mountain crushing down made the bishops around him gasp for breath. I have held power for nearly a century, yet I have never heard this name in any ancient texts or relics. If this is a secret organization hidden within the annals of history, and they've chosen to strike against us at this moment, it means they may have been lurking in the shadows, observing us all along, perhaps even regarding us as prey.
This is absolutely no coincidence. The Queen of Bees, seated in the 11th position, spoke.
Her voice overlapped like the fluttering wings of countless bees. Due to the death of the evil eater, the Shenzhou Hunter Bureau has been fully roused. They have now launched a nationwide purge. Over the past 48 hours, several of our bases in Shenzhou have lost contact one after another, and many shadows have been executed. They're scouring for our traces like madmen. Shenzhou is currently the most powerful nation in this world. Ruin's voice was icy. As long as Shenzhou doesn't collapse, our plan will never succeed, so our deployments there absolutely cannot go to waste. Ruin looked at the ethereal figures surrounding him. Queen Bee, continue infiltrating Xingyuan City through your intelligence network and track down One Eye. Understood, Queen Bee replied.
Logic, re-establish new experimental outposts in various cities across Shenzhou.
We must make up for our losses from the purge as much as possible.
Understood.
Coffin, accelerate the training of that batch of apostles.
The world is changing faster than we imagined.
Finally, Ruin turned his gaze towards Silver, who was intently sewing a doll.
Silver.
Here I am, boss. The girl looked up, her red eyes brimming with delight.
Go to Xingyuan City. Your mission is to make contact with and test the One-Eyed One.
Ruin issued his order.
If he is someone we can recruit, bring him back to the Void Temple and welcome him as a new bishop.
If he is stubborn, determine whether he is a holder of a truth fragment. After all, you're the only one besides me who can directly confront a rule type.
Thanks for the compliment. So, what if he is?
Silver tilted her head, asking with a grin. If he is, capture him alive at all costs. If he isn't, make him vanish from this world.
Oh my, this is going to be fun. I love this kind of hide-and-seek game. Silver hopped down from the stone seat.
But since it's a game, I'll have to prepare some nice little gifts for him.
Chapter 18, The Girl with a Screw Loose.
Midday sunlight streamed through the window onto the bed. Fawn was sprawled out on it in a starfish position, holding the new phone Sue had gotten for him. The entertainment industry in this world wasn't much different from Earth before he traveled here. Similar social media apps, popular games with just new skins and names, even the titles and tropes of the latest anime series looked familiar. He just finished 2 rounds of 5v5 competitive matches, getting let down by his noob teammates a few times, and was now scrolling through the new series list to see if there was any trash he could try out.
Knock knock knock.
The knock came, but Fong didn't even look up.
It's unlocked.
Sue pushed the door open and saw Fong sprawled out on the couch.
Hey, just how long are you planning to keep this up? Sue asked, hands on her hips.
You've been lying around like this for 3 days since I bought you that phone. I've practically memorized your daily routine. You open your eyes at noon, order takeout or instant noodles, scroll through your phone, scroll until night, order more takeout or instant noodles, keep scrolling until midnight, then sleep.
On repeat. Dude, aren't we supposed to be working? What about making money to buy that motorcycle we talked about? What's the rush? Money isn't going to run away. I'm just taking a little break.
I think you've just caught the laziness bug.
Come on, we're struggling to survive in a different world here. Can't you feel a little sense of urgency?
I admit I felt a sense of urgency at first, but now that I've confirmed I'm one of the strong ones, and I have a place to live and money to spend, why should I still feel that urgency?
Fong then rolled over.
Besides, this is called staying true to one's original aspirations. I'm the same person I was in my original world. Sue was so exasperated by this twisted logic that she burst out laughing. Were you always like this in your original world?
Pretty much. How do you manage to make old habits die hard sound so refreshingly unique? Never mind.
I just took on a small job clearing out low-level mutants from an abandoned factory complex. Since you're like this, I'll handle it myself. But just so you know,
since you're not helping out on this mission, you won't get a single penny. Go ahead, go ahead. Stay safe.
Fong waved him off, completely unfazed, his attention already back on his phone screen.
Su shook his head.
As he closed the door on his way out, he couldn't help muttering under his breath, "I've never seen anyone so nonchalant, and yet he is so strong."
At 4 in the afternoon, Fong finally felt his stomach growl.
Su had already left, and the only food in the house, 2 buckets of instant noodles, had been polished off by him early yesterday morning. He had no choice but to get up from the couch. Although he could order takeout, Su was right, it was about time he got out for a walk. So, after changing his clothes, he strolled downstairs. There weren't many people on the streets at this hour, and the shops along the street looked rather deserted.
Fong first went to a convenience store to stock up on snacks for the late-night gaming session.
After leaving, he turned into a barbecue joint he frequented and asked the owner to pack up 50 skewers of their signature grilled meat. The sizzling, oil-dripping skewers, coated in spices, smelled delicious. On his way back, Fong took a shortcut through an abandoned park, mulling over whether to play video games or watch the latest anime first that night. Just then, he stopped in his tracks. Standing beside a park bench was a young girl who seemed completely out of place in her surroundings. She looked very young and wasn't very tall, roughly 5'1" by his estimate. The most striking feature was her waist-length red hair, which glinted dazzlingly in the afternoon sunlight. She was dressed in an exquisite period costume, a moon-white mandarin-collared blouse with pale gold patterns embroidered on the wide cuffs, paired with a bright red pleated skirt that fell to her ankles, and even her shoes were embroidered. A simple, ancient-looking long sword was tucked diagonally at her waist. At that moment, she was looking around anxiously. Fong's heart skipped a beat. That outfit, that aura, and that sword, she was definitely no ordinary cosplayer. 9 times out of 10, she was trouble. He immediately decided to pick up his pace, intending to pretend he hadn't seen her and quickly cross the park. However, the moment his gaze swept over her, the red-haired girl seemed to sense something and turned her head, locking eyes with him with pinpoint accuracy. Fong inwardly groaned and quickened his pace. But the girl was faster. She jogged after him and soon blocked his path. Fong had no choice but to stop and look at the young woman in period costume who had run up to him. The girl's head barely reached his chest. She was tilting her face up slightly, her face so exquisitely delicate it seemed unreal, and it was etched with confusion. She looked first at Fong's face, then at the plastic bag in his hand, which was wafting a rich aroma of grilled meat. Then, she extended her slender fingers and, very carefully, tugged at the hem of Fong's shirt. "Excuse me, where is this? I think I'm lost." Fong. Is she really lost? Before he could answer, the girl's gaze returned to the plastic bag. Pointing at it, she asked, "That smells so good. What is it? Can I have a bite?" Fong? 10 minutes later. On a bench in the corner of the park, Fong and the red-haired girl sat side by side. The only difference was that Fong had a look of utter exasperation on his face, as if life held no joy, while the girl held a metal skewer, taking small bites of the grilled meat. Her cheeks puffed out slightly, and her eyes narrowed into crescent moons with pure bliss. She ate as if savoring some exquisite delicacy. After finishing one skewer, she naturally reached out to pick up the next one. Fong watched helplessly as the 50 skewers of grilled meat he'd prepared for dinner dwindled at an astonishing rate. He was also curious, even though she was eating so quickly, how did she manage to do it without looking messy and even with a touch of elegance? Was it that modeling power again? Did being a top-tier model really give her free rein to do whatever she pleased? Halfway through, she suddenly stopped, turned to look at Fong, and pointed at the convenience store bag by his feet. Do you have anything to drink? This is a bit dry." Fong silently pulled out a can of Coke and handed it to her. The girl took it and examined it curiously, then pulled the tab at Fong's gesture. A soft buzz startled her, and she nearly flung the can away, but she was quickly captivated by the bubbles surging out. She tentatively took a small sip. The icy, carbonated liquid made her shiver, and her eyes lit up even more. "Delicious," she declared, then cradled the can and took a big gulp, letting out a satisfied sigh. Fong looked at the empty barbecue bag and the last remaining can of Coke, his heart bleeding inside.
So Fong began listlessly, "Who exactly are you? What is your name? How did you end up lost here?"
The girl swallowed the meat in her mouth, took another sip of Coke, and then replied slowly, "My name is Crystal."
Crystal? It was a pretty nice sounding name. Fong ran it through his mind but couldn't place it. She probably wasn't from a prominent local family in Xingyuan City. Judging by her outfit and demeanor, could she be the young miss of some reclusive ancient martial arts clan? Crystal, then how did you end up here all alone? And dressed like that? Fong pointed at her clothes.
Crystal looked down at her skirt, seemingly unconcerned. She thought for a moment and said, "I'm looking for someone. I wanted to come here to see if I could find them, but I lost my phone," her tone tinged with a hint of frustration.
"I just kept walking and lost my way." "Looking for someone? Who?" Fong asked casually.
Crystal seemed to hesitate over how to put it, finally mumbling, "Someone really powerful. I wanted to spar with them. But I couldn't sense their presence, and my phone is gone." Her voice grew softer as she spoke, and her head drooped slightly.
Fong was speechless inside. Was this girl a little slow? "So where is your home?" "Beijing." "What? Beijing? As in the capital city?"
Crystal nodded and meekly replied, "Mm."
"You came all the way from Beijing to Xingyuan City? Just to spar with someone?" Crystal nodded again, looking a bit innocent, as if she didn't understand what the problem was. "Do your family know about this?" Crystal shook her head.
I didn't tell them. I was afraid Grandpa and my sister wouldn't let me."
Great, another runaway. Fong felt like he had a knack for running away from home rich girls. "Do you know me?"
Crystal suddenly blurted out this baffling question, leaving Fong completely stumped.
"Huh? Why do you think I know you? Or are you famous or something?"
Crystal tilted her head in a cute, bewildered way, seemingly surprised by the response. Back in the capital, whether at home or at the Hunter Bureau, everyone who saw her would react with either awe or panic. This was the first time she'd encountered someone looking at her with such obvious disdain. But he was also the first person in Xingyuan City to acknowledge her. While she'd run into a few people after getting lost, they'd either avoided her, ignored her after she'd greeted them and hurried away, or for some reason stood in the distance taking photos of her with their phones. At first, Crystal thought Fong recognized her, but that didn't seem to be the case.
Crystal began to take an interest in Fong.
Fong, however, felt he couldn't waste any more time on this girl whose intelligence was questionable. He had to get out of there fast. "Here's what you do: follow this road out, turn right, go to the second intersection and turn right again, then go to the first intersection, turn left, and keep going straight. Finally, turn right one more time, and you'll reach the main road. Then find a taxi and tell the driver to take you to the Xingyuan City Hunter Bureau. Once you get there, tell them you're lost. They'll definitely contact your family or help you out."
"Got it?"
Crystal listened intently, then nodded.
"Got it." Fong saw that she seemed to understand and breathed a sigh of relief.
Finally, she could pass this hot potato on to someone else. Crystal finished the last skewer of grilled meat and drained the Coke in her hand.
Only then did she contentedly set down the skewer in the empty can.
She stood up, ready to leave following the directions Fong had given her. But she stopped after taking just one step, as if she remembered something very important. She turned around to face Fong, who was giving her a look that said, "Hurry up and leave," and began rummaging through the wide sleeves of her traditional costume. After a few moments of searching, she pulled out a small bundle wrapped in dark silk. She carefully untied the ribbon, revealing a thick stack of bills inside. Crystal held the stack of bills in both hands and handed it to Fong. Her expression was very serious as she said, word by word, "Grandpa and my sister told me that if you eat someone else's food, you have to pay. Here, take this." Fong looked at the stack of bills at a glance. There were at least over 10,000 yuan in froze. He looked at the money, then at Crystal, whose face was filled with sincerity. In an instant, all the frustration he felt moments ago over the loss of the barbecue and Coke, along with any thoughts that she was a nuisance, vanished completely. He took the stack of bills, and his gaze toward Crystal was suddenly filled with unprecedented admiration and goodwill. Ahem, Fong said, tucking the money into his pocket, his tone much gentler now.
Be careful on your way home. Don't go wandering off again, okay?
Crystal nodded, then turned and walked off with a light, airy step in the direction Fong had pointed. Fong watched her back disappear behind the trees in the park, then felt the bills in his pocket, his mood a mix of emotions.
It seems I've got a knack for scamming runaway rich girls out of their money.
Sue gave me 1,000, and this guy gave me 10,000. Meanwhile, Crystal, who had walked a distance away, stopped after rounding a corner and glanced back toward the park.
It feels okay, actually.
The city isn't as scary as my sister said it would be, she murmured to herself, tilting her head slightly. She wasn't entirely sure, but this little outing didn't seem to have been a complete waste after all. At the very least, she'd gotten to eat some delicious food.
Chapter 19, Why Is It You Again? Fong carried the 50 skewers of grilled meat he'd just bought and strolled back to his small apartment.
As soon as he walked in, he received a text from Sue on his phone. Something came up suddenly tonight, so I won't be coming back.
Don't wait up for me. Remember to lock the door, and don't stay up all night gaming again. Fong read the message and replied with a smile, got it. Stay safe.
He unwrapped the skewers, and the aroma of grease and spices instantly filled the room. Then he pulled out a can of Coke, propped his phone on the table, and tapped on a new anime series with a title that looked like it belonged on toilet paper.
Ah, this is the life.
2 hours later, the barbecue was gone, and he'd finished 4 episodes of the anime.
Akashi done. Initial verdict, the plot south on par with Avenue Mujica.
Fong stretched, feeling like something was still missing in his stomach.
He glanced at the time, 11:30 p.m. Time for a couple more rounds of gaming. He expertly opened a MOBA mobile game set in this world. Can you even jungle? Mid lane keeps feeding. Support, stop stealing lanes. I'm out. Next game. The same familiar scenario played out again in the next match.
Fong stared at the huge loss displayed on the screen, checked his 5-game losing streak, silently exited the game, and opened the Tomato Novel app. Time slipped away as he scrolled through his phone.
At 2:17 a.m., Fong's stomach growled again.
Ugh, I have to go downstairs. He threw on some clothes, stuffed his keys and phone into his pocket, and dragged his feet out the door.
At the same time, at the Hunter Bureau building in Xingyuan City,
Lin rubbed her aching eyes and closed the last investigation report. She was the only one left in the office. The city lights outside the window had already grown sparse. She stood up, ready to pack up and head home. As she walked down the hallway, however, she noticed a light still shining through the crack in Director Chen's office door. Lin hesitated for a moment, then knocked on the door.
Come in.
Director Chen was sitting behind his desk, surrounded by a thick stack of files. He looked even more haggard than he had a few days ago, with alarmingly deep dark circles under his eyes.
Director Chen, you haven't left yet?
Lin was somewhat surprised. Director Chen gave a wry smile, took off his glasses, and rubbed the bridge of his nose.
There's just been so much going on lately.
Cleaning up the remnants of the dark cult, plus reports of unusual beast activity across the country, none of it can be put aside.
And don't even mention the R&T you working overtime too? My ability isn't combat oriented, so I can only do my best with this paperwork and intelligence work.
Senior Yan Huang actually left quite early.
That guy, huh?
He is always in a rush to get home to his wife and kids as soon as he clocked out. The cannibalism incident seems to have really affected him. Of course, I have no reason to ask him to stay and work overtime. A rare smile flashed across Director Chen's face. His tone then turned serious. Actually, to be honest, Lin, you've done a great job. Without your retrospection skill and intelligence analysis, we wouldn't even have been able to confirm the existence of the one-eyed one. Just as Lin was about to speak, the red dedicated line in the office suddenly rang. Both men's expressions changed instantly. This red phone was a direct emergency line to headquarters. When it rang, it meant something major had happened.
Director Chen quickly picked up the phone. This is Director Chen from the Xingyuan City branch.
As he listened to the voice on the other end, his expression shifted from grave to stunned.
Understood. Deploy immediately. Yes.
He hung up the phone and froze in his chair.
Director Chen, what has happened?
Lin felt a wave of foreboding wash over him. Director Chen slowly raised his head.
Crystal is missing. What? Her Excellency Crystal is missing? Has something happened to her? No, it's not what you think.
Director Chen shook his head, forcing himself to stay calm. If even Crystal can be defeated or even captured in battle, then the enemy's strength has likely surpassed the limits of our collective understanding. If it comes to that, it won't just be China, the entire world will be doomed. He stood up and paced the office, deep in thought. Then he suddenly recalled the question that red-haired girl had asked him not long ago in the headquarters corridor, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his brow.
Lin, do you remember when we ran into her the day before yesterday after our briefing? What did she say?
Lin furrowed his brow, then seemed to recall something, his face suddenly turning pale. You mean when we were at headquarters not long ago, after we reported on the one-eyed man, Lady Crystal specifically waited for us in the hallway to ask if that S-tier was real. Then she asked where he was now. I told her that the one-eyed one was likely still in Xingyuan City, Director Chen added. The two exchanged glances, seeing terror in each other's eyes. She wouldn't be. Lin's voice trembled slightly. Just then, Director Chen's phone vibrated. He tapped the screen. It was a message from Yan Huang. It was a post uploaded to social media just 2 minutes ago. The attached photo showed a red-haired girl in traditional attire standing by the side of the street, looking somewhat dazed. The caption read, "Took this on the street today." I didn't expect to see such a beautiful traditional cosplayer, but looking at her gives me an indescribable sense of dread. I don't want to get close.
Maybe it's just an illusion from being too busy lately.
Below the screenshot, Yan Huang had simply posted a question mark.
The user's location tag clearly read Xingyuan City. Director Chen and Lin fell silent. Mobilize all available personnel immediately. Director Chen snatched up his coat.
Find the user who posted this, and conduct a citywide search. Remember, once you find her, do not disturb her.
Report back to me immediately.
Yes, sir.
The two rushed out of the office. Fong was walking back to his apartment, carrying a large bag of instant noodles, Coke, and other snacks.
The cold winter wind stung his face, and he couldn't help but shiver. As he passed through the abandoned park, he idly glanced toward the bench. Then he froze. That red figure was still sitting there, hugging her knees, her head bobbing up and down as she dozed off.
No way.
As if sensing his gaze, Crystal lifted her head dazedly. When she realized it was Fong, her eyes lit up instantly. Like a small animal that had spotted its owner, she hopped off the bench and trotted over to him.
It's so nice to see you again. Her voice was filled with obvious joy. I'm not happy. Didn't I give you directions? Why are you still here? Crystal lowered her head. I followed the route you gave me.
I saw taxis on the way, but none of them stopped for me.
Wait a minute, Fong interrupted her. How are you waiting for a taxi? I was just standing there waiting.
Crystal looked up, a look of innocence on her face. I saw a car coming, so I watched it, but it didn't stop.
You just stood there? Didn't he wave? Didn't he make any gesture to signal you wanted a ride? Crystal nodded, looking even more confused. Am I supposed to wave? Why? Fong felt like his head was about to explode. Where on earth did this girl come from? Some remote mountain village? She didn't even know you had to wave to hail a cab? He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. So what are you planning to do now? Sleep here for the night, and figure something out tomorrow. Crystal pointed to the bench. She noticed the plastic bag in his hand again and added in a soft voice, could you give me a little more to eat? I'm hungry again. Fong looked at the food in his hand, then at the girl in front of him.
His mind went blank for a moment, and he blurted out a joke.
How about you come back to my place and make do for the night?
But it was just a passing remark. Bringing a stranger of unknown origin home was out of the question no matter how he looked at it.
Really?
Crystal's eyes lit up instantly, completely missing the sarcasm in Fong's words.
Can I really? Wait, I was just joking. Thank you. You're such a kind person. Crystal had already bowed happily. Fong.
Crystal suddenly pulled a small silk pouch from her sleeve and held it out to Fong with both hands. Rent.
Fong looked at the thick stack of bills. He estimated there was at least 20,000 yuan. How much cash do you carry on you? My sister said to bring plenty of money when I go out. Crystal said earnestly, is this enough? If not, I have more. Fong hesitated for a second, then took the money. That's enough. Let us go.
As she pushed open the apartment door, Crystal curiously surveyed the cramped space. It's so small, she said honestly. Take it or leave it, Fong snapped, tossing the shopping bags onto the table. Crystal immediately shut up, walked over to the edge of the sofa, and sat down with her hands folded on her knees. Listen, Fong turned around and said sternly. First, I'm a feminist, so I'm not letting you sleep in my bed. You're sleeping on the couch. Second, first thing tomorrow morning, I'll call you a cab to take you to the Hunter Bureau. Third, don't touch my stuff.
Got it? Her reaction was so natural that it actually threw Fong off a bit. This might sound strange, but don't you think there is something wrong with the way I've arranged things? Why would there be? Crystal tilted her head. You're giving me a place to stay. I should be thanking you. Fong was speechless once again. He took 2 packets of instant noodles out of the bag and put the water on to boil. While waiting for the water to boil, he opened a vacuum-sealed package of braised duck leg and handed it to Crystal. Have a bite to tide you over. Crystal took the duck leg and began eating it in small bites, her eyes narrowing in bliss. Another delicious treat I've never seen before. Fong made himself a bowl of noodles too, and the two sat facing each other in the cramped living room, quietly eating their late-night snack. After finishing quickly, Fong opened his phone and continued watching the anime he and finished earlier. Crystal leaned in curiously. What's this? An anime, Fong explained casually. Why are these people fighting? Because the plot requires it. What's that glowing thing? Special effects. Why doesn't that person's mouth move in sync with their voice when they speak? Because of the voice acting. Did that girl die? Why aren't the people around her trying to save her? They're just chatting. Because it's fate. Crystal's questions came one after another, and Fong answered them half-heartedly, never taking his eyes off the screen. But gradually, he realized the room had fallen silent. Turning his head, he saw that Crystal had fallen asleep leaning against the armrest of the sofa at some point. She was curled up, her long red hair spilling over her shoulders, breathing evenly, still clutching the now empty instant noodle cup in her hand. Fong sighed, gently pulled the cup out of her arms, and draped a blanket over her. He turned off the anime and lay down on the bed. He wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. With this mysterious, troublesome person by his side, how could he possibly rest easy? Chapter 20, Farewell. Early in the morning, when Crystal opened her eyes, she blinked dazedly. Then she sat up, and the blanket slipped off her shoulders. On the other side of the living room, Fong was slumped on the bed, holding his phone, its screen casting a glow on his expressionless face. You awake? Fong asked without looking up. Crystal glanced at the faint light outside the window, then looked at Fong. Didn't you sleep at all last night? It's all because of you, Fong replied casually, though inwardly he grumbled, it's all because some mysterious stranger suddenly barged into the house. Who would be so reckless as to sleep soundly in a situation like this? Crystal paused for a moment, then a look of apology spread across her face. I'm sorry, I worried you. But it's okay, I'm tough, nothing will happen to me. Huh? Fong put down her phone and looked up at her. The red-haired girl's expression was so earnest it was almost cute. So that's it, she probably thought I'd stayed up all night because I was worried about her safety. You're overthinking it. I just stay up late out of habit.
Even without you, I often pull all-nighters playing games or watching anime. It's part of my training.
Playing games?
Crystal tilted her head, clearly not quite grasping this form of training that would make someone give up sleep.
Fong didn't bother to correct Crystal's latest misunderstanding. She stood up and stretched her stiff neck. Go wash up. I'll take you out.
We agreed I'd drop you off at the Hunter Bureau first thing this morning.
Crystal nodded obediently and got off the sofa.
Her elaborate traditional outfit looked out of place in the cramped living room, but she moved with such grace that she barely bumped into anything.
20 minutes later, the two of them stepped out of the apartment building.
The winter morning air was biting cold, and there weren't many people on the streets yet.
Wait here for a moment, I'll grab something to eat.
After saying this, Fong headed toward the breakfast stall on the corner. Come to think of it, it had been a long time since he bought breakfast, since he rarely had time in the mornings. The vendor selling jianbing was a middle-aged man, deftly spreading the batter.
Eggs cracked onto the griddle with a sizzle, and the aroma wafted through the air.
Sir, 1 pancake with egg and sausage, extra spicy.
Fong ordered with ease. Coming right up.
While waiting, Fong turned and saw Crystal in the distance, staring wide-eyed at the pancake on the griddle. She then looked over at him, her expression just like when she'd seen the grilled meat last night, her face practically screaming, I want to eat that. Owner, 1 more for me, no extra spice on this one.
Got it.
5 minutes later, the two stood by the roadside, each holding a steaming hot pancake sandwich. Crystal mimicked Fong's movements, taking a careful bite, and her eyes lit up again.
Delicious. Hurry up and eat.
I'll take you to get a cab once you're done.
Fong polished off his portion in a few bites.
Crystal picked up the pace, but her eating manners still retained that inexplicable elegance. Fong watched her, unable to help but wonder to himself how on earth she managed to combine wolfing down food with such grace and poise. After they finished, Fong hailed a taxi by the roadside. The driver rolled down the window, glanced at Fong and Crystal, who was dressed in traditional attire behind him, and gave them a somewhat peculiar look.
Sir, to the Hunter Bureau in Xingyuan City. Fong opened the back door and motioned for Crystal to get in, then lowered his voice.
Listen, once we get to the Hunter Bureau, if anyone asks where you've been all this time, just say you spent the night on a park bench and found a kind stranger to help you hail a cab this morning.
Don't mention where I live under any circumstances, got it? Crystal blinked. Why? Because it's trouble. Just do as I say.
Though puzzled, Crystal nodded.
Okay.
But just as she was about to get in, the driver's face suddenly turned pale, and he shook his head violently.
No way. I'm not taking this fare. Fong looked completely baffled. Why?
The driver stared at Crystal in terror, his voice trembling. The person next to you looks dangerous.
And you're asking why?
Fong turned to look at Crystal. Her cute little face still had a bit of pancake sauce on it, and her hazel eyes were looking back at him with an innocent expression.
Sure, this girl might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, and she might actually be a bit of a mystery, but where exactly do you see the danger? A feeling.
A gut feeling, the driver practically shouted.
I've been driving for over a decade and have picked up all kinds of people.
But this girl gives me the creeps.
I absolutely cannot take her. Fong looked at Crystal. What is going on?
Crystal lowered her head, looking a little downcast, her voice low.
I've been like this since I was a child.
Aside from my family, whenever people around me get close, they either feel afraid of me or show some inexplicable reverence.
I don't know why either. What a messed up, weird backstory. Now we're in trouble. Sir, can't you make an exception? No way. Not for any amount of money. Fong thought for a moment, then looked at Crystal. Do you have any money on you?
Crystal nodded and pulled out the small silk pouch from her sleeve.
Fong took out a stack of bills and flung them onto the passenger seat. Is this enough?
The driver stared at the thick stack of bills, swallowed hard, and looked conflicted. A month's grueling work as a taxi driver barely brings in 5,000 or 6,000. This stack looked like at least 10,000, equivalent to 2 months' earnings.
But still no way. No matter how much money you have, you've got to be alive to spend it. This feeling is just too creepy. Fong pulled a second stack of bills from Crystal's pouch and placed it next to the first. A smile, heiress, another 10,000. That's 3 or 4 months' pay for this one trip, right? He leaned in close to the window. Look, she is just a young girl. What is she going to do to you? Just drive her there and you've got 20,000 in your pocket. Plus, we're going to the Hunter Bureau right in the city center, on major roads. Do you really think she'd try to kill you in broad daylight, in front of all those cars and pedestrians? The driver's eyes were fixed on the 2 stacks of bills. His breathing was heavy, and sweat trickled down the side of his forehead. 3 or 4 months' income, just for one drive. Just this once, the driver finally gritted out. Get in. Hurry up. Crystal's eyes lit up, and she quickly slipped into the back seat. She looked at Fong through the window, her crystal blue eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude. This man had not only given her food and a place to stay, but he'd also helped her solve a problem that had been plaguing her for so long. In her 18 years of life, Fong was the first outsider who wasn't afraid of her or in awe of her, and who was willing to find a solution for her. By the way, may I ask your name? We'll talk about that next time we meet. But please, let there be no next time, he silently added in his heart. He closed the car door and waved to the driver. The taxi pulled away, merging into the growing stream of traffic, and soon disappeared around the corner. Fong stood where he was, watching the direction the car had vanished, and let out a soft sigh. Finally got rid of that divine being. Chapter 21, Mutation. At the same time, at the Hunter Bureau in Xingyuan City. The director's office was filled with smoke. Director Chen had already finished his second pack of cigarettes. Besides Director Chen and Lin, there were 3 other people in the room. Yen Huang stood against the wall, arms crossed, his face etched with exhaustion. He'd been summoned in the middle of the night and hadn't even had a sip of water since. The other 2 sat on the sofa, one on the left and one on the right. On the left was a man in his early 30s, wearing a well-tailored dark blue suit and a pair of rimless glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. He was fiddling with a Rubik's cube. He was another S-tier ace of the Xingyuan City Hunter Bureau, named Xin Tianmu. His ability is supercomputing brainpower, allowing his brain to process information at speeds rivaling a supercomputer. He is also a nationally renowned genius inventor, having led the design of nearly 70% of the defensive facilities for hunter bureaus across the country. To his right stood a young woman with short, shoulder-length hair. She was carefully polishing a silvery white handgun with gentle, precise movements. Her name was Bai Wei, another S-tier ace of the Hunter Bureau. Her ability was airflow manipulation, allowing her to freely control wind and air pressure. In terms of direct combat prowess, she was second only to Yen Huang within the Hunter Bureau. 5 people, 4 S-tier agents and 1 A-tier agent made up a team capable of handling the vast majority of crises. But right now, they couldn't find a single person. Based on the location provided by that user, we checked all the surveillance footage in the vicinity, but we haven't found any trace of Lady Crystal. Lin rubbed his throbbing temples. We checked every hotel, convenience store, and restaurant within a 3-kilometer radius of the park. No one has seen a red-haired girl in traditional attire. Only a handful of passers-by spotted her, but none of them know where she went. Where could she have gone? Bai Wei paused mid-polish on her gun. Given her abilities, if she wants to hide, we really won't be able to find her. But the question is, why would she want to hide? She ran away from home to find someone to spar with. That kind of behavior is inherently childish and impulsive. She probably never even thought to tell her family, afraid they'd drag her back. Xin Tianmu pushed his glasses up, the Rubik's cube spinning rapidly in his hand. Yen Huang sighed. With that young lady's way of thinking, I really don't think we can apply common sense to her. Just then, Lin's phone vibrated. She glanced down at it, then looked utterly dumbfounded. What's wrong? Director Chen keenly sensed something was off. Lin looked up. Lady Crystal has returned to the Hunter Bureau. The room fell silent for a moment. What?
Yan Huang nearly jumped out of his seat.
The security guard reported that she arrived at the main entrance of headquarters by taxi and is currently waiting in the lobby. Let us go. Led by Director Chen, the five of them practically sprinted out of the office.
In the Hunter Bureau lobby, the early morning staff had been dozing off until that red-haired girl in traditional attire walked in, instantly waking everyone up. Crystal stood quietly in the center of the lobby, her hands folded in front of her, her expression serene. Her attire clashed sharply with the modern lobby. Everyone knew who the girl before them was, but no one dared to approach and ask. The faint yet palpable aura of authority she exuded made everyone instinctively feel afraid. It wasn't long before Director Chen and his entourage rushed down. Your Excellency Crystal. I'm so relieved you're safe. Director Chen hurried forward, the weight on his heart finally lifted, and his stomach settled. Crystal turned her head, her crystal-colored eyes sweeping over the crowd, and nodded slightly. After such a long night, would you like to eat something first? We had breakfast prepared. Lin asked cautiously. Crystal rubbed her stomach. That pancake sandwich had been delicious, but the portion really hadn't been enough.
Sure.
10 minutes later, in the Hunter Bureau's most prestigious reception room, an exquisite breakfast spread was laid out before Crystal: snow spirit bird's nest, spirit beast tendon soup, jade sea cucumber congee. I'm sorry, we were pressed for time, so this is all we could prepare, Lin said, standing nearby, looking a bit nervous. This was already the most lavish meal the Hunter Bureau in Xingyuan City could put together on such short notice. After all, no one had expected the strongest hunter to pay a sudden visit. Crystal picked up her chopsticks, tasted a bit of the bird's nest, and took a spoonful of congee. Everyone watched her, waiting for her to voice a complaint or criticism.
It's fine.
It's quite good, Crystal said softly, then continued eating quietly. But what she was really thinking was that it wasn't as good as last night's grilled meat, nor as good as the jianbing she had that morning.
Seeing that she showed no dissatisfaction, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Halfway through breakfast, Director Chen finally mustered the courage to ask the question everyone was dying to know. Your Excellency Crystal, is there a specific reason for your visit to Xingyuan City?
Crystal set down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth, and said with a serious expression, I came to find One Eye.
I want to spar with him.
Although they had long suspected as much, hearing her say it herself still left everyone somewhat taken aback.
Then how did you get here yesterday? And why did you lose contact? Lin asked tentatively.
Crystal explained everything in detail. I flew here secretly on my sword. Afraid of being discovered, I landed in the suburbs and climbed over a wall to get into the city. But not long after entering the city, I dropped my phone, and then I got lost. I slept on a park bench all night, and in the morning, a kind stranger helped me hail a cab to the Hunter Bureau. Yan Huang's mouth twitched. Bai Wei remained expressionless, but her gaze was telling. Qin Tianmu's Rubik's Cube stopped spinning and Lin wore an expression that said, did I just hear that right? Even Director Chen, an S-tier powerhouse who had weathered countless storms, felt a deep sense of helplessness at that moment. The stomach he had just managed to settle was now aching fatally again. The strongest S-tier combatant in Shenzhou, the nation's jewel, the human Crystal. Last night, he slept on a park bench like a lost kitten, and this morning he had to rely on a passerby to hail a taxi? Who would believe that? Ahem, Director Chen cleared his throat twice, forcing down the pain in his stomach to regain his composure.
Lord Crystal, do you know where One Eye is right now? Crystal shook his head. I don't know. Then do you plan to?
Before he could finish, Director Chen's personal phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was the Bureau's direct line.
His expression darkened, and he answered quickly. Yes, I understand.
Wait, are you sure that's how you want to put it?
All right, I'll pass it on.
After hanging up, Director Chen looked at Crystal with a complex expression. Your Excellency Crystal, your grandfather just contacted the Bureau.
He wants you to get the hell out of here immediately.
Crystal froze. That word get out, it must have been the exact wording her grandfather had demanded be relayed. I understand, she said softly, lowering her head slightly, like a small animal scolded by its owner for misbehaving. Seeing her like this, the others didn't know what to say. Whether it was reproach or consolation, it seemed none of them had the right to speak. Finally, Lin spoke softly, "Your Excellency Crystal, would you like us to arrange a private jet to fly you back to Beijing?" Crystal raised her head, just as she was about to speak. Woo! An alarm suddenly blared throughout the Hunter Bureau building, accompanied by red warning lights flashing frantically in the hallways and offices. What's going on? Yen Huang immediately went into combat mode, with flames faintly rising around him. The door burst open, and a young investigator rushed in, his face deathly pale, his voice trembling. Report! An S-tier dimensional rift has appeared in the eastern part of the city. Mana readings are skyrocketing. An S-tier beast is about to emerge. Everyone's expressions in the room froze at that moment. Director Chen immediately looked out the window. In the distant sky, a pitch-black fissure was slowly opening. Crystal stood up, her crystal-colored eyes fixed on that direction, her expression turning serious for the first time. Her hand rested on the hilt of the ancient sword at her waist. Chapter 22, Today, I Will Slay You. Fang dragged her feet back to the apartment building and happened to run into Su, who was also just returning, at the stairwell. She looked a bit tired, her long pink hair tied back in a neat ponytail. Hey, it's rare to see you up this early. What, planning to turn over a new leaf and start living a normal life? Su said with a smile upon seeing Fang. Don't even mention it. Fang waved her hand dismissively, then followed Su up the stairs. As they reached their respective doors, Fang suddenly remembered something and turned to call out to Su, who was about to open hers. Oh, by the way, where were you yesterday? Su sighed upon hearing this and pushed the door open. Come in and talk. Her room was still piled high with all sorts of electronic parts and modification tools, though it was a bit tidier than before. Yesterday I found out that people sent by my family in Beijing had come looking for me. Su poured herself a glass of water and sat down on the sofa. To avoid exposing this place, I went out of my way to drive around a few distant areas to throw them off the trail. They didn't find you, did they? Fang sat down across from her. Don't worry, I'm a pro at evading tracking. Those guys are probably still running around like headless chickens over in the western part of the city right now. Su took a sip of water, a smug look on her face. She set down her glass and eyed Fang curiously. As for you, why are you up so early today? Have you really changed your ways? Fang rubbed the bridge of her nose, looking utterly dejected. You might not believe this, but I was forced to bring someone home last night. Huh? Over the next 10 minutes, Fang recounted the entire story of how she met Crystal in detail, from their chance encounter in the park, to her snatching 50 skewers of grilled meat and a Coke, to reluctantly letting her stay the night, and finally taking her to catch a cab this morning. You have no idea how out there that girl is. She didn't even know you had to hail a cab. She was just standing there by the roadside waiting. When I asked if she wanted to come back to my place for the night, she actually took me seriously. She didn't even realize I was joking. As Su listened, her expression gradually froze. When Fang said, she said her name was Crystal, and she was dressed in period costume with a sword hanging from her waist, the water cup in Su's hand clattered to the floor. Glass shards and water splashed all over the floor. Hey! Are you okay? Fang waved his hand in front of her face. Su slowly lifted her head, her whole body trembling. You're sure her name is Crystal? That's what she said. What's wrong? Do you know her? I might know her, but I need to confirm. Is she about 5'1", with red hair, crystal-colored eyes, and wearing a traditional outfit, a white top paired with a red skirt? Su's voice trembled slightly. Fang thought for a moment, then nodded. That sounds about right. Is she really a relative of yours? You idiot! She is Crystal. The strongest S-tier awakened in Shenzhou. The jade of the nation, crystal of the people. That crystal. Su stood up, grabbed Fang's shoulders with both hands, and shook him violently. Fang felt a bit dizzy from the shaking. Wait, what did you say? That crazy woman is the strongest fighter in the country? I don't know why she looks like that.
But there's no doubt it's her. Red hair, traditional attire, crystal-colored eyes, and assorted her side. You won't find another person in all of Shenzhou with that exact combination of traits. Fong still found it hard to believe. If she is so famous, why doesn't anyone recognize her? Shouldn't she be a big shot on TV and in the news every day? You don't know anything. Sue let go of him and paced anxiously around the room. Crystal rarely makes public appearances, and all footage of her is classified. Only core members of the major clans and certain ranking personnel at the Hunter Bureau have the chance to see her true face. Ordinary people have at most heard her name and read about her battle record. As for me, I've only seen a single side profile photo, and that was when I peeked in the clan archives, but I'm absolutely certain the description you gave matches her. Fong sat dumbfounded on the sofa, his brain going blank. That red-haired girl who used that pitiful look to beg for food, is she S tier? The strongest in Shenzhou? Is that even real? Doesn't that mean this country is doomed? Wait a minute. Fong suddenly remembered something. She said she came to Xingyuan City to spar with someone really powerful. Hold on, could it be? Sue caught on immediately as well. She is almost certainly here to find One-Eyed. Word about One-Eyed must have reached the highest levels by now. With rumors of such a mysterious powerhouse, it's not impossible that Crystal came here to spar. She then looked at Fong, her eyes filled with exasperation. Fong, oh Fong, I really don't know what to say to you. You just pick up a random person and bring her home, and it turns out to be the strongest one. She has been searching the whole world for you, and you go and have her sleep on your couch for a night. Is that my fault? I didn't even know her. Sure, I could tell she was no ordinary person, but who could guess she was this big a deal? That said, she is really generous. After just one day with her, I made tens of thousands from her. Isn't that basically scamming an innocent girl? You can't put it that way. She gave it to me on her own. I didn't even ask for it. Besides, didn't I scam money out of you back then? Were you just as clueless? Sue's face flushed instantly. That's different. I felt sorry for you back then. And you actually have the nerve to bring that up. Why shouldn't I? It was 1,000 yuan that was my startup capital. You. Just as the two were bickering, the sky outside the window suddenly darkened. Immediately afterward, the city's alarm sounded. Woo woo woo. Fong and Sue rushed to the window at the same time. Then, they saw a massive, pitch-black rift slowly opening up in the city's sky. Dark purple arcs of electricity danced along the rift's edges with every flash, the surrounding light warped and distorted, while the rift continued to expand. How is this possible? I've never seen a dimensional rift this powerful. It's far stronger than the one the tyrant created back then. And this is right in the city center. How could Xingyuan City allow a rift of this magnitude to form in the city? Fong gazed at the rift and sighed helplessly. This city really is plagued by misfortune. At the same time, on the rooftop of a skyscraper less than 2 kilometers from the rift, a petite figure stood on the edge of the railing. Her long silver hair fluttered in the air, and her blood-red pupils reflected the pitch-black rift in the sky. She looked to be about 12 years old, wearing a black lace-trimmed gothic dress, clutching a tattered rabbit-stuffed animal to her chest, and sporting little leather shoes tied with bows. The little girl held a retro-style flip phone to her ear. Little nightmare, is this rift in Xingyuan City your handiwork? Her voice was incredibly sweet. A deep voice came from the other end of the line, indeed. Well, Silver, is it spectacular? Spectacular, of course it is, the little girl, called Silver, giggled. But I remember Boss Ruin specifically warned us, didn't he? S-tier dimensional rifts are too unstable, with too many unknowns. They absolutely must not be used lightly. If something we can't control escapes from inside, what do you think we should do? Oof. I'm giving him face by addressing him as boss. If I didn't I'd bury him. He is so timid and indecisive. Even after evil food was killed, he still has the nerve to sit there. Oh my, don't make excuses. Silver tilted her head, her smile growing even sweeter. You just liked evil food, didn't you?
Then when he died, your rationality evaporated and you wanted revenge, so you orchestrated this whole spectacle to lure One Eye out and destroy Xingyuan City along with him, right?
Think whatever you want.
But you know, Silver swung her leg, her tone suddenly turning a bit colder.
If I remember correctly, the mission to make contact with and test One Eye in Xingyuan City was supposed to be mine, right? You've messed up my game plan like this, and I'm not exactly happy about it. Beep beep beep. The call was hung up. Silver pouted. How rude.
She looked up at the fissure in the sky.
Deep within the crack, the outline of some colossal entity was slowly taking shape. Ugh, I really don't like these grand-scale games.
The intricate little ones are way more fun. Silver hopped down from the railing and brushed the dust off her skirt.
But since I'm here, I guess I'll have to clean up this mess. Otherwise, my game will be ruined.
She was ready to act, using her special ability to seal the rift before the S-tier beast fully materialized, then go have a proper chat with Little Nightmare. But just then, a streak of red and white light streaked across the sky. The streak raced toward her from the direction of the Hunter Bureau headquarters, flying straight toward the spatial rift before finally hovering 100 meters in front of it. When the light faded, the figure within was revealed. Red hair, period attire, a long sword at her waist.
Crystal.
Silver's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise passing through her blood-red pupils.
Oh my, what are you doing here?
She tilted her head, then broke into a smile. Well, in that case, I suppose I won't have to trouble myself after all. Holding the rabbit plushie, she gracefully retreated into the shadows on the rooftop.
But that means One Eye probably won't intervene either.
Oh well, I'll just watch the show. It's been ages since I've seen Crystal in battle.
Meanwhile, further away, countless citizens were fleeing in panic.
The streets were packed with vehicles and crowds. The Hunter Bureau's forces had already been deployed, but faced with an S-tier dimensional rift, everyone knew this was a disaster beyond the capabilities of conventional forces. Unless, of course, a being of the same tier intervened.
Fong stood by the window, gazing at the red figure in the sky. Crystal has gone in, but can she handle it alone? That's an S-tier beast, you know. Shouldn't you go help her?
Sue stood beside him, nervously clutching the curtains. Fong didn't answer, because he wanted to see for himself whether this slightly crazy girl was really as formidable as the rumors claimed. In the sky, Crystal slowly drew the ancient sword from her waist. The moment the blade left its sheath, a clear, piercing sword cry echoed through the heavens, momentarily drowning out even the city's alarm sirens. From the depths of the fissure, the colossal beast finally poked its head out. It was a hideous head covered in obsidian-like armor, with 3 pairs of crimson compound eyes flashing with a mad gleam. The head alone was as large as a small building. S-tier beast, the Abyss Devourer, had arrived. Crystal stood with sword in hand, the monster and the fissure reflected in her crystal-colored pupils. This sword is called Red Dust. Today, I shall slay you. Chapter 23, The Strongest in Shenzhou, Crystal. The city alarms were still blaring, but the streets were already deserted. Director Chen, accompanied by personnel from the Hunter Bureau, was overseeing an emergency evacuation. As reports of completed evacuations kept coming in over the radio, Director Chen stood before the makeshift command vehicle, gazing up at the sky with a grave expression. Beside him, Lin and Qin Tianmu were rapidly processing data from various sources, while Bai Wei flew low over the city, activating her ability to manipulate air currents. Soon, countless panicked civilians fleeing for their lives were astonished to find their bodies had become as light as feathers. Bai Wei controlled the air currents, lifting thousands of residents in batches and transporting them directly to safe zones. Prediction complete, Qin Tianmu suddenly spoke up. With the center of the battlefield as the origin, the area within a 5-kilometer radius is the danger zone. We must clear this area quickly first. Bai Wei, hurry. Otherwise, it will interfere with Lord Crystal's battle. Director Chen's palm was already drenched in sweat as he gripped the communicator. In the sky, Crystal was facing off against the monster. The Abyss Devourer had fully crawled out of the fissure. It was as massive as a mountain, its entire body covered in pitch-black armor, with 12 red eyes gleaming with malice. It roared at Crystal, and the sound alone shattered every skyscraper in the vicinity. Then, all 12 eyes simultaneously fired purple beams of light, converging into a massive mana cannon that slammed straight toward Crystal. Too slow. Crystal raised her left hand and traced a light arc in front of her. A crimson sword aura several meters long materialized out of thin air, cleaving the ruinous eye cannon clean in two. The ability Crystal used was called Sword God. It was a special ability unique to the Yu clan, the foremost family of Shenzhou. In that instant, Crystal resembled not so much an awakened one as a peerless immortal cultivator straight out of a novel. She then raised the red dust sword and slashed forward. A red sword aura shot out, starting out thin but growing larger as it flew, eventually transforming into a massive crescent-shaped sword energy that struck the monster with brutal force. Whoosh! The monstrous carapace was sliced open, and purple blood gushed out like a waterfall. Roar! The monster went berserk with pain, charging at Crystal with its entire body and slamming its massive claws down. Crystal flickered, turning into a red blur as she dodged through the gaps between the claws. She glanced down and saw that the people hadn't all evacuated yet. I can't fight at full strength, I'll hurt innocent bystanders. Crystal turned, twirling her left hand into a sword point. 10,000 swords, heed my command. Clang! 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 Countless transparent blades, condensed from pure sword energy, appeared in a dense swarm behind her. Go! Like a shower of falling stars, the swarm of blades relentlessly pierced the Devourer's massive body. The Devourer roared furiously, attempting to swat this annoying fly to death with its massive claws. Crystal dodged relentlessly. Her goal was to suppress the monster while protecting the citizens, so every strike landed precisely on the Devourer's joints, preventing it from moving elsewhere. 5 minutes later. Lady Crystal, the evacuation is complete. Director Chen's voice came through the communicator. Then let us finish it. She slowly raised red dust and dove toward the mountain-like beast. In that moment, her entire body transformed into a flash of light slicing through the darkness. One strike, and red dust is done. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a crimson line as thin as a strand of hair, slicing from the Devourer's head all the way to its tail. In the next second, that S-tier beast capable of destroying an entire nation was neatly cleaved in two amidst agonized howls. Its black blood was vaporized by the searing sword energy before it even hit the ground. On the ground, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. A single strike to take down an S-tier abyss devourer, Qin Tianmu announced the final result. Is this our nation's strongest? It's just absurdly powerful, Lin marveled. She even felt that Crystal hadn't used her full strength with that strike. The ability Crystal had used was classified as God tier. Currently, only 3 God tier abilities were known to exist. Although they were still categorized as S-tier, these special abilities were undoubtedly in a league of their own, truly allowing mortals to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. Of course, their numbers and appearance rates are extremely rare. Take Sword God, for example. It only manifests in those with Yu clan bloodlines. Based on current records, a person who fully inherits the Sword God ability appears roughly once every 100 years. Currently, including Crystal, there are only 3 people who possess this ability. The other 2 are located in the nations of Lighthouse and Giant Bear, respectively. At the same time, she silently compared him to the one-eyed man she had encountered not long ago. If her speculation held true, the one-eyed man was very likely the 4th holder of a God-tier ability, one who could also effortlessly wipe out S-tier opponents in an instant. If the 2 were to actually fight, who would come out on top? Just as Lin was pondering this question, Crystal did not sheath her sword. She floated quietly in midair, sensing a chilling aura. No, it's not over yet. Amid the stunned gazes of the crowd, a bizarre, small black hole suddenly collapsed from the center of the Devourer's cleaved corpse. The black hole generated a terrifying suction force, swallowing the mountain-like corpse whole. Then, from the center of the black hole, a figure slowly emerged. It was a figure standing about 2 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in heavy purple armor. The helmet completely concealed its face, and nebulae seemed to swirl faintly across the armor, as if it were wearing an entire starry sky. In its hand, it held a cross spear longer than a human, its tip flashing with a chilling, icy light. It made no sound, merely standing silently in the void, yet the sense of oppression it exuded was several times stronger than that of the devourer moments before. "What is that?" Director Chen's voice, watching from afar, betrayed fear for the first time. This entity had completely transcended his understanding, yet there was no doubt it carried the aura of a beast. Whoosh! Just then, the purple figure moved. Its speed was blinding. In an instant, it appeared before Crystal, its spear tracing a purple crescent through the air. Clang! Crystal blocked the strike with her sword. The immense force reduced the remaining ruins below to dust, leveling the surrounding area. For the first time, Crystal's expression turned grim. She could sense that its power far surpassed that of the abyss devourer she had just faced. Seeing its attack blocked, the humanoid beast shifted its spear and thrust forward with all its might, striking the spine of Crystal's sword with pinpoint accuracy. The immense force sent Crystal flying hundreds of meters away. The humanoid beast didn't pause, transforming into a streak of purple light as it charged once more. The spear traced countless afterimages through the air as Crystal swung her sword to meet the attack. Clang! Clang! Clang, 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 clang! A series of sparks and shockwaves erupted in the air. The two figures collided at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow, and the aftershocks of each clash carved deep furrows into the ground. "What on earth is that thing?" Bai Wei asked. "It's unanalyzable, we simply can't measure it." Qin Tianmuo's usually rational voice betrayed a rare hint of panic. Crystal continuously shifted her sword techniques in midair, but her opponent countered each move with equally masterful spearwork. "We can't drag this out any longer," Crystal decided inwardly. If the battle continued like this, the shockwaves would eventually reach much farther afield. It had to be over quickly. "It seems I have no choice but to use that." Crystal steadied herself, then whispered three words. "Divine form." Under everyone's stunned gaze, Crystal's long, crimson hair was tinged with a frost-like, pure white. It was the forbidden state of the Yu-clan ability, and Crystal's ultimate form as the strongest. The ancient sword in her hand, red dust, slowly disintegrated at that moment, dissolving into specks of red light before vanishing immediately afterward. With Crystal at the center, the sky within a radius of several kilometers was instantly filled with tens of thousands of illusory long swords formed from tangible sword energy. Every single sword radiated an aura of power so overwhelming it would suffocate even an S-tier awakened. Infinite sword array. With a flick of Crystal's small hand, the sea of swords surged forward. The purple beast frantically swung its spear, creating afterimages across the night sky in a desperate attempt to defend itself. Yet under the barrage of nearly infinite sword energy, its purple armor began to shatter, and a crack appeared in the cross-shaped spear it held. Though severely wounded, at the very last moment, it performed an action that baffled everyone. It ceased its defense, allowing several swords to pierce its body. Clutching the spear tightly with both hands, it raised the tip high into the sky. Then, it unleashed all its power. Purple mana surged from its body, racing up the spear toward the heavens, where it exploded into a vast purple nebula spanning several kilometers. Strangely, however, this force did not target Crystal. Crystal furrowed her brow. She couldn't make sense of this behavior, but her intuition told her she had to end the battle as quickly as possible. She formed an ancient sword seal with both hands before her chest. All the sword energy and long swords halted simultaneously, then converged and fused at the center. Soon, a massive silver-white sword, 100 meters long, slowly took shape above her head. She then pointed her finger forward, and the silver-white sword pierced the earth. The purple humanoid beast that was struck completely dissolved, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. The dimensional rift, deprived of its mana support, began to slowly close. The sky returned to its azure blue. Chapter 24: The Meteorite's Descent. As Crystal landed back on the ground and Lin and the others rushed to her side, her white hair gradually faded in the breeze, returning to its original red hue. But suddenly, she stumbled. Guh! A spurt of bright red blood splattered onto the rubble, and Crystal's eyes, once as clear as crystal, dulled slightly, her breathing becoming ragged. "Lady Crystal!" Lin reacted first, darting forward to support the reeling Crystal. It's nothing, just a side effect of the divine form. I haven't fully mastered this form yet. Crystal whispered, trying to steady herself, only to cough up another small mouthful of blood. Hearing this, the group finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Yan Huang shook his head with a wry smile. With such a powerful form, side effects are to be expected. But if she could fully master it, he didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood, if Crystal could fully command the divine form, her strength would truly reach a whole new level. Qin Tianmu immediately dispatched the medical team. Director Chen stopped mid-sentence. Because Crystal had suddenly jerked her head up. Everyone followed her gaze. The clouds had parted. A massive meteorite, over several kilometers in diameter and glowing with an eerie purple light, was plummeting toward them.
What the hell is going on? Yan Huang cursed, flames erupting uncontrollably from his fists. The data on the laptop Qin Tianmu held was refreshing frantically.
Hold on, I'm analyzing it. Damn it, it was probably summoned by that humanoid beast from earlier.
It didn't choose to confront her divine form, Crystal, head-on at the last moment because it was preparing this?
Based on the calculated mass and velocity, if it crashes, Xingyuan City will be completely wiped off the map.
The shockwave and seismic activity will even affect all surrounding cities. We only have 5 minutes left.
Director Chen had weathered countless crises, faced S-tier beasts, and even witnessed S-tier battles firsthand, but at this moment, he truly understood what despair felt like.
Activate full defense systems. All missiles, mana cannons, and anti-air weapons lock on. Destroy it. Director Chen roared. By way. Boost Yan Huang's flames.
Instantly, hundreds upon hundreds of interceptor missiles and mana cannons shot into the sky, weaving a dense web of fire.
After letting out a non-human roar, Yan Huang's body seemed to transform into a blazing sun.
Scorching flames gathered in his hands, forming a fire dragon hundreds of meters long that shot straight into the heavens. Bai Wei stood atop the ruins, her hair whipping wildly. She manipulated the city's airflow, compressing the gale into a massive thrust that propelled Yan Huang's flames forward.
Boom!
Explosions lit up the sky, and massive plumes of smoke obscured the entire sky. However, when the smoke was forcibly torn apart by the meteor's descent, everyone's heart sank. The meteor was unscathed, save for the faint dimming of the purple glow on its surface. It continued to bear down on the earth with that same power capable of ruining everything. How is this possible? Lin slumped helplessly to the ground.
If even an interception of this magnitude proved ineffective, what on earth were they to do?
Director Chen closed his eyes, took several deep breaths, then opened them again, his gaze restored to calm. It was the gaze of one resolved to die. Bai Wei, use your ability to take Lady Crystal away. She is the future of the nation. She cannot die here. He knew it was futile. The shockwave from the meteorite's impact would spread at supersonic speed, and no matter how fast Bai Wei was, she couldn't escape. But if she combined her speed with Crystal's power, the two of them had a much better chance of survival. At that very moment, Crystal forced herself to stand up straight.
What are you doing? Lin asked in horror.
If I activate God form again, my body might not hold out.
But if I can shatter it, even just a part of it.
Everyone present understood. She was willing to gamble with her life, betting that her body could buy this city a sliver of hope.
Tears welled up in Lin's eyes.
She wanted to stop her but couldn't find a reason to, because this was the only way. Crystal had already begun to gather her sword energy, and a silvery glow appeared at the tips of her hair. But just a split second before she was about to step into that forbidden form once more.
Leave the rest to me. An electronic voice rang out from behind them. Crystal's body jolted, and the energy that had been on the verge of erupting was forcibly held back.
She spun around abruptly, her pupils reflecting a dark figure. Everyone's gaze shifted in unison toward the rear. In the shadows of the ruins, a figure clad in a plain black trenchcoat was walking slowly toward them. A black metal helmet covered his entire face, with a single light-shaped ring at its center emitting a cold, blue glow.
Lord One Eye?
Lin was the first to recognize him. Her voice rose with excitement, even cracking slightly.
Yan Huang's eyes widened. It really is him. So he is the one. One Eye?
This was the first time Director Chen had seen this mysterious figure from the reports with his own eyes.
One Eye walked up to the group and stopped. He scanned everyone present, finally fixing his gaze on Crystal.
Crystal tilted her head slightly, a flicker of confusion passing through her crystal-colored pupils. Her intuition was 100 times sharper than anyone else's present. Although he wore a helmet and his voice was processed, for some reason, this man gave her a strange feeling, a sense of familiarity.
As if she had encountered him somewhere before?
One Eye looked at her for a moment, then shifted his gaze upward toward the massive meteorite in the sky, which was drawing ever closer.
Remember to clean up the debris.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than he bent his knees slightly, assuming a standard crouching stance.
Then, boom! The earth shook violently.
In an instant, the ground collapsed completely under the recoil, forming a massive crater. A visible sonic boom cloud exploded in the air, while One Eye himself had already transformed into a black meteor, shooting straight into
the sky.
He then threw a straight punch at the meteorite. The moment his fist made contact with the meteorite,
crack! Centered on the point of impact, countless cracks spread wildly across the meteorite's surface. Boom!
Under the despairing gaze of the crowd, the massive meteorite exploded with a thunderous roar in the sky.
It then shattered into countless fragments of varying sizes.
These fragments lost their original eerie power, transforming into ordinary rocks that scattered in all directions under the force of gravity and inertia. Back on the ground, encouraged, Lin spoke more quickly. We recently dealt with their Bishop Eater. The Central Bureau subsequently launched a targeted cleanup operation, eradicating dozens of their strongholds nationwide. That humanoid beast from earlier, the one capable of summoning meteorites, is highly likely to be the Dark Cult's retaliatory strike against Qingyuan City and against you personally. This theory made perfect sense, and Director Chen and the others nodded in agreement. Yan Huang even clenched his fists so hard they cracked, those rats in the sewers.
But just then, Qin Tianmu pushed up his glasses and calmly added,
"That is indeed one possibility, but based on logic and a risk-reward analysis, I don't believe the Dark Cult's leadership would launch such a near-suicidal retaliation simply because of a single bishop's death." Everyone turned to look at him. First, they are well aware that Evil Feast died at the hands of a powerful figure. Launching a retaliation against a being of Lord One Eye's caliber would not only have an extremely low success rate but would also likely provoke an even more ferocious counterattack. Second, following the Qingyuan City incident, counter-terrorism agencies across Shenzhou and even the globe will direct their attention toward them, and their operations in Shenzhou will suffer a devastating blow. This runs counter to the core interests of a transnational criminal organization, namely, survival and expansion. A more likely scenario is that the Dark Cult has split internally over Evil Food's death. A radical faction advocates for revenge at any cost, while a conservative faction advocates for temporary restraint to avoid a full-scale conflict with Lord One Eye in Shenzhou. Today's attack was most likely an unauthorized action taken by the revenge faction, bypassing the organization's higher-ups. After hearing this, Director Chen and Bai Wei fell into deep thought. Yan Huang glanced from Lin to Qin Tianmu, finding that both had a point. Meanwhile, Fawn, hidden beneath his helmet, was silently applauding in his mind. Well said. A thoroughly logical analysis. I hadn't even considered so many layers myself. But on the surface, he maintained his usual posture of silent, attentive listening. As expected, with Lord One Eye's wisdom, he must have already considered these two possibilities. No, he might even have thought even further ahead. Seeing Lord One Eye deep in thought, Lin realized this and continued. Lord One Eye, regardless of the situation, as long as the mastermind behind this hasn't been apprehended, there is no doubt they'll likely attack Qingyuan City again. This city has already endured too much. We cannot allow this to happen again. Therefore, we of the Qingyuan City Hunter Bureau humbly request your cooperation. We hope to leverage your strength to jointly identify the mastermind behind today's attack, eradicate them completely, and eliminate the threat once and for all. Director Chen immediately stepped forward to add, as for the specifics, we hope to establish a channel of communication before the next disaster strikes. Of course, this is entirely up to you. We will not force the issue. Beneath his helmet, Fang's mind raced. Cooperation?
Cooperate with the Hunter Bureau? That sounds like a bit of a hassle.
But Lin and that analyst, whatever his name was, had brought him to his senses. If today's incident really was the work of the dark cult, and if they were to strike again in the future, he could forget about living a peaceful life. An S-tier rift today, who knows what even more outrageous thing might happen tomorrow. He couldn't be the one to bail them out every single day, could he? Besides, if he had to handle this alone, was he supposed to track down this bunch of rats hiding in the shadows by himself? Star City was massive, with a population of over 10 million. They were a professional, transnational conspiracy organization. Where was an undocumented immigrant like him supposed to even start looking? But the Hunter Bureau was different. They had an intelligence network and resources. Working with them would make tracking them down much easier. Besides, this counts as a favor. It wouldn't hurt to build up some goodwill. Give me a contact number. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Lin moved quickly, pulling a cell phone from her bosom. She respectfully held it out to One Eye with both hands and explained in a low voice, "This phone already contains the private contact information of everyone present, including Director Chen and the 3 S-tier aces. I, Lin, swear on my life that this phone contains no tracking devices or backdoor monitoring programs. It is merely a tool for communicating with you." One Eye took the phone. The screen lit up, displaying a long list of contacts. "Your name is Lin, correct?" Lin paused for a moment, then nodded. "Yes." One Eye said nothing more, simply looking down at the phone. A few seconds later, he turned the screen toward the group. Almost, the names in the contact list had vanished, leaving only a solitary Lin. Everyone froze once more. "One contact is enough. You've exchanged the most messages with me here, so it'll be more convenient," One Eye's electronic voice explained calmly. "Also, regarding your claim that there are no tracking devices installed, I'll take your word for it, for now. I hope you don't let me down." Those words struck Lin like a sledgehammer. She had been trusted. Trusted by such an unfathomable hero who had saved the city twice. Lin felt her eyes grow hot. She blinked hard and said with a tone of admiration, "I swear on my honor and my life that I will never betray your trust." Director Chen stood to the side, looking at Lin, then glancing at the phone in One Eye's hand. He knew what this meant. From now on, Lin would become the sole and most crucial liaison between the Hunter Bureau and One Eye. The burden was heavy, but he believed Lin could shoulder it. Just then, Crystal, who had remained silent while slowly catching her breath, leaned on her crutch and walked over step by step. Only then did Director Chen remember, hadn't this young lady come to Xingyuan City in the first place to spar with One Eye? Now the man himself was right before her. He suddenly felt a bit nervous. Was it appropriate to bring up sparring now? Her ladyship Crystal was still injured, and his ladyship One Eye had just shattered a meteorite. He must have expended a great deal of energy. Besides, they had only just reached a cooperation agreement. Crystal stopped in front of One Eye and tilted her little face up to look at him. "You're really strong. I want to spar with you. Is that okay?" Fong, hidden beneath his helmet, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Why was this girl so persistent? All he wanted right now was to get back to bed as soon as possible and figure out how to explain today's mess to Sue. But a blunt refusal wouldn't do either. One Eye fell silent for a moment, then said, "Once your injuries have healed. And after I've taken care of my business." Crystal blinked, seemingly satisfied with this answer. "Okay, it's a deal." At the same time, several kilometers away, on the rooftop of a commercial building overlooking the entire battlefield, Silver sat on the railing, her little feet dangling in the air. She still held that tattered rabbit doll in her arms. Her blood-red pupils reflected the battlefield in the distance, which was gradually quieting down, as well as the direction One Eye had vanished. "Oh my, I didn't expect him to actually show up. If he'd been any later, I would had to take care of that little stone myself, but this works out just fine, too. 0 casualties in the city, and I haven't been exposed, so I can keep laying my plans. Most importantly, One Eye has finally shown himself, confirming he is right here in Xingyuan City. Now, the basic conditions for the game are all in place." Her gaze shifted to the center of the battlefield, where a faint, anomalous mana fluctuation lingered from the human-shaped beast's dissipation. But Little Nightmare really messed up this time. Silver's laughter carried an unmistakable air of schadenfreude.
That beast, we've never seen one like it before.
Which means a new, unknown variable has entered the picture when Boss Ruin finds out he's in for it. She jumped down from the railing and spun around, cradling her doll.
As for the rest, we'll have to wait a little longer. Once my game scene is set, the props are ready, and the actors are in place, I can officially invite the players to join the game.
She gazed in the direction where One Eye had vanished.
One Eye, what kind of surprise will you bring me? I'm really looking forward to it, you know.
Chapter 26, The Pact. When Fong returned to the apartment, he saw that Sue's door was open. She was sitting on the sofa in her room, looking at her phone.
Hearing the door open, she looked up and asked, "How did it go?"
That meteorite looked intimidating, but it was actually nothing special.
Nothing went wrong with the one here at home, right? After entering, Fong collapsed onto the sofa.
Sue gave him a once-over, and after confirming he was really okay, she let out a sigh of relief. Fong had already geared up as soon as the meteorite appeared, intending to go check things out and leaving her to hold down the fort at home. It would be a lie to say Sue wasn't worried, but this incident proved once again that Fong was the living embodiment of the word invincible.
Even after watching Crystal's battle, Sue didn't think even the strongest fighter could beat Fong. He is still ridiculously strong. What about those guys from the Hunter Bureau? Did they give you a hard time?
They did. Fong briefly recounted his conversation with Lin and the others.
So now we've basically established a connection with them.
Sue listened, then nodded.
That was the right call.
Our ability to gather intel on our own definitely can't match that of an official agency like the Hunter Bureau. The sooner we root out and take down the mastermind behind this, the sooner we can rest easy. Plus, with an official partnership, it'll be easier to handle any trouble we run into when taking on jobs from the underworld in the future.
Fong glanced at her. You're thinking pretty far ahead.
Of course. Sue lifted her chin, then her expression turned serious again.
But you've got to be careful. Those guys from the Hunter Bureau are pretty smart, they're no pushovers.
Got it.
Fong replied, drowsiness washing over him like a tide.
Having pulled an all-nighter last night and just gone through such an intense battle, all he wanted to do now was crash.
But just then, Sue's phone, sitting on the workbench, began to vibrate.
She picked it up and glanced at it, her expression changing instantly.
What's up?
Sue stared at her phone screen, then said quietly after a moment, "Someone from back home has been looking for me again."
It's been happening more and more often lately, and this time they've gone even further. They've tracked down all my fake hideouts in Xingyuan City.
She stood up and began packing her things.
I can't stay here anymore. I need to find a new place to hide for a while. I can't draw their attention here. Need any help? Or should I just go out as One Eye and take them all down? Fong asked, yawning. Thanks, but I don't need it yet.
Most of the people my family sent after me are just foot soldiers following orders.
No need to make things hard for them. If it ever comes to the point where I need your help, I definitely won't hold back.
When that time comes, I'll count on you to scare those annoying guys so they never come looking for me again.
Alright, just be careful.
Sue slung her bag over her shoulder, walked to the door, and glanced back at him.
You should go back to your room and get some sleep.
Your eyes are practically shut.
Good night. Oh, wait, it's only noon. She looked out the window at the blazing sun and laughed. Seriously, I guess good afternoon, then. I'm off. The door closed softly, and the apartment fell silent once more. Fong slumped on the couch for a few more minutes before finally struggling to his feet and shuffling back to his room.
Too lazy even to take off his clothes, he flopped onto the bed and buried his face in the pillow. Almost the moment his head touched the pillow, his consciousness sank into darkness. Fong woke up in the middle of the night. He opened his eyes groggily. The room was pitch black. He fumbled for his phone and glanced at the time, 2:17 a.m. Great,
my sleep schedule is completely ruined," he muttered, rolling over, intending to linger in bed a little longer. But just as he turned toward the edge of the bed, he caught a faint glimpse of a pair of eyes in the darkness. Looking closer, he noticed a pair of eyes with a faint crystal-like sheen, watching him quietly. Every hair on Fong's body stood on end. Holy shit! He shot up from the bed, nearly lashing out with a punch, but in the dim moonlight streaming through the window, he recognized the owner of those eyes. Red hair, traditional attire, and crystal-colored eyes. In Fong's mind, there was only one person who fit that description. Crystal was kneeling on the floor beside his bed, her hands resting on her legs, her small face tilted upward, looking as if to say, "I've been waiting for you to wake up." Yu Fong could barely catch his breath. "How the hell are you here? Didn't I send you to the Hunter Bureau? And what were you doing just now?" Crystal blinked, seemingly unconcerned that there was anything wrong with her behavior. She stood up and replied leisurely. "The people at the Hunter Bureau helped me arrange a flight. I'm heading back to the capital tomorrow, so I wanted to say goodbye to you today. As for earlier, I was just observing your sleeping face. I was curious to see what you look like when you're asleep." For a moment, he didn't even know where to begin with his complaints. "Wait, no, first of all, how did you get in?" "I locked the door." Crystal raised her little finger and pointed to the window. "It wasn't closed all the way. I flew in through there." He silently made a mental note to buy security bars tomorrow. "But that doesn't make sense. How did you sneak out of the Hunter Bureau?" "I snuck out. They told me to rest in the infirmary, but I mostly recovered, so I came over. I sensed someone was home, so I came in." She sounded pretty confident about that. But she said she sensed it? No way. Does she have that ability too? But then again, considering her bizarre ability, she can fly on a sword and manipulate sword energy, successfully hide herself to infiltrate the city undetected, and even has a second form. It wouldn't be that strange if she had some kind of sensory ability too. Back then, when Fong saw Crystal's fighting style, he kept wondering if he'd somehow been transported to some kind of cultivation world. Alright. Now that you've said your goodbyes, what's next? Planning to head back? Crystal didn't answer right away. She took a small step forward, leaning close to the bed to look at Fong. They were incredibly close. This posture and proximity made Fong feel inexplicably uneasy, and he instinctively shifted back a bit. What? We agreed next time we meet, you have to tell me your name. Fong froze for a moment. He thought about it for a second and remembered when Crystal had asked him his name earlier, and he casually replied, "We'll talk about that next time we meet." At the time, he just not wanted to say his name, and since he didn't think they'd ever see each other again, he just blurted it out. But this, it seemed like she'd taken it to mean, "I'll tell you next time we meet." Fong opened his mouth. His first thought was to explain, "Actually, I didn't mean it that way, I was just saying it off the cuff." But the words died on his lips. He looked into Crystal's clear eyes, wondering if telling her right now, "I was lying to you," would make her burst into tears on the spot. Knowing Crystal, that seemed very likely. And what would she be like when she cried? Would she silently shed tears? Or would she wail and sob? Although he was quite curious to see, either way seemed like a lot of trouble. So, should he just make up a random name? But when he thought of this morning, the sight of her back as she forced herself to activate her second divine form, willing to sacrifice herself to protect the people of Xingyuan City. It was the same with Sue. He realized that as a scumbag, he simply couldn't bring himself to lie to such a pure and noble soul. Telling her his real name didn't seem like such a bad idea. After all, it's just a name. She doesn't even know that Fong and One Eye are the same person. Fong as in direction Fong, and Luster Zay. Don't tell anyone, okay? Fong. Zay, Crystal repeated the words slowly, as if trying to etch their pronunciation into her heart. She repeated them several more times, Fong, Fong, Fong. Then she looked up at Fong and said earnestly, "I've memorized it. I'll never forget it." Fong looked a bit exasperated. you don't have to be so dramatic. It's just a name.
Crystal shook her head, her expression still serious.
It's important. Grandpa said that a name is the beginning of a bond.
Just what on earth has that Grandpa taught her?
Crystal suddenly asked another question. Fawn, do you want to come with me to the capital? Ha? Fawn thought he misheard. Go to the capital? What would I do there? I like you. I want to learn more from you, eat the delicious food you make for me again, and see what you usually do.
He was a bit stunned by this sudden, direct confession. Although he knew she didn't mean it that way, it still took him several seconds to recover.
I'm doing just fine here. Besides, what would I even do in the capital? I don't know anyone there. Besides, what kind of place is the capital?
It's the capital of Shenzhou, home to the General Administration of Countermeasures, and a hotbed of major clans.
The waters there are infinitely deeper than those in Xingyuan City. As an undocumented immigrant, wouldn't he going there be nothing but trouble?
Seeing Fang's blunt refusal, a hint of disappointment flashed across Crystal's little face, like a puppy whose owner had just refused to take it out for a walk. This was exactly the kind of atmosphere Fang couldn't stand. Well, I definitely can't go to the capital right now, but if you ever get the chance, to sneak out, you can come find me in Xingyuan City. Crystal looked up, her eyes lighting up.
Really? Really? Fang nodded. I'll take you to try some different food, and I can show you around.
That said, the truth was that Fang was only familiar with the area around her apartment. She was too lazy to venture anywhere else in Xingyuan City.
I'll just give you my phone number. Call me if you need anything, so you don't end up making a wasted trip if I'm out of town.
A smile spread across Crystal's face. She took phone number Fang had written on a piece of paper, then held out her right pinky finger.
So, it's a promise. What's this? A promise, Crystal explained earnestly. My older sister taught me we cross pinkies, and then the promise is sealed. You absolutely can't go back on it. Fang wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. How old was she, playing finger-crossing games?
But looking into Crystal's eyes, full of anticipation, he extended his pinky finger as well. Cross my heart and hope to die, I'll never go back on my word. Crystal murmured softly, then pressed her thumb gently against Fang's, seal the deal. Only after doing all this did she let go, her smile growing even wider.
Well, I'm heading back now. My flight leaves first thing tomorrow morning. Grandpa specifically told me I can't run away this time. So you were actually planning to run away? Alright, be careful on your way. Yeah. Bye, Fang. Bye.
She leaped lightly onto the windowsill, then blended into the night, vanishing from sight. She closed the window behind her, and the room fell silent once more.
Fang sat on the bed, staring blankly at the tightly shut window for a moment. A promise, huh? He reached for his phone to check the time. Forget it. Pondering isn't my thing. I'll just cook some instant noodles and play a couple of rounds. Chapter 27, Debrief.
5 hours had passed since the meteor crisis. In the remote conference room at the Hunter Bureau headquarters in Xingyuan City, the face of Qin Huayuan, director of the Capital Countermeasures Bureau, was clearly visible on a massive holographic projection screen. Director Chen, Lin, Yan Huang, Qin Tianmu, and Bai Wei sat side by side at the conference table, each wearing a look of obvious exhaustion. They reported on everything that had happened today, from the anomalous appearance of the dimensional rift, to the arrival of the Abyss Devourer, to Crystal's intervention and the subsequent appearance of the mysterious humanoid beast, through the meteor crisis, and finally to the One-Eyed One's final blow. That concludes the full account of this incident. Director Chen concluded, the city has been preliminarily cleared. Casualties are reported as 0, and property damage is primarily concentrated in the center of the battlefield.
Qin Huayuan, on the holographic screen, fell silent for a moment.
Is it One Eye again? Qin Huayuan spoke slowly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present.
You all witnessed his actions firsthand. Director Chen, does your assessment differ from what Lin and Yan Huang reported earlier? Director Chen sat up straight, his tone utterly grave. Commissioner, I swear on my 20 years of experience leading the Xingyuan City Branch Bureau, we absolutely must not make an enemy of One Eye. He likely possesses strength rivaling or even surpassing that of His Excellency Crystal. Moreover, there is something peculiar about One Eye. When he shattered that meteorite, not only I, but everyone present failed to detect any mana fluctuations. Rather than relying on an ability, One Eye seems to fight using pure physical prowess, though we can't rule out the possibility that he possesses some highly advanced hidden techniques. Yan Huang nodded emphatically from the side and added, it was the same during the battle against the evil devourer. Neither Lin nor I sensed any mana fluctuations from One Eye. Furthermore, I could tell that whether he was killing the evil devourer or shattering that meteorite with a single punch, he wasn't using his full strength. Old Chen is right, going up against a monster like that is pure suicide. Is that so? Alright, let us set that aside for now. What conclusions have you drawn from this attack? Lin spoke up at this point. Director, after discussing it with Lord Qin Tianmu, we believe this attack is likely connected to the dark cult, and we suspect there may be serious internal divisions within their ranks. She clearly recounted their earlier speculation, namely, the potential conflict between the revenge faction and the conservative faction, and added their latest discovery, that humanoid beast, let us call it the Star Knight for now, has mana characteristics that don't match any known beast system. We have reason to suspect it might be a new combat unit created or summoned by the dark cult using some unknown technology. However, it's likely still unstable otherwise, there wouldn't be just one of them. In other words, Qin Huayuan added, the dark cult has not only failed to rein in its activities in response to our cleanup operations but may actually be developing something even more dangerous. Today's attack was either a desperate act of retaliation on their part or the unauthorized action of an internal radical faction. Either way, it means they remain active and the threat has escalated. Yes, Director Chen said gravely. We must resolve this matter completely and figure out exactly what the dark cult is up to, or else the consequences will be endless. Silence fell over the conference room. Everyone understood the gravity of those words. Qin Huayuan's gaze swept across the room once more, finally settling on Lin. I recall you mentioned that One Eye is willing to cooperate with us? Yes, Lin nodded. But he only kept my contact information. He said one contact is enough. In that case, Team Leader Lin, from this moment on, you are the sole liaison between the Bureau and the One-Eyed Man. Your role extends beyond merely relaying information. You must build a relationship of trust with him. But remember, do not test his limits, and do not probe his identity. It is sufficient for us to know that he stands on the side of humanity. As for the Kamen Rider organization behind him, if trust is established, you may inquire about it appropriately. Understood. I'll handle it. As for Dark Cult, Qin Huayuan's gaze sharpened. Headquarters will form a special investigation team, which I will lead directly. The Xingyuan City branch will continue to handle local investigations and liaise with Dumu. We must root them all out before their next operation. There can be no repeat of this incident. Yes, sir. The video conference ended, and the holographic screen went dark. Inside the conference room, none of the 5 people left immediately. Yan Huang let out a long sigh and slumped into his chair. Damn it, this day felt like a year. Bai Wei rubbed the bridge of her nose. Outside the helipad, 4 women dressed in Yuplan guard uniforms stood quietly in wait. Upon seeing Crystal, they all bowed in unison. Crystal then entered the valley, escorted by the 4 guards. Passing through a lush bamboo grove and crossing a stone arch bridge over a stream, the imposing main hall of the estate came into view. The vermilion gates stood wide open, and the interior was brightly lit. When Crystal entered the hall, 3 people were already seated inside. The hall's decor was simple yet solemn. There were no chairs, only mats laid on the floor and low tables. Seated in the central seat of honor was an elderly man with white hair and a white beard. He wore a deep blue robe and held a simple string of prayer beads in his hand. His eyes were closed, as if in deep meditation, but when he opened them, they were sharp and piercing, unlike those of an old man. This was Yu, the current head of the Yu clan and Crystal's grandfather. Seated to his left was a woman who appeared to be in her 30s.
Her features bore a 7/10 resemblance to Crystal S, yet her demeanor was more mature and aloof, like a renowned sword sheathed in its scabbard. She wore a light purple tunic and carried a sword at her waist, similar in style to the red dust. This was Crystal S' older sister, Ice, the de facto leader of the U-Clan's younger generation. To the right sat a middle-aged man in the uniform of the Countermeasures Bureau. He was one of the Bureau's high-ranking officials, as well as a son-in-law of the U-Clan and Crystal's uncle-in-law, Xiao Xinyuan. All three sat cross-legged on the floor, their postures upright, and a silent aura of authority filled the air. Crystal walked to the center of the hall and bowed slightly. Grandfather, sister, uncle-in-law. Ice spoke first, her voice cool yet tinged with concern. How are your injuries?
I'm fine now, Crystal replied softly.
Ice looked at her slightly pale complexion, her face betraying a look of concern, but her tone remained stern. We already know the truth.
You left home without permission, concealed your aura to infiltrate Xingyuan City, and nearly lost your life. Crystal, do you realize how wrong you were? Crystal lowered her head. I do.
Originally, because you ran away without permission, Grandfather intended to give you a severe scolding.
Ice's tone softened slightly. But your actions in Xingyuan City protected millions of citizens.
Even if it was a stroke of luck, it still counts as a great achievement.
Your merits and faults cancel each other out. A few days of house arrest will suffice. But you must not do this again. Crystal looked up at you, who sat in the seat of honor, and whispered, Thank you, Grandpa. Xiao Xinyuan then said, Crystal, you are now the Jade of Shenzhou. Your safety is tied to the nation's security.
If One Eye hadn't appeared in time this time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. In the future, you must think twice before acting.
I understand, Uncle, Crystal replied.
After the two had finished speaking, Yu finally spoke, his voice steady.
Have you met One Eye in person?
I have.
What is he like? Yu's eyes fixed on his granddaughter. How does he compare to you?
This question caused both Ice and Xiao Xinyuan to focus their attention. They had both read the battle reports and knew of One Eye's feat of shattering a meteorite with a single punch, but Crystal's assessment was the true measure of their combat strength. Crystal paused to think, then answered earnestly, Without my divine form, I couldn't defeat him. With my divine form it might end in mutual destruction, or I might lose.
Silence fell over the hall.
Ice looked utterly incredulous. As Crystal's older sister, she knew better than anyone just how powerful her younger sister truly was. Born with the U-Clan's ancestral God-tier ability, Sword God, she was already capable of defeating S-tier beasts on her own by the age of 8. By 12, her sword intent had reached perfection. By 16, she had ascended to the pinnacle of the S-tier, unanimously deemed by the clan elders as the strongest in the history of the U-Clan. Any so-called ability prodigy paled in comparison to Crystal. She had even come to believe that, in a one-on-one battle, there was no one in this world who could truly threaten Crystal. Yet now, Crystal herself admits that even if she were to unleash her ultimate divine form, the best outcome would be a mutual destruction? That one-eyed, what kind of monster is that? Xiao Xinyuan was equally shocked, but as a high-ranking official of the Countermeasures Bureau, he had to consider more than just combat prowess. He had to weigh whether allowing such an unpredictable and ambiguous figure to operate within Shenzhou would ultimately be a blessing or a curse. Yu's face betrayed no emotion as he simply asked, What did he say? He said that once my injuries have healed, and after he has finished handling his affairs, he'll spar with me, Crystal replied truthfully. Yu pondered for a moment, then said slowly, For the time being, you will recuperate in the ancestral lands.
You are not to go anywhere. The side effects of the divine form require time to heal. You must not act on a whim again. Understood. Crystal lowered her gaze. Everyone, you may leave. Yu waved his hand.
Ice and Xiao Xinyuan stood up, bowed, and exited the hall.
Crystal also turned to leave. Crystal, stay. Yu's voice made her stop in her tracks. Only the grandfather and granddaughter remained in the hall. Not afraid of Crystal? That's no easy feat.
The Sword God ability, passed down through generations of the U-Clan, is one of the world's most powerful abilities. Though incredibly strong, this power comes with an intangible, sword intent aura. This aura grows stronger as the awakened matures, causing ordinary people to instinctively feel anxious and fearful when they approach, unconsciously wanting to stay away. The stronger one's power, the less affected they are, yet because Crystal is so overwhelmingly powerful, even S-tier individuals feel a distinct sense of oppression in her presence. This has left Crystal friendless since childhood. Children fear her, and adults revere her. To protect her, the clan has kept her secluded deep within their ancestral lands, emerging only when she must handle intractable matters at the Hunter Bureau. Absolute power, and the loneliness that comes with it. That person must be quite powerful as well, then? You asked. After all, only a powerful individual could withstand that kind of pressure. Crystal shook her head. I didn't sense any great power within him. He was quite ordinary, just like. She paused to think, then found a fitting analogy. Just like those ordinary people down in the valley. U.S. brow furrowed. Ordinary people? Unafraid of Crystal's sword intent pressure? That didn't make sense, unless that person had something special, superb techniques for concealing power, or carried an ancient. His granddaughter, the strongest S-tier in Shenzhou, the U-clan's prodigy, had spent the night at a stranger's house? If word of this got out, the whole of Shenzhou would be in an uproar. But looking at the rare, joyful smile on Crystal's face, you found he couldn't bring himself to utter a single word of reproach. It had been a long time since he'd seen his granddaughter smile like that. I actually wanted to invite him over to our place, Crystal's voice dropped, tinged with a hint of regret. That way, I could keep learning from him and protect him, but unfortunately, he wasn't interested. You was taken aback once more. Invite him to the U-clan? Protect him? After all, given Crystal's status and power, anyone else would be fighting tooth and nail for the chance to be protected by her. Yet this man had actually shown no interest in such an invitation? This guy is getting more and more interesting. What's his name? You asked. Crystal shook her head immediately. I can't say. I promised him I'd never reveal his name. She looked at her grandfather with a serious expression. Grandpa, please don't investigate either. He has been very kind to me, and I don't want to cause him any trouble. You looked at his granddaughter's determined gaze and finally nodded. All right, Grandpa promises not to investigate. He paused, then added, but you must promise Grandpa that if you see him again, you'll be even more careful. People are unpredictable. You're so innocent. Don't trust others too easily. He is not a bad person, Crystal said firmly. I can tell. You didn't agree or disagree, he simply waved his hand. Go on, go back to your room and rest. Take good care of yourself these days, no more running around. Okay. Crystal curtsied and turned to leave the hall. Her footsteps faded into the distance. You sat alone in the empty hall, pondering the conversation they just had. Someone who wasn't intimidated by the pressure of his sword intent, who could make Crystal lower her guard and even feel happy, and who had no interest in the U-clan's invitation. Every single trait was extraordinary. Just who are you, exactly? In the distant shadows, Silver cradled her rabbit plushie, her blood-red pupils reflecting the rising sun. All the pieces are in place, aren't they? Her sweet laughter drifted on the morning breeze. Then, let the game begin. Chapter 29, What do you mean I'm living in the enemy's headquarters? A week had passed. Fong sat in his newly purchased gaming chair, headphones on, eyes fixed on the large screen in front of him. With a clean headshot, the last enemy on the opposing team dropped to the ground. The victory BGM played, and Fong took off his headphones, stretching his arms wide. That felt good. Over the past couple of days, he'd used the massive sum Crystal had given him to seriously upgrade his gear. Although he'd spent quite a bit, he still had enough left to live it up for a while. Now, he just sleeps until he wakes up naturally, then goes out to grab a bite or orders takeout. If he gets hungry in the middle of the night, he cooks up some instant noodles. He plays games, scrolls through his phone watching anime, eats when he is hungry, and sleeps when he is tired. It's practically his ideal life. It's just missing something. Fong leaned back in his chair, muttering to himself. It's missing Sue's nagging. When she was around, he always found her annoying, either nagging him to take on jobs or complaining about his erratic schedule. Now that she'd gone into hiding for the time being, the apartment had suddenly gone quiet. Yesterday, he'd texted to check in, and Sue had replied pretty quickly, saying the people her family sent were still lurking nearby, so she'd have to hide for a few more days, but she'd probably be back soon. Come to think of it, I'm still using her account to order takeout. I'll wait for her to come back and treat her to a meal. Fong muttered to himself as he tapped to start his next ranked match. After 3 more games, 2 wins, 1 loss, Fong glanced at the time, just past 8 in the evening. He shut down his computer, flopped onto his bed, and grabbed his usual phone to scroll through short videos. He'd barely swiped through a few when his other phone, the black communication device Lin had given him, suddenly vibrated. Fong picked it up and glanced at the screen. Lord One Eye, we've made initial progress in the investigation into the dark cult. The Hunter Bureau would like to invite you in for a face-to-face discussion on the next steps. Would that be convenient for you? Fong stared at the screen inside. Guess I can't just sit around anymore. He replied with 2 simple words, location. A few minutes later, Lin sent him coordinates for an abandoned factory. Fong rolled out of bed and retrieved the black suit and helmet from a hidden compartment in the wardrobe. Once fully dressed, he pushed open the window, leaped lightly, and vanished into the night. Lin was leaning against a black SUV, glancing at her watch from time to time. Suddenly, a dark figure landed silently not far in front of her. Lin immediately stood up straight and said respectfully, Lord One Eye. One Eye, that is. Fong nodded, said nothing more, and walked straight to the passenger seat. Lin hurried forward to open the door for him. Once inside, Fong surveyed the interior. The car had clearly been modified. It was filled with instruments he didn't recognize, and the seats were quite comfortable. Nice car, he remarked casually. Lin started the engine as he replied, it's a special-purpose vehicle from the Bureau. Not only is it sturdy, but it also has some special features. If you're interested, I can give you a detailed explanation later. No need. Just drive. The two didn't speak further during the ride. The car soon reached its destination and pulled into an unassuming underground parking garage. The elevator went straight up to the 15th floor. When the doors opened, the lobby of the Hunter Bureau headquarters came into view. It was late, but there were still quite a few people bustling about in the lobby. When Lin led One Eye inside, everyone who saw them stopped what they were doing, stood at attention, and saluted One Eye. The scene made Fong feel a little uncomfortable. I've got quite the entourage. Lin replied softly, since this is your first time honoring us with a visit to the Hunter Bureau, we naturally must show you the utmost respect. Fong didn't respond, instead taking the opportunity to survey his surroundings. This was his first time at the Hunter Bureau, and he noticed that the interior decor had a distinctly high-tech feel, a silver-gray color scheme, holographic screens and automatic doors everywhere, and plaques and mission briefings hanging along both sides of the corridors. Seeing One Eye looking around, Lin assumed he was assessing the Hunter Bureau's capabilities, so he began explaining as they walked, this is the intelligence analysis section, that's the tactical command center, the first basement level is the training ground, and the second basement level houses the armory and laboratories. If you'd like, I can give you a tour. No need. Let us get down to business. Fong withdrew his gaze. The two arrived at the door of a conference room. Lin pushed it open to find Director Chen already waiting inside. Welcome, Lord One Eye, Director Chen greeted him. Thank you for coming. Fong waved his hand dismissively and walked straight to the head of the conference table to sit down. Let us not waste time. Tell me the progress. Director Chen didn't beat around the bush. He activated the holographic projection on the wall, and a map of Xingyuan City appeared on the screen, marked with 7 or 8 red dots. Over the past few days, following our previous line of thinking, we've investigated all suspicious locations across the city, Director Chen said, pointing at the red dots. Abnormal mana fluctuations have been detected at all these locations. 3 are small factories, 2 are abandoned construction sites, and the other 2 are closed warehouses. He switched the display to show information on a company, most importantly, their This Tian Enterprise.
On the surface, it operates an import-export trade, but there are irregularities in its cash flow. Additionally, there have been frequent visits by unidentified individuals recently. We suspect it may be a cover base for the dark cult in Xingyuan City. Fong looked at the files, thinking to himself that these people were quite efficient.
As for Li Tian Enterprises, I've already sent another team to conduct a thorough investigation, Director Chen continued. As for these anomalous locations, Yan Huang and Bai Wei are each leading a team to investigate 5 of them.
The issue now is this one. He pointed to a red dot at the edge of the map. This abandoned building is a special case. The screen switched to a photo of the building. It was a 12-story structure on the city outskirts. The main framework was complete, but the exterior walls were unpainted and the windows uninstalled, giving it the appearance of having been abandoned for a long time. Construction on this building halted 3 years ago when the developer ran out of funds, and it's remained an abandoned project ever since. Director Chen pulled up more data.
But over the past week, we've detected abnormal mana readings there, and the fluctuations follow a strange pattern. They last for a few minutes before vanishing.
His expression grew serious.
This afternoon, I sent a 6-person reconnaissance team in to investigate. They lost contact immediately after entering. Communications were cut off, and all location signals disappeared 3 minutes after they entered the building. Upon hearing this, Fong sat up straighter. We've attempted remote scanning, but there appears to be some kind of interference surrounding the building. Conventional methods can't penetrate it, Director Chen said, turning to One Eye. That's why we'd like to ask you to step in and lead Lin on an investigation of the site. Lin's retrospection skill allows her to reconstruct events that occurred on site, and your capabilities are more than sufficient to handle any unexpected situations. With the 2 of you working together, we should be able to uncover the truth quickly. If possible, please also rescue the missing team members.
Fong didn't answer immediately. Through his mask, he scrutinized the familiar, half-finished building on the projection.
This building, why does it look so much like the one I lived in when I first arrived in this world?
Did I happen to be living in the enemy's headquarters all along?
Are you sure it's the dark cult? He asked.
We're not certain, Elder Chen replied honestly, but at this juncture, with such an anomaly occurring and an entire squad of 6B rank awakened going missing, it's hard not to suspect them.
6. After a moment of silence, Fong began to weigh his options.
The question was whether to go or not.
Going might get him into trouble, but if he didn't go and it turned out the dark cult was indeed behind this, the trouble later would be even greater. Besides, the Hunter Bureau had made the requested wouldn't be appropriate to refuse right after establishing a partnership. And most importantly, he needed to confirm whether this building was the one he lived in before. If it was, he absolutely couldn't let Lin mindlessly use her retrospection skill to recall his past stay here. He had to witness it firsthand.
Besides, with my current combat prowess, what is there to fear?
Unless you're telling me we might run into someone who plays with causality and the rules, but I'd say the odds of that are about as likely as winning the lottery.
All right. Fong stood up. Let us go now. Director Chen let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Your Excellency. Lin, you'll assist One-Eyed Lord throughout the operation.
Stay safe.
Yes.
Lin replied immediately.
Fong looked at her. Do you need to prepare anything? Lin checked the gear at her waist. I've brought basic investigative tools and weapons. Do you need any special equipment, Your Excellency? You're free to access the Bureau's armory. No need. Fong turned and walked toward the door. Lead the way.
Lin hurried to keep up.
The 2 left the conference room and got back into the elevator.
As the elevator descended, Lin whispered, "Sir, that location is about 20 kilometers from here. It'll take us roughly half an hour to drive there.
Would you like to rest in the car first?" No need. Tell me about the missing squad. I need to know everyone's abilities and what equipment they're wearing.
Yes, sir. The elevator reached the underground parking garage, and the 2 got back into the car. Lin drove while briefing Fong, who listened quietly. In the night, the SUV pulled out of the Hunter Bureau and headed toward the outskirts. Out of their sight, a little girl with silver hair and red eyes watched the vehicle drive away with a smile.
Chapter 30, He Infiltrated.
The SUV drove along the suburban highway for about half an hour before turning onto a deserted road. Weeds grew wild on both sides, and in the distance, the silhouettes of several dark, dilapidated, unfinished buildings could be seen. Lynn parked the car behind a secluded clump of trees, and the two got out. "This is the place," Lynn said in a low voice.
"Sir, shall we go straight in?" Fong recognized the familiar building and confirmed it was the one he had previously lived in.
The thought that his very first home in this world was actually an enemy stronghold was hard to stomach, but what had to be done had to be done.
So he nodded and led the way into the building.
He remembered that this entrance on the first floor had originally been sealed with sheet metal, but now there was a large gaping hole in it, as if it had been violently torn open. Fong crouched down and crawled through, with Lin close behind. Once inside, Lin turned on her flashlight. The beam swept across the empty hall, revealing construction debris and discarded household items scattered on the floor. She furrowed her brow.
Did someone live here before?
Lin was baffled by this.
She couldn't imagine the dark cult openly living in the building and leaving behind such trash. Never mind that for now. Let us search for the missing squad.
Use your retrospection skill to review the events from the past few days.
Damn it, I should VE cleaned up before leaving.
There was no doubt that all this household trash was Fong's doing.
However, Lin didn't know that. She nodded after hearing the one-eyed man's words.
The last signal from the missing squad came from the south side of the first floor. Lin looked at the locator on her wrist and led Fong in that direction. She then stopped, closed her eyes, and began to activate her retrospection skill. Fong stood nearby. This was his first time observing Lin use her ability up close, and he was eager to see exactly what it looked like. It was as if Lin were watching a movie playing in fast forward. In the darkness, countless images flashed before her eyes. After a moment, Lin opened her eyes.
"What did you see?" Fong asked. 6 people, the missing squad.
After arriving here, they conducted an initial reconnaissance at this spot. She pointed to a spot on the floor,
the corner, then someone appeared.
Who? I couldn't make it out clearly. Lin shook her head.
My retrospection skill can only observe phenomena. As for specific individuals, I can only see those of a lower rank than me. However, I can view the appearance of beasts regardless of their rank. Fong thought to himself, I see.
That explains why they didn't notice me despite having this ability. It doesn't seem particularly useful, so I can rest easy. Lin continued. After the 6 squad members spotted him, they immediately went on combat alert. But the next second, they all froze. They lowered their weapons and looked dazed, as if they'd been brainwashed.
Hearing this, Fong's mind stirred. Mind control? That ability is pretty interesting.
A few rather unsavory thoughts flashed through his mind, but he quickly shook his head, banishing those chaotic notions.
Then what? He asked.
Then that person walked up to this wall. I don't know what she did, but a hidden door appeared on the wall. When the door opened, there was a downward passageway inside. She led the 6 agents inside, and the door closed behind them. She looked at One Eye, her expression grave. I suspect that person is a mental class awakened, and not a low-level one at that. To be able to simultaneously control 6 highly trained Hunter Bureau agents in an instant and evade my retrospection skill S observation, they're at least peak A tier, and possibly even S tier. After listening, Fong walked to the wall Lin had pointed out and ran his hand over it. It looked like an ordinary concrete wall.
Whereas, Chapter 31, what is your level?
The two crawled through the hole into the passageway, which led to a downward staircase. After walking for a while, Lin felt the atmosphere was getting a bit too heavy. She recalled Yen Huang's interactions with the team during their previous sewer operation and thought this was a good opportunity to build a closer rapport with One Eye. Lord One Eye, she began cautiously.
Even though we're on a mission, I feel like keeping silent the whole time is too stressful. I just wanted to chat a bit to lighten the mood.
Lin tried to make her voice sound as casual as possible.
Do you have any hobbies?
As soon as she asked, she regretted it.
Asking a mysterious powerhouse about their hobbies? Wasn't he that a bit too forward? But Dumu didn't he get angry, he just casually asked in return, "What are your hobbies?"
Lin breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It seemed Dumu was exactly as she imagined. As long as she didn't touch on the secrets of his identity, he was actually quite easy to talk to.
Me? She thought for a moment. Outside of work, I like watching anime and playing video games, things like that.
Fong, who had been walking ahead, turned back and glanced at her. Lin quickly apologized.
"Oh, I'm sorry. Was that too childish? Was just saying it off the cuff."
"No, you're overthinking it," Fong said, turning back.
"I just didn't expect someone like you to watch anime and play video games." Lin froze for a moment. Someone like me?
An elite of the Hunter Bureau, an A-tier awakened, and the head of an investigation team, Fong listed. It sounds like the kind of person who works around the clock on business matters and has no time for entertainment. Lin couldn't help but laugh. "I'm only 23 years old.
Liking anime and games, is that so strange?"
After she said that, she suddenly realized she might have overstepped again and quickly added, "Of course, I know you must prioritize training and missions."
"It's no big deal. I play them too." "Huh?" I said, "I play video games too. I'm human, after all. I've got to find some way to kill time." Lin blinked, a bit taken aback. Lord One Eye plays video games?
The answer was so shocking she didn't know what to say for a moment. "Well, what kind of games do you like to play, Lord?" she asked tentatively.
"Honor of Kings," Fong said. "You know, that 5v5 MOBA." Lin's eyes lit up. "Oh. I play that too. I'm actually pretty good at it."
As soon as she said it, she regretted it.
Was it too cocky to tell the one-eyed lord she was pretty good? But Fong just went, "Oh," and asked, "What's your rank?" I was first in the master tier last season."
Lin said quietly, a bit embarrassed. Of course, that was just that one season.
"What? First place in the Master League?"
His current account was still diamond. While part of that was because he just arrived in this world and wasn't yet familiar with the game's heroes and mechanics, even once he got the hang of it, Fong estimated he'd be lucky to reach the lower ranks of Challenger.
And this Lin standing right in front of him was first in the Master League? Wasn't he that a bit too much? Is he pulling my leg?
But that doesn't make sense. He wouldn't lie about something like this.
So does that mean it's true? No way. He was one eye now, he couldn't show any weakness. Is that so?
He forced his voice to remain calm.
That's impressive.
You're better than me, I barely made it to King. He had to save face. Admitting he was only diamond would be a bit embarrassing.
Huh? No. Lin waved his hands frantically.
How could I dare compare myself to you, sir?
I'm just playing for fun. It's just a game. Skill is skill.
You're definitely better than me in this regard, that's a fact.
He was speaking the absolute truth.
Fong didn't consider himself the type to be a sore loser. There was nothing wrong with being outmatched. Of course, the father-son matches in the dorm were a different story. But to Lin's ears, those words took on a whole new meaning. Lord One Eye is not only incredibly powerful, but also so humble and open-minded, willing to admit he is outmatched even in something as trivial as a game.
Just as I thought. Lin clenched her teeth.
That mysterious figure is using controlled squad members to attack us. Seeing that his sneak attack had missed, the controlled team member immediately dropped the spear and retreated several meters. The spot where he stopped was suddenly filled with people, each holding a weapon, their eyes vacant and their faces expressionless. Behind them, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. The figure was wrapped head to toe in filthy bandages. Judging by the contours of their body, it was likely a woman. Lin immediately assumed a combat stance, aiming her pistol at the figure.
Release your control over them at once.
The bandaged figure halted in her tracks. She didn't look at Lin, but fixed her gaze on Fong.
How exactly did you find this place? Fong glanced at her. How did we find this place? Didn't you notice the abnormal mana readings at your outposts?
The bandaged figure visibly froze.
What?
That's right, Lin said coldly.
Conducting experiments in those abandoned factories and half-finished buildings, you're quite bold, aren't you? You clearly don't hold the Hunter Bureau in any regard. That can't be. Why would you do this? Nightmare's voice betrayed disbelief.
Unfortunately, that's exactly what happened, Lin said.
Now, answer my questions. Who are you? Why are you here? What is your connection to the dark cult? Nightmare fell silent for a moment, then burst into laughter. Forget it, fine. This just gives me a chance to get my revenge.
She raised her head, and a pair of bloodshot eyes peered out from between the bandages, staring intently at Fong.
One Eye, you bastard, you haven't forgotten what you did, have you? Fong? What had he done?
Lin's expression changed abruptly.
Seeking revenge by naming One Eye specifically? Could it be? Are you one of the 13 bishops of the dark cult? She blurted out. That's right. Nightmare's voice suddenly rose, tinged with uncontrollable madness. I am Nightmare.
One of the 13 bishops of the dark cult.
You bastard, One Eye. You killed the one I loved most. And now you dare to pretend you don't remember? Fong was even more confused. Who are you talking about? You. Nightmare erupted in fury, an invisible mental wave bursting out from her center. Become my slave. Nightmare activated her ability.
In that instant, Lin felt as if her brain were being pierced by countless steel needles at once. If she weren't an A-tier awakened, she would likely have been instantly controlled just like the rest of the team. Instead, she let out a muffled groan, dropped to one knee, and clutched her head tightly with both hands, desperately resisting the terrifying force trying to invade her consciousness.
Lord
One-Eyed, she ground out through clenched teeth, her voice strained.
Don't worry about me. Hurry, take her down.
But Fong stood where he was, merely remarking offhandedly.
Did you activate your ability? Nightmare was taken aback upon hearing this. Impossible. I'm a peak S-tier awakened. Even S-tier powerhouses can't be completely immune to my ability, Nightmare Domination. How could this one-eyed one show absolutely no reaction?
You what the hell are you? She screamed.
Fong ignored her and turned his gaze toward the controlled team members.
Seeing this, Nightmare immediately manipulated the 6 of them to stand in front of her, a twisted smile spreading across her face.
If you've got the guts, kill them.
Kill these innocent Hunter Bureau agents, and only then can you lay a finger on me.
How about it, One-Eyed? Can you bring yourself to do it?
She thought this would tie Fong down. After all, no sane person would kill their own people.
Fong, however, looked at Nightmare's utterly arrogant expression. Ha! What are you laughing at? Fong didn't answer. The next second, his figure vanished. Thud, 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 thud. Nightmare didn't even have time to see what happened. She only saw 6 figures collapse simultaneously.
Then, she felt a hand clamp around her neck. Fong had appeared before her at some point, his left hand gripping her throat as he lifted her off the ground like a chicken.
Thud.
Then he slammed her hard onto the ground. A shallow dent was punched into the concrete floor, and Nightmare felt as if her bones were about to shatter. How is this possible? Struggling to speak as Fong held her down with ease, she managed to utter a few words, her eyes filled with terror and disbelief. Is this the best the dark cult bishop has to offer? The guy in the sewers back then was actually a bit stronger.
Upon hearing this, Nightmare instantly descended into madness. Evil feast. That's it. It's evil feast. You killed him. You killed my evil feast.
I'll make you pay with your life. She struggled frantically, but his hand didn't budge an inch. Why did you show up? Why did you kill him? Why? Her voice gradually broke into a sob.
Evil feast? Oh, you mean the one in the sewers I mentioned earlier? Ah, so that's it. Fong finally realized this woman was here to seek revenge. But then again,
He assumed that all the bishops of the dark cult would be at least as imposing as evil food, but this nightmare was so weak in every aspect that he was a bit disappointed. Mental class abilities had no effect on him, he was utterly helpless in close combat, and his mind seemed to be in a state of chaos. His helpless rage was actually quite amusing. Just then, Lynn finally recovered from the mental shock. She pushed herself up against the wall and stood, her first instinct being to rush over to the unconscious team members. After checking them all and confirming that everyone was merely knocked out and out of danger, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Lynn looked at that black silhouette, and a warm feeling welled up inside her. He could have just killed his way through. If it were me, facing such a hopeless situation, I might have had to turn on my comrades to save myself, but Lord One-Eye, he actually chose this most troublesome solution, risking another attack from the nightmare, just to protect these ordinary team members who didn't even know each other. What a gentle heart must lie hidden beneath that icy mask of his. Powerful yet not cruel, attuned to human lives rather than indifferent to everything, and unwilling to sacrifice the weak for victory. That is what a true strong one is. Lord One-Eye. She walked over to Fawn, looking at the nightmare pinned to the ground. Could you, please not kill her? If we can capture a dark cult bishop alive, we'll be able to extract a wealth of intelligence from her, Lynn said earnestly. I believe that is far more valuable than simply killing her. Fawn thought about it and decided she had a point. After all, this woman wasn't a threat anyway, so keeping her alive wouldn't hurt. All right. Lynn immediately pulled a pair of specially made silver handcuffs from her waist pouch. She explained that these handcuffs were equipment specifically designed by the Hunter Bureau to restrain awakened beings. But just then, footsteps suddenly echoed from deep within the corridor. La, 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 la. Along with the footsteps came the humming of a little girl, a light and cheerful tune, as if she were humming a nursery rhyme. Lynn immediately raised her pistol, aiming it toward the source of the sound. Fawn also turned around, looking into the darkness. The footsteps grew closer, and the humming grew clearer. Then, a petite figure stepped out of the shadows. She had long silver hair, blood-red eyes, and a face as delicate as a doll's. She wore a black, lace-trimmed gothic dress, clutched a tattered rabbit doll to her chest, and wore little leather shoes tied with bows. She looked to be about 12 years old. The girl stopped 5 meters away from the group, tilting her head. Her large eyes sparkled with childlike curiosity, and a sweet smile played at the corners of her mouth. Oh my, she said, her voice clear and melodious, it seems I'm a little late. Has the game already ended? Chapter 33, Let Me Fall for You. Lynn raised her gun and barked, Who are you? Ha ha ha. Silver let out a string of crisp laughter, like silver bells. She spun gently in a circle, the hem of her black lace dress unfurling like an elegant blossom. Then she stopped, facing Lynn and Fawn, and with her right hand, she gently lifted the hem of her skirt, performing a perfect curtsy. Nice to meet you, I'm Silver, one of the 13 bishops of the dark cult. It's a pleasure to meet you, one-eyed big brother O, and you too, passing stranger. Lynn was stunned upon hearing this. Another bishop? 2 dark cult bishops in a single day? Just how closely is Xingyuan City being watched by these monsters? Meanwhile, Fawn, hidden beneath his helmet, didn't even know what to say anymore. Another one? Will it ever end? Does the dark cult really like Xingyuan City that much? Silver pouted, her small face showing childish displeasure. Give me some reaction, I've introduced myself, so can't you two show some response? Fawn had to admit that the white hair, red eyes, and that coquettish posture, combined with the exceptionally high-quality modeling, did make her quite cute. Unlike Fawn, however, Lynn felt nothing but a chill run down her spine. She defaced many enemies, ferocious beasts, deranged terrorists, even mad bishops like the Nightmare Devourer. But this silver-haired girl before her gave her a completely different feeling. It felt as though she hadn't come to fight, but to play. What do you want? Before Silver could answer, Nightmare collapsed on the ground, struggled and screamed as if she spotted a savior. Silver! Quick! Kill them! Help me! Little Nightmare, you really are so clueless. Why do you think I'm here? Nightmare froze for a moment. I told you on the phone, didn't I? You messed with my game setup without permission, and I'm a bit upset about that. Silver spoke slowly, as if scolding a disobedient child.
Nightmare suddenly remembered.
A few days ago, the very day she had activated the S-tier dimensional rift, Silver had indeed called her. She said it was my game and told her not to mess with it. At the time, she hadn't paid it much mind. She figured there was no way Silver would actually do anything to her, but now.
What do you want? Nightmare's voice began to tremble. What do I want?
Silver tilted her head.
What do I want? You don't really not know, do you?
Nightmare stared at her, suddenly, as if she realized something.
Could it be that those mana anomalies at my bases in Qingyuan City, you were the one who exposed them?
You got it right, Silver clapped her hands happily.
But hey, it's not all my fault. I only caused a tiny bit of mana fluctuation in those places. Who knew the Hunter Bureau was so good at spotting it right away? This search game just shows they're too strong. There's nothing I can do about it. So, the Hunter Bureau gets a point. Nightmare's breathing grew rapid. You know that doing this, Lord Ruin 1T let you get away with this. Oh, my Silver's smile only grew wider. Little Nightmare, it seems you were the one who disobeyed the boss's orders first, wasn't he it?
The S-tier dimensional rift, the boss explicitly said not to use it, yet you used it anyway.
You should been scolded by the boss already, so if I punish you a little more, it's no big deal, right? Are you going to kill me?
You guessed right again. Silver held up a finger, smiling innocently.
Lord Ruin explicitly ordered that among bishops, we must not fight each other, right?
But Silver cut her off.
I just want to break that rule. What can you do about it? You don't really think Lord Ruin would actually go against me for your sake, do you? Come on, little Nightmare, do you really think we're on the same level? Nightmare was utterly despairing. She finally realized that this silver-haired little madwoman was truly going to kill her.
Fawn, standing to the side, maintained a cold, one-eyed demeanor on the surface, but in reality.
What is going on? An internal feud? The dark cult bishops turning on each other? This is way too sudden. He was completely lost. But Lin understood. She quickly analyzed Silver's words, cold sweat soaking her back.
This Silver was not only of unfathomable power, but her status within the dark cult was likely terrifyingly high. Even more terrifying was her motive. She acted on a whim just for fun, completely disregarding the consequences of her actions. Someone like this was nothing short of a madwoman. Common sense couldn't be applied to her.
All right, stop analyzing.
Silver clapped her hands, interrupting Lin's train of thought. She turned to look at Fong.
I'm so sorry, one-eyed big brother, could you please give me that nightmare? I'd be so happy. Fong's mind was racing. Should he give it to her or not?
The nightmare was a vital source of intelligence. Alive, it was certainly more valuable than dead. But if he refused, who knew what this woman standing before him might do? Just as he was weighing the pros and cons, Silver seemed to lose patience.
Oh, I know, you're in a tough spot, aren't you?
She smiled sweetly, taking step after step toward Fong.
Well, I'll just have to do it myself then. Stop right there. Fong immediately raised his hand and ordered.
Silver acted as if she hadn't heard him, continuing to walk forward, her smile growing brighter and brighter. Lin pulled the trigger without hesitation, firing 3 specially made bullets at Silver's chest and head. But the bullets had no effect on her.
Silver didn't even flinch. Not a single bullet hole appeared in her dress, which remained completely intact.
She looked down at the bullet casings at her feet, then looked up at Lin and pouted, "Hey, stranger, don't just go shooting like that.
It's dangerous, you know." Fong couldn't help but grow serious.
Although he had expected the bullets to be ineffective, after all, as an ability improves, so do a person's physical capabilities. By the A tier, ordinary firearms struggle to even breach defenses. Silver clearly wasn't blocking the bullets with her body. She was using an ability.
And Fong had absolutely no idea what kind of ability it was.
Without another thought, he vanished from where he stood and reappeared right in front of Silver the next second, raising his right fist to strike. His fist slammed squarely into Silver's youthful little face, but strangely, he felt no impact at all. It felt as if he punched a solid mass of air, not even a strand of Silver's hair moved. Don't be so impatient, one-eyed big brother, the game hasn't even started yet.
Fong quickly took 2 steps back. My punch was completely ineffective? That's impossible.
Ever since arriving in this world, whether it was the beast, the bishop, or a meteorite, there was nothing he couldn't handle with a single punch. And precisely because of that, he had absolute confidence.
But now, Fong felt a cold sweat breaking out on his back.
This was the first time in this world that he had truly felt danger.
Lin was stunned as well.
She'd seen One Eye shatter a meteorite with a single punch and had witnessed him kill a fiend with a single blow.
In her mind, One Eye was invincible. But now, ineffective? Silver, however, seemed completely unfazed by their shock.
He walked straight over to Nightmare, crouched down, extended his pale little hand, and gently placed it on her forehead.
Nightmare's eyes widened in terror.
She tried to struggle, but for some reason, Silver's hand held her fast, leaving her unable to move. Bye-bye, little Nightmare, next time, remember not to mess with other people's games, okay?
Terminate Nightmare's existence. The next second, Nightmare vanished.
As if she had never existed, she was completely erased from this world. Silver then withdrew her hand, stood up, brushed imaginary dust off her skirt, and turned to Fong with a radiant smile.
Alright, that's taken care of. Now, we can start the game, one-eyed big brother. Fong had already begun scouting an escape route.
Facing an enemy he couldn't possibly understand, only a fool would try to fight head-on.
Better safe than sorry. But before he could even take a step, Silver, as if reading his mind, snapped her fingers with a mischievous grin. Though I doubt one-eyed big brother would even think of running away, I'll just give you a heads up anyway, I've already sealed off all exits from this space. Escaping is impossible, you know. In his mind, he'd already cursed Silver's ancestors 18 generations back.
But Silver seemed to think of something and snapped her fingers again.
Right.
I'll open the exit concept so everyone except One Eye can leave this place. She turned to look at Lin and said with a smile, Miss, you'd better get going in my game, players who aren't qualified aren't welcome. Besides, I don't like killing innocent people either.
No.
I'll live and die with Lord One Eye.
Lin gripped her gun tightly and declared resolutely. Get lost. Fong blurted out without thinking. Damn it, you're taking advantage and still acting all high and mighty. If you want to leave, I'd rather stay. Lin's eyes reddened.
She knew One Eye was protecting her, but how could she just abandon her savior and leave?
Before she could finish, Silver waved her hand impatiently.
All right, stop dawdling. She snapped her fingers. Activate the concept that everyone except One Eye and me is forcibly expelled from this space. The next second, Lin and the 6 unconscious team members on the ground vanished from their spots in an instant. Now, only Fong and Silver remained in the corridor. Silver clapped her hands happily. Now no one will disturb us while we play our game. I've been looking forward to this for ages, big brother One Eye. Fong said nothing, just stared intently at her, his mind racing. Escape routes were blocked, his abilities completely useless.
Damn it, how am I supposed to win this round?
Oh, right, I haven't officially introduced my ability yet. My ability is called Master Key, and it's really simple. For anything I touch, I can turn on or off any concept I specify.
How about that? Easy to understand, right? Simple, my ass. Isn't this exactly the rule-based ability I've always wanted? Is my luck really this bad? No wonder my attacks are ineffective.
She must have turned off the concept of getting hurt, or maybe even the concept of being affected by physical attacks.
What's the point of fighting now? Wait, hold on. Are there many rule awakened like you in the dark cult?
Not really. Her voice remained cheerful. I told you before, my value is extraordinary. To be more precise, I'm one of a kind in the organization.
You actually answered that.
Why are you telling me?
Is it okay with your boss that you're spilling the beans so easily?
Though Fong was panicking internally, he had to keep up the act and not give himself away. Because you're a player in this game, Silver said matter-of-factly. Of course I'll tell you what you want to know, that's what makes it fun. As for Boss Ruin, don't worry about him. As long as I'm happy, that's all that matters. Before Silver could finish, Fong moved again, slipping behind her and sweeping a roundhouse kick at her waist. But the result was the same, it felt like striking air. Silver didn't budge an inch. Don't be so impatient, Silver turned her head. By the way, I'd like to see your face first. Shut down the conceptual existence of the helmet covering one eye's face. Click. With a soft click, the full-face helmet on Fong's face instantly dissolved into countless specks of light, revealing his true face. Fong immediately took a few steps back to create some distance. Are you kidding me? Even the slightest touch of my attack counts? So whether I touch her or she touches me, she can activate her ability? What else is there to say? Just fill in the score yourself, right? Silver's eyes lit up when she saw Fong's true face. Wow, I never expected the powerful one-eyed big brother to be so young, what a surprise. She took a good look at him, then pouted slightly with a hint of disappointment. But as for his looks, they're just average, I guess. I'm sorry to hear you think I'm just average. Sorry, Silver said with a grin, completely unaware that there was anything wrong with what she said. The foreplay is pretty much over, so let us explain the rules of the game. The rules are simple. No matter what method the one-eyed big brother uses, if you can just touch me once, you win. If you win, I promise I won't reveal your appearance and I'll let you go right away. But if you lose, then one-eyed big brother will have to do exactly as I say. If you don't obey, there'll be a little punishment, you know. Silver was full of excitement, while Fong, not long after arriving in this world, felt a wave of tension wash over him once again. This enemy was completely beyond his comprehension. The strength he took such pride in might as well be useless. If he lost, he'd probably be toyed with to death by this brat. But he wasn't the type to admit defeat. Even back in college, if he hadn't studied at all, he'd cram the day before the exam rather than just give up. Even if he failed, he wouldn't complain because he'd tried his best. What? You're asking why I don't study regularly? Never mind that, just ask me if I tried my best or not. With that thought, Fong flexed his wrists and ankles, then lifted his head and smiled. I'm going with the third possibility. Silver looked puzzled. The third possibility? Besides winning and losing, what other possibility is there? Fong crouched down, assuming a starting position. You might have misunderstood something, you little brat. Let me make this clear first. In this game, you're the challenger. I'm going to pin you to the ground until you're crying and begging, big brother, I was wrong. Please, spare me. Silver froze for a moment, then an irresistible rush of excitement surged through her, making her let out a soft hum. This kind of courage daring to challenge a superior was exactly what she had always craved. Ah, that's it, this is exactly what I've been waiting for. She spread her arms wide, a mad gleam flashing in her blood-red pupils. Activate the infinite space concept. In an instant, Fong felt the ground beneath his feet and the surrounding walls stretching out endlessly. Standing at the center of this infinite space, Silver's voice trembled with excitement. Let me fall for you, One Eye. Chapter 34, A Serious Punch. Fong closed his eyes, sensing the power within him that had lain dormant until now, a power he himself had never dared to touch lightly. Since arriving in this world, he had never fought at full strength, for nothing had been worthy of his all-out effort. But now, Silver's ability, Universal Key, was enough to make him take this seriously. Fong opened his eyes, his gaze becoming more focused than ever before. Fatal Serious Series. He uttered the name of this move, which in his original world existed only in jokes and fantasies, while also praying to that bald, caped hero to grant him the power to truly shatter everything. Serious running. The moment the words left his mouth, he charged forward. Running? At a time like this? Relying on running to break through her infinite space concept? Silver had to admit, One Eye's speed was truly astonishing, so fast that she couldn't even make out his figure, only catching a blurry black streak racing through the infinitely expanding space. In Silver's experience, only Ruin could match that kind of speed.
But to think you can break the rules with just that isn't that a bit naive?
She began to doubt her own judgment.
Could it be that one I wasn't a holder of a truth fragment? Could he really just be a pure enhancement class, albeit one who was absurdly powerful? If that were the case, it would be too boring. He'd have to possess at least a god-tier ability for the fight to be interesting, otherwise, it would just be a one-sided rout. Clutching at a last shred of hope, Silver watched the black figure sprinting madly through the infinite space. Then, she sensed something was wrong. One's speed was still increasing. Meanwhile, Fong had stopped thinking altogether, focusing solely on accelerating his sprint. Exceeding the speed of sound isn't enough. Exceeding the speed of light won't do either. I must go faster, faster still, until I surpass everything. Silver could feel the concept of the infinite space she had established trembling. How is this possible? Silver wore an expression of disbelief for the first time. How could a mere physical body break through my ability? Rule-type abilities are called truth precisely because they transcend all laws. If you declare space to be infinite, then space is infinite. If you declare it impossible to approach, then it is absolutely impossible to approach. The only things capable of opposing them are other rule-type abilities and special god-tier abilities. But what was happening before her eyes completely overturned her understanding. Boom! Space let out a wail of strain. Silver felt a fear unlike any she had ever known. Unlike others who fought against the rules, rule-type abilities could establish their own rules to counter hers, while god-tier abilities could ignore her ability to a certain extent. But this was an unprecedented situation. The rules she had set were being crumpled and shattered by Fong as if they were trash. With no time to spare for elegance, she stretched out her hands and frantically manipulated them. Don't come near me. Activate the concept that no living being can approach me. Activate the concept of spatial distortion. Deactivate the concept of paths leading to me. The triple overlay of concepts was already the absolute limit of what Silver's mental power could bear. Around her, space had warped into a bizarre black hole like void. Any matter entering it would be pulverized. And the very moment she finished setting them up, that black figure had already broken through the previous infinite concept and charged right in front of her. Fong's right hand clenched into a fist, all his strength converging into a single point at that moment. Fatal serious punch. The instant the punch landed, Silver felt as if the word death had been slapped across her face. The next second, she could feel every concept she had set up shatter under the force of that single blow. Meanwhile, at the exact moment his fist struck, Fong's left hand clamped down on her slender neck. Thud! Silver was then slammed violently into the ground. The force was so great it left a deep crater in the earth. Ha, ha, Fong gasped for breath in heavy, ragged breaths. That round of serious running, combined with the final serious punch, had drained him far more than he'd anticipated. If converted to an ordinary person's stamina, it was roughly equivalent to the feeling after sprinting a full 400 meters. Though exhausted, he wasn't yet so drained that he couldn't move. He looked down at Silver, pinned to the ground beneath him. Her silver hair lay in disarray on the ground, her clothes were covered in dust, her little face was flushed bright red from lack of oxygen, and her petite body was trembling slightly. A healthy smile tugged at the corners of Fong's mouth. Beg for mercy now, you little brat. Look at yourself. I actually preferred your defiant attitude earlier. Get yourself together, hurry up. Cough, cough. Fong stared at her, a secret sense of satisfaction welling up inside him. I told you not to act tough in front of me. Now look, I've got you pinned to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Silver coughed a few more times. The shock in her eyes gradually subsided, and then, surprisingly, her expression shifted rapidly, taking on a pitiful, helpless look. One-eyed big brother, I know I was wrong, please let me off, okay? Just now, I was just trying to play a joke on you. I'm in so much pain right now, could you please get off me? I'm begging you. That's hilarious. Are you seriously joking right now? Just as Fong was about to further humiliate this cocky little brat, a sudden, sharp, stabbing pain shot through the palm of his left hand, which was clamped around Silver's neck. Ow! Fong sucked in a sharp breath and instinctively loosened his grip.
He stumbled backward several meters, clutching his left hand tightly.
You little brat actually have another trick up your sleeve?
Fong snarled through gritted teeth, regretting that he hadn't just smashed her skull with a single punch while she was pinned to the ground. But when he looked up at Silver, he froze. Lying on the ground, Silver hadn't taken the opportunity to strike back. Instead, she was now running her tiny hands over her neck in disbelief.
Fong furrowed his brow. Something was off. If that stinging pain had been Silver's doing, she'd be wearing a smug look right now, saying, "Didn't he see that coming, did you? I've got another trick up my sleeve."
But her expression now looked more like something had happened that even she couldn't comprehend.
Silver's fingers gently traced her neck.
Just a moment ago, when Fong's hand had made tight contact with her skin. Silver felt it, though only for a brief instant. The agony that had tormented her for years, burning her nerves like a living hell, the pain caused by the truth fragment within her body rebelling against her, had truly vanished. She looked up at Fong, and Fong looked back at her. They stared at each other, both reading the same message in the other's eyes.
Was that just now you're doing?
A few seconds later, Silver suddenly smiled. She sat up and brushed the dust off her skirt. "You won, one-eyed big brother." She stood up.
"I promise I won't reveal your appearance. I'm a little tired from playing today. See you next time."
Then her body vanished completely, leaving only Fong alone in the corridor.
Fong sat down in the corner of the room.
He needed to gather his thoughts. There was no doubt he had won this battle, and it proved a crucial point: the power within this body was strong enough to transcend the rules. This dispelled the last vestige of unease he felt about this world's ability system. He could now confirm that he was the strongest being in this world, or at least one of the strongest.
But what was that stinging sensation at the end?
He looked down at the palm of his left hand. There was indeed no wound.
Yet that stinging sensation had definitely been real.
Though it lasted only an instant, it was the first time he felt pain since arriving in this world.
Was it a side effect of using his full power? Or something else?
More importantly, Silver seemed to have sensed something as well. Her expression at the end didn't look like she was putting on an act.
Trouble.
Although he felt somewhat reassured, it seemed a whole new set of problems had emerged. He still couldn't afford to let his guard down.
Chapter 35, I
have inherited the will of my predecessors.
Lin stood amidst the ruins outside the building.
Director Chen's anxious voice came through her communicator. "Reinforcements are on their way. Yen Huang and Bai Wei are leading the team. They'll arrive in 3 minutes.
Don't make any rash moves."
Understood. She ended the call and looked up at the dark, dilapidated building. Lin knew that if she couldn't handle an enemy even a one-eyed couldn't defeat, then even Yen Huang and Bai Wei arriving would be of no use. S-tier was powerful, but against a monster like that, she dared not think about it further. Why am I so weak?" Lin muttered to herself, tears welling up uncontrollably. "If I were just a little stronger, if my ability could actually fight." She hated her own helplessness, hated that she could only stand outside and wait. She hated that, aside from her retrospection skill, a support ability, she was completely useless. Just as she was about to be overwhelmed by self-reproach, the wall on the first floor of the building suddenly exploded. A dark figure darted out of the gaping hole and landed steadily on the open ground beside Lin.
Lin instinctively took a half step back, raising her pistol without thinking.
Then she saw the person standing before her, with a paper bag pulled over their head. It looked like a bag torn from a convenience store shopping bag, with 2 holes roughly poked out for eyes. The appearance was so bizarre that Lin didn't process it at first. But when she saw the clothes the figure was wearing, black attire, a matching long overcoat though somewhat torn and dusty, this outfit, there was no doubt about it.
Sir One Eye?"
Lin's voice trembled with excitement. Fong stood amidst the ruins, peering through the 2 crooked holes in the paper bag at Lin's face, a mix of shock and delight, feeling so embarrassed he wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground.
"Damn it, that brat Silver lost my helmet, and I couldn't find a replacement at the last minute."
As he burst out of the building, he spotted a relatively clean paper bag in a nearby trash pile and, in a panic, had resorted to this desperate measure. He'd been in such a rush when punching the holes that one ended up too big and the other too small, leaving him with an unbearably asymmetrical field of vision. He lowered his voice, striving to maintain one's signature icy tone. "It's fine. I almost had him, but unfortunately that silver got away." Lynn let out a long sigh of relief, her heart finally settling. She hurried forward, her eyes brimming with admiration. "I knew Lord One Eye was the strongest. No enemy, no matter what kind, could ever defeat you." Lynn's gaze fell back on the paper bag. Lord One Eye, that bag of yours." "Ahem." Fong cleared his throat, forcing down his inner embarrassment, and explained in as calm a tone as possible. "I lost my helmet during the fight with her." He pointed to the paper bag on his head. "As you know, I can't reveal my identity. So this is the only option." Seeing One Eye like this, a thought popped into Lynn's head uncontrollably. "He's kind of cute." She quickly shook her head, suppressing that irreverent thought. "I see." Lynn tried to keep her voice serious. "You've thought of everything, Your Excellency." Fong watched her awkward expression through the paper bag, feeling even more embarrassed. He quickly changed the subject. "Are those team members okay?" "They're fine. It was all due to mental control causing a loss of consciousness. They'll need some time to rest, but there's no danger to their lives." Fong nodded, then, recalling Silver's ability, added, "Silver's ability is quite unique. She calls herself the master key. She can activate or deactivate the concept of anything she touches." He explained it in a way Lynn could understand as best as possible. For example, if she deactivates the concept of injury, she can't be hurt. If she deactivates the concept of an exit, we can't leave a given space. Lynn listened, wide-eyed. An ability like this, it's practically like cheating, Fong interjected. "But she said she is the most unique member of the dark cult. There probably isn't a second person with this ability, so there is no need to worry too much. Leave Silver to me, I'm not done with her yet." Fong recalled that final, eerie stinging sensation, as well as Silver's shocked expression. "Let us extend our partnership a little longer until we've dealt with Silver." Lynn looked at the man standing before her who had said, "Leave it to me," and a sense of security washed over her. It was the kind of reassurance that made her feel as though, as long as he was there, she wouldn't fear even if the sky were to fall. She bowed deeply. "Thank you, Lord One Eye. Counting this time, you've saved me 3 times now." Her voice was soft, yet unwavering. "I, Lynn, am willing to go through fire and water for you, Lord One Eye." "No need to be so dramatic." Lynn straightened up and smiled. But soon she remembered something, and her expression turned serious. "Lord One Eye, since an unexpected entity like Silver has appeared, should you contact your organization?" "Organization? What organization?" He looked at Lynn, completely bewildered. Seeing him remain silent, Lynn assumed he was surprised that the Hunter Bureau knew about this, and hurried to explain. "It's just, when you were dealing with the evil eater, you said you were just a Cayman Rider passing by out of curiosity. I was referring to the Cayman Rider organization." "So, do you need to contact them?" Fong's brain froze for a moment. Cayman Rider? An organization? Wait a minute. After defeating the evil eater in the sewers, he did seem to have casually mentioned, just a passing Cayman Rider. But that was just him showing off. It was a homage. Surely these Hunter Bureau people aren't taking that seriously, are they? "Are you serious?" Lynn nodded. "We are. We trust Lord One Eye, and we trust the Cayman Rider organization behind you. Unlike the Dark Cult, you're on humanity's side." "Holy shit? Your imaginations are way too wild. I just said it off the cuff. How did that turn into a mysterious organization? What should ye do now? Say, that was a joke? That would totally ruin One Eye's image. Say yes, but it's just me? Then why call it an organization? Was he really supposed to wear a bunch of different helmets and pretend there were multiple Cayman Riders? That's way too much trouble." Fong's mind raced.
Kamen Rider, right now, it's just me. Lin froze. What do you mean? Fong kept making it up as he went along. I've inherited the will of 2627 predecessors. By the time he said that, even he couldn't keep the story going, it was too embarrassing. But Lin's imagination had already kicked into high gear. Kamen Rider, an ancient organization, 27 predecessors inheriting their will, and the out of personal interest he mentioned at the start. A tragic yet magnificent history automatically filled in the gaps in her mind. A mysterious organization passed down through countless generations, with each generation featuring a Kamen Rider bearing a different codename. They hid in the shadows of history, silently protecting humanity. And this generation, the 28th, was none other than Kamen Rider Dokomoku. He carried the will of his 27 predecessors and fought alone. For what? To fight against dark forces like the Dark Cult, to protect a peace invisible to ordinary people. And none of them were forced into it. It was all driven by passion, a sense of justice that came from the heart. Lin's eyes welled up with tears. She had previously thought that One Eye was already quite heroic, but now she realized that the burden he carried was far heavier than she had ever imagined. Lord One Eye, Lin's voice choked up. I understand now. I'm sorry I shouldn't have asked so many questions. Fong looked at Lin's I understand everything expression, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He turned his head away, not quite daring to meet Lin's gaze, which was filled with sympathy and admiration. Lin wiped the corner of her eye and asked again, then can I tell the Hunter Bureau about all this? About Kamen Rider and how you inherited his will? It's up to you. There shouldn't be anything wrong with telling them. As for what they think, let them think what they want, I don't care anymore. But I'll say it again, remember not to investigate my identity. Absolutely not. Fong felt utterly drained. What kind of day has this turned out to be? Then I'll call you if anything comes up, he said, turning to leave. Lord One Eye. Lin called out to him. Fong turned back. Lin bowed deeply, his voice filled with unprecedented respect. Please, take care of yourself, no matter what. Oh. Then his figure flickered and vanished into the shadows of the ruins. Chapter 36, Silver. The night sky tower, Xingyuan City's tallest landmark, had long since closed its observation deck. Yet at that moment, a small figure sat perched on the edge of the railing. Silver's little legs dangled in the air. The night breeze ruffled her silver hair, which glowed faintly in the moonlight. She gently stroked her neck with her right hand. She possessed a truth fragment within her body, a core secret known only to the bishop within the Dark Cult, and the very reason for her special status within the organization. This fragment had been with her since birth, constantly eroding her body and soul, causing pain that seeped deep into her bones. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to it. But why, she murmured softly, her blood-red pupils filled with confusion. Why does his touch make the fragment quiet down? She could feel that, in that moment, the truth fragment seemed to have encountered something it revered and was willing to submit to. This was too strange. She was certain that One Eye was not a truth fragment bearer. His attack style carried no trace of a truth fragment. But why? Just then, the communicator in her arms began to vibrate. Silver glanced down at it and resumed her usual cheerful smile. Hello, locksmith sister, calling me this late, did you miss me? She answered the call, and a steady female voice came through. Silver, what exactly are you trying to do? Silver tilted her head. What do you mean? Don't play dumb, the locksmith said, her voice laced with anger. You deliberately exposed Nightmare's operations to the Hunter Bureau, didn't you? Those mana anomalies at the outposts, you caused them with your powers. And, you killed her. Silver laughed. You're really well informed, locksmith. Answer me. All right, Silver said, swinging her legs. You know full well, locksmith, the trouble Nightmare caused the organization by using an S-tier rift without authorization. And that humanoid beast that crawled out of the rift this time, do you really think it's within the realm of normality? Ever since that thing appeared, we haven't even been able to use the lowest level rifts. Not even I can reopen them. Boss Ruin's been pulling his hair out over it.
The locksmith fell silent. She was indeed aware of this. Ruin was currently investigating exactly what that thing was and why it had caused the dimensional rift which they worked so hard to control to seal itself shut again. Silver continued, besides, the boss clearly gave orders not to use S-tier rifts. Nightmare didn't listen, and even after getting scolded, she still wouldn't back down, insisting on some kind of revenge. I just gave her a little punishment, that's all. But that doesn't justify killing her. The locksmith's tone softened slightly. Silver's smile widened. Don't be mad, locksmith sister, it didn't really cause much trouble anyway. And I did have some merit this time. At the very least, I successfully tested one eye's strength. That makes up for it, right? The locksmith sighed. One eye, how was he? Silver's eyes lit up. Super strong. Her tone was clearly excited. Ridiculously strong. To be honest, locksmith, aside from me, I doubt anyone in the organization could stand up to him except Boss Ruin. If any of you others ran into him, well, Little Supreme might last a little while, but for the rest of you, I'd say surviving 3 seconds would be a miracle. Is he a truth fragment holder? The image of One Eye flashed through Silver's mind. I can't be sure. That guy's cunning. He tried to run the moment he felt my master key. Though he is incredibly powerful, it seems he hasn't yet managed to fully break through my rules. My preliminary assessment is that he isn't a truth fragment holder, but rather a god-tier ability holder. I'll need to stay here and observe him more closely to confirm. Of course, it was all a lie. A treasure like this, how could I possibly tell you? If the organization finds out he can neutralize the truth fragment's side effects, it'd be a disaster. He is mine alone. Alright, the locksmith finally relented. So do you plan to keep an eye on Xingyuan City? Of course. I'd also like to ask locksmith sister for a favor. Speak. Let the others know. Silver's tone suddenly turned serious. Though her smile remained, the warmth had vanished from her blood-red pupils. Leave One Eye in Xingyuan City to me. I don't want anyone else meddling in ruining my game. All right. Anyway, after that humanoid beast and your prank, our plans have been completely thrown off track. It'll be hard for others to infiltrate in the short term. Lord Ruin also said you can play however you like, as long as you don't go too far and forget about the capital. That great. Silver's voice instantly became cheerful again. I love you so much, locksmith sister. By the way, tell the boss thanks for him. Cut the crap. Locksmith said helplessly. I'm hanging up. Be careful. The connection cut off. Silver tucked the communicator back into her coat and continued gazing at the city lights in the distance. Her thoughts drifted back to that fleeting moment. Who are you, really? One-eyed, she murmured softly. The night breeze blew, sending her silver hair fluttering. Next time we meet, I'll make sure to ask you everything. At the same time, at the Hunter Bureau in Xingyuan City, Lin pushed open the conference room door. Director Chen was waiting for her inside. A steaming meal sat on the table. It didn't look like it came from the cafeteria. You're back? Are you okay? I'm fine. Lin sat down across from him. Lord One Eye saved everyone once again. Tell me exactly what happened. Lin gave a detailed account of everything that had happened. In the end, Lord One Eye charged out of the building. The nightmare was killed, and Silver vanished. Lin concluded, Lord One Eye said he drove Silver away, but her business with us isn't over yet. After listening, Director Chen remained silent for a long time. Rule-type abilities. Concept manipulation. Although I've heard rumors of rule-type abilities existing in the world, I never imagined they were real. Lord One Eye said Silver is the most unique member of the dark cult. There likely isn't another like her. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that Silver is lying, Lin added. And Lord One Eye has already stated he'll continue cooperating with us until Silver is dealt with. Lin, do you know what this means? Lin paused for a moment. It means we have the most powerful ally in all of Shenzhou, Director Chen said slowly. One Eye is willing to cooperate with us and even try to save our team members under those circumstances. That's a huge favor. Lin nodded vigorously.
I understand.
Director Chen looked at her, then suddenly changed the subject. By the way, you mentioned in your earlier report that
Lord One Eye is backed by an organization called Kamen Rider?
Yes, Lord One Eye admitted it himself. She repeated his words. He said, Kamen Rider is now just me. I have inherited the will of 27 predecessors.
Director Chen's eyes widened slightly. 27 predecessors, inheriting their will.
A vivid image automatically formed in his mind. It was an ancient organization hidden in the shadows of history, where generation after generation of Kamen Riders carried on their mission, silently protecting humanity and fighting against all manner of unknown darkness. They sacrificed their names, their families, and even all traces of their existence, all to protect the flame of humanity. In every generation, some were sacrificed, and in every generation, others inherited the torch, passing it on without ever letting the flame die out.
And the 28th generation was none other than Dokomoku.
Bearing the will of his 27 predecessors, he fought alone.
Director Chen felt a stinging sensation in his eyes.
How tragic and magnificent. Lin nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with reverence. I feel the same way. Director Chen looked at Lin solemnly. Lin, Lord One Eye has entrusted his contact information to you alone. This is a mark of his trust. You must cherish this trust, communicate with him frequently, and understand his needs. Although we can't interfere with his battles at all, we must provide strong support. Your retrospection skill should be a powerful source of intelligence for Lord One Eye.
Understood. After wrapping up official business, the atmosphere eased slightly.
Director Chen looked at the food on the table, which had grown a bit cold, and shook his head with a wry smile. Working overtime every day. I even have to have my wife bring me meals. Lin glanced at the lavish spread, then at Director Chen's unmistakable smile, and couldn't help but tease. Director, your wife really takes good care of you. You bet. My eye for a wife is second to none, Director Chen chuckled smugly.
But Lin, you're not exactly a spring chicken anymore, are you? 23? When are you going to find a partner?
Lin nearly choked on her own saliva.
Director.
Well, I'm just looking out for you, Director Chen said with a twinkle in his eye. Work is important, but you shouldn't neglect your personal life either. Lin blushed and lowered her head. No, there is no rush. I'll handle the tasks at hand first. Director Chen watched her reaction, shook his head with a smile, and said no more. But as Lin lowered her head, an image flashed involuntarily through her mind.
A black combat uniform.
She quickly shook her head, pushing that strange thought aside.
What am I thinking?
At the same time, at the Fong residence.
Fong collapsed onto the bed, sprawled out in a star shape.
This exhaustion reminded him of the 1,000-meter fitness test he hated most during college. The sensation of his muscles aching so badly they felt like they were about to burst was exactly the same. That little brat Silver, he has actually got some skills. He muttered, staring at the ceiling. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a quick nap, the doorbell suddenly rang.
Ding dong, ding dong. Fong frowned and cursed under his breath. Who is it? In the middle of the night.
He rolled out of bed and dragged his weary body toward the door.
Was it Sue?
But that guy had a key. He never rang the doorbell.
Could it be a delivery? He hadn't bought anything recently. Fong opened the door without thinking, and there stood a stranger at the entrance.
He looked to be in his 30s, and the way he stood there gave off a strong NPC vibe. Fong was about to ask, "Who are you?" But before the words could leave his mouth, the man raised his hand and swung a punch straight at his face.
Chapter 37. Meanwhile, on the other side. In a secluded room inside a factory building, Sue was lying on a worn-out sofa, scrolling through her phone. This was the hideout she'd prepared in advance. Its main features were its remote location and the absence of surveillance cameras. It should be safe enough. The light from her phone screen glinted off her face, and a smile involuntarily curled at the corners of her mouth. I wonder what that idiot is up to right now. Probably pulling another all-nighter gaming, right? I wonder if he is eating on time. Nah, that is probably not happening. Thinking of Fong's laid-back demeanor, she couldn't help but chuckle softly.
He is ridiculously strong, yet lazier than anyone else. He could run rushshot over everyone, but all he wants is to curl up in his little apartment and live his quiet life. Never mind, Sue set her phone aside and stretched. I should be able to go back in a few days. When I do, I'll have to have a serious talk with him and tell him to stop staying up all night. But just then, a piercing alarm suddenly blared through the room. Sue jumped up from the sofa. It was the alarm from the motion sensor she de-installed at the exterior entrance, signaling an intruder. They found me this quickly? She immediately prepared to flee, but before she could reach the door, the wall on one side of the room suddenly burst open. Sue didn't even have time to react. She only felt a terrifying force slam into her abdomen, sending her flying backward. She crashed through the wall behind her, tumbling out onto the open ground outside the factory. Cough cough, she struggled to her feet, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth and her entire body throbbing with pain. But when she saw who had arrived, all the pain was overshadowed by shock. In the moonlight, a figure was seen walking slowly through the gap in the shattered wall. A crisp black suit, immaculately styled hair, and that face she knew all too well, forever stern and imposing. Sue Wanley, her father. The current head of the U-clan, a peak S-tier awakened, and a prominent figure in the capital S business circles. Sue's heart sank to the depths. Since he had come in person, it meant he was determined to take her back this time. Wan Ting, Sue Wanley's voice was deep, have you had enough fun out here? Sue raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, forcing a mocking smile. Playing? I've been hiding from you all. I never expected the esteemed head of the U-clan to come personally to capture his disobedient daughter. What's the matter, father? Is the company not busy lately? Do you have time to go for a stroll? Sue Wanley ignored her sarcasm, speaking calmly, I'll give you two choices. First, come back to the capital with me willingly. From now on, behave yourself and follow the Clan S arrangements. This is for the best for both of us. You'll still be the eldest daughter of the U-clan, respected by all, and no one will give you any trouble. Second, you know very well that I don't want to resort to that method. It wouldn't be good for either of us. You're a smart person, think it over carefully. Sue slowly stood up, the smile on her face gradually fading. I refuse. No sooner had the words left her mouth than dazzling silver blue arcs of lightning erupted around her, instantly enhancing her physical prowess. Sue Wanley didn't move, he merely sighed softly. And in the very next second, ferocious lightning power instantly surged through his entire body as well. It was also a nature-type ability, but unlike Sue's lightning control, Sue Wanley's ability was called lightning armor. It used the power of lightning to strengthen the body to its limits. Although it couldn't be used for long-range lightning attacks, the boost to physical strength, especially speed, was nothing short of terrifying. Sue decided to strike first. With a flick of her right hand, a condensed spear of lightning shot from her palm, transforming into a silver-blue meteor hurtling straight towards Sue Wanley. But Sue Wanley's figure vanished a split second before the lightning spear made contact. So fast. Sue had anticipated this. She knew her father's ability was extreme speed. A head-on clash would only leave her at his mercy. So the moment she hurled the lightning spear, she began retreating while crossing her arms to block in front of her. Sure enough, the very next second after she made her defensive move, Sue Wanley's fist was already in front of her. Boom! Sue barely managed to block it, but the terrifying force still sent a numbing shock through her arms, sending her sliding backward several meters. As she slid, however, lightning erupted from her body once more. Thunder explosion! A ring of blue lightning radiated outward from her, forcing Sue Wanley to retreat and evade, unable to pursue. Sue gasped for breath, her arms throbbing with pain. She knew she was no match for her father in a head-on clash. Although her father's thunder armor was a lower-tier manifestation of her own lightning control, meaning anything he could do, she could do as well. The gap between the peak of S tier and the peak of A tier was simply too vast. It was a pity if her beloved car, Shadow, were still here, she might have had a sliver of a chance to win. I can't let him get any closer. I'll have to use that move. Sand Iron Storm. Sue stomped her right foot, and countless tiny metal shards rose from the ground. These were iron particles she had hidden in the surrounding ruins beforehand. Under the control of her lightning ability, the particles instantly coalesced into a black barrier, while their edges transformed into countless sharp blades. Fine particles of sand and iron still drifted around Su, ready at any moment to coalesce into defenses or attacks. Su Wanli looked at the scene before him and nodded slightly. You've grown considerably stronger. Both your control precision and reaction speed have improved significantly since you left home. I suppose you're just a step away from entering the S tier. There was a hint of satisfaction in his tone, but he shook his head immediately. However, as things stand now, you're still underestimating the gap between the A tier and the S tier. Before his words had even finished, his figure vanished once more. The next second, Su felt an unstoppable force strike her from the side. The iron sand barrier she took such pride in was torn open by a gaping hole. Instantly, Su Wanli appeared right in front of her. Boom! 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 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Each punch carried the numbing shock of lightning, slamming into Su's blocking arms, lower abdomen, and shoulders. Thud! Su's entire body was sent flying once more, crashing heavily to the ground as her consciousness began to fade. She struggled to get up, but her body would no longer obey her. The world before her eyes began to blur. The last image she saw was her father walking toward her. You damn old man, you. Then she lost consciousness completely and collapsed to the ground. Su Wanli stood beside his daughter, looking down at her unconscious face. A rare expression of tenderness appeared on his usually stern features. Take her to the car. Su Wanli withdrew his hand and ordered the men in black who had appeared behind him at some point. Yes, sir. Su Wanli stood where he was, gazing at the city lights in the distance. He remained silent for a moment, then turned to the 3 figures in the darkness and said, You 3, go and bring over the man who lives with he wanting. The 3 figures bowed slightly. Remember, you may use whatever means necessary, but do not take his life. Understood. The 3 figures vanished into the night. Chapter 38, You, go and capture Fong. When Su opened her eyes again, the first thing she saw was a magnificent crystal chandelier, followed by the familiar ceiling. She immediately realized where she was. The Yu clan mansion in the capital, the place where she had grown up. She looked down and saw that she was tied to a chair, with special ability suppressing rings on her wrists and ankles. Her injuries had been treated, but they still throbbed faintly. Awake? Su lifted her head and saw Su Wanli sitting in a chair across from her, holding a cup of tea with a calm expression. Standing beside him were 3 people, her eldest brother, Su Mingxian, her younger brother, Su Tianming, and her mother, Lin Wanru. Wan Ting! Lin Wanru rushed over immediately, looking her up and down with concern. Does anything hurt? Are your injuries serious? You child, why can't you just give your mother some peace of mind? Seeing her mother's anxious expression, the rebellious fire in Su's heart subsided by more than half. She knew that her older brother, younger brother, and mother in the Yu clan treated her very well. If it weren't for them, she probably would have run away from home much sooner. Mom, I'm fine, she forced a smile. It just hurts a little. I'll be okay in a couple of days. Su Mingxian walked over and stood beside her. As the eldest son of the Yu clan, he was 28 years old and at the peak of the A tier. Steady and gentle in nature, he had always looked out for his younger sister since childhood. Wan Ting, he sighed. His younger brother, Su Tianming, was only 14 but already quite mature. He leaned in and whispered, Sis, please don't go against father. He has actually been quite worried about you these past few days. Su turned her gaze back to Su Wanli. Go ahead. How did you find me? I handpicked every one of those hideouts. Su Wanli set down his teacup and said calmly, I called in a favor and enlisted the help of an S-tier awakened from the Countermeasures Bureau. His ability is Eagle Eye. As long as he knows your general location and has an item connected to you, he can pinpoint your exact position. I owe the Bureau a favor because of you, but finding you was worth it. Su paused for a moment, then smiled. Oh, so I'm quite valuable, am I? Her smile quickly faded, and she shouted angrily.
If you've got the guts, lock me up for life. Otherwise, I'll escape at the first opportunity. Lock me up once, and I'll escape once.
Lock me up 10 times, and I'll escape 10 times.
Su Wanli looked at her and spoke slowly. I can make a concession. Everyone in the room froze.
I can call off the arranged marriage, Su Wanli said, enunciating each word clearly. As for the Li family, I'll go explain and handle it myself.
This is the biggest concession I can make as your father.
Su Kudin put into words the shock she felt.
Her father was actually making a concession? The sun was rising in the west? Could it be?
However, from now on, you must live according to my rules.
Return to the capital to live at home and go back to school.
After graduation, I'll give you a choice: you can join the group or go to the Hunter Bureau, whichever you prefer. In any case, stop running around aimlessly and stop hanging out with those unsavory characters. The glimmer of hope that had just flickered in Sue's heart vanished instantly. She had clearly overestimated the situation.
Don't even dream about it. You might as well just kill me. Wan Ting.
Lin Wanru snapped, how dare you speak to your father like that?
Sis, father has already made a concession. You just need to. A concession? Su cut him off.
Let us be clear, the only thing he is conceding is something he never should have forced on me in the first place. The rest still requires me to live by his script.
What kind of concession is that?
You old jerk, there's one thing I've never quite understood. I said a long time ago that I don't need any help from the family at all. I wouldn't even mind being disowned. I'm not going to die if I leave the Yu clan. And I've also said that if the family ever runs into trouble, I'll come back to help. You're still my most important family, and that won't change.
I just want to go out and make my own way in the world. But why? Why do I have to live my life your way? Just because I'm a so-called ability genius? Su Wanli was silent for a long time.
Then he stood up and walked to the window, turning his back to everyone.
You simply don't understand my intentions.
When you're older and have experienced more, you'll realize that there is no such thing as absolute freedom in this world.
Every path the clan has laid out for you is meant to protect you.
Su didn't speak, because she knew nothing she said would change his mind.
Never mind. Let us talk about this when the person arrives. Who?
Su Wanli looked at her, his gaze full of meaning. You know him.
You've lived together for so long, do you think I wouldn't know? Sue's expression changed instantly. What are you going to do? Nothing. Su Wanli's tone was calm.
I just want to see for myself the man who makes you so happy in your text chats and fills your phone diary with entries about that idiot.
His name is Fong, right?
As his father, I want to see exactly who this mysterious figure is.
He glanced at his watch.
Judging by the time, he should already be on his way.
Fong has nothing to do with this. What are you going to do to him? Answer me.
Su jumped to her feet, but she forgotten she was tied to the chair and fell straight to the floor. Lin Wanru rushed over to help her up. Don't worry, Wenting, Su Mingxian explained from the side. Dad just sent 3 shadow guards to bring him here. Their methods might be a bit rough, but they definitely won't kill him. If he really is just an ordinary person, we'll give him enough money to last a lifetime and make him disappear completely from your world. But if he has ulterior motives, then we'll have to follow the rules. Su was initially overcome with rage, but the next second, an image of Fong in battle suddenly flashed through her mind.
Ha 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 ha, bring him here? Su stopped struggling and suddenly burst into laughter.
In her haste, she almost forgotten who Fong really was.
What are you laughing at? Su Wanli frowned.
Su tried hard to stifle her laughter, but the corners of her mouth still curled upward.
Nothing really, nothing.
She just suddenly wondered if the 3 men her father had sent were still okay. The more she thought about it, the more she wanted to laugh, but to avoid provoking her father, she had to hold it in with all her might, her shoulders trembling.
Su Wanli looked at her and sensed that something wasn't quite right. Just then, his phone rang.
Su Wanli glanced at the caller ID. It was the number of one of the 3 men he'd sent out. He answered and put the call on speaker, intending to let his daughter hear the news about that phone.
Is it taken care of?
But there was no response on the other end.
Just as Su Wanli was starting to wonder, a strange voice came through the phone.
So you're the leader of this group, are you?
Ha 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 ha. Su finally couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Chapter 39, I've come for you. What did you say? What did you do to my shadow guards? You mean these guys?
I figured they must be pretty tired working in the middle of the night, so I gave them a good night's sleep.
No need to thank me. A good night's sleep?
Apart from Su, who spent all his time online, no one else present understood what that meant. Then it dawned on them, he had knocked out those 3 A-tier shadow guards.
Su Wanli's expression grew somber.
3 shadow guards, all A-tier. They were the personal bodyguards he had personally trained, each having endured countless real-world combat tests.
Together, these 3 could even hold off a newly S-tier awakened.
But the man on the other end of the line didn't seem to think much of them at all.
So, who are you? Fang's voice continued, have I ever crossed you?
Su Wanli suppressed his shock and spoke in as steady a tone as possible.
I'm Su Wanli. You should know that name.
There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line.
Su Wanli, Fang seemed to be pondering the name, then it dawned on him, oh, Su's old Deng?
Oh, wait, I mean middle Deng.
Su Wanli. Wait, is Su with you?
Su Wanli glanced at his daughter, who was tied to a chair, and motioned for Su to speak up. Su, who had been watching the drama unfold, heard Fang call his name and, feeling a bit embarrassed, shouted into the phone, Fang, it's me.
Ha? No, didn't you say you'd just hide for a few days?
How did you get caught? Su's face instantly flushed with anger. How was I supposed to know my dad would come in person? If it weren't for him, there's no way anyone else could ve caught me. What was I supposed to do?
I'm desperate too.
Well, that just shows you're no match for him. Just you wait. Everyone present watched the scene, completely at a loss for words. Su Mingxian knew his sister was usually rebellious at home, but she'd never been this. Su Tianming muttered under his breath, the way my sister's talking to this guy sounds so weird. Lin Wanru, meanwhile, wore a look of mixed emotions as she watched her daughter's flustered and indignant expression, her thoughts lost in her own mind.
Su Wanli cleared his throat, interrupting their bickering. Fang finally remembered the main issue. Wait a minute, you still haven't explained why you sent people to beat me up. What does Su's arrest have to do with me?
I just wanted to see who exactly this person was who's south so close to my daughter.
And so you sent people to my door to beat me up? It was an invitation. Invite my ass. Throwing a punch in my face the moment I opened the door, is that what you call an invitation? You fucking never mind, I can't be bothered arguing with you. So what are you planning to do next?
Su Wanli was struggling to maintain his dignity as the head of the household.
Right now, Fang, I just want to ask you one question. His voice turned serious. Do you have ulterior motives regarding my daughter? Ha? You're reading too much into this.
Oh, but I did scam her out of $1,000 when we first met. Does that count?
Everyone turned to look at Su in unison.
Su lowered his head in silent admission.
Sis? Sis, you've actually been scammed out of money before? Su Wanli rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. I see.
He tried to steady his composure. I apologize for this. Once I've sent people to retrieve my men, I'll send a large sum of money as compensation and, of course, as hush money. Don't get involved with my daughter anymore, just live your own life. Su bit her lip. She knew this was the best outcome. Fang wouldn't be dragged into the Clan's troubles and could continue living his carefree life. As for her, at worst, she'd just stay in the capital. The arranged marriage was off anyway. The worst that could happen was being kept under a bit of a watch.
Fang looked at the 3 shadow guards lying unconscious on the floor.
He knew that if he simply said yes right now, he'd immediately receive a massive sum of money. He could continue living his little life, or go anywhere to squander it. But what came to mind was the look on Sue's face when they first met at the abandoned building. "Hey, Sue, are you still there?"
I'm here. I'm just going to ask you one question.
"Answer me honestly, don't worry about your father's reaction, and don't worry about whether this will cause me trouble."
Do you want me to get you out of here?
Sue froze. She knew exactly what Fong meant. Once she nodded, Fong would no longer be that passing by Kamen Rider. He would officially step onto the world's stage, and a life like that would hold no peace.
Fong, you've got the money.
"You can live well on your own," Sue said, her voice trembling.
There's no need.
"Oh, I can earn my own money at LL, just take a little longer."
Fong cut her off. "I might have been a bit too serious just now. Let me put it this way, do you want to stay in the capital as a spoiled young lady, or do you want to come out and make your own way? I'm not into all that sappy stuff. Just tell me what you'd choose." Sue's tears finally broke through the dam. I want to come out and live with you," she cried, completely abandoning her image as a proper young lady. "Okay, I get it."
Fong chuckled softly on the other end of the line, and that laugh made Su Wanli feel uneasy. "Hey, Su Wanli old timer, oh wait, Su Wanli mid timer, ugh, this is such a hassle, I'm done with the puns."
Sue's old man. "Just wait. I'm heading to the capital to find you guys tomorrow." Fong, are you serious? Are you sure you want to make enemies with the entire U clan? What's the matter? If you've got the guts, come beat me up right now. He really didn't know what to say. What on earth was going on in this young man's head? Any normal person hearing something like pitting yourself against the entire U clan, even if they weren't scared, would at least think twice, right? But he. Su couldn't help but laugh out loud. Tears were still streaming down his face, but he couldn't stop smiling. "Su." Fong's voice came through again. "And don't even think about resisting. Just eat well, sleep well, scroll through your phone, and wait for my grand entrance tomorrow." Su replied softly. Then the call was hung up. In the U clan hall, Su Wanli stared at his phone for a long time before slowly turning to look at his two sons. What do you think?" Su Mingxian pushed his glasses up and said, "Father, this guy is either a madman or has some kind of trump card we can't even imagine. But one thing is certain, he has definitely no pushover." "I agree with my brother. This man is definitely no ordinary person." "I see. Let me think about it." 3 A-tier fighters were defeated with ease, and he showed no fear in the face of the U clan's intimidation. That composure was certainly not feigned. Who exactly is this Fong? An ordinary A-tier? Impossible. An S-tier? He knows all the S-tiers in Shenzhou, so he must be from outside. Looks like I'll have to investigate this thoroughly later. Just then, his phone rang again. Su Wanli picked it up, frowned upon seeing the caller ID, and pressed the speaker button. I forgot to mention this earlier," Fong's voice came through again. "When your 3 bodyguards ambushed me, they smashed my computer. Make sure to replace it top of the line specs. I'll send the spec sheet to your phone shortly. Don't even think about trying to get out of paying." The call ended again. Su Wanli remained frozen in place, still holding the phone. His older brother Su Mingxian, younger brother Su Tianming, mother Lin Wanru, and Su all fell silent. "Wan Ting, I'm asking you, was he like this when you lived with him?" "From what I know, yes." After hanging up, Fong kicked the unconscious shadow guard aside and pulled a bottle of Coke from the fridge, taking a big gulp. The U clan in the capital, huh? Although he acted quite cocky on the phone just now, Fong knew full well that as a top-tier family, the U clan had immense depth. Aside from Su Wanli, an S-tier peak fighter, there were bound to be a bunch of troublesome characters. But that wasn't the main issue. Unless they were at Crystal or Silver S level, they wouldn't even be a speed bump to him. The real problem was that they were in the capital. Beijing taking action there would likely cause a lot of trouble. Sigh, I'm still not keeping my cool. But it works out well. Now that they've confirmed my strength,
it's time for me to step onto the world stage.
Fong had it all figured out.
Since trouble was finding him even when he was minding his own business, he might as well take the initiative rather than wait for the next time. Of course, he didn't plan to reveal his full strength. Pretending to be an S-tier would suffice. For now, if he wanted to demonstrate his true power, it would be better to do so under the identity of the One-Eyed Man. As for the identity of Fong, he simply used it to play the role of an ordinary person with real power. He then used his bodyguard's phone to check the locations of the Yu-Clan mansion and the capital city. It's quite a distance from Xingyuan City, but there's one thing. He had no legal identity. That was the biggest problem. This meant he couldn't use any form of public transportation like planes or trains. Based on Sua's earlier explanation, he done some comparisons and realized this world's identity system was even stricter than Earth's. As an undocumented person, he'd be exposed the moment he tried.
So, Fong looked at the route on the map.
He'd have to run there. Yes, run there on foot.
It's a bit of a stretch.
But even though it sounds a bit ridiculous, given his current speed, it's no big deal. If he runs at a steady pace, it'll probably take about an hour. There's even better news. Su had told him earlier that his body emits no ability mana fluctuations. Combined with his speed, the defenses in the capital are just as ineffective against him as they were in Xingyuan City.
He can enter the capital the same way he entered Xingyuan City. Decided. I'll get some sleep first.
He tossed the 3 shadow guards downstairs, then went back to his room and lay down on the bed.
Nah, it's a bit early. I'll be there in an hour anyway.
I'll wake up around noon, play a couple of games, then go back to sleep.
Fong said this as he opened his phone and played until morning. Chapter 40, would you like some?
Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains into the room. Su slowly opened her eyes. She stared blankly at the ceiling for a moment. Realizing she was still at the Yu-Clan, she rolled over, buried her face in the pillow, and let out a deep sigh. How she wished yesterday's events had been nothing but a dream, and that she'd wake up to find herself back in her rented apartment. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock sounded at the door.
Wan Ting? Are you awake? It was her mother, Lin Wanru's, voice.
Su sat up and rubbed her eyes.
I'm awake, Mom. Come in.
The door opened, and Lin Wanru walked in carrying a tray with some breakfast on it. She set the tray on the nightstand, sat down beside the bed, and gently smoothed Su's bedhead.
Did you sleep well last night? I guess so.
Su picked up a steamed bun, took a bite, and mumbled.
Lin Wanru looked at her, as if she wanted to say something but held back.
Su sensed her mother's gaze and swallowed the bun in her mouth. Mom, if you have something to ask, just ask.
Lin Wanru hesitated for a moment, then said softly, Who exactly is that Fong? Su paused for a moment.
If I had to describe him in one word, Su thought for a moment, Fong is a hero driven by passion.
Driven by passion? Yeah. Su nodded.
He doesn't do it for some grand cause or sense of duty. He just does what he wants. He seems carefree, but he is actually more reliable than anyone else. He is also my closest friend. Lin Wanru had never heard her daughter speak about anyone in that tone before. You'll find out when the time comes, Su said with a smile, then went back to eating.
Lin Wanru wanted to say something, but in the end, she kept it to herself.
As she stood up and walked toward the door, she paused and said to her daughter with her back turned. I'll tell you this, it's been a long time since I've seen Wanli look so troubled.
That's nothing.
Just wait until he meets Fong, then he'll really have it coming. Lin Wanru shook her head helplessly, closed the door, and left. The room fell silent.
Su finished her breakfast, set the tray aside, and walked to the window.
Outside the window lay the Yu-Clan's grand courtyard, complete with rockeries and flowing water, everything exactly as she remembered it. Servants bustled about the grounds occasionally, one would glance up in her direction before quickly looking away. Leaning against the window frame, she stared blankly at the faint outline of the city in the distance.
Would Fong come?
First of all, without proper identification, he definitely couldn't get through customs. So there was only one way he could come, by using his superhuman physique to run all the way from Xingyuan City. She recalled the tone in Fang's voice during their phone call last night. Just wait. I'll be in Beijing to find you guys tomorrow. Su couldn't help but laugh. To be honest, given his sleep schedule, he was probably still asleep right now. 9 times out of 10, he stayed up all night gaming. It was highly likely he planned to play just a couple of rounds before bed, only to keep losing until he got so frustrated he declared, "I'll go to sleep after I win just one game," only to end up losing until dawn and logging off in disgrace. By the time he woke up, washed up, packed his things, and made his way over, it would be at least afternoon, maybe even evening. Wait, no. That guy would definitely stop somewhere for a meal first. Probably in the evening. She wondered again, what if he doesn't show up? What if he was just talking big and never actually planned to come? The thought lingered in her mind for only a moment before she shook it off. He won tea. Su turned around, rummaged through her closet for a somewhat presentable outfit, changed into it, then pushed open the door and went downstairs. The atmosphere in the living room was a bit more relaxed than yesterday. Su Wanli sat in the headseat, holding a teacup, with a document spread out in front of him, though his gaze was clearly not on the words. Her older brother, Su Mingxian, sat on the sofa to the side, holding a book. He flipped through several pages without moving it, while her younger brother, Su Tianming, was also reading, glancing toward the door from time to time. When the three of them saw Su come downstairs, Su Mingxian spoke first. "You're awake, Wenting? Have you had breakfast?" "I've already eaten." Su sat down next to Su Mingxian, glanced at her father in the headseat, and couldn't help but smile. "I didn't expect you'd even taken a day off from work." Facing someone with such a peculiar way of thinking, how could I possibly have the mind to go to the office? Let us resolve this matter first. Su propped her chin in her hand and offered a friendly reminder. "Actually, if he does come, it'll probably be this afternoon or tonight, more likely tonight." "Why?" "Because he usually doesn't get up until noon." Su Wanli stared at her expressionlessly. With his elite mindset, he likely couldn't fathom why anyone would sleep in until noon. No matter when he arrives, we need to be prepared. And so, the Uclan's Grand Hall entered a peculiar state of battle readiness. Time ticked by, second by second. Lunchtime arrived. Su Wanli had the meal served in the hall, and everyone ate hurriedly before resuming their wait. 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Su Wanli's expression grew darker by the minute. 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. The sun had set, and the lights in the hall came on. Su Wanli finally couldn't hold back any longer. With a look of exasperation, he turned to Su. "What's going on? I told you he usually wakes up at noon. He has probably just arrived in Beijing. Even if he did wake up at noon, it only takes 4 hours to get from Xingyuan City to Beijing, even by high-speed rail." Su Mingxian couldn't help but interject. "Who knows?" Su Wanli was even more at a loss for words. "Let us put that aside for now," he said. "Given how he thinks, what do you think he'll do once he gets to Beijing? Will he come straight here?" Su thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, "I guess he'll probably find a place to have dinner first. So we've been waiting here all day, and he might still be having dinner?" "I did tell you. You've only got yourself to blame." Su Wanli closed his eyes, as if trying to suppress some emotion. "Let us eat first. We're not waiting any longer." "What if he shows up?" Su Mingxian asked. "We'll deal with it if he does. We can't very well let the whole family go hungry just because of him." Just as everyone was about to get up, "Master!" A middle-aged man who looked like a butler hurried into the hall. "There's a young man at the door who says he'd like to see you. He says his name is Fong." Upon hearing this, Su jumped up from the sofa. "He is finally here." Su Wanli slowly sat back down in the headseat, picked up his now cold teacup, and took a sip. The weariness that had been on his face moments ago vanished completely, replaced by the expression of a hunter who has finally caught his prey. "Let him in." Footsteps echoed from outside the door, and then everyone saw Fong walk into the hall,
holding a bottle of Coke in his left hand and a plastic bag in his right, the bag filled with sizzling, oil-dripping grilled meat. He glanced at the U-Clan members filling the room who were staring at him, then looked down at the Coke and grilled meat in his hands. "What's up?" he said, shaking the plastic bag. "Do you guys want some?" Chapter 41, Let Us Chat. Sue was laughing so hard tears were streaming down her face she was leaning on the armrest of the sofa, unable to stop. Her father's expression, which looked like it was about to split in two, was easily the most hilarious sight she'd seen in all her years with the U-Clan. Fong heard the laughter and turned to look her over from head to toe. Aside from a bracelet on her wrist whose purpose he couldn't quite figure out, she seemed fine. "Hey, Sue," he called out. Sue looked up, her eyes still brimming with tears from laughing. "What? Want some? This barbecue place I just found tastes pretty good." He originally planned to eat there and then come over, but then he realized it would be too late if he waited until he finished his meal, so he decided to get takeout and eat on the go. "Forget it. And you didn't sleep until noon again, did you? Did you stay up all night playing on your phone after our call yesterday?" Sue asked with a smile, wiping away her tears. "Ha! Do I look like the kind of person who stay up all night on their phone when they know they have something important to do the next day?" "Isn't that exactly what you do?" "Ha, you really know me well." Su Mingxian's patience had finally reached its limit. He originally intended to maintain the composure befitting the eldest son of the U-Clan. After all, since she might be his sister's friend, he wanted to at least keep up appearances, but he simply couldn't stand this guy anymore. Boom! Silver blue lightning erupted suddenly, coalescing into a set of lightning armor on his body. Arcs of electricity danced across his fists, emitting a piercing crackling sound. Su Mingxian's ability was the same as his father Su Wanli's lightning armor, but with a different focus. While Su Wanli pursued ultimate speed, Su Mingxian placed greater emphasis on both offensive power and defense. "Wait, big brother, you can't." Su immediately spoke up to stop him when she saw her brother was about to strike. "Don't worry, Wenting. I won't go too hard, I'm just going to teach him a lesson." Instantly, he transformed into a streak of lightning, his right fist hurtling toward Fong's face. Fong didn't even put down his drink when he saw it coming. He shifted his body slightly, allowing Su Mingxian's fist to graze past his ear, then lifted his right leg and kicked Su Mingxian squarely in the abdomen. "Who the hell are you?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Su Mingxian was sent flying backward as if struck by a truck. His lightning armor shattered almost completely upon impact, slamming violently into the lobby wall and leaving a dent. He slid to the floor, landing on one knee and clutching his stomach, his expression shifting from anger to disbelief. How was this possible? Although that punch hadn't been full force, it certainly wasn't something anyone could dodge easily. More importantly, the guy standing before him hadn't even bothered to look at him directly. Su Tianming, Su Mingxian's younger brother, watched with his mouth agape. His older brother, the strongest person in his eyes, second only to his father and sister, had just been kicked flying like that? Lin Wanru also covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. Su, however, shook his head helplessly, relieved that Fong had shown some restraint. Meanwhile, Su Wanli sat in the seat of honor, beginning to reassess Fong. His eldest son, Su Mingxian, though not as gifted as Want, was still a standout in his class. Initially, Su Wanli had assumed Fong was at most an ordinary S-tier, but it seemed he had underestimated him. Fong was almost certainly at the peak of the S-tier, just like himself, or at least very close, and his ability was likely a pure enhancement class. But none of that was the main point. Upon seeing Fong's youthful face, what concerned him most was Fong's age. So he asked, "Fong, how old are you?" "Ha? 20. Why do you care?" 20, is that so?" Su Wanli picked up his teacup, using the act of sipping to hide his inner shock. Regardless of whether he was at the absolute peak, simply reaching S-tier at the age of 20 was a feat that could be counted on one hand throughout the entire history of Shenzhou. In his understanding, aside from that monstrously gifted U-Clan crystal who defied all logic and the eldest daughter of the Bai family, there were virtually no others in Shenzhou today who had achieved such a feat. Her daughter, however, did show great promise. And Fong undoubtedly stood head and shoulders above them.
Reaching such heights at this age, becoming the 21st S tier was merely a matter of time. In other words, this carefree young man standing before him was a true genius. Su Wanli set down his teacup, rose slowly, and clapped his hands twice. Impressive. I underestimated you, Fong. Your strength truly lives up to your behavior. Fong was a bit taken aback by this sudden praise. Thanks for the compliment? So he pointed at Su. Can I take her with me? Su Wanli didn't answer right away. He already had a new plan in mind. Originally, he intended to beat Fong up to make him back down, then pay him off to settle the matter. But now it seemed that plan wouldn't work. Even if he were to fight, he wasn't 100% certain he could defeat someone at the same level as himself. Besides, based on their earlier conversation, Su Wanli believed this guy wasn't entirely uninterested in money. Resolving things through dialogue was always better than resorting to violence. And if he could win him over, that would be the best possible outcome. No rush, Su Wanli said, sitting back down. You've come all this way. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Fong waved the plastic bag in his hand. I've got this. Don't eat that. Su Wanli waved his hand, motioning for the butler to come over. Actually, we've been waiting for you and haven't eaten yet either. Let us have a simple meal together. Su froze, while Lin Wanru, who had been standing nearby, glanced thoughtfully at her husband. Are you serious? Fong asked. Do I look like I'm joking? Su Wanli retorted. Fong thought for a moment he couldn't really find a reason to refuse. Barring any surprises, Su had likely witnessed his capabilities and wanted to negotiate. Alright, then I won't hold back. Su sat on the sofa, watching the strange peaceful coexistence between her father and Fong, momentarily at a loss for words. She had originally thought that Fong's arrival would lead to a battle, her father flying into a rage, Fong fighting back, and it was even possible that a single punch could tear down the Yu clan mansion. But what was this turn of events? Dad, aren't you angry anymore? Su Wanli glanced at her and said calmly, when did I ever say I was angry? But yesterday. Yesterday is yesterday, today is today. Su Wanli cut her off, his gaze fixed on Fong. Many things aren't set in stone. Chapter 42, Negotiations. Fong had assumed a simple meal meant just a light bite, but when the butler led them into the dining room, he realized his understanding of the term might have been a bit off. The dining room wasn't particularly large, with a crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, its light falling on a long table covered in a white tablecloth. The cutlery looked like silver to Fong, and the plates and bowls were adorned with gold patterns. He guessed every single piece must be outrageously expensive. After Fong sat down, dish after dish was brought out, and without exception, they were all things he had never seen before. Take, for example, a dish that looked like steamed fish, except this fish was twice the size of any steamed fish Fong had ever eaten on Earth, and it sizzled as a generous amount of oil was poured over it. Then there was a steamed crab. Fong wondered why its legs were thicker than his own arms. There was also a bowl of soup that looked perfectly ordinary. Su whispered to him that it was shark's fin stewed with sea cucumber, a single bowl of which would be enough to buy him a 9090 graphics card. Damn capitalism. Oh well, it's free anyway. Then Fong picked up his chopsticks and began to wolf down the food. As everyone knows, the best food in the world is a free meal. Su Tianming, meanwhile, stared wide-eyed as Fong devoured the dishes on the table at an almost unbelievable speed, eating with such poor manners that he whispered to Su, "Sis, your friend has quite the appetite. You don't have to eat so fast, it's all yours." Su shrugged it off, smiling as she told Fong to slow down. Su Wanli sat in the head seat, his gaze occasionally falling on Fong. Halfway through the meal, he suddenly spoke up, "Though it might not be appropriate for me to say this, don't you suspect for a second that I've tampered with the food?" Fong mumbled with his mouth full, "If you wanna poison me, just go ahead. I'd love to see what kind of poison you have that could take me down." Su Wanli looked at him, and only 4 words came to mind: youthful recklessness. But it was understandable. A 20-year-old at the peak of S tier with that kind of talent, it made perfect sense for him to say such things.
Although Su Wanli himself had been far from his level in his youth, his own arrogance was no less intense.
The only question was whether this young man would one day suffer a major setback, just like he had. After the meal, the servants cleared the table and served tea. Su Wanli picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and then asked, "Fong, where are you from? Given your strength, I shouldn't have never heard of you." Fong leaned back in his chair, belched, and wiped his mouth with a napkin. "It's a secret. Your daughter knows, though, but I don't think she'd tell you." Su Wanli looked at Su, who nodded. "That's right. Unless Fong wants me to, I won't say a word about him." Su Wanli fell silent for a moment, choosing not to press the matter. He merely gave a soft "I thought you'd press me on it. Don't you suspect I'm a spy or some kind of bad guy?" Fong asked. "What kind of spy would be like you? If you really were a spy, that country or organization would probably have collapsed long ago." Fong wondered why that sounded so familiar. He thought for a moment. Oh, Su had said something similar when they first met. They really are family. They even make the same kind of jokes. Besides, since Wei Ying knows who you are and still treats you as a friend, you definitely aren't a bad person. I can't speak for anything else, but Wei Ying has a pretty good eye for people. He glanced at his daughter. Su, unusually, wasn't arguing back. She was just looking down, sipping her tea. "And I have some theories of my own, though I'd rather not spell them out." How could he possibly guess anything from just those few words? After finishing her tea, Su Wanli set down her cup, leaned forward slightly, and folded her hands on the table, a posture Fong had seen countless times in anime. "Fong, we need to have a serious talk. Wanru, you and Mingxian and Tianming, please step outside for now." Lin Wanru hesitated for a moment, but eventually stood up and led Su Mingxian and Su Tianming, who were reluctant to leave, out of the dining room. Once the door closed, only Su Wanli, Su, and Fong remained in the dining room. Su Wanli looked at Fong and cut straight to the chase. "You're determined to take Wan Ting away, no matter what. Why else would I be here? Do you really think I came just for dinner? How about we negotiate a deal?" "What kind of deal?" "I'll give you another option," Su Wanli said, holding up a finger for emphasis. "Wan Ting stays, but I'll hire you as the captain of the Yu Clan's personal guard, specifically responsible for her safety. That way, you two won't have to be apart. By the way, the captain of the personal guard holds authority second only to mine. You'll have the power to mobilize all of the Yu Clan's forces. If you agree, you'll be the second in command of the Yu Clan." "No way." Fong rejected him without hesitation. "Let me make one thing crystal clear. One of the reasons you've never listened to me is that I don't want to get mixed up in your family's messy affairs. All this infighting and nonsense, it sounds exhausting just to hear about it. I have no interest in being anyone's enforcer. And there is one more, crucial reason." Fong's expression suddenly turned serious. "What? Go ahead and tell me." Su Wanli picked up his teacup and took a sip. "I'm lazy. I don't want to work. Cough. Cough, cough." Su Wanli choked on his tea, coughing violently, then looked at Fong with an expression that seemed to say, "Are you sure this guy is okay?" At first, he thought Fong was going to say something lofty like, "I don't want to be tied down, I want freedom." "Then what is your dream? You must have one, right? Like, what kind of life do you want to live?" As an elite professional, Su Wanli had always believed that work was the activity through which one realized one's self-worth. Without it, life would become boring, and the power gained after climbing to a high position was very tempting. It was impossible for that not to be appealing. Eat, sleep, play, eat, sleep. He admitted that he had still underestimated Fong's low standards. Su Wanli paused for a moment, then continued, "How about this? You don't have to do a thing. Just be a figurehead for the Yu Clan. Of course, it's not just a title. Even though you'd be the nominal captain, you'd still have the second highest authority in the Yu Clan, right after me." "What about the salary?" Su Wanli held out one hand, fingers spread wide. 50,000, isn't that a bit?" Su Wanli shook his head. 500,000?
Su Wanli shook his head again, then said, 5 million a month. Su Wanli said, you're worth it. Once you're promoted to S tier, it'll be even higher.
Fong quickly ran the numbers in his head, 5 million a month, 60 million a year just for holding a title without doing a thing.
Fong even felt a sense of unreality. Was money really that easy to come by? If this had been offered back when he just arrived in Xingyuan City and was still gauging his strength, he wouldn't have been able to say for sure, but now. Su's dad, I actually really want to accept. If it had been the me from when I first arrived in Xingyuan City, the chances of me accepting would been higher. To be honest, I'm a bit tempted even now. But Fawn looked at Su.
I don't consider myself a good person, but at least for me right now, Su is a bit more important than your job.
After all, we're friends. Goodbye, my 5 million. I'll miss you.
Su froze for a moment, her face flushing instantly. She hadn't expected Fong to say that.
You two haven't broken up, it's just. I know, Fong interrupted him. It's just that Su needs to grow up your way, and then I can help her pass the time.
That's pretty much the idea, but at the end of the day, nothing else really changed.
So it's not that simple after all. Su Wanli had anticipated this outcome, so he continued. Fong, I need to remind you, if you try to force the issue, you won't be able to take Wenting away. Don't forget this is the capital. Wenting is my daughter. If you try to take her by force, I can easily report you to the Capital Hunter Bureau for kidnapping.
With my connections, it's not impossible to enlist the help of that strongest in Shenzhou from the Yu clan. No matter how talented you are, you'll only be able to lament your own weakness in the face of that monster.
Think it over carefully. Chapter 43, I will win. Fong froze for a moment upon hearing the words, the strongest in Shenzhou.
Who is the strongest in Shenzhou again? Oh, it's Crystal.
Right, Crystal's hometown is in the capital, isn't it?
The image of that red-haired girl flashed through his mind. He wondered if Crystal really showed up. Given her way of thinking, it was hard to say whether she'd help him or Su Wanli. Seeing him fall silent, Su Wanli assumed he was hesitating and continued.
I'll give you time to think it over. No need to think about it. Fawn looked up. At the end of the day, I don't need to run at all. Want to guess what would happen if I caused a huge ruckus right here? He counted on his fingers. The Yu Clan's young miss gets kidnapped from the Yu Clan mansion? Then she and some guy who popped out of nowhere end up in a fight where both get badly hurt, and the Yu Clan mansion gets completely demolished? Are you sure you want that? I don't care, I've got no shame anyway. Worst case scenario, I'll just stop pretending. With your measly strength, you'd be laughable trying to stop me. I could even turn one of the strongest against you right on the spot.
Su Wanli had originally thought that bringing up the Hunter Bureau would intimidate him, but now he had to admit that his previous assumption that Fong was just a reckless youth had been a mistake. This man wasn't just powerful, he had both the brains and the guts. He was right, in fact, Su Wanli knew this himself. Fong could have easily stayed put with his strength, causing a massive ruckus would have left the Yu clan severely weakened and made them a laughingstock among the other clans. Even if, with the Hunter Bureau's help, they eventually captured him, imprisoned him, and sentenced him, Su Wanli knew full well that his daughter, Wenting, would never let it go. 9 times out of 10, she would sever ties with him completely and become his lifelong enemy. In the worst-case scenario, she might even threaten to take her own life or even fight him to the death. At this thought, Su Wanli suddenly found himself admiring Fong, a man who possessed both wisdom and power. The only pity was that such talent could not be put to use for him. Su watched her father's expression of admiration toward Fong and couldn't shake the feeling that he had misunderstood something. How about this, Fong said, seeing that Su Wanli remained silent. Let us keep it simple. Su's dad, let us settle this between the two of us S-tier fighters. Oh? How exactly will we settle this? If I win, you'll listen to Su. If she wants to stay, she stays. If she wants to leave, she leaves. You can't interfere. If I lose, I'll obediently work for you as that bodyguard captain. I'll sign a contract and put my fingerprint on it, no backing out.
How about that? Su Wanli considered it.
After weighing several options, he concluded that this duel was indeed the best way to resolve the issue.
Deal. Su Wanli held out his hand and clasped Fong. Yes, it's a deal.
Su watched them, her heart finally settling. But then she remembered Fong's true strength and suddenly looked at her father with a hint of worry.
Su Wanli noticed his daughter's gaze and assumed she was worried about Fong.
Don't worry, I won. Go easy on him. Su actually wanted to say, I'm worried about you, but upon seeing her father's confident expression, she swallowed the words.
Never mind. Let him figure it out for himself. Fong released his grip, flexed his wrist, and asked with a smile. When do we fight? Now. Su Wanli stood up.
No, rest up tonight.
First thing tomorrow morning at the U-Clan training ground. Wanting will take you there. Noon. I can't get up early in the morning.
Alright, noon it is.
Su Wanli turned to leave, but stopped suddenly at the door and said without looking back. Fong, don't say I didn't warn you if you lose. Fong replied with a smile, you're the one who'll regret it.
After Su Wanli left, only Fong and Su remained in the dining room.
Su looked at him, hesitating to speak. Fong picked up a piece of fruit and took a bite. What's wrong? Why so gloomy? Isn't this a great outcome?
Su hesitated.
Are you really going to fight my dad? What else am I supposed to do? Actually work for your dad? That's not what I meant. Su lowered his head. I meant go easy on him. After all, he is my father.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
Just watch the show. There's one more thing. No need to be so formal. Just say thank you. It was late at night.
The servants had long since retired, and only the occasional footsteps of patrolling guards could be heard in the distance. In the bedroom, Lin Wanru sat at her dressing table, combing her long hair stroke by stroke. Her face was reflected in the mirror. The years had left their mark, but her eyes remained as gentle as water. Su Wanli pushed open the door and entered. He unbuttoned his coat, hung it on a hanger, and walked to the window to gaze out at the night. Lin Wanru set down her comb, rose, and walked over to him, draping a light jacket over his shoulders.
How did the talks go?
Tomorrow I'm going to have a fight with that young man to decide the fate of him and Wanting. Lin Wanru had long suspected this would happen, but hearing it with her own ears still made her worry.
Are you sure you're up for it? You aren't exactly young anymore.
Su Wanli turned around, looking at his wife's face, which was etched with worry, and gave a rare smile.
What, are you afraid I'll lose? Lin Wanru didn't deny it. She just said softly, that boy isn't like an ordinary person. Of course he is not ordinary. Su Wanli walked back to the bed and sat down.
Excluding Crystal, I've never seen another 20-year-old at the peak of S tier in my 50-plus years of life.
Even the Bai family's eldest daughter, Frost, can't compare.
I wouldn't dare say it's a sure win, but since we're on the same level, it comes down to combat experience, and in that regard, I'm undoubtedly overwhelmingly superior.
Lin Wanru sat down beside him. So what's your assessment of him? Su Wanli didn't answer immediately. He recalled Fong's youthful face.
Beneath that carefree smile lay something he rarely encountered, definitely not the youthful arrogance he initially assumed, but rather a sense of composure that could only come from having weathered some major ordeal. He is no ordinary man, he said slowly. And I suspect something must have happened to him in the past, something that wasn't exactly pleasant. Otherwise, there is no explaining why he is so powerful yet so steadfast inside. That carefree demeanor of his definitely didn't come naturally from the start. Lin Wanru listened quietly, saying nothing. But one thing is certain, Su Wanli turned to look at his wife, he is truly exceptional. Lin Wanru paused in surprise. She rarely saw her husband praise someone so highly, especially a young person. She suddenly recalled many years ago, when Su Wanli had praised another young person in exactly the same way that person had been herself. Back then, they were both young, and she was still the eldest daughter of the Lin family. During the family's arranged marriage discussions, he had spoken to others in that same tone, she is exceptional.
I like her. Time really flies. Lin Wanru leaned gently against her husband's shoulder, her voice soft. Will you lose? Su Wanli was silent for a moment, then turned to face her with a determined expression. I'll win. Chapter 44, Fong vs. Su Wanli. The next day at noon, Fong opened her eyes groggily. She glanced at her phone. It was only 11 a.m. and turned off the alarm. She planned to lie back down for a bit, but afraid she'd fall asleep again, she got up instead. Wrapped in the covers, she lay in bed scrolling through her phone to stay awake. Knock, knock. At 12 o'clock, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Su then entered carrying a tray of food. She saw Fong lying on the bed. Fong sat up, took a look, and exclaimed. Is breakfast always this lavish at your place? This is lunch. Fong took the tray, and began eating. After finishing, he rested for half an hour, then changed into his Jiahao hooded tracksuit. Su led him through the long corridors of the Yu clan mansion. After several twists and turns, they finally arrived at a secluded courtyard. The training ground was even larger than he'd imagined, at least the size of a soccer field, and there were only 5 people on it. Su Wanli stood in the center of the field, wearing a black suit with his hands in his pockets. Su Mingxian and his younger brother sat in the viewing gallery upstairs watching, while Lin Wanru sat beside them, holding a cup of tea, her expression much more relaxed than yesterday's. Fong looked around and asked Su Wanli. Aren't you going to let anyone else come and watch? No need. The fewer people who know about this, the better. All right then. Fong walked onto the field and stood 3 meters across from Su Wanli. Suddenly, he remembered something. Aren't you going to wear any gear? I see Su has a super cool black shadow. Of course I have my own special gear, but you don't. To keep things fair, I don't plan on using it. You're quite the gentleman. I'm just afraid that if I use my gear and beat you, you'll say it doesn't count. Although that did sound like something he might do, having it said to his face was a bit embarrassing. Am I that kind of person? He retorted, feeling a bit guilty. Su Wanli looked at him without speaking, but the meaning in his eyes was clear. If you're not that person, then who is? Fong decided not to discuss the topic any further. He felt his reputation might indeed be a bit tarnished. Su Mingxian raised his right hand from the viewing platform. Are both sides ready? Su Wanli nodded slightly, crouching slightly to lower his center of gravity. Fong also made a show of striking a fighting pose. He extended his left hand while keeping his right hand tucked at his waist. It looked the part, but in reality, he was just imitating a red and blue rabbit-eared Ultraman. As for why he was imitating it? It was obviously because it looked cool. What else could it be? Su Mingxian glanced at the two of them and swung his right hand down. Begin! Boom! The instant lightning erupted around Su Wanli. Fong finally witnessed what a full power attack from the pinnacle of the so-called S-tier looked like, and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. So weak. The next second, Su Wanli appeared in front of Fong and threw a punch at him. Fong sidestepped, the fist grazing his chest as he countered with a punch of his own, but Su Wanli vanished a split second before his fist made contact. Then Fong felt a shift in the air currents, realizing Su Wanli had moved behind him. A roundhouse kick struck his lower back, sending him sliding sideways 3 or 4 meters. Su Wanli gave him no chance to catch his breath, continuing his pursuit with a flurry of punches. Each blow targeted Fong's vulnerable spots, his throat, ribs, and the like. Fong managed to block some of them, but most of the punches landed on him. To be honest, he didn't really feel a thing. It wasn't even a tickle, but he had to put on a show. So Fong deliberately feigned struggle, then forced out a punch while bracing against the onslaught. Su Wanli immediately blocked, but the punch was so powerful it sent him flying, his feet scraping 2 long skid marks on the ground before he could barely steady himself. Fong continued his pursuit, launching a kick. Su Wanli leaped into the air to dodge it, flipped mid-flight, and brought a leg axe down hard on Fong's shoulder, slamming him into the ground. Thud! The ground shattered, and Fong's feet were embedded in the earth by the impact. Su Wanli landed and immediately stepped back to create distance. Su Mingxian watched in utter astonishment.
He had never witnessed a battle of this caliber before. Both fighters moved so fast he could barely follow their movements, and every strike carried enough power to instantly kill an ordinary A-tier fighter. He couldn't help but think that if he were in their place, he probably wouldn't last even a single round before being taken down. Su Tianming whispered to Lin Wanru, "Mom, is Dad getting the upper hand?" Lin Wanru held her teacup, her gaze never leaving the arena.
Not necessarily.
She was also an S-tier awakened, though not skilled in combat. She had a keen eye for the game.
Wanli was fighting fiercely, but after every hit, he immediately pulled back. There was no doubt he feared Fang's counterattacks.
Su sat at the far end, propping her chin in her hand, looking somewhat bored. As she watched Fang, who was being beaten to a pulp by her father, a single thought crossed her mind: what on earth is this guy playing at?
Back on the field, Su Wanli was quickly analyzing their recent exchange.
Just as he expected, his combat experience far outweighed Fang's. Fang's attacks were too straightforward, lacking any feints or variations. It was obvious he hadn't been in many fights. Fang had the edge in defense and strength. Su Wanli had landed so many punches on him, yet he seemed completely unscathed, while Su Wanli's arm was still numb from a single hit. However, Su Wanli was faster, which was why he'd been able to maintain the initiative throughout.
An enhancement class specialized in defense and offense, huh? Though I didn't sense any mana fluctuations when he used his ability.
Never mind that, for now I need to focus on his hand-to-hand combat skills. There was one thing Su Wanli hadn't anticipated in this fight: Fang's hand-to-hand combat skills were terrible, one might even say non-existent. His fighting technique wasn't even on par with a street thug. To put it bluntly, every punch and kick was just a wild swing with no technique whatsoever. To put it simply, he only knew how to punch and kick and then nothing else. As expected, he always relied purely on his powerful ability to crush his enemies.
Fang, let me remind you, don't rely too heavily on your ability.
Your physical combat skills are too poor.
Fang pulled his feet out of the pit and brushed the dust off his clothes. I'm a college student, where would I even learn physical combat skills? If physical fitness tests weren't mandatory, I wouldn't even bother going.
Besides, my stats are my skills.
No one ever taught me, he replied casually.
Su Wanli looked at him, the corners of his mouth curving upward slightly.
Don't worry. Once you become my captain of the guard, I'll teach you myself.
Then, he continued calculating in his mind. If he kept fighting like this, his chances of winning were high.
Although Fang's strength and defense were formidable, as long as he didn't get hit head-on, he would remain invincible.
His speed and physical prowess were more than enough to sustain this strategy. As long as he kept his distance and wore him down, he could strike the decisive blow the moment Fang showed a weakness.
Fang was also calculating in his mind.
His super brain kept telling him to unleash his super strength, but it was clearly too soon. Su Wanli was at the peak of S-tier. If he made it look too easy, it would surely arouse suspicion.
Pretending to be weak is exhausting.
Then he suddenly thought of a move. He slammed his fist into the ground, causing the entire training ground to tremble. Su Wanli didn't understand what Fang was doing, but the next second, he felt the ground give way beneath his feet. Centered on the spot where Fang's fist struck, a massive crack spread outward. A section of the stone slab beneath Su Wanli's feet collapsed instantly, throwing him off balance. He immediately shifted his weight to jump out of the way, but it was too late.
Fang charged at him like a wild bull, slamming his shoulder into Su Wanli's chest.
Thud! Su Wanli was sent flying backward, his back slamming into the training ground's perimeter wall. He slid down the wall and landed on one knee, a sharp pain radiating through his chest.
Damn, I really underestimated his strength. Fang gave him no chance to catch his breath.
He charged forward and slammed a punch down. Su Wanli sidestepped, and Fang's fist struck the wall behind him, leaving a large dent.
After regaining his footing, Su Wanli launched another attack.
He knew he couldn't let Fang maintain the upper hand any longer. He unleashed a flurry of punches, but Fang braced against the blows and countered with a punch of his own. Su Wanli sidestepped most of it, but the force of the punch still grazed his ribs, causing him to suck in a sharp breath of pain.
Why does it feel like his strength has increased? I can't drag this out any longer. Su Wanli clenched his teeth.
When Fong charged at him again, he didn't retreat but met him head-on. He parried Fong's punch, using the momentum against him, spun his body in a full circle, and slammed his elbow into Fong's face. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed Fong's arm and executed a shoulder throw, slamming Fong hard onto the ground. At the same time, Su Wanli's offensive didn't stop. Giving it his all, he slashed his hand like a blade toward Fong's chest.
Thunderous might! Boom!
The ground exploded into a deep crater, sending debris flying.
Su Wanli leaped backward to create distance, gasping for breath.
Sweat dripped down his forehead, and his arms trembled slightly.
Su Mingxian clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Su Tianming whispered, "Brother, could it be?" Su Mingxian's lips curled upward as he nodded firmly. "That's right. Father won."
Su sat on the bench, chin resting in his hand, his expression still one of indifference.
What on earth is Fong playing at? Chapter 45, the final outcome of this story is up to me. The dust slowly cleared as Fong rose from the pile of rubble. That move looked pretty powerful, must have been a finishing move.
With that, Fong deliberately swayed his body a few times. Su Wanli stared in shock at the scene before him. How could he still be standing after taking a full force hit? He had thought that strike would be enough to end the fight. However, his opponent didn't seem completely unscathed. His swaying body indicated that the blow had indeed caused damage. There was still hope. Su Wanli reset his stance, preparing to launch his next offensive, but Fong didn't charge immediately. He stood where he was, looking down and rummaging around on his person for a moment, then pulled a small black bottle from his pocket. He unscrewed the cap, poured a bit of clear liquid into his palm, and amidst everyone's puzzled stares swept his hand back over his head. His previously tousled short black hair instantly transformed into a slicked-back pompadour as his palm glided over it. Su Wanli froze in place, completely baffled by what he was doing.
Fong ran his fingers through his hair with satisfaction, struggling to suppress a smile.
He wanted to try this look for a long time, ever since he first saw a villain in a comic book back in high school. Using hair gel to pull off a cool look had been on his bucket list, and today he finally had the chance to make it happen. He really wanted to shout, "From this day forward, I shall stand above the heavens."
Su Zhongdong, you're pretty impressive. Actually, there is something I don't quite understand and want to ask you.
Since you're so strong and the Yu clan is so wealthy, why do you insist on forcing that Su girl to grow up your way? If she were out there making her own way, whether as a business owner, an employee, or an adventurer, she'd do just fine with her abilities. And once she has made it big, it's highly likely she'd give back to the Yu clan, right?
That's none of your business. Just focus on how to fight.
No, actually, it does have something to do with it.
Fong smiled.
If you can explain it clearly, I might change my mind.
I might even concede defeat. Are you serious? You must be able to sense it in this fight. If we keep going, my chances of winning are higher.
I admit your experience and technique are superior to mine, and you're faster too, but I have an overwhelming advantage in strength and defense. If we keep wearing each other down, 9 times out of 10, you'll be the one who can hold out first.
Su Wanli didn't argue, because what Fong said was indeed true.
Having taken his full power strike and still managed to get back up, his chances of winning were indeed slim if the fight continued.
Besides, Fong added, you're not losing anything. Isn't it better to have another chance at winning?
Even if I go back on my word, the result is just that we'll keep fighting.
Su Wanli sighed.
He said nothing, but lightning erupted from his body once more.
His entire form transformed into a streak of lightning as he charged at Fong. Fong sidestepped to block his fist, and the two became entangled in combat once again.
For members of the Yu clan, etiquette, knowledge, ability, connections, every single aspect must be perfected, Su Wanli suddenly spoke up. All members of the Yu clan follow a set path of growth. There is no such thing as freedom, nor is there such a thing as the life one truly desires.
Fong blocked his flurry of strikes and retorted. What about you? Did you go through the same thing when you were young? Lin Wanru, watching from the sidelines, clenched her fists.
Shi Han-ti expected Wanli to bring this up. He rarely spoke of such matters, even at home.
Su Wanli threw another punch, but his attack was noticeably less fierce than before.
I used to be, just like Wan Ting. I didn't understand why we had to do this either. I rebelled against my father and ran away from home, maybe even more drastically. I even cut off all ties with him. I have an older brother. He supported me, saying the Yu clan could be left to him to inherit, and that I should go out into the world without worry. Su had never heard her father mention any of this before. Su Mingxian and Su Tianming were also stunned. They had always believed their father was born to be that perfect, unshakably authoritative figure. Su Wanli continued speaking, though his fists moved slower and slower. Although my older brother isn't as powerful as I am, he excels in every other aspect. Relying on my own talent, I left home alone to make my way in the world. I've done many things: trading, honing my abilities, slaying beasts. Step by step, I achieved modest success and things went quite smoothly. In my youth, I thought that if the Yu clan ever faced trouble, I, having grown strong, could step in to help. With my older brother on the inside and me on the outside, we'd be an unbeatable combination.
Fong blocked his fists and then gripped his wrist. And then? You failed?
That's right, I failed. My arrogance led me to underestimate my opponent's cunning. Because I chose the wrong people, the brother I trusted most stabbed me in the back at the critical moment. The company went bankrupt, leaving me deep in debt, but I still refused to admit defeat. I wouldn't even go back to the Yu clan for help. I didn't lose heart. I kept telling myself this was just a necessary trial. I'm a genius, so I'd make a comeback sooner or later.
But I never imagined. He shook his head.
There was a family with a deep-seated grudge against the Yu clan, the Jiang family.
To strike a blow against the Yu clan, they decided to kill me. Fong didn't let go, listening quietly.
During one incident, my eldest brother, who had secretly run away from home, took a fatal blow meant for me to save my life. The regret in Su Wanli's voice was palpable. He died, and the Yu clan nearly fell apart because of it.
That was when I realized I was wrong. What had I come out here for, anyway?
I gained nothing and ended up killing my older brother. If only I'd just obeyed my parents from the start. He fell silent for a moment, then continued, so I went back, knelt before my father, and bowed my head in repentance. After that, I took over the family to stabilize the Yu clan, and subsequently crushed and eradicated the Jiang family in every way, avenging my older brother.
That is my past. Are you satisfied now?
Lin Wanru watched her husband's back, her eyes reddening. Of course she knew all this. She had met him when he was at his lowest point. Back then, Su Wanli had nothing but a pair of eyes filled with defiance. As for Su, he kept his head bowed. It was the first time she felt she truly understood her father.
Fong released Su Wanli's wrist and tilted his head, thinking for a moment.
The story's a bit complicated. Let me summarize. Looking at the outcome, you're just afraid Su will go down the same path you did, right?
Su Wanli didn't deny it.
The reason I've always kept a tight rein on Wenting is that I'm afraid she'll repeat my mistakes. By the time she has truly lost everything, it'll be too late.
She is safest only under the family's protection. Wow, and you call Su rebellious?
You're quite the heavyweight yourself. Fong said with a laugh. It seems that out of your 3 children, Su is the one who takes after you the most.
Is it that when you look at her, you see your own dark past? I won't deny it.
But you're different from Su. Fong counted on his fingers. Su is a genius who far surpasses you, reaching the peak of a tier before she turned 20. Her ability is a complete upgrade over yours. You have 2 equally outstanding sons, a wonderful wife, and you're quite accomplished yourself. The variables in your situations are different. You can't just apply her success to your own, can you?
Su Wanli looked at him but said nothing.
Actually, I personally think you should give it a try. If Su succeeds, wouldn't that actually help clear up your past mistakes? But what if she fails?
Wan Ting will get hurt, seriously injured.
Then leave it to me.
Su Wanli froze.
I'll be the safety net.
Fong pointed at himself.
I'll help her achieve what she wants to do. If danger arises, I'll take care of it.
I'm not just talking big, I have the ability to back it up. Su Wanli looked at Fong. He had to admit that if Fong were by his daughter's side, things would indeed be different. This young man had both ability and courage, and he exuded a strange sense of reassurance. Why go to such lengths? Su Wanli asked. You and she are just friends, after all. No particular reason. It's just something I'm interested in. If I want to do it, I do it. But if I had to put it that way, it's like in a dating sim, I don't like bad endings. I prefer happy endings. Su Wanli frowned. What do you mean? Well, to put it simply, I'll be the one to decide the story's final outcome. I get to decide the ending. Ha ha. Su Wanli laughed. If it were the young man standing before him, perhaps things really would be different. On the sidelines, Su was already a mess of tears, covering her mouth as they streamed down uncontrollably. Su Wanli readjusted his stance, and the lightning around him flared once more. Don't just talk big if you don't beat me, it's all just empty words. Fawn also readjusted his stance. Of course I know that. Then he suddenly looked up behind Su Wanli. By the way, look up at the sky over there. It looks like there's something up there. Su Wanli instinctively glanced back at the sky. There's nothing there. You. Su Wanli turned his head, but before he could finish his sentence, he saw a fist looming infinitely large in his vision. Fell for it, didn't you? By the time he realized what was happening, Fang's fist had already slammed squarely into his face, sending him spinning through the air several times before crashing heavily to the ground and losing consciousness. Psychological warfare and verbal manipulation mission accomplished. I'd been wanting to say this for a long time, too. He gave Su Wanli, lying on the ground, a thumbs up, smiling brightly. You're a delight, Su Wanli. I'll probably never forget you. Chapter 46, A Request. Fong lay on the bed in the guest room, sinking into the soft bedding so comfortably he didn't want to move. Is this what life is like for the rich? He silently vowed to himself that once he'd saved up enough money, he'd definitely buy one just like it. Just as he finished a game and was about to start the next one, there was a knock on the door, followed by it swinging open. Fong looked up and saw that it was Su. She was wearing a set of loungewear, her long pink hair left loose, looking much more relaxed than she had during the day. What's up? Su sat down in the chair next to his bed. My dad just woke up. Oh. Fong swiped at his phone screen. What did he say? He said he'd accept the consequences of his bet and support all my decisions from now on. That's great. But is that all you came in here to say? Su twirled a strand of hair between her fingers, her voice softening. Earlier at the training ground, those things you said, were they true? Fong thought back to what he'd said. Oh, you mean that? You know exactly how strong I am. Protecting you is a piece of cake. Su stared at him for a long moment without speaking, then stood up, sat on the edge of the bed, and moved a little closer to him. Stop. Fong raised his hand to cut her off. Hearing you say thank you just feels so awkward. Given our relationship, let us not say thank you, just a quick thanks will do, okay? Su was amused by his dismissive attitude. The sentimental mood had completely vanished. She wiped the corner of her eye and regained her usual composure. That's so typical of you. Alright then, thanks, Fong. Don't mention it. Su looked at him and suddenly said, you know what? You really remind me of a hero right now. Huh? What kind of hero? A hero who acts on a whim, Su said. Just like you said before, doing what you want to do, for no particular reason. Fong chuckled at that and shook his head. I could never be a hero. Why not? Fong leaned against the headboard, staring at the ceiling. He thought for a long time before speaking. A hero is someone brave enough to overcome impossible odds, someone who shields others even when they're weak, and faces enemies far stronger than themselves without fear. That's true courage and strength. That's what a hero is. As for me? I'm just an ordinary person who got lucky and gained some power. I don't have any courage, and I don't think I have any noble character. I don't fit a single one of those descriptions I just mentioned. Su listened quietly, not interrupting him.
Besides, Fong added, you know I'm not exactly a paragon of virtue.
My first instinct when danger strikes is to run. You know that when we fought the tyrant, I actually considered leaving you behind and escaping on my own at first. What kind of hero is someone like that?
At best, I'm just a friend who lends a hand when you're in trouble. But even so, she said softly, her gentle gaze fixed on Fong, to me, you'll always be my hero.
No way, no way. That's way too sappy for me. I can't take it. Fong pulled the blanket over his head.
Okay, let us get down to business. My dad just sent someone over to say he wants us to come over and talk about what's next. In the master bedroom of the mansion, Fong Wanli was reclining against the headboard with a white bandage wrapped around his face. Lin Wanru sat on the edge of the bed, holding a bowl of porridge it looked like she had just finished feeding him.
Are you okay? Fong walked in and, seeing Su Wanli in this state, couldn't resist teasing him.
Su Wanli glared at him, which tugged at the bandage on his face, causing the corner of his mouth to twitch.
And you have the nerve to ask.
Fong sat down in the chair by the bed, crossed his legs, and said with a straight face, I'm just practicing all is fair in love and war. As the saying goes, water that is too clear has no fish. A person who is too despicable is invincible.
I don't want to hear your bizarre nonsense. Let us get down to business. Lin Wanru gently patted her husband's hand, signaling him to calm down.
Su Wanli composed himself, and when he opened his eyes to look at Fong and Su, his voice had regained its usual steadiness.
I will honor our agreement and set Wan Ting free.
Although Su already knew this, hearing her father say it with his own mouth felt different. Su Wanli continued, but she is still the eldest daughter of the Yu clan. If she encounters any problems, she can always turn to the family for help. Wenting, this is your right as a daughter of the Yu clan, and it is also my bottom line.
Su nodded. All right. But I won't ask for help unless it's absolutely necessary.
And don't worry about me trying to prove myself, I know my limits.
Su Wanli looked at her.
If this had been the old Wan Ting, she would have likely refused outright, saying, I don't need the Yu clan's help. But now she would say, I won't ask for help unless it's absolutely necessary. She was starting to consider his feelings.
As you wish. Just remember one thing, the Yu clan will always have your back. Su gave a soft hmm. And what about school? I'm talking about Capital Awakened Academy. I've kept your enrollment on hold ever since you ran away from home. Chapter 47, I have to go back to school? Su froze. She had completely forgotten about that.
From the moment she ran away until now, she'd been too busy evading the people her family sent after her, then meeting Fong, nearly getting killed by the tyrant, teaming up with Fong to take on commissions, and finally being dragged back home. She hadn't given school a single thought. You can go back whenever you want if you want to continue, or you can drop out, it's entirely up to you. Su Wanli paused after speaking, waiting for her daughter's answer.
Su was mulling it over. Capital Awakened Academy was the top ability school in Shenzhou.
There, she could learn systematic theoretical knowledge. The school boasted top-tier training facilities and it organized activities like exploring ancient ruins and clearing out beasts, providing ample practical experience. At the same time, it offered elective courses in subjects typically found at regular universities, such as finance, taught by the best instructors. Most importantly, she could network with talented students from all over the country, building connections that would be useful in the future. She had already been there for 2 years and had 3 left until graduation. Dropping out now would feel like giving up halfway. But she had promised Fong she'd be with him. If she went to school, it would be like abandoning Fong. Just go, Fong's voice came from beside her.
I can't. What about you? How many years until you graduate? 3. Only 3? Fong waved his hand dismissively.
Just finish your degree first, then come out.
I'm not in a hurry. Graduating and gaining more knowledge will actually help you more in the future, right?
As for me, I'll just go out and have fun for 3 years.
Besides, it's not like we can't see each other, we can still hang out when you have free time during school.
But even though he said he'd be out having fun for 3 years, Fong figured he'd probably spend most of that time in his own room.
Still, he could consider traveling around the country, just treat it like a vacation.
Sue lowered her head.
She hadn't thought of it that way.
3 years sounded like a long time, but normally speaking, seeing each other occasionally while living apart didn't seem entirely unacceptable. But deep down, she knew that what she wanted was definitely not just occasional meetings. She wanted the same life they had in Xingyuan City, seeing each other every day, eating together, and chatting together.
Lin Wanru looked at her daughter's expression and understood her perfectly.
She cleared her throat lightly.
Wan Ting, let me remind you, haven't you forgotten that the school allows you to have one academic assistant?
Sue snapped her head up.
Wouldn't he at work if Fong stayed by your side as your academic assistant? Lin Wanru said gently. Besides, you don't want to keep living with the Yu clan, do you? So why don't the two of you buy an apartment together in Beijing and settle down there?
Then, after graduation, you can make plans for your future together.
Right.
Why didn't I think of that? She turned to look at Fong, her eyes sparkling.
Fong, would you be willing? Fong looked completely bewildered. What exactly is a study assistant?
Simply put, it's a policy the school has to accommodate the children of prominent families or specially recruited geniuses, Su Wanli interjected to explain.
A study assistant is nominally an assistant, but in reality, it's a full-time bodyguard and personal butler.
Taking Wei Ning as an example, your job would be to protect her safety while taking care of all her daily needs like running errands, buying groceries, waking her up on time in the morning, and handling all sorts of chores.
Ha! Isn't that just pure manual labor? Would anyone actually want to do that? Of course, and it's actually in high demand.
The Academy registers assistants as special students, granting them the right to audit all courses and practical activities, as well as access to the library and training rooms. They don't have to take exams or earn credits except for not being able to receive a degree certificate, but otherwise, their rights on campus are almost identical to those of regular students. For those who lack the connections to get in but still want to study at this top-tier school, being a learning assistant is the best option.
Su Wanli gave a brief explanation, and after Fong understood, he thought of a crucial question. That might be a misunderstanding on my part, so let me ask, to put it simply, do I actually have to go to school with them? Pretty much. Absolutely not. Are you kidding me? I was forced to time travel, and now I have to go back to school? In my current state, that's a death sentence.
Hearing this, Sue hurriedly explained, you don't have to get up early.
Being a teaching assistant gives you a lot of freedom. You can go to school whenever you want and take whatever classes you like. Just treat it like a fun outing. You can even play on your phone during class. Is it really that casual? Fong looked at Lin Wanru, who nodded.
Normally, a study assistant has to follow the student's schedule and can't be so casual, otherwise, they get fired. But since you two are in this kind of relationship, you don't have to worry about that, so it really is pretty flexible.
Just say yes.
School isn't boring at all. There's plenty of fun stuff to do, and there are tons of amazing restaurants on the back streets behind the campus. Sue pressed her advantage. This was Fong's only chance to stay by her side, so she had to get him to agree no matter what. Most importantly, she added in a low voice, there's a lot of research material on abilities inside the school.
Haven't you always wondered what your power is all about? You might find something new there.
Fong had originally been very reluctant to set foot on a school campus again, but hearing that, he was indeed starting to waver.
Do I have to go every day? No.
Sue quickly said, go whenever you want to go, and don't go if you don't want to.
No exams, go whenever I want. Are you sure that's okay?
Of course.
Fong thought it over and decided it might actually work.
But that would mean living in the capital.
As for Xingyuan City. Well, I have Lin's contact info.
If anything goes wrong in Xingyuan City, I'll find out, and I can just head over right away.
But then Fong suddenly remembered a critical problem. He looked at Sue and lowered his voice. What if I don't have any identification?
Sue's smile froze. She had indeed forgotten about that. Fang had no legal status. Even the rental apartment in Xingyuan City was arranged through her, and he used her account for food delivery and packages, not to mention his school registration. Su Wanli watched the two whispering to each other and spoke calmly.
Don't you have any legal status? Huh? Fang looked at Su Wanli in surprise. Just as I suspected. I mentioned I had a hunch about this before. Su Wanli sighed.
A young person at the peak of S tier with no records and no affiliation to any clan, it's highly likely you're an undocumented resident.
Fang didn't deny it. There was no point in denying it now. Leave it to me. Getting you an identity is a piece of cake for me. How about using the name Fang and setting your rank to S tier enhancement class? Sure. Fang nodded. Thanks. Su Wanli waved his hand, saying nothing.
Su looked at her father and suddenly felt that he didn't seem as. No, perhaps she hadn't really disliked him that much even before she learned about his past. It had been a long time since Su Wanli had heard his daughter call him that, and suddenly he didn't know what to say. It's the least I can do.
He could only respond awkwardly like that.
After a brief silence, Su spoke again. Don't worry about the house or the money.
I'll take care of it. Fang immediately raised his hand. I don't want it, I'll take it. Su glared at him. What do you want?
Don't forget, aside from my work as an excluder, I'm basically unemployed right now, Fang said with righteous conviction.
You have to pay me a salary as a study assistant, right?
Su stared at him speechlessly.
I'll pay you. Consider it my way of hiring you. You're hiring me? Fang rubbed his chin, looking at Su with a strange expression.
You're buying me a house and paying me a salary, Su.
Does that mean you're keeping me?
Su's face instantly flushed as red as a ripe apple, and he stammered in protest. What do you mean, kept?
You're talking nonsense. Fine, if you want to call it that, then so be it. Fang leaned back in his chair, looking completely at ease.
Being kept doesn't feel so bad, actually.
You.
Su was so furious she wanted to slap him.
Lin Wanru watched the two of them with a look of concern.
She turned to her husband and saw that Su Wanli was also staring at the pair, unsure of what to say. Outside, the night was deepening. After Fang and Su left, the room fell silent, and Lin Wanru let out a soft sigh.
Wanli, do you really think it's okay for them to be like this? Who knows? Their daughter Su's future probably won't unfold the way anyone had imagined. Chapter 48, New Home.
A few days later, Fang stood in the center of the living room, looking around. It felt like a world apart. From the concrete floor of the unfinished building to the rented apartment, and now to this two-bedroom, one living room home, every step of the journey was vivid in his mind. The living room wasn't very large, but it had excellent natural light. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows lay the scenery of the capital, and a few potted plants sat in the corner. The kitchen was open concept. Fang glanced down at the slippers on his feet, then took them off and walked in barefoot.
What are you doing?
Su poked her head out from the kitchen, a dishcloth in her hand. I didn't want to get your floor dirty, Fang answered honestly.
Su rolled her eyes, tossed the dishcloth into the sink, dried her hands, and walked out. My place is your place. If you get it dirty, just mop it up. It's just that, okay. As for the move, it was supposed to be a two-person job, but in reality, Fang didn't do a thing. He didn't have much to begin with, and there was no need to make a special trip back to Xingyuan City to bring his stuff over, so he just left it there. Su had more belongings, but she insisted on handling everything herself, from finding a place to moving the furniture, saying, "Your job is to get some rest, leave everything else to me." Fang was a man who took advice to heart, so he didn't refuse. While Su was running around taking care of everything, he just lazed around in the Yuklan mansion. So strictly speaking, this was the first time he'd really taken a good look at this place. What kind of place was that place we lived in before? Fang sighed, plopping down on the sofa. This is way more comfortable than that one. He'd assumed Su would just find a regular apartment after all.
She mentioned she still had a little savings, but he never would have expected this.
Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about what a little means?
Su sat down across from him and poured a cup of tea. When I went back to Xingyuan City, I sold a lot of my inventions on the black market. Combined with the money I already had, it was enough for a down payment. And this is nothing. Once my business takes off, I'll get you a place that's even better.
You're really bold. You're thinking about starting a business right after your dad let you out?
Of course. Su lifted her chin proudly. I told you, I'm going to choose my own path in life.
Fong shifted into a more comfortable position on the sofa.
But seriously, I am a guy, after all.
Are you really okay with us living together?
Su looked at him, her expression unchanged.
Are you going to do anything to me? Not at all. In that regard, I consider myself a man of integrity.
Hearing this, Su wasn't sure whether to feel relieved or disappointed. She turned her head and stood up.
Come with me. I'll show you your room. Fong followed her to the end of the hallway.
Su pushed open the door, stepped aside, and gestured for him to enter.
Fong stepped inside and froze.
His eyes scanned from left to right, and he stared in a daze. The room wasn't particularly large, but it was exactly the room Fong had always dreamed of. By the window stood a height-adjustable desk with a computer on it. The tower was as powerful as a top-tier ocean view suite, and the keyboard and mouse were the exact models he raved about back in Xingyuan City. In the corner was a glass display case holding several anime figurines he couldn't name but could tell were very expensive at a glance. The chair was a recliner, and even the wall outlets had been pre-installed, eliminating the need for a power strip. Fong slowly turned to look at Su and found her leaning against the doorframe.
You get me, right?
At that moment, Fong had only one thing to say. I'm staying here until I die. She then took him on a tour of the living room.
When they reached the TV cabinet, she crouched down and pulled open the door, revealing a black gaming console with the PX8 logo emblazoned on it.
I bought this, too, Su said, patting the console.
We can play together later.
With your gaming skills, I should be able to beat you easily.
Fong's competitive spirit was instantly ignited.
He could be looked down on for anything, but not when it came to gaming. He and his dad had played countless matches together.
You think you're so tough? With just that? Pretty cocky, huh? Want to play around? Let us do it.
So the two put on their battle faces, sat down on the living room carpet, each grabbed a controller, and stared at the TV screen as they started playing the King of Fighters 6.
And then Fong lost all night long.
No, it wasn't even a fight, it was a complete and utter rout. Su's fingers danced across the controller so fast they left after images, chaining combo after combo. From the opening bell to the KO, Fong's character barely stood up. Finally, Fong flung his controller aside, collapsed onto the carpet, and declared a momentous conclusion. Case closed.
This game is trash.
Su smiled as he turned off the console, then made a point of saying in a gentle voice.
The game is innocent, you know. Fong lay on the carpet with his eyes closed, not wanting to speak.
He decided he'd train hard so he could pin this stinking pink-haired guy to the ground and beat him next time.
By the way, did you bring your ID?
Su asked. Fong fished a card out of his pocket and held it up to his eyes. The card featured his passport photo, with his name, date of birth, and an ability level column printed below it, marked S. Fong looked at the ID card, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Su Wanli was indeed capable. Getting an ID required an ability test, but since Fong's ability didn't emit mana fluctuations, it was impossible to detect with standard equipment. After he explained the situation to Su Wanli, Su immediately reached out to someone on the inside to handle it, bypassing some unnecessary hassles and getting the ID processed in just a few days. And he was also tactful enough not to ask why my ability didn't have mana fluctuations.
I owe him one. Fong slipped the ID back into his pocket, wondering how he'd repay the favor someday.
I'm going to get my school uniform ready for tomorrow. Su stood up and stretched.
What are your plans for tomorrow? Fong had originally planned to sleep in and spend the day gaming at home.
But then he realized he didn't even know where the school entrance was, and since it was his first day, he figured he should at least go check it out.
I'll go with you. Tomorrow is my first day on the job, so I've got to look the part. Besides, I've never been there before. You should take me around so I can get my bearings.
Sue looked at him, a bit surprised.
I'm heading to school at 8 tomorrow. 8 in the morning. I can force myself to get up. It's just once, no big deal.
Fong looked determined, almost tragic.
Besides, I'm actually pretty curious. I want to see what the top ability academy in Shenzhou looks like.
Alright then. I'll wake you up tomorrow, but don't tell me 5 more minutes 10 times in a row.
I'll try.
Sue turned and headed toward her room. Just as she reached the door, Fong suddenly remembered something and asked curiously.
By the way, what do your school uniforms look like? They're not those blue and white striped tracksuits, are they?
Tracksuits? No, not those.
It's a bit hard to describe.
I'll just show you.
Sure.
Sue went inside, closed the door, and came back out shortly after. Fong froze when he saw her. Sue stood in the hallway light, her long pink hair cascading down her back, glowing with a soft sheen under the illumination. She wore a white blouse with a dark blue satin ribbon tied at the neckline, topped with a fitted dark blue blazer-style jacket embroidered with a gold school crest on the lapel. Her lower half was a pleated skirt in the same color, the hem falling just mid-thigh. What Fong couldn't take his eyes off of was her lower body. White knee-high socks hugged her slender calves, and she wore a pair of black leather pumps. Fong had seen Sue in many different guises, wearing a biker jacket while catching the breeze on the roof of an unfinished building, covered in blood as she charged out of a beast horde, or sprawled out in her rented room, but he'd never seen her in a school uniform before. No, wait, he'd never seen anyone pull off a school uniform quite like this. She was the very picture of a classic high school girl.
Hey!
Sue waved her hand in front of his face.
Are you okay? Fong snapped back to reality, looking away as his ears grew warm. I'm fine.
It looks great actually, maybe a little too good. The corners of Sue's mouth curled up involuntarily.
Really? You seem to like it a lot.
Fong cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject.
Did you talk to people at school the same way you talk to me?
Not really.
Sue looked down and adjusted her cuffs. My dad used to care a lot about that stuff.
I had to put on a bit of a princess act at school. Fong tried to picture Sue speaking in a prim and proper manner, but the image felt so jarring he couldn't quite picture it.
Can you imitate it? Do you want to see? I'm a little curious.
Sue hesitated for a moment, then straightened her back, folded her hands in front of her, and lifted her chin slightly. A perfectly measured smile played at the corners of her mouth, and she spoke in a soft, elegant voice.
Fong, we'll be heading to school together tomorrow.
I look forward to your guidance.
Stop, he waved his hands frantically.
Cut it out.
I've got goosebumps.
Sue immediately reverted to her usual self, looking a bit puzzled.
Really? I thought I pulled it off pretty well. It's not a matter of pretty well. How should I put this? That look just doesn't suit you at all. It's too weird. Actually, I don't like it either.
But my dad used to be pretty pleased with my manners, and because of this look, a lot of girls at school used to call me Big Sister.
Fong thought he must have heard wrong. What? Big Sis?
An image popped into his head of a middle school girl with twin ponytails and starry eyes.
Wasn't that kind of thing supposed to exist only in anime? You're really underestimating this school.
You'll see when you come with me tomorrow.
Hold on a sec, what am I, then? A goblin by Big Sister's side? A goblin? Sue paused for a moment, then burst out laughing. Come on. Sure, your personality is a bit, but your looks definitely aren't that bad. Don't try to comfort me, I know exactly what I look like.
To be honest, Fong had compared the looks of everyone she'd met so far. Excluding those who looked neither human nor ghost, whether it was Sue, Lin, Crystal, or even Silver, without exception, they were all top-tier beauties. As for the men, Yin Huang, Director Chen, Su Wanli, and his two sons all fell into the handsome category.
Oh no, looking at it this way, have I really turned into a goblin? Su wiped the tears of laughter from her eyes and looked at Fong earnestly with her sky blue eyes. I actually think you're pretty handsome. Come on, you don't need to comfort me. I'm telling the truth. Never mind. I'm going to bed. You should get some sleep too.
After Su closed the door, Fong sat alone in the living room, lost in thought. He suddenly recalled the first time he'd seen her, her long pink hair blowing in the wind under the night sky, a look of melancholy on her face, saying, "There are some things I can only figure out here." Now she had returned to her true self. He, too, had gone from a penniless drifter to living in a huge mansion.
Fong leaned back on the sofa, gazing at the night outside the window.
Man, this world sure never gets boring.
Chapter 49, Interlude, Dream. Holy shit! It's 9 o'clock? A scream erupted in the quiet dormitory. On the bed by the door, a chubby guy wearing nothing but a pair of baggy boxers Zhao Jiahao jolted upright. I'm screwed, I'm screwed, I'm screwed. 8 o'clock class 3 absences and you fail. That evil old man.
He shouted incoherently while frantically trying to wriggle out of his blankets, then leaped straight off the top bunk with a thud.
The commotion successfully roused the other three. Fong poked his head out from the top bunk and snapped, Zhao Jiahao, are you trying to kill yourself?
On the bed across from him, a guy wearing thin-rimmed glasses, clearly a straight-A student, Su Qingqing, had also been woken up. He fumbled for his glasses on the nightstand, put them on, and glanced at his phone.
Jiahao, have you lost your mind? It's Wednesday today. So what if it's Wednesday? We have an 8 a.m. class on Wednesdays too. On Wednesdays, we have career planning for college students. In the afternoon it's just a fluff course. Su Qingqing pushed his glasses up his nose.
The 8 a.m. class is advanced mathematics on Thursday.
Zhao Jiahao's fidgeting froze instantly.
He blinked, then looked down at the date on his phone, his expression shifting from panic to embarrassment.
Ah ha ha ha, he gave a couple of nervous laughs, trying to break the awkwardness. Oh man, I got the days mixed up. Look at me, I must be been so out of it from sleep.
You're already out of bed anyway, another lazy voice drifted from the top bunk by the window. It belonged to a boy with slightly longer hair and delicate features, so delicate, in fact, that it wouldn't be surprising if someone mistook him for a pretty girl.
Jiang Xian rolled over under the covers, leaving only half his head exposed. Howda, do me a favor and grab me some breakfast?
The usual, soy milk and fried dough sticks.
Bro Xian, look outside.
It's freezing out there, and that wind is biting.
Biting wind? Fong had already flopped back onto his pillow.
Comrade Zhao Jiahao, single-handedly, you've managed to disturb 3 roommates who were in the midst of a friendly meeting with the god of sleep, resulting in our precious sleep time being ruthlessly stripped away and our mental health severely traumatized. Now, you have 2 options. Su Qingqing picked up the thread seamlessly. 1, pick one of us 3, and the other 2 will team up to beat you up.
Jiang Xian added lazily. 2, all 3 of us will beat you up.
Zhao Jiahao backed down instantly, quickly pulling on his clothes and slipping into his black hooded battle gear. Alright, I'll go get breakfast right away.
Silence returned to the dorm. Fong buried his face in his pillow with satisfaction, ready to resume the dream that had been interrupted. Time seemed to be on fast forward.
The dorm was now filled with the sounds of keyboards and mice.
Go, go, go. I'm last hit. I've locked him down. Nice. Clean up, clean up. AD. The AD didn't flash. Take him out. We won. Ha 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 ha.
The word victory flashed up on all 4 computer screens one after another.
How was that? Jiang Xian swept his overly long bangs back from his forehead, a look of unhidden pride on his face. Wasn't my blind monk's roundhouse kick awesome? 1 kick decided the game.
Zhao Jiahao, munching on who knows how many bags of snacks, mumbled, my thresh wasn't half bad either, was he? I've got a good feel for it today. My hooks were as accurate as if I were on a cheat.
How many times did those crucial lanterns save your ass? Su Chinching pushed his glasses up and offered a pretentious analysis. It was mostly thanks to the mid-jungle synergy. My Xylian S-ball placement was spot on.
Their team composition was actually stronger late game, so we barely scraped by.
Fong rubbed his rumbling stomach. Stop bragging. I'm heading to the cafeteria. Who's coming with me?
The trio, who had been buzzing with excitement just moments ago, fell instantly silent.
Dad. Godfather. Father. 3 cries, in perfect unison, heartfelt and sincere. Fong chuckled, stood up, and stretched. All right, since you're all so dutiful, what's for lunch? Spicy braised chicken with rice, extra sauce. Beef noodle soup, no cilantro.
Fried rice with egg and sausage, and grab me a soda, make it ice cold.
Got it, my good boys.
Just wait here.
Fong grabbed his phone and keys, then smiled as he opened the dorm door.
This was the daily routine he'd once known so well, one he'd even occasionally grown tired of.
Fong jolted awake.
He was lying on a soft, comfortable bed, covered by the light, warm blanket Su had prepared for him. So it was just a dream.
Chapter 50, Class.
Before the morning alarm had even gone off, Fong's blanket was yanked off.
Get up.
Su's voice felt like a bucket of cold water splashed in his face.
Fong opened his eyes groggily and saw an impossibly delicate face looking down at him from above. How did you get in? Fong's voice was muffled. He hadn't fully woken up yet.
The door wasn't locked, and you didn't respond even after I knocked several times.
Fong closed his eyes, rolled over, and buried his face in the pillow. 5 more minutes. No way.
Su pulled the covers off again.
You promised me yesterday. I said I'd try. That means you have to.
Fong struggled for a moment before finally resigning himself to getting out of bed. He dragged his feet reluctantly into the bathroom. As he brushed his teeth in front of the mirror, he saw his own dejected face reflected back at him and let out a deep sigh.
An 8 a.m. class. How long had it been since he'd had to get up for one of those?
Before he'd traveled through time, he'd mostly relied on his roommates to drag him out of bed for his early morning classes in college. After the time jump, his schedule had gone completely haywire. If he managed to get up before noon, he considered it a success.
If I'd known, I wouldn't have made such bold promises yesterday.
After washing up, Fong put on his freshly laundered gray hoodie, the only item he'd brought with him from his original world, Earth, so its significance went without saying. When he reached the dining room door, he saw Su standing at the stove, holding a spatula and concentrating on cooking. She was already dressed in her school uniform. The only difference from yesterday was that she'd tied her long, flowing pink hair back with a dark blue headband, leaving a few strands to frame her ears. The morning light streaming through the window fell upon her, making her look as if she'd stepped right out of an anime. It was then that Fong realized he truly had absolutely no resistance to the creature known as a cute high school girl.
Come to think of it, you actually know how to cook?
He pulled out a chair and sat down.
Back in Xingyuan City, I remember you always ordered takeout.
After Su brought the food to the table, he looked at the lavish breakfast spread with some surprise. He picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of a piece of fried egg, and froze. Su sat down across from him and poured herself a glass of water. I was curious back then, so I taught myself.
Besides, that rental place in Xingyuan City didn't have a kitchen. I couldn't have cooked even if I wanted to. Fong took another bite of bacon and a sip of century egg congee, then fell silent. Delicious.
Not too salty, not too bland, just right.
What do you think? Pretty good cooking, don't you think?
Fong didn't argue, because he remembered how, back on Earth, he'd been in a fit of filial piety.
At the time, he'd thought, cooking is simple, it's just a matter of adding salt and MSG, right? With that mindset, he cooked a meal for his parents.
After they finished eating, they didn't say anything and even encouraged him, but when Fong saw the indescribable expressions on their faces, his dream of becoming a culinary master was completely shattered. It really is true that comparison is the thief of joy, but actually, come to think of it, I haven't had breakfast in ages.
And you have the nerve to say that? When are you ever going to fix that lousy sleep schedule of yours? Let me see him, probably never in this lifetime. Sue rolled her eyes and said nothing more. By the way, how are we getting there? I called a car, it's already waiting downstairs. Sue glanced at her watch. Hurry up and eat, or we'll be late. Half an hour later, a black sedan pulled up smoothly in front of the main gate of Capital Awaken Academy. Is this the school? Fong rubbed her eyes in disbelief at the building before her. Yeah, I mean, this is the best ability school in Shenzhou. It's only natural for it to be a bit luxurious. No, this can't possibly be just a bit luxurious, can it? The Capital Awakened Academy before him could no longer be described as merely luxurious. At the entrance stood a massive stone slab engraved with the school's name. Inside, a vast plaza stretched out, flanked by rows of ginkgo trees. In the distance, the academic buildings were modern structures in shades of gray and white, accompanied by numerous silver-white towers, windmills, and a massive artificial lake. Fong even caught a glimpse of a large building resembling a department store, and this was merely the tip of the iceberg. He looked up some information in pictures before. Judging by aerial shots of the entire campus, it was practically a small city. Fong had assumed those were the classic pictures for reference, only actual conditions may vary types of images. Compared to this, my old school, no, there's just no comparison at all. Oh? What was your old school like? Sue realized she'd never actually heard Fong talk about his life in his original world. I'll tell you when we have time. Let us get out of the car first. The moment they stepped out of the car, almost the instant their feet touched the ground, all eyes turned toward them. Sue had been on leave for several months, so some freshmen didn't recognize her, but her school uniform and presence were enough to turn heads. A few passing students stopped in their tracks and began whispering. Is that Sue? The heiress of the U clan? It really is her. Wasn't she on leave? She is so beautiful, even more so than the rumors suggest. Oh my god, she really is Big Sis. Big Sis is back. Who is that guy next to her? No idea, never seen him before. He is dressed way too casually, isn't he? And he is just average looking. Fong listened to the surrounding chatter, completely unfazed. Perhaps the old him would have cared, but now he had cold, hard numbers. Does modeling matter? No. Besides, he wasn't bald yet, he was definitely not at a disadvantage. This was absolutely not an excuse for his poor modeling skills. Just then, a middle-aged woman in a business suit emerged from the classroom building with a smile and approached Sue. Sue, welcome back. Mr. Sue has already spoken with me. Sue nodded in response. Fong watched Sue's textbook proper young lady demeanor and silently marveled that she really could put on a show at least enough to handle outsiders. The middle-aged woman turned to Fong. Is this your academic assistant? Yes, his name is Fong. Fong nodded at her. Hello. The middle-aged woman gave him a quick once-over, said nothing more, and simply smiled. If you have any questions, feel free to come see me in the academic affairs office anytime. With that, she turned and left. Sue led Fong into the academic building. A few students were already moving about in the hallway. Upon seeing them, they would glance their way a couple of times before starting to whisper among themselves. They entered a large classroom, which was already more than half full. Following Fong's suggestion, Sue found a seat by the window and sat down, with Fong taking the seat next to her. Before long, the professor entered, an elderly man with graying hair. His voice was soft but clear. He turned on the projector and began explaining today's lesson. Advanced Theory of Ability Mana. Chapter 51, A Classic Plot? If getting up early was Fong's first trial, then this first class was his trial by fire. Fong listened for 10 minutes but couldn't understand a single word. What was this wave-particle duality of mana particles? What about the linear structure of mana circulation within awakened bodies? And the non-linear characteristics of the mana field in a tier and higher awakened? He recognized every single word, but when strung together, he had absolutely no idea what they were talking about.
He glanced at Sue, who was intently taking notes, occasionally furrowing her brow in thought. Her serious demeanor was a world apart from the rebellious pink-haired girl he usually knew.
Sue, Fong lowered his voice. When you awake and fight, do you really have to calculate formulas in your head?
Sue replied quietly without looking up, her fingers flying across her tablet as she took notes.
This is a theory class. Only by understanding the laws governing Mana-S movement can we channel our abilities more efficiently and avoid wasting mana.
Fong looked away, pulled his phone out of his pocket, set it to silent, put on his headphones, and started scrolling through videos. He officially confirmed one fact: his ability was truly one of a kind, there was no other like it. And another thing, it was a huge relief that his ability didn't require any brainpower.
The Academy cafeteria. This wasn't just a cafeteria, it was practically a 5-star hotel buffet.
The display case offered a wide variety of dishes, ranging from simple stir-fries to full-course Chinese and Western meals.
Fong carried his tray, selected a few dishes that looked delicious, and found a seat by the window.
Sue sat down across from him shortly after, smiling as she asked, "So, how was your first day on campus?" Fong put down her chopsticks and covered her face with her hands.
"I regret it. Can you let me go back? Today was just for you to get a feel for things.
I'll issue you a permit this afternoon, and after that, you'll be free to do as you please,"
Sue reassured Fong.
"Just like I said before, you don't have to stick with me the whole time.
If you have any questions, just come find me." Fong saluted her.
"Okay, Mississippi." After lunch, Sue glanced at her class schedule on her phone. "I have class for the first period this afternoon, but I'm free for the second and third periods. I'll take you on a proper tour of the campus then."
"Sure." During the first period of the afternoon, Fong continued to kill time on his phone.
After enduring the hour, Sue packed up her things and let him out of the classroom building.
The ginkgo trees on campus cast dappled shadows in the sunlight.
Sue walked ahead, occasionally turning back playfully to say a few words to him.
Fong followed behind with his hands in his pockets, taking in the scenery as they walked. "That's the library over there. It has the second largest collection in the country, second only to the Hunter Bureau's internal collection."
Sue pointed to a uniquely shaped building in the distance.
"But you need a card to get in."
"You can't go in yet, but once your student ID is ready, you'll be able to. Over there is the gymnasium. It has an indoor swimming pool, basketball courts, a fitness center, and several training rooms for awakened individuals. You can check out the training rooms sometime if you have the chance.
And over there is the lab building.
All the ability research labs are located there. Ordinary people aren't allowed inside because there are a lot of dangerous things in there."
Fong looked at the imposing buildings and exclaimed, "Your school's facilities are amazing."
"Of course.
Capital Awakened Academy is ranked in the top 3 worldwide.
What did you expect?" The two strolled slowly along the tree-lined path. The number of students around them gradually increased. It seemed quite a few had no classes during the second period of the afternoon and were wandering around campus or chatting. Just then, a surprised voice came from ahead.
"Wan Ting?"
A girl in a school uniform hurried over, her face full of delight. She appeared to be about Sue's age, with long, straight, jet black hair falling to her waist. Her features were delicate, and she had a gentle, graceful demeanor, as if she had stepped out of an ancient painting. Her uniform was spotless and immaculate. The ribbon at the collar was tied into a perfect bow, and the hem of her skirt was completely wrinkle-free. She exuded a natural, effortless elegance.
"Snow."
Sue's eyes lit up as she hurried to meet her.
"It's been so long. When did you come back? Are you okay?
You suddenly took a leave of absence, and when I tried to contact you, you didn't reply."
I was so worried. She took Sue's hand and asked gently.
Sue shook her head with a smile.
"I'm fine.
There were some things going on before. It's all sorted out now, so I'm back." She finally let out a sigh of relief, then noticed Fong standing nearby and tilted her head slightly.
"Who is this?" Sue stepped aside to introduce them. "This is Fong, a friend I met in Xingyuan City. She is my academic assistant now." Fong, this is Snow, the second young lady of the Frost group and one of my few close friends from school. Fong waved at Snow. Hello.
Snow curtsied slightly, her movements elegant and natural.
Fong, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for looking after Wenting in Xingyuan City.
Her voice was soft and melodious, like a clear spring flowing through the woods. It was so soothing that Fong felt as if his ears were about to burst with pleasure.
Then it dawned on him, and he turned to look at Sue.
Now I know why it sounded so strange when you were acting like a spoiled princess yesterday.
What do you mean?
Just look at her posture.
Fong pointed at Snow.
It's seamless, completely natural, just like breathing. Whereas yours. He didn't finish, but his expression said it all.
Mind your own business.
Sue snapped, her composure crumbling on the spot.
Snow watched the two bicker and couldn't help but laugh. You two really are close.
Wan Ting, honestly, I haven't seen you laugh so happily in a long time.
Sue's face flushed slightly, but she didn't deny it. By the way, what about you and your father? I guess we've made up.
He agreed not to interfere with my freedom anymore.
From now on, I can make my own decisions. Snow's eyes lit up. Really?
That's wonderful.
I have Fong to thank for that. Snow looked at Fong with curiosity.
Just as she was about to say something, a discordant voice suddenly cut in from the side.
Hey, isn't this Sue? Long time no see.
Fong turned toward the voice and saw a young man in a school uniform walking toward them. He was about the same height as her, around 1.8 meters, wore an expensive-looking watch on his wrist, and had his hair slicked back in a pompadour. Most importantly, he had blonde hair.
Sue's expression instantly turned cold. Fong looked at the guy and had a very strong premonition. That legendary plot twist was coming. Chapter 52, it's my turn to experience it. Zhao, what are you doing here? Looking for trouble? Sue's voice was chillingly cold.
Snow, standing behind her, instinctively shrugged her shoulders and looked at this familiar friend with a puzzled expression. In her memory, although Sue had a cheerful personality, she would still maintain some basic etiquette in social situations. But the person standing before her. Zhao also shuddered at this sudden chill. He took a half step back. In his memory, Sue was no pushover, but she at least maintained the decorum befitting a clan heiress. She might have a sharp tongue, but she never look at him with this murderous glare. But then he felt he lost face in front of his entourage, so he forced out a cold laugh.
What? Did I say something wrong? I heard from my dad that the clan's eldest daughter ran away from home a while back and ended up in a place like Xingyuan City?
He deliberately dragged out his words.
That's absolutely laughable. Isn't the clan supposed to be a prominent, well-respected family in the capital? And yet their eldest daughter runs off to hide in some out-of-the-way place?
Tsk, tisk. The henchman behind him chimed in with low, mocking chuckles. Zhao's gaze finally settled on Fong, scanning her from head to toe with utter disdain.
And as if hiding away weren't enough, she brings back a filthy creature like this? The henchman's laughter grew louder. Silver blue arcs of electricity were already dancing in Sue's palm.
She had put up with Zhao for far too long. The Yu clan and the Zhao clan had a business partnership back when she was in school. Because of her father's connections, and since she hadn't known what the future held at the time, she had always maintained the image of a proper young lady, mostly ignoring Zhao's provocations. But now she no longer needed to pretend. Even if she didn't cripple Zhao, she intended to make him kneel on the ground and cry while apologizing to Fong. Just as she was about to strike, a soft chuckle suddenly came from beside her.
Ha!
Zhao turned to see Fong with his head bowed, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably.
What are you laughing at? Zhao frowned. Fong couldn't suppress the smile on his face.
He tried to look serious, but the corners of his mouth kept curling upward.
Sorry, Fong waved his hand. It's just that the way you speak is so classic, I really couldn't help myself. Classic what? I don't know if you've read them.
Fong explained with a straight face. In those typical isekai toilet paper novels, whenever there's an academy plotline, there's always some clueless, spiky-haired extra who arrogantly provokes the protagonist. Yeah, your expression right now is exactly like that, saying, "Ha, you bastard, you don't belong here," and then gets beaten to a pulp by the protagonist showing off. I never thought I'd actually run into this kind of how should I put it?
A textbook villain.
He pulled out his phone and snapped a photo of Zhao.
Just for the record.
Classic, idiotic villains like this are so hard to come by in real life.
The atmosphere froze. Ha 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 ha.
Sue was the first to snap out of it and burst into laughter. The icy killing intent from moments ago had vanished without a trace. Snow covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. As a true lady of high society, she certainly couldn't lose her composure like Wan Ting had, so she was clearly trying hard to stifle her laughter, though with little success.
You.
He pointed at Fong, his finger trembling.
You're asking for it. When had Zhao ever endured such humiliation?
In the capital, even among peers from prominent families, a veneer of polite courtesy was maintained. Yet Fong's words had torn his dignity to shreds, flung it on the ground, and stomped on it twice to see if the soles were hard enough.
Kill him.
I'll take full responsibility if anything happens,
Zhao shouted, pointing at Fong.
4 henchmen behind him immediately charged forward. Anyone attending Capital Awakened Academy was at least a C rank awakened in Zhao's eyes, for against one was more than enough. But Fong didn't even draw his hand from his pocket. He simply waved the arm that had been hanging out, generating a massive gust of wind that sent all 4 henchmen flying into the air before they crashed back down. They lay sprawled haphazardly on the grass, their cries of pain rising in waves.
So powerful. Is that a wind class ability?
Snow was utterly stunned. She rarely encountered such a young wind class awakened, and Fong's ability technique was exceptional. He executed it without any wind-up, unleashing such a powerful move with a mere flick of his wrist. Sue stepped forward, placing herself in front of Fong as she glared at Zhao.
Are you looking for trouble?
Zhao's face darkened. Anyone capable of sending his henchmen flying with a single strike was at least in A tier, but he didn't back down, forcing himself to stay calm. I admit I misjudged you.
Your name is Fong, right?
I never expected you to be a wind class awakened, someone capable of defeating my henchmen so effortlessly. I acknowledge that you're a powerhouse on the same level as me. He raised his right hand, a ball of orange-red flame igniting in his palm. Zhao, a 19-year-old A tier awakened with the flame fist ability.
As it happens to be a natural counter to your ability.
He made the flame dance in his palm as if showing off. The temperature around them seemed to rise by several degrees. Fong looked at the flame, a question forming in her mind, then she turned her head and asked Sue.
Just out of curiosity, is a 19-year-old A tier really that strong?
Sue thought for a moment.
Generally speaking, they're considered geniuses.
In terms of raw talent, they're roughly on par with my older brother, Su Mingxian.
But I thought you were an A tier at 18?
Su lifted his head proudly and said with pride. To be precise, I reached a tier at 16. Now, at 18, I'm already at the peak of a tier, just a hair's breadth away from S tier.
That is not something just any ordinary genius can match.
Oh, I see.
Fong then looked at Zhao thoughtfully. After a moment, she spoke again. Then what's wrong with him? How dare he mess with you?
Su thought for a moment. Back when I was still feeling my way around, and during my school days when the U clan and the U clan were on good terms, I didn't bother to argue with him. But there was one time I just couldn't hold back and knocked him out. I didn't expect him to show up again with a bunch of minions this time.
I see. Fong nodded.
That guy really is a bit off his rocker.
You bet.
Snow stood to the side, watching the two of them banter back and forth while completely ignoring Zhao. She couldn't help but whisper a reminder. He looks like he's about to explode with rage. Sure enough, Zhao's face had turned a ghastly shade of black. The flames in his hands surged, and the heat wave blew his hair back.
Fong, he growled, his teeth clenched. I hereby challenge you to a duel. What? Snow whispered an explanation from the sidelines. Fawn, this is a college tradition. A duel challenge is an honor-bound contest guaranteed by the school.
During your time here, if an irreconcilable conflict arises between two parties, one may challenge the other to a duel. Once accepted, the battle takes place in a designated arena, with a high-ranking instructor serving as referee to ensure no one is killed. And the most important point, Snow's expression grew serious, is that the loser must grant the winner one request. As long as the request is reasonable and does not violate the laws of Shenzhou, it must be carried out unconditionally. Otherwise, the loser will be expelled from the academy immediately and permanently blacklisted by the state. Upon hearing this, Fang's eyes lit up. Is there such a good deal? He looked at Zhao, a smirk spreading across his face. Have you thought this through? Zhao thought he was backing down and sneered, humph. I'll beat you to a pulp and make you lick the soles of my shoes and kowtow to me right there on the spot. Ha ha. It's one thing to talk trash online, but if it actually comes down to it, who wouldn't he want to experience the thrill of humiliating that punk in person? Alright then, I'll have to think of something to make you do first. Chapter 53, Left Punch High Damage, Right Punch High Damage. The stands surrounding the training ground filled up with people in just 10 minutes. News of a spectacle like this spread faster than the wind. The eldest son of the Zhao group was going to duel the study assistant of the Yu clan's eldest daughter. News like this was rare even in the history of Capital Awakened Academy. Who is that guy in gray? Never seen him before. I heard Su brought him back from Xingyuan City. Apparently, he is her academic assistant. Academic assistant? Isn't that just a errand boy? Would an errand boy dare accept a duel from Zhao? Either he is a fool, or he has got real skills. I think he is a fool. Zhao is an A-tier and 19-year-old A-tier. I doubt there are more than 30 students in the entire school who could beat him. No, I trust Big Sis's judgment. I'm betting on Big Sis's assistant to win. Snow stood at the sidelines, her palms sweaty. She looked at Fang in the center of the arena, then glanced at Su, who stood beside her with a calm expression. Finally, she couldn't help but whisper, "Are you sure this is okay?" Zhao is one of the top fighters in the academy, and his style happens to counter Fang's ability. Even if he wins, he'll probably get hurt, right? No need to worry at all. This fight depends entirely on how long he wants to play around. As she spoke, Su pulled her phone out of her pocket and aimed it at the center of the arena. Snow was full of question marks. What are you doing? He asked me to record it for him before he went out there. Su adjusted the focus. He said he can pull it out every now and then to get a kick out of it. Snow looked at Su's matter-of-fact expression and felt that ever since Su had returned, she'd completely lost track of her best friend's train of thought. In the shadows on the other side of the training ground, Chief Referee Lee stood with his hands behind his back, watching the two opponents facing off in the arena with a blank expression. He was 57 years old and had served as chief referee at Capital Awakened Academy for 23 years. What kind of genius hadn't he seen? But with today's duel, he had known the outcome from the very beginning. Su Wanli had personally come to the school to handle the paperwork, specifically naming this young man named Fang to be Su's academic assistant. Naturally, the academy had to investigate his background. Su Wanli provided the following information: a wandering awakened, taken in and trained by the Yu clan. Age, 20. Ability rank, S tier. Ability type, enhancement class. They had contacted the Hunter Bureau to verify this, and the Bureau confirmed that Fang had recently undergone an ability test with no issues found. An S tier at 20. Looking across all of Shenzhou today, excluding Crystal, the 12-year-old S tier who was clearly cheating, only Frost from their school, the eldest daughter of the Bai family, could achieve that. Other than her, he hadn't seen as second person. Chief Judge Li glanced at Zhao. The young man was smugly cracking his knuckles, his eyes screaming, "I'm going to burn you to ashes." Zhao was indeed exceptional, a 19-year-old A-tier with the flame fist skill in the elemental school. He would be considered a genius anywhere. What a pity. Chief Referee Li sighed. He had indeed been too arrogant at school. It would do him good to suffer a bit.
He stepped between the two, gesturing to Fong with his left hand and to Zhao with his right. The duelists, Fong and Zhao. Do you confirm? Confirmed. Confirmed. Chief Referee Li asked one final question. Are the rules clear to both of you? Does anyone wish to back out? No, Zhao replied crisply. Fong also shook his head. Chief Referee Li then swung his right hand down forcefully. Then, both parties, prepare. The duel begins. Scorching iron fist skill.
Zhao immediately unleashed his flames to their fullest extent. Orange-red flames gushed from his right hand, coalescing on the surface of his arm into a layer of flowing flame armor. His right fist was enveloped layer by layer in fire, eventually condensing into a fiery fist over 30 centimeters in diameter. So powerful. Is this Zhao's full strength? If that punch lands, an ordinary person would be reduced to ashes, right? Gasps echoed from the stands. A few timid girls even covered their eyes. Meanwhile, Fong stood in place, observing Zhao's ability.
What was that guy's name again? Oh right, Yan Huang.
The scale of the flames he uses is way different from this. But then again, Yan Huang was at the peak of S tier, not someone Zhao could even hope to rival.
Still, the visual effects for this move are pretty cool.
Sigh, that's my only regret, Fong muttered under his breath. His left punch dealt high damage, his right punch dealt high damage. The numbers were impressive, but unfortunately, there were no special effects.
Zhao heard Fong's muttering.
Though he couldn't make out the words, he saw Fong's expression, his face practically screaming, "That's all you've got." At that moment, Zhao's composure snapped completely.
Die!
Zhao roared, his entire body transforming into a pillar of fire as his right fist, carrying the force to incinerate everything in its path, slammed toward Fong's face.
Then the fist stopped. Fong hadn't even taken his other hand out of his pocket.
He stood his ground without retreating a single step, one hand in his pocket and the other raised in the air, firmly grasping Zhao's fiery fist.
The moment the raging flames touched Fong's palm, they vanished and disintegrated as if they encountered some kind of void black hole. What?
Zhao's previously furious expression froze completely in that moment. He could feel his fist clamped in place as if by an iron vise, unable to move an inch. He desperately channeled his ability, causing flames to erupt from his fist, but Fong's hand didn't even flinch.
And most importantly, wasn't he supposed to be a wind class awakened? Then what was this situation before him? Zhao's lips trembled. Is that all you've got? No, it can't be. Fong looked at him, then swept his arm as if tossing away trash.
Zhao was sent flying, tracing a parabolic arc through the air before slamming violently into the training ground's wall. The wall was dented into a human-shaped indentation. Zhao slid out of the indentation and collapsed onto the ground, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness completely.
Disappointing, Zhao. I'll probably forget about you pretty soon. Fong delivered his victory speech.
The training ground fell silent for a moment, then erupted into chaos.
Holy shit! What just happened? One punch?
No, he didn't even throw a punch, he just blocked it, then swung his arm, and Zhao just flew across the room?
But Zhao is a tier. An A-tier fighter was taken out that easily? Who the hell is that guy?
Snow stood there with her mouth agape, unable to utter a word. She turned to look at Sue, who was staring at a paused screenshot on her phone, a smirk that had been on her face since the moment it happened.
Nice shot.
Sue nodded with satisfaction. Chief Referee Li stood at the edge of the arena, looking at Zhao slumped against the wall. He raised his right hand, his booming voice drowning out the crowd's uproar. The duel is over.
The winner is Fong. The crowd's roar reached a new peak. Chief Referee Li lowered his hand and walked over to Fong.
According to the duel rules, the winner may make a reasonable demand of the loser. Zhao's earlier suggestions of kowtowing and licking the sole of my shoe are considered reasonable demands.
Fong, do you wish to enforce these demands on Zhao? Or do you have any other requests? As long as they are reasonable, the school will guarantee their enforcement. Forget about licking the sole, that's a bit gross. As for kowtowing,
There are plenty of ways to make him kowtow. It would be a waste to use this opportunity for that.
What assets does Zhao have in his name? Please hold on a moment. Chief Referee Li immediately called his superiors to confirm. Confirmed.
Zhao owns a privately operated club, shares in a KTV, bank deposits totaling 5 million, and a property worth 20 million.
Fong thought for a moment.
He originally planned to have Zhao transfer all his assets to him, but then he reconsidered. His official status had just been approved, so he didn't have a bank card yet, and such a large sum couldn't possibly be paid in cash. Besides, some of Zhao's assets like the club were things he wouldn't know how to run even if he got them. Besides, Su was currently providing him with room and board, and he was living the high life. She even told him that if he ever needed money, he should just ask her directly. He glanced at Su, who was collecting phones at the sidelines, and suddenly had an idea. Once I get my bank card, I'll have her transfer the 5 million to me. I'll give the club and the property to Su to start her business, and then let the money make more money. That'll be awesome.
I've decided.
Have him transfer all his assets to Su, Fong said.
Chief Referee Li nodded. The request is reasonable. Approved.
The student council will oversee the implementation of this plan. Su was bent over editing the video of Fong's earlier battle, thinking about adding some music or something, when she suddenly felt the stares of many people around her. She looked up, bewildered, and scanned the room.
What's going on?
Snow leaned in and whispered, Fong told Zhao to transfer all his assets to you. Su froze for a moment, then looked toward Fong in the center of the arena. Fong winked at her, the expression clearly saying, consider it startup capital for your business. Su immediately lowered her head, pretending to continue fiddling with her phone, but her ears perked up and her face flushed. The duel officially ended, and students from the stands surged down like a tide, surrounding Fong.
What rank are you, classmate? Which family are you from? How come I've never heard of you before? What ability was that move you just used? How can you catch fire with your bare hands?
Fong was bombarded with questions from a dozen people at once, his head buzzing. Just as he was thinking of how to extricate himself, a voice suddenly rang out, and a hand reached out from the crowd to grab his wrist.
Everyone, please make way. This is my assistant.
Su's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an aura that made people instinctively step aside. The students who had been arguing moments ago all fell silent and automatically cleared a path. She then pulled Fong's wrist and led him out of the crowd, with Snow following behind, jogging to keep up with their pace. The three of them made their way through the onlookers until they reached the small path behind the school building, where Su finally let go of his wrist. Fushi exhaled deeply, turned to face him, and said, we should be safe here. Snow stood to the side watching the two of them, then finally couldn't help but speak up, Fong, what exactly is your rank? And aren't you a wind class awakened? What was that just now? Oh, you mean that? Fong had been wondering earlier why they referred to him as a wind class ability user, so that was it. He explained, that was a gust of wind I generated with my fist, it just happened to be a bit powerful. As for my rank, I'm S tier, enhancement class. A fist a gust of wind? Wait, SS tier? Mr. Fong, may I ask how old you are? Age? 20. T20. 20 years old and S tier? Snow was completely flustered upon hearing this. That's the same as my older sister, isn't it? At that moment, behind them, a slender, tall figure with long silvery white hair silently turned in the shadows of the training ground and vanished without a sound into the depths of the corridor. Not a single person present noticed her. Fong, huh? Interesting. Inside the medical room, Zhao sat up abruptly from the bed, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Don't hit me. Young Master Zhao, you're awake. Two attendants stood trembling by the bedside. Zhao came to his senses, staring at the ceiling as memories flooded back like a tidal wave. That contemptuous gaze had been like an inescapable nightmare, etching a brand of fear deep into his soul. Where is he, that monster? Zhao asked, trembling. He has already left. However, the chief judge just sent an official notice. The property in your name, the club, your KTV shares, and the 5 million in your account, all of it must now be transferred to Sue's name. The aides watched Zhao's expression warily. They had expected him to fly into a rage, perhaps even smash the hospital room to pieces. But to their surprise, Zhao simply slumped back onto the pillow, his gaze vacant as he stared out the window. Transfer it immediately. His voice carried a despair his aides had never heard before. Listen, the moment you see that monster, take me on a detour immediately. Do you hear me? The aides exchanged glances and nodded repeatedly. They knew that on this day, the spirit of this once invincible little flame king of Beijing had been completely shattered. Chapter 54, But I Refuse. The midday sun shone brightly. It was class time at the academy, yet this path near the gardens was unusually quiet. Fong strolled leisurely with his hands in his pockets. He slept in until he woke naturally today, then taken his time walking to school. Now that's the life, Fong stretched contentedly, savoring this rare moment of leisure. It had been 3 days since he arrived at the college, and Fong had spent every day just like this. If he didn't feel like going to school, he'd just lie around at home. When he'd had enough of that, he'd wander around campus with nothing to worry about. As he walked, he came to a garden at the back of the college and decided to rest for a while. This was the lakeside garden Sue had recommended yesterday. The water shimmered, and the scenery was indeed beautiful. Moreover, at that moment, a young woman was sitting in the small pavilion in the middle of the lake. Fong stopped in his tracks. He saw her sitting quietly in the pavilion, head bowed over a book. Her long, silvery hair fell over her shoulders. She was tall and slender, wearing the same school uniform as Sue. The only difference was that while Sue wore calf-length socks, this girl wore white knee-highs, which, combined with her school skirt, created the legendary absolute territory, a sight that made Fong unable to tear his eyes away. As if sensing Fong's gaze, the girl closed her book, slowly raised her head, and revealed her face. If one had to describe it, it was a majestic face. Her skin as fair as pristine, dust-free snow. Her eyes held a unique, cool detachment, unlike the traditional kind. Fong searched her mind and found the most fitting description. Like a hakimi, not exactly hostile to strangers, but don't even think about getting too close. But why is everyone's model so tall at this school? Is that even fair? Just as Fong was complaining, she stood up, stepped out of the pavilion, and walked toward him. Hello, Fong. At this time, Su shouldn't be out of class yet. As her teaching assistant, may I ask why you're here alone? Fong froze. How does this person know my name? Who are you? Fong took another close look. He couldn't shake the feeling that her face looked familiar. My apologies, the woman said, bowing slightly in a polite gesture. My name is Frost. I'm Snow's older sister. You met her a few days ago. Fong suddenly realized why she looked familiar. He recalled Snow from the day before, gentle, elegant, and soft-spoken, and couldn't help but remark, you two sisters have such different personalities. And your hair, too. People often say that. Frost didn't seem bothered. Her gaze remained fixed on Fong. So, Fong, what are you doing here? Just hanging out. What else would I be doing? Just hanging around? A study assistant is supposed to accompany their employer to class or stand by in a designated area during lectures. Student Fong, your behavior seems a bit negligent. Does student Sue have any objections? Fong shrugged indifferently. Can't help it, I can't get up in the morning. Is that so? Frost stared at Fong thoughtfully. Rumor has it around campus that Sue has been a bit too lenient with you as her study assistant. It seems the reality is even more outrageous than the rumors. Never mind that. Frost changed the subject. Fong, the duel the other day was quite impressive. Your skill surprised me. Oh? You watched it too? Fong was a bit surprised that she would bring it up. I thought someone like you, who looks like the epitome of a model student, wouldn't have time to care about such petty squabbles among students. I naturally pay attention to official duels that take place on campus, especially when they involve two prominent families. Frost finished speaking and fixed her ice blue eyes on Fong. Besides,
I've personally developed a certain interest in you, Fong. Interest? Coming from this ice queen, that word was rather intriguing.
Yes. Frost admitted frankly, and before Fong could respond, she continued.
Since you have some free time right now, Fong, would you care to come over to the student council for a visit? The student council? Oh, right. I think you mentioned something about supervising enforcement. Do you hold a position there? Come to think of it, did this school even have a student council? Fong had a vague feeling that this person's position in the student council was likely quite high.
Frost seemed to realize she hadn't yet told Fong about her identity, so she immediately apologized.
I'm sorry, that was my oversight. Aside from being Snow's older sister, I'm also the current president of the Capital Awakened Academy Student Council.
Now, in my capacity as Student Council President, I formally invite you, Fong, to visit the Student Council.
Would you be willing to accept? After speaking, Frost fell silent, quietly awaiting his answer. Fong never would have imagined that taking a casual detour would lead him to run into such a big shot at the school.
And to think she was actually interested in him, this was shaping up to be the most troublesome turn of events. However, seeing her so dead serious and acting as if everything was going according to plan, Fong's mischievous streak couldn't help but stir.
Go to the student council? Sounds good. Fong curled the corner of his mouth and, without warning, gave his answer, but I refuse.
As he spoke, he suddenly tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle, straining his facial muscles to create two distinct lines on either side of his face, trying his best to recreate the cartoonist's face he had in mind. For the first time, a noticeable flicker of emotion crossed Frost's perpetually icy expression, and a look of confusion appeared in her eyes.
May I ask why?
Maintaining that peculiar expression, he said solemnly. One of the things I, Fong, enjoy most is shouting no to guys who think they're stronger than me. Upon hearing this, Frost fell into deep thought right where he stood.
I didn't think I was stronger than you. Did something I said earlier lead you to misunderstand? If so, I apologize. No way. Even someone like Su Wanli, an elite with absolutely no sense of humor, would probably banter back and forth with him if he saw that comical face. Yet this president was actually seriously reflecting on whether this was her own fault? Sorry about that. I was just joking. President, you really have absolutely no sense of humor. Frost was at a loss for words, even beginning to wonder if she misjudged him. Was this really the behavior of a genius capable of matching her own? So, Fong, what is your answer?
Perhaps my wording caused a misunderstanding earlier.
Let me repeat, this is a personal invitation, unrelated to student council business. If it's inconvenient, then never mind. Let us go. Right now. He'd been planning to grab a free meal at school anyway before heading back to play games. Since he'd been invited, checking out the student council offices might actually be kind of interesting. Chapter 55, Ancient Ruins. Frost nodded in agreement with Fong's suggestion. Without another word, she began to lead the way. The two of them crossed a small garden and passed by an academic building before arriving at a standalone 4-story structure. Frost explained that this building was primarily used by the student council. The first floor housed the offices of various departments and meeting rooms, the second floor contained the archives and resource room, the third floor served as the student council's lounge, and the fourth floor was the president's office. Fong noticed an emblem hanging on the door and asked, "A key and a book? What does that mean?" The book represents the knowledge of all things, and the key represents the power to unlock the truth. That is the founding philosophy of our school. So that's how you interpret it? A bit cheesy. And speaking of that key, Fong suddenly thought of that guy, Silver. Come to think of it, I haven't heard a peep from that brat Silver since that battle. He wouldn't be secretly cooking up something big, would he? That guy's ability, the universal key, might not be much to him personally, but there is no doubt he is a master at stirring up trouble. Fong decided to contact Lin tonight to ask about the recent situation in Xingyuan City. Along the way, student council members they encountered would stop to greet Frost with respectful deference. Frost merely nodded calmly in response without saying much,
then led Fong into the elevator and up to her office.
"Have a seat."
Frost gestured for Fong to sit on the sofa while she walked behind her spacious desk and expertly brewed 2 cups of tea.
Fong surveyed the office.
It was filled not only with stacks of books and documents but also several massive holographic screens displaying real-time data on mana levels and student traffic throughout the school.
It's not quite what I imagined," Fong muttered under his breath.
He had originally thought it would be similar to the president's office at Shuchi in an anime. Frost then placed the brewed tea on the table in front of Fong's sofa and returned to her desk.
Fong picked up the teacup and took a sip, nearly spitting it out.
"Wait, are you sure this tea is okay?" Fong had never been a big fan of tea. He found it a bit bitter, though not so much that he couldn't drink it at all. But the bitterness of this cup of tea had surpassed the limits of Fong's taste buds. In a word, it was bitterer than unsweetened coffee.
"Is it that bitter?"
Frost picked up the cup and took a sip.
"I think it's fine."
Could this girl be a total airhead? Fong watched her intently savoring the tea and, for a moment, didn't know how to respond.
So, do you actually think this tea tastes good?"
He was at a loss for words and didn't want to delve any deeper into the bitterness. "It has a delicate aroma with a hint of bitterness. I think it's just right," Frost explained earnestly. "These tea leaves have been improved using the latest technology. Not only do they have a calming effect, but they also help enhance ability training."
"Do you usually serve this to guests?" Fong asked.
"No, this tea is very rare.
I brought it out especially to treat you today. By the way, how much does this cost?"
For a small jar like this," Frost held up a jar of tea, "it's about 50,000. Normally, this tea goes for 100,000 per pound."
Fong silently picked up the cup and took another sip.
Confirmed he wasn't lucky enough to enjoy such extraordinary tea. Frost seemed to sense that Fong didn't particularly like the tea and thoughtfully took a can of milk from the cabinet beside him and placed it in front of him.
"Have some of this instead."
"Perhaps the taste of this tea really does vary from person to person. It was my oversight."
Fong hadn't actually mentioned one thing yet: he'd never drunk milk since childhood.
For some reason, the mere smell of milk made him want to vomit. He simply couldn't stomach it physically. So when he was in kindergarten, while his classmates had milk with their lunch, he drank water instead. So was this Frost just naturally at odds with him?
Let us put that aside for now. Fong quickly changed the subject. "You didn't invite me here just to taste tea, did you? If you have something to ask, just say it. I'm just personally curious. Take a look at this." Frost set down his teacup, opened Fong's electronic file, and projected it onto the screen. "How did you get my information?"
"The student council naturally has the right to access information on new students," Frost explained. "Even assistants are registered as students and have academic records."
"Your student council has quite a bit of power, doesn't it?"
"It might be different at other schools," Frost said flatly.
"But at this school, the student council's authority is indeed substantial.
Not only can we access student records, but we also have a say in certain development decisions. Since the faculty focuses on research and ability studies, a significant portion of daily operations and school management is handled by the student council."
"So you're basically just a workhorse?"
"I'd prefer you describe it as with great power comes great responsibility."
"Let us not dwell on that.
Your background profile is quite intriguing, a stray taken in by the U-Clan, a powerhouse who reached the S-tier realm at the age of 20, only to be picked up by the U-Clan during an incident."
Fong took a close look at his electronic file. "Su Wanli, you bastard. What do you mean I was taken in by the U-Clan? Picked up, too? Are you trying to take advantage of me?"
When Su Wanli processed his documents, he said all Su Wanli needed to do was take the ability test, everything else would be handled by him. Fong figured it was best to leave such matters to the professionals, so he hadn't paid it much mind. He absolutely refused to believe that, with Su Wanli's capabilities, he couldn't have found a more reasonable excuse to process his documents. It was clearly intentional.
"Damn it, looks like I didn't punch him hard enough." Frost didn't pick up on Fong's resentment and continued his calm analysis.
Of course, I'm not curious about your past, but about Sue's transformation.
My sister Snow is her best friend.
In the months before Wenting took a leave of absence, I observed her many times. Back then, she was lost, her eyes hollow, with no hope for the future, and she was very quiet. But now, she is so confident and cheerful, she is practically a different person. And the turning point for all these changes coincided with her return from Xingyuan City. You appeared by her side, and your relationship doesn't look anything like that of an employer and an assistant. What puzzles me most, however, is Sue's father Su Wanli, the head of the Yu clan.
I know a bit about the Yu clan as well.
According to my sister, he is now reconciled with Su, and is even willing to personally back you up.
So? Fong leaned back against the sofa. What exactly are you getting at? So, Frost's gaze fixed on Fong's face, is your background really that of a stray awakened adopted by the Yu clan? Ha, your analysis is interesting.
But since you mentioned it yourself, the head of the Yu clan has confirmed my identity, and the Hunter Bureau has officially validated my credentials.
So what is the point of you digging into this here? Even if it were fake, so what? Frost fell silent for a moment.
Fong thought she was going to press further, but she merely shook her head slightly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to delve into that.
Analyzing things like this is just a professional habit of mine. I promise I won't bring it up again.
She closed the holographic screen.
More than your identity, I'm curious about your strength.
You're very powerful and likely among the top in the S tier. Plus, the fact that you've earned Sue's trust and reliance suggests your character is beyond reproach.
Fong was a bit baffled by her string of compliments. What are you getting at? Are you trying to recruit me as a student council member? I'd rather pass on that. I'm not interested in work, and I don't want to be a workhorse. Joining the student council would mean his carefree life would be a thing of the past. No, that's not what I meant. Frost shook her head, then said earnestly,
I'd like to invite you, in my capacity as student council president, to join me in investigating an ancient ruin.
Chapter 56, This is going to be tough. An ancient ruin?
Su had mentioned this term to him briefly before.
Ancient ruins appeared in this world alongside the ability beasts.
The reason for their current existence remains a mystery. Many historians have studied them to this day without finding a clear answer. Once inside, the interior feels like a completely different world. Some ruins are frozen wastelands, while others are mechanical labyrinths floating in the void. To put it simply, they're just like dungeons in a video game. As for why we explore these ruins, one reason is to unravel the mystery of the ability beasts, and another is that they contain a wealth of resources. These ruins are home to rare herbs long extinct or non-existent in the outside world, core materials for crafting recovery potions, breakthrough potions, and other related items. Additionally, rare metals can be mined within the ruins to craft powerful ability gear.
There is even a rumor that certain ruins may yield super ancient weapons of immense power that modern technology cannot explain.
However, this comes at a cost. The ruins are also infested with large numbers of beasts. Most historians today believe that ancient ruins and dimensional rifts are essentially the same phenomenon, though ruins are more stable and accessible for human exploration.
But is it just the two of us? Fong asked in confusion. Surely one is tier isn't enough to enter a place like this?
Although, given his true strength, he could easily clear it in a flash.
Of course it's not just the two of us, Frost replied, as if he anticipated the question.
Besides you and me, there are 5 student council members, all a tier with combat experience.
Additionally, my family will send an S-tier awakened to accompany us.
She is the teacher who raised me from childhood. She is a trusted elder.
And the ruins we're heading to aren't completely unexplored territory. In fact, they've already been cleared.
With 3 S-tier and 5 A-tier fighters, we're more than adequately equipped. Fong was left with a head full of question marks, especially when he heard Frost count himself as part of the S-tier contingent.
Wait a minute, so you're S-tier too?
Frost tilted her head slightly, looking somewhat surprised.
I thought you knew.
I'm the same age as you, and just like you, I reached S-tier at 20.
Didn't Su mention it? though she isn't very close to me.
As for the rumors at school, you aren't around much either.
So didn't Snow mention me either? Fong thought back.
It seemed Snow had indeed said something like, just like my sister after that duel.
No, she didn't really mention you.
But after my duel with Zhao ended, she did say something like I'm just like my sister. She said it too quietly, though, and didn't seem very happy about it. I'm not very close with your sister either, so I didn't pay much attention to it.
Frost fell silent for a moment, gave a soft and didn't pursue the topic further. Fong looked at her expression and sensed that the relationship between the two sisters might be quite complicated, so he didn't say anything more. So he changed the subject. Since the ruins have already been cleared, what are we going there for? Sightseeing? Frost shook her head. Normally, cleared ruins serve as training grounds for students to practice combat against beasts. The low-level beasts inside respawn at set intervals, and resources like herbs are regenerative, allowing students to harvest them freely. But that's not why we're going this time.
Her expression turned serious.
Among the ruins managed by the school, one that's already been cleared has shown signs of abnormality.
The mana levels inside, which were previously stable, have suddenly started fluctuating wildly.
Fluctuating wildly?
Yes. The internal conditions of cleared ruins can be monitored remotely.
But just a few days ago, the monitoring data showed abnormal fluctuations.
Sometimes the mana would suddenly vanish, dropping to levels almost undetectable, and other times it would suddenly surge back to normal. Frost's tone was calm, but Fong could sense how seriously she took this matter. Suddenly vanishing, suddenly reappearing, that description sounds familiar. Wait a minute. An image popped into Fong's mind, a little girl with silver hair and red eyes, hugging a rabbit plushie and smiling as she said, "Open, close."
Damn it, it's you, Silver.
Fong was pretty sure her ability, Universal Key, was 9 times out of 10 to blame for this phenomenon. After wreaking havoc in Xingyuan City, she has come all the way to the capital. You've really outdone yourself. What do the professors at the school say about this situation?
Fong asked tentatively.
The other professors are all busy, they don't have time to deal with matters like this, Frost replied bluntly. Besides, the school assigned this task to me as a sign of their trust in me and the student council.
This can't possibly be considered normal, can it? Are they really that confident in handing it over to you? No, this phenomenon has happened before.
It's usually caused by a new S-tier beast appearing unexpectedly within the ruins, leading to mana chaos. If any real emergencies arise, 3 S-tier and 5 A-tier members should be more than enough to handle it. Even standard ruins clearing teams don't have a setup like ours, and I've also requested a teleportation device. As Frost spoke, he pulled out a metal ring.
This is equipment specifically designed for emergencies within the ruins. It can teleport us out in just 3 seconds.
Even in the worst-case scenario, if an S-tier beast appears, the strength of our 3 S-tier members will be enough to hold out until the teleportation device activates and we've all retreated.
Great, the plot flags are all set. This is definitely going to end in disaster.
Although he realized this might be a massive trap, Fong knew he had to go check it out to confirm whether Silver was up to something.
If not, then everyone would be happy.
If so, he'd have to nip it in the bud. If Silver himself was there, even better, he'd grab him and refine him on the spot. Their last encounter had already proven that so-called rule-type abilities were no match for his serious mode. Though I'll still have to watch out for that stinging sensation from last time. This time, no nonsense, I'll just punch her right into the wall. Besides, since he is going anyway, he planned to squeeze a little more out of her before agreeing. Fong then leaned back on the sofa, putting on a troubled expression. President, this matter, it's difficult, really difficult. I'm someone who values my life. With this kind of ruin investigation, if something goes wrong, my precious youth would be ruined. But, if there were a way to. Before he could finish, Frost spoke up. If you ever run into trouble at school in the future, as long as it's not your fault, you can come to the student council and find me anytime. Also, I'm giving you 500,000 in my personal capacity. If any unexpected danger arises, I'll add another 1 million on top of that.
When do we leave? Chapter 57, Preparations. When Fang got home after wandering around outside that evening, he caught a whiff of a delicious aroma in the air. After changing his shoes and entering the house, he peeked into the kitchen. Sue was wearing an apron, intently cooking. Fang silently turned away to wash his hands, then began helping set the table. When the meal was served, Fang glanced at the table laden with dishes. "You made this much, are you trying to feed a pig?" Sue sat down across from him. "It's because you stayed up late after dinner the other night and came out in the wee hours of the morning crying that you were hungry for instant noodles. I made a little extra so you can heat some up if you get hungry in the middle of the night, and whatever's left over can be your lunch tomorrow. I guess that's not a bad idea." After eating for a while, Sue put down her chopsticks and looked at Fang. "So, about the message you sent me this afternoon, is it true that you're going to the ruins with President Frost and the others next Monday?" Fang, still chewing on a piece of fried pork tenderloin, mumbled a vague mm. Sue furrowed her brow upon hearing this. "What's wrong?" Fang sensed that something was off with Sue. "Nothing. I just meant that a normal ruins run isn't dangerous for you, but didn't you say that Silver might show up too?" Her tone turned serious. "Rule-type abilities are something I simply can't comprehend at all." "Don't worry." Fang picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth. "If that guy wants to play, I'll play along until the end. But there's one thing I need to confirm first. Can I borrow your voice changer for a bit later?" In the distant city of Xingyuan, Lin had the rare opportunity to avoid overtime today. She arrived home before 7 o'clock, and the sky outside the window hadn't yet fully darkened. Ever since One Eye had defeated the nightmare and driven off Silver, Xingyuan City had finally regained a brief return to its former tranquility. But she knew it was all temporary. Not only did they have to guard against the possibility of a dimensional rift, but there was also the dark cult. As long as that organization remained, there could be no lasting peace. She had originally planned to stay at the bureau a little longer to finish organizing the reports from the past few days, but both Director Chen and Yen Huang told her she'd been pushing herself too hard lately and urged her to get some rest. Director Chen's exact words were, "Lin, if you keep this up, I'm afraid you'll drop dead in your office." "How am I supposed to explain that to your family?" Yen Huang was even more direct. "Your dark circles are practically reaching your chin. Go home and get some sleep, then get up and eat a proper meal." Lin sat on the sofa, shifting into a more comfortable position. Her gaze fell on the black phone on the table, the dedicated communication device for the One-Eyed One, which had been silent for quite some time. "I wonder what His Excellency the One-Eyed One is doing right now." Leaning back on the sofa and gazing at the ceiling, the corners of her mouth curled upward involuntarily. "He is probably off somewhere, doing good deeds." A scene played out in her mind, Lord Dumu facing a ferocious beast, with the city lights behind him, then punching the beast into a mist of blood, his majestic figure silhouetted against the moonlight. The thought filled her with excitement. Just then, her phone rang suddenly. Lin sprang up almost on reflex and grabbed it. The screen displayed a number she knew all too well. She took a moment to compose herself before pressing the answer button. "Lord One Eye. It's me, Lin. Is there something you need?" But her voice sounded even more excited than she'd intended. On the other end, just as she'd hoped, a reassuring electronic voice replied. "Have there been any unusual occurrences in Xingyuan City lately?" Lin quickly ran through all the reports from the past few days in her mind before answering, "No. Since our joint operation, we haven't detected any anomalies, so I haven't had to work overtime either." She couldn't help but smile as she spoke. "Is that so? Good to hear. As always, contact me anytime if there are any issues." "Yes. Also, I'm not in Xingyuan City right now. I'm on another mission in a different city. If you need me, let me know in advance so I can make it over." Lin's eyes lit up. Just as she thought, Lord One Eye was the embodiment of justice, tirelessly working to protect this world. "I understand. Thank you for your hard work, Lord One Eye. I salute you. But please take care of yourself, don't overwork yourself." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line.
Oh. Lin didn't pay much attention to that response and continued, "Don't worry about Xingyuan City, Lord One Eye.
If anything unusual happens, I'll report it to you immediately. With you there, I'm at ease."
The call ended. Lin sat on the sofa, clutching her phone, unable to suppress the smile playing at the corners of her mouth. He had praised her. He said, "With you on the case, I'm at ease." She stood up, paced the living room for a few steps, sat down, stood up again, and finally walked over to her desk. She sat down, opened her notebook, and began organizing the intelligence summaries from the past few days. Although Director Chen had told her to rest, since Lord One Eye was fighting for world peace, she felt she should put in a little more effort. Fang and Su sat in wicker chairs on the balcony, with 2 cups of freshly delivered fruit tea on the small round table between them.
After finishing his call, Fang placed his phone on the table.
He felt that if things continued this way, if his cover were ever blown, Lin would likely question the meaning of life.
There is no sign of silver in Xingyuan City. I think it's very likely she has left Xingyuan City as well.
Then you need to be careful.
I know you're strong, but didn't you say you felt a sharp pain from some unknown force back then? You've got to watch out.
I know, I've got it under control. He leaned back in his chair, gazing at the city's nightscape in the distance.
By the way, are you free this Sunday?
Sure, what's up?
Want to go out? Show me around Beijing. Su stared at him for a moment after hearing this.
You, of all people, a total homebody who does nothing but eat and sleep, actually wants to go out?
The sun's rising in the west?
What do you mean? I've been going out to school occasionally these past few days, okay?
I've changed a bit.
You're clearly just using the school as a free cafeteria.
Never mind that. I just asked if I've been going out.
As night deepened, Frost sat at his desk reviewing today's lessons. The city lights outside had grown sparse, and the room was so quiet that the only sound was the tip of his pen gliding across the paper. Just then, there was a soft knock on the door.
"Come in."
After he spoke, a woman in her 50s pushed the door open and stepped inside, a gentle smile on her face.
Frost stood up immediately upon recognizing her. "Teacher Menghua, you're here."
The woman named Menghua waved her hand and sat down in the chair by the window.
"I've told you before, there's no need to call me teacher.
With your current abilities, you've long since outgrown needing an old woman like me to stand by and offer advice.
No matter what, you will always be my teacher."
Menghua looked at her and sighed softly. If your mother knew how accomplished you've become, she would be so proud.
Frost said nothing, only lowering her head.
She had been very young when her mother passed away. Back then, she didn't quite understand what death meant. She only knew that her mother was suddenly gone, that the house was suddenly filled with people in black, and that her father's eyes had been red for a long time.
"How are the preparations coming along for Monday?"
Frost looked up, regaining her usual composure.
"No problem. Everything is ready."
"Thank you, teacher, for agreeing to my request."
"Don't worry about it.
Your mother's dying wish was for me to look after you and your sister, and your father has often asked me to keep an eye on you as well. Besides, you're my most outstanding student. I had no reason to refuse." Frost nodded at her teacher upon hearing this, offering no further words of thanks, for she knew that some bonds didn't need to be expressed in words. Menghua suddenly remembered something. "I heard from your father that, besides me, you've invited another S-tier to the school?"
"Yes, he is a teaching assistant for one of my classmates in the enhancement class. He is very powerful, and he has already agreed to join us." "Can we trust him?"
"I believe he is trustworthy. Even if, in the worst-case scenario, he has ulterior motives, we, along with the rest of the student council, will be more than enough to handle him." The woman looked at her and fell silent for a moment.
"Is that so? Then I'm put at ease."
Chapter 58, We Really Are Meant to Be. When Fang woke up, the sunlight streaming through the window was just right. He glanced at his phone and saw there were still 10 minutes until their agreed-upon time.
"I'm meeting Sue at 1 p.m.
Cutting it close is perfect, not a moment wasted." He lingered in bed for another 2 minutes before getting up to wash up and change. He put on his three-piece outfit. He took a look at himself in the mirror, decided he looked presentable enough, and walked out the door. Sue was already waiting in the living room. She had clearly put some effort into her appearance today, a white camisole paired with a light pink dress that fell just below the knees, white leather pumps on her feet, and her long pink hair falling smoothly over her shoulders. When Fong came out, she gave him a once-over from head to toe, but in the end, she couldn't help herself. "Is that all you're wearing today?" Fong looked down at himself. "Is there a problem? I feel pretty comfortable in this, and I don't have any other clothes anyway." "But you do look really nice in that outfit." The complaint that had been on Sue's lips deflated instantly upon hearing the words "you look great," as if a punctured balloon had lost all its air. "I shouldn't have had any expectations of you. Let us go." Sue took him to see quite a few places. First, they went to Ginkgo Avenue on the eastern outskirts of the capital, where the trees were ablaze with gold and the ground was carpeted with fallen leaves. Then they went to the old city walls in the city center, where the weathered bricks bore the marks of centuries of history. After that, they visited a temple Fong couldn't name, where incense smoke swirled and the surroundings were quiet. Fong walked leisurely behind Sue, looking at everything with a "it's okay, I guess" expression, but Sue noticed his steps were a bit lighter than usual. After touring the temple, Sue took him to a shopping mall. Standing at the entrance, Fong asked in confusion, "What are we doing here? Are you buying clothes?" "For you." Sue then pulled Fong inside. "I have clothes to wear. That hoodie of yours is falling apart. You should get a new one." Sue stopped at the entrance of a men's clothing store, turned to face him, and said, "I'll pick something out for you. I promise you'll like it." She weaved through the racks, her fingers gliding over row after row of clothes. Occasionally, she'd pull one out, hold it up against Fong to see how it looked, then put it back or hand it to him. "Go on, try on this trench coat. This black turtleneck is nice too, it really brings out your style." Fong tried on about a dozen items like this. Finally, after asking for his opinion, Sue narrowed it down to 3 black outfits. The two walked out of the mall. Sue led him across the street to a small park. There were a few benches under the trees, some elderly people playing chess in the distance, and a few children playing in the sandbox. Fong sat down on a bench, placed the shopping bags at his feet, and let out a long sigh. Sue sat down beside him and couldn't help but laugh at the sight of him. "You're not even going to take the free clothes?" Fong leaned back against the bench and gazed at the sky. "Do I look like the type who cares about what I wear when I go out? Just think of it as having one more option for the future. To be honest with you, whether in my old world or this one, I have only one standard: as long as the clothes don't stink, I'll wear them." Sue rolled her eyes at Fong in silence. Fine. Then you sit here and rest for a bit." Sue stood up. "There's an ice cream shop nearby with great reviews. I'll go stand in line and get 2. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Miss Sue." Sue smiled and turned to walk into the crowd. Fong leaned back in his chair, tilted his head back to watch the clouds drifting across the sky, and let his mind slip into a rare state of blankness. He suddenly felt that not thinking about anything, just spacing out for a while, was actually pretty nice. "Wait, I haven't done my daily game tasks yet." So Fong immediately pulled out his phone to log in, pushing that thought to the back of his mind. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a tiny figure. Looking closer, he saw a little girl crouched on the ground not far from the bench, her head bowed as if intently studying something. She was wearing a black dress, her hair was black too, and she looked to be about 7 or 8 years old. Curious, Fong leaned in to take a look. On the ground, a group of ants was carrying a tiny crumb of bread, and the little girl was so engrossed she hadn't moved a muscle. He instantly lost interest, turned around, and sat back down on the bench. Just then, the little girl seemed to notice him. She glanced back and immediately looked surprised. Fong ignored her, opened his phone, and started on his daily tasks. Big brother. Fong looked up and saw that the little girl had somehow appeared right in front of him, tilting her face up to look at him curiously. "What? What game are you playing, big brother?" The little girl pointed at his phone.
It's a game you wouldn't understand at your age.
The little girl tilted her head, her little face full of defiance.
I'm sure I do understand. I'm a gaming pro. Come on, tell me.
Fong looked at her expression and suddenly recalled his time on Earth, when relatives would bring their kids over to visit. Those kids would stand behind him just like this, watching him play on the computer, asking all sorts of questions, chattering away. He snapped out of his reverie and said in a tone used to scold children, "At your age, you should be studying hard.
Don't always be thinking about games. Where are your parents?"
The little girl blinked.
I don't have parents. I ran all the way here from a place very, very far away.
Fong froze for a moment, thinking he misheard her.
Say that again? Ha 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 ha.
The little girl suddenly burst into a bell-like laugh, pointing at Fong's embarrassed face and giggling, "Just kidding. You're so easy to fool, big brother. They went to the supermarket over there to buy some stuff and told me to wait here. I do this all the time. The reactions from passers-by are always so funny.
This little brat is asking for a spanking, isn't she?"
Fong was now seriously considering giving her a good thrashing.
Oh my, that was such a fun chat.
She then ran off into the distance, waving at Fong with a bright, innocent smile.
I've got to go now. My mom must be waiting for me over there.
My name is Liang Yue, but you can call me Xiaoye, big brother. I'm looking forward to seeing you again. With that, she skipped off into the park's lush greenery and was soon out of sight. Just then, Sue returned, holding an ice cream cone in each hand. She handed one to Fong before sitting down on the bench.
Who was that little girl just now? No idea.
She has probably got a screw loose. That evening, on the rooftop of a high-rise building somewhere in the capital, a tiny figure stood on the edge of the railing, her black dress fluttering in the wind. She raised her hand and gently touched her cheek with her fingers. Then, as if peeling back a thin veil, her features began to change. Her black hair began to fade from the roots, turning from black to silver as if bathed in moonlight. Her eyes, too, slowly shifted from deep black to a rich, blood-red hue, and her face fully transformed into her true form. Silver lowered her hand, her blood-red pupils gazing at the city's myriad lights in the distance, a smile spreading across her face. She spoke softly, her voice no longer that of the little girl from before.
So you've come here to play, have you? And to think I ran into you so easily. It seems fate really wants us to meet again. Then Silver's phone rang.
She glanced at it. The screen displayed the roster of personnel heading to the ancient ruins tomorrow. And she noticed a familiar face.
Hee, one eye know, I suppose I should call you Big Brother Fong.
She never would have imagined that simply coming to the capital to assist with a mission would bring such a huge surprise. Big Brother Fong, we really are meant to be. Looks like I'll have to make a few adjustments to tomorrow's plans, then.
Chapter 59, Entering the Ruins.
The helicopter was incredibly loud. Even with his earmuffs on, Fong could still feel his eardrums buzzing. He looked down through the window. The city had shrunk into a small gray patch, and the river looked like a long, thin ribbon.
First time in a helicopter?
Frost's voice came through the intercom built into his earmuffs. I've only been on commercial airliners before. This is my first time in a helicopter. However, riding in a helicopter wasn't as comfortable as Fong had imagined. It was bumpier than a commercial airliner and much noisier.
I'm actually quite surprised, though. When I asked if we could schedule it for the afternoon, you agreed right away. Fong had assumed Frost was the inflexible type, but it turned out she didn't mind at all.
The success rate of a mission doesn't depend on how early we depart, but on whether the team members are at their physical and mental peak, Frost explained calmly. Since you're in your best fighting form in the afternoon, there is no reason for me to refuse.
Fong decided that if anyone ever asked him why he slept in so late, he'd use that exact line.
Before long, the helicopter began its descent. The scenery below had shifted from a bustling metropolis to a desolate wilderness. This area was one of the regions with the highest concentration of ancient ruins. As the landing gear touched down and the cabin door slid open, Fong leaped out of the helicopter, kicking up a cloud of dry sand that swirled in the wind. 2 other helicopters bearing the Student Council emblem had already landed safely. 5 Student Council members, dressed in top-of-the-line gear, stood at the ready in formation. Miss, we VE completed the life sign detection within a 5-kilometer radius as per your orders.
No anomalies detected so far.
The captain of the helicopter pilots saluted Frost. We'll stand by here, ready to provide backup at any moment.
Thank you for your hard work. Frost nodded slightly.
She turned to face the group that had gathered around her.
Thank you all for coming along.
Although the risk level for this investigation isn't high, the conditions inside the ruins are unknown, so please remain vigilant at all times.
Everyone nodded. Frost turned to look at Fong. Fong, since we're entering the ruins, we must be clear about each other's abilities. These are the student council's most outstanding members and my most trusted teammates.
Frost pointed to a handsome young man at the front of the group, whose short hair fell across his eyes. This is Feng Xiao. His ability is Wind Eagle Wings. Feng Xiao looked about Feng's age, with regular features, the kind of upperclassman who'd be popular on campus. He extended his hand to Feng, his tone warm and enthusiastic.
Hello, you must be Feng. I've heard a lot about you. I watched your duel the other day, it was quite impressive. It's a pleasure to meet you. Feng shook his hand in response.
This is Moose, Frost said, introducing a petite girl who was hiding behind her, looking a bit nervous.
She is our medical specialist.
Her ability is instant healing. Although using her ability takes a heavy toll, as long as you have a breath left, Moose can pull you back from the brink of death.
Moose's face flushed slightly when she heard her name, and she bowed to Feng.
Please take care of me, Feng, Senior Feng. Next was the burly man who looked like a small mountain. Before Frost could introduce him, he spoke up first, Shiman Sung.
My ability is Earth Guardian.
As long as both my feet are planted on the ground, my strength and resilience will constantly increase.
Brother Feng, once we're inside the ruins, I'll be your shield.
Feng looked at this giant, a double-door refrigerator of a man who towered a full head above him, and sensed he was the type of big brother who'd be the first to sacrifice himself. It was a clear red flag. Standing beside him was a girl with a calm gaze and a high ponytail. She simply nodded briefly. Luo Qing, telekinesis. Finally, Frost pointed to a young man who looked a bit simple-minded, wearing a slightly ill-fitting vest. This is Zhang Depeo.
Ha? Wait a minute, what is his name? Feng wondered if he'd heard wrong. That's right. I'm Zhang Depeo. My mom said if you have a loud name, you'll have a tough life.
The young man took a step forward, speaking in a thick local dialect, and scratched his head with a guileless grin. The chairman scouted me from the village and brought me to the academy.
I hadn't really gone to school before.
This name seemed to be in a completely different league from the previous ones: Feng Xiao, Luo Qing, and Mushi.
Brother Depeo, your ability is?
Zhang Depeo is a specially recruited genius. He is still learning Mandarin, so please bear with him, Frost explained.
His ability is his name itself, Mana Cannon.
Although he is only a tier himself, when it comes to the destructive power of his ability alone. Before he could finish, Zhang Depeo opened his mouth wide, aiming at a small hill in the distance to demonstrate.
Ahem! My super shockwave, here I come! A blinding white beam instantly erupted from his mouth. Boom! The small hill a kilometer away was instantly reduced to dust, and the shockwave from the explosion even reached Feng.
As for Depeo's ability, in terms of sheer destructive power alone, even I can't match it. Without a doubt, it has already reached the upper echelons of S tier.
Frost added as a final note.
Zhang Depeo wiped his mouth and grinned at Feng.
Brother Feng, isn't the special move of mine awesome?
Actually, I can even fire them in rapid succession, it just strains my throat. I have to take 2 big gulps of water to soothe it after each blast.
Feng silently gave him a thumbs up.
Well, how should I put this? Every one of you in the student council is a talent, you're all easygoing and a pleasure to listen to.
Frost nodded in satisfaction at Feng's reaction, then turned to the last person.
She looked to be in her 50s, with graying temples, dressed in a deep purple cheongsam, and wearing a kind smile she resembled the kind of neighborly grandmother who'd hand out candy to children.
This is the teacher I respect most, Ms. Menghua.
An S-tier awakened with the shadow ability, capable of freely manipulating shadows in battle.
A note of reverence crept into Frost's voice.
She once rendered great service during a massive beast disaster. Menghua beamed at Fong, her eyes radiating the gentle warmth unique to elders.
Young man, don't be so formal. That's all in the past.
I'm only here this time because I'm worried about that girl Frost just killing time. An old woman like me can't keep up with the times anymore.
The future belongs to you young people.
After finishing the introductions, Frost turned to Fong. Fong, please allow me to introduce you to everyone as well.
Fong, S-tier, ability, physical enhancement.
I'm sure anyone who knows about that duel is familiar with him.
Fengxiao patted Fong on the shoulder, reaching S-tier by the age of 20. That's on par with the guildmaster. You're a once-in-a-lifetime genius.
I heard you sent Zhao flying with a single slap last time. I've been dying to spar with you to see how I stack up against an S-tier physical enhancer, but I never got the chance.
Zhang Depeo leaned in, his face full of admiration. Physical enhancement? If I blast you with my cannon, will it hurt? Fong gave a dry laugh but said nothing.
Amid the light-hearted banter, the team's previously tense atmosphere instantly became much more relaxed. Fong took a moment to assess the group. They had a healer, a tank, crowd control, damage dealers, and a scout, a nearly perfect lineup.
Plus, the teammates got along well.
No wonder Frost had been so confident, saying there was absolutely no problem. Just then, Frost cleared her throat softly, interrupting the conversation.
Enough small talk.
Her voice returned to its usual cool tone.
Let us go inside. The group walked toward the ruins entrance.
As they drew closer, Fong could finally make out the gate's full appearance.
A dozen massive stone pillars stood on either side, each carved with intricate patterns. Fong examined them. They reminded him a bit of runic script.
The entire gate exuded a sense of weight and history, as if it had stood there for millennia, witnessing countless events. Frost walked to the stone pillar on the left and placed her hand on a raised pattern on its surface. The moment she pressed down, the patterns across the pillar began to glow. The light spread from the pillar to the gate, then from the gate to the pillar on the right, until the entire ruin was enveloped in golden light.
Rumble.
The bronze-colored gates slowly swung open to either side. Behind them lay not the grand architecture Fong had imagined, but a sea of golden light that obscured everything beyond.
It really is a game dungeon.
I hope we don't have to wait for a loading screen when we go in. After confirming the gates opened without a hitch, Frost pulled a small computer from her waist pouch. It displayed a map of the ruins, and she began organizing their formation.
I'll handle the front line.
Teacher and Fong, you'll cover the left and right flanks respectively. Shiman Song, you'll bring up the rear to ensure our rear is secure. Musu Luching and Zhang Depeo, you'll provide support from the center.
Feng Xiao, you'll observe from the air. Feng Xiao nodded.
A pair of translucent blue wings materialized on his back when spread. They spanned about 2 meters. With a gentle flap, he rose into the air. And you all put these on. Frost handed a bracelet to each person.
These are teleportation bracelets.
As long as I activate the teleportation device, it'll trigger a chain reaction that pulls all of us directly out of the ruins.
This is our final safety net.
Frost scanned the group to make sure everyone had put theirs on.
All right, let us go. Chapter 60, Fists, Keys.
Once Fong stepped inside the ruins, he found the place even more bizarre than he'd imagined.
Is this really inside the ruins?
Above him was a gray, sunless sky like the gloomy sky before a downpour. Beneath his feet lay cracked earth, with sparse, withered grass poking through the fissures. All around were scattered, broken stone tablets and collapsed stone pillars. It seemed the claim that the interior of the ruins was a miniature world was no exaggeration.
The environment matches the data pretty closely.
Frost pulled out his device and glanced at the data on the screen. Mana fluctuations are within normal range.
Let us keep moving forward.
The group then advanced in formation, with Feng Xiao flying slowly through the air. After about 10 minutes, Feng Xiao suddenly shouted, "Something is coming from ahead, there are a lot of them."
Fawn looked up.
On the distant gray horizon, a black wave formed by a pack of wolves appeared. Each was as large as a cow, with gray-black fur, eyes glowing an eerie green, and drool dripping from their mouths. "Evil spirit wolves, Class B," Frost said calmly. "There are about 300 to 400 of them." Frost took a step forward, planted her right foot on the ground, and with a soft crack, an ice-blue halo began to spread out from her foot. The halo crept along the ground, covering a range of over 100 meters ahead in the blink of an eye. Ice burial. Wherever the halo passed, the ground, the air, and the charging wraith wolves were all instantly frozen solid. The wolf pack froze in mid-stride, each creature encased in a thick layer of ice. Then the ice shattered, and hundreds of wraith wolves crumbled into shards of ice, scattering across the ground. A few gasps of admiration rose from the group. Luo Cheng pushed her glasses up, a hint of pride in her voice. "The President SS tier ability, Frostbound Vast Lands, is perfect for clearing large areas." Fong stood to the side, watching the wolf ice shards scattered across the ground. Perfect for clearing large areas, in other words, unbeatable against noobs and a nightmare in one-on-one fights. "Feng Xiao, anything in the air?" Frost looked up and asked. "Yes, on both sides." Feng Xiao, circling overhead, folded his wings and dove down. "Hellhounds, 2 of them." "Roar!" 2 dark red afterimages darted out from the shadows of the tombstones, moving so fast they left trails of red arcs in their wake. "This old woman needs to stretch her legs a bit, too." Menghua smiled kindly as she tapped the ground lightly with her walking stick. Instantly, the shadow on the ground seemed to come to life, transforming into dozens of black tentacles that wrapped around the hellhounds. As Menghua clenched her fist, the shadows instantly burrowed inward. Before the hellhound could even let out a scream, it was pierced from within and exploded. The other hellhound lunged straight at Fong. Without even shifting his stance, Fong casually swung his right fist to the side the moment it closed in, and the hellhound exploded into a mist of blood mid-air. "That's incredible," the other student council members couldn't help but marvel at Fong and Menghua's prowess. Upon witnessing Fong's display, Zhang Depeo shouted in his signature dialect, "Brother Fong, what are your fists made of?" "They're even more powerful than my big cannon." "It's nothing. I just have a bit more strength than most." The group pushed forward effortlessly. Luo Cheng's telekinesis could easily control the oncoming low-level beasts, then crush them into a ball as if squeezing a soda can. Zhang Depeo, meanwhile, would open his mouth from time to time, unleashing a beam of light that swept across the area, clearing a large section ahead. "This mission feels easier than I expected." "Feng Xiao, don't let your guard down." Frost frowned and pointed ahead. "We're here. This is the end of the ruins, the underground palace." The architectural style of the structure before them clashed sharply with its surroundings. At the far end of what had once been a graveyard stood a massive palace, deeply buried underground. The main gate stood wide open, revealing a flight of stairs leading downward. Stone statues of beasts whose names Fong couldn't identify stood on either side of the staircase. Frost couldn't help but feel puzzled. We've reached the end, yet we haven't encountered a single S-tier along the way. That's a bit strange. Feng Xiao flew up to survey the surroundings. There's nothing unusual here. If there really are any S-tier beasts, they're probably inside the underground palace. Frost didn't rush to order them inside. She thought for a moment, then had the team circle the perimeter first. "I found it." Zhang Depeo's voice came from the right. "But I'm not the brightest, so I can't figure out what this is." The group walked over. To the right of the palace stood a towering stone wall, its surface covered in moss and weathered marks. Zhang Depeo parted a patch of vines, revealing a pattern carved into the exposed stone. The lines were deep, clearly the result of deliberate carving. The pattern was simple, a fist, with a right-pointing arrow to its right, the arrow pointing toward a key. Everyone present, except Fong, looked perplexed. "This symbol has never been recorded in any ancient ruins archives," Frost said, his expression grave. "A fist, an arrow, a key. Is this some kind of puzzle mechanism?"
Or is someone trying to send us a message?
Fong stared at the fist symbol.
This is 100% a message that little brat Silver left for me. The fist represented Fong, and the key represented her.
The meaning of the arrow couldn't be clearer. The one with the fist, follow this path to find me. He could practically picture Silver's smug grin. So Fong turned to Frost and said, "President, I'll go take a look inside."
No way. What if it's dangerous in there?
I'll just take a quick look from the outside and be right back. Fong pointed at the symbol on the wall and started making things up on the spot.
See, there's a fist drawn on the wall. That means we might need brute force to break through.
I'm physically enhanced and S-tier 1 am the perfect person for this job.
You guys stay outside and keep watch. If anything goes wrong inside, you can back me up.
Frost was hesitating whether to listen to Fong when Zhang Depeo raised his hand. "Brother Fong, I'm coming with you.
If there's anything out of the way in there, I'll blast it to smithereens with a single breath."
"I'm going too," Fong Xiao chimed in, raising his hand as well.
"Three of us can watch each other's backs. If anything goes wrong, we'll pull out immediately."
Frost was silent for a moment.
"All right. 3 of us should be enough to handle it." She looked at Fong. "But remember, don't go too deep. Just assess the situation and come back." "Got it. But I have a question."
He glanced at Zhang Depeo.
"Brother Depeo, are you sure your ability 1T blow the whole palace to smithereens if you fire it in an underground environment like this?"
"Don't worry," Fong Xiao explained.
"The structures in ancient ruins are incredibly sturdy.
Ordinary attacks can't even scratch the surface of the walls. Even if Depeo's attacks hit, they'll probably just chip off a few crumbs."
"I see.
In that case, I'll just have to be a bit careful not to get too carried away and destroy the palace with a single punch."
"Fong Xiao, here, take this." Frost handed the teleportation ring to Fong Xiao.
"Remember, if we encounter any danger underground that we can't handle, activate this immediately to evacuate all of us from the ruins."
"You decide when to do it."
Fong Xiao accepted the ring solemnly, and the 3 of them headed toward the stairs. Fong led the way, Zhang Depeo followed behind him, and Fong Xiao brought up the rear as they descended step by step.
Chapter 61, Violent Decryption. The interior of the underground palace was far more grand than it appeared from the outside.
The 3 walked through a narrow passageway, its walls inlaid with crystals that emitted a blue glow. Fong Xiao led the way, holding a scanner and glancing down at the screen from time to time. The passage grew increasingly narrow, and blurry murals began to appear on the stone walls on either side, though they were too weathered to make out what they depicted.
"Beast readings up ahead, 3 of them, Class C." Fong Xiao stowed the detector as his blue wings unfolded behind him, several feather-like wind blades already taking shape. "I'll handle this."
Fong stepped past him and walked to the corner of the passageway, where 3 lizard-like beasts lay in wait, ready to ambush. As they lifted their heads, they caught sight of Fong standing right in front of them.
Fong raised his hand and waved 3 times. The passageway instantly fell silent again.
"Brother Fong, you're making this way too easy. I have to open my mouth every time, and my breath reeks of gunpowder afterward."
"Well, how about you just use a little less?"
The 3 explored for a while longer without encountering anything unusual.
Fong was getting a bit bored, so he decided to strike up a conversation. "Speaking of which, you 2 student council officers, how did you originally meet the president?"
"I can tell you both respect her quite a bit." Fong Xiao flapped the blue wings on his back, using the faint air pressure to clear the smoke and dust ahead, as he offered a wry smile.
"It's not really a secret around campus.
I got into this school the normal way: excellent grades, decent ability, and I was supposed to graduate without a hitch, but then one time," he paused. "Someone framed me, claiming I'd injured a civilian during a conflict off campus. In reality, it was his own doing. He relied on his family's wealth and connections to find someone to take the fall. I went to confront them, only to be mocked by him and his crew. I couldn't stand it, so I got into a huge fight with them. The result was that I was suspended and nearly expelled."
The student council president personally intervened.
Not only did she find evidence proving those guys had framed me and had them disciplined, but she also stood up to the school's pressure to keep me enrolled. Ever since then, I've sworn to follow her for the rest of my life.
Sounds like a pretty standard hero-esque journey plot. Fawn nodded, then turned to look at Jean DePeo. What about you, Brother DePeo? I've made a lot more of a fool of myself. That's my dark past.
As soon as Jean DePeo brought it up, his old face flushed red, and he gestured wildly in his thick, gravelly dialect. I used to be the notorious village bully. My ability was fierce from a young age. I could bring down the earthen walls at the village entrance just by opening my mouth. Anyone who didn't respect me, I'd fire a blast into the sky to show off my power. So everyone in the village would go out of their way to avoid me. One day, I was hanging out at the crossroads and ran into a student carrying a backpack, all dressed up and clean. I was so jealous, I just went up and snatched the backpack right out of their hands.
You snatched Frost? No way. If I'd snatched the president, I'd probably have met my great-grandma right then and there.
Jean DePeo patted his chest, still shaken. I just snatched an ordinary student, but the next day, the president showed up at my doorstep.
I was so cocky back then, I demanded she kowtow to me and I'd let her off. Then
I learned what S-tier really means.
Jean DePeo grimaced.
The president didn't even lift a finger. A few icicles froze both me and my cannon solid, and we hung there on the big tree at the village entrance for a whole day. I asked her why she was so powerful, and she said that using force to commit violence will only be crushed by even greater force.
Power exists to protect people. If you don't understand that, you'll always be weak.
I didn't really get it back then, but I figured it out later. Oh, so you're like the TV version of Panda getting beaten up to redeem himself, then following the movie version's storyline.
So how do you end up here?
Once I'd come to my senses, the president took me to bow and apologize to everyone I'd bullied. She even pulled out her ability weapon, the mana whip, and let the people I'd bullied whip me until they were satisfied. I was in so much pain I couldn't get out of bed for months.
A few years later, I ran into President Bai again by chance. By then, I was a decent person.
She thought I was doing great and recognized my ability and natural talent. She said I'd be of great use to the country, so she made an exception and sent me to the city to study, saying she'd make sure I stayed on the right path. My parents were so happy they set off firecrackers for 3 straight days. Brother Fong, tell me, with a benefactor like that, how could I not risk my life to repay her?
Fong couldn't help but reassess Frost.
He originally thought she was just a cold, aloof, and airhead young lady, but it turned out her popularity in the student council was built entirely on a combination of firmness and compassion.
TSK. That kind of leadership is indeed more terrifying than mere brute force. What about you, Brother Fong? Feng Xiao turned his head and asked curiously, how did you end up as Sue's assistant? You said you were taken in by the U-clan with your S-tier strength. Isn't it a bit of a waste to just be an assistant? Me? Fawn began to make things up on the spot. I was wandering around because something happened. Later, the U-clan took me in because I helped the U-clan. Yeah, that's it. So they took me in. Su Wanli, you sneaky bastard. Just wait, I'm going to have a serious talk with you about this. A vagrant?
Zhang DePeo stopped in his tracks, looking at Fawn with a sympathetic expression.
Brother Fawn, did you really have such a hard life before? You don't even have a proper place to live? How about when this mission is over, you come back to the village with me? The folks back there are all a lot of fun. No thanks. I'm living just fine right now, really.
Feng Xiao smiled and said, in any case, Brother Fong, you're lucky to have been taken in by the U-clan.
Taken in my ass.
But he couldn't say that out loud.
Just then, a corner appeared ahead.
After the three of them turned the corner, the passage suddenly widened. The stone walls on either side became smooth and even, carved with patterns, numbers, symbols, and geometric shapes like a math problem written on the wall. Beside them was a stone door with several indentations on it, their shapes matching the geometric figures on the wall. Feng Xiao walked closer to take a look and furrowed his brow.
Is this a mathematical puzzle? He turned to look at Fong and Zhang Depeo. The records say this ruin didn't have this before. Fong also glanced at the numbers and symbols, then honestly looked away.
Zhang Depeo leaned in for a look.
Bro Fong, this problem is a bit tough. Let us solve it.
Depeo, brother Fong, help me with the calculations, it should go faster that way.
Hey, I've got a question, can you guys actually understand this problem? Feng Xiao turned back to Fong in surprise. Sure. It's a bit tricky, but it's not completely unsolvable. Brother Depeo, can you handle it too? Barely. I'm not great at math.
Zhang Depeo scratched his head.
So I can only help out. Fong suddenly remembered that in this world, mastering abilities mostly required mathematical calculations. Ha! Fong chuckled.
Oh, Feng Xiao looked at Fong's nonchalance and couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect.
Brother Fong, do you have any idea how to solve this? I don't understand a thing.
I'll leave it to you guys. Even though he didn't understand it, he couldn't let his confidence waver.
That stinking brat, why did he have to come up with a math problem? Just wait until I crush him in an instant. Ha! Brother Fong, are you serious? You don't seem very good at math, I'll teach you later.
Brother Fong, being good at math can improve your mana efficiency. If you can use mana more skillfully, your strength will reach a whole new level. After Feng Xiao finished speaking, he and Big Cannon began studying the numbers and symbols intently, starting their calculations. I can't exactly say I rely purely on brute force. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Feng Xiao stood up, walked briskly to the stone door, and pressed a few times on a specific pattern. The pattern glowed faintly, and then the stone wall to the right of the door slid open, revealing a palm-sized hidden compartment.
Inside the compartment lay a neatly folded piece of paper.
The next door requires a key. A simple sketch of a key was drawn in the bottom right corner.
Another puzzle.
Feng Xiao turned to look down the passage. About 10 meters ahead was another door, also engraved with intricate patterns. He walked over to examine it for a moment, then turned back to Fong and Zhang Depeo and said, "This door's puzzle is more complicated than the last one.
It might take some time."
Fong walked over to take a look at the note in Feng Xiao's hand, then lifted his right foot and kicked the door.
Boom!
The stone door shattered on impact. Feng Xiao and Zhang Depeo were stunned, while Fong withdrew his foot and brushed the dust off his pant leg.
Cough Fong, brother Fong, are you demolishing the ruins? I couldn't even manage that.
Zhang Depeo scrambled to his feet, covered in dust, and stared at the pitch-black gaping hole, feeling as though his worldview had been shattered.
Brother Fong, what have you done? Feng Xiao tried to calm himself down. Never mind that for now, but treating the puzzle designer like this isn't exactly right, is it?
They surely wanted us to solve it step by step and enjoy the process.
Violent liberation is a valid solution too. Fong looked completely unfazed.
Since the designer didn't anticipate this method, that's their own fault.
Let us go.
Feng Xiao wanted to say something else, but found himself unable to argue. Zhang Depeo nodded thoughtfully beside him, muttering to himself. So that's how it works.
Then why bother with calculations?
Next time, I'll try solving puzzles with shockwaves too.
Feng Xiao covered his face in exasperation.
The three then crawled through the blast-open hole. They found themselves in a stone chamber that resembled a medieval dungeon. Under the dim light stood a stone table, upon which lay a fist-sized, intricate object woven from hundreds of special wooden slats. Scattered among them were dozens of small wooden blocks, each face featuring different grooves.
Fong picked it up and examined it.
It resembled the Luban locks from his world, though this one was undoubtedly far more intricate.
Is this a mechanical lock? Feng Xiao walked over to take a closer look. This is way more complicated than a standard mechanical lock.
At my skill level, I definitely won't be able to solve it anytime soon.
Fong turned it over and over for a moment, then set it on the ground and stomped on it. The puzzle lock shattered into dozens of wooden fragments scattered across the floor, revealing a key lying inside. Done. Zhang Depeo exclaimed in surprise, so that's how you play it. Great. It's decided. Next time, I'm going to use a shockwave to crack the code too. Feng Xiao didn't know what to say. He just muttered, the person who set this puzzle is going to cry, they're really going to cry. Feng picked up the key and scanned the room. He spotted an inconspicuous cabinet built into the wall in the corner. He inserted the key, gave it a gentle twist, and with a click, the cabinet door sprang open. Inside were only two items, a notebook with a yellowed cover that looked like a diary, and a note tucked beneath the book. Feng picked up the note and unfolded it. Zhang Depeo and Feng Xiao crowded in to look as well. The three of them huddled together, their heads close, reading the words on the note. There's a bad guy among all of you. Chapter 62, The Traitor. Frost stood beside the entrance to the steps, his gaze fixed on the darkness. He held a small computer in his hand, monitoring the data, but the screen showed no change. Luo Chang stood on a high rock nearby, her eyes slowly scanning the surrounding ruins as she kept watch. Shiman Song sat on a flat stone, ready to respond to any sudden developments at a moment's notice. Frost withdrew her gaze and glanced down at the screen. Everything appeared normal. She furrowed her brow slightly. If there were truly anomalies in the ruins, it was impossible for there to be no trace of them at all. At that moment, she even began to wonder if the school's monitoring system had malfunctioned. Just then, a petite figure quietly slipped up beside Frost. "See club president," Mushy said, lowering her head and fidgeting nervously with her hands. Frost reached out and gently ruffled Mushy's hair, asking softly, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" And No Moose's face flushed instantly. "Are Senior Fong and the others okay?" Frost looked at her. This girl was always like this. Even though she was the one who needed looking after the most, she was always worrying about others. "Don't worry. Senior Fong's abilities are far more unfathomable than you imagine. Plus, with Feng Xiao's mobility and Big Cannon's firepower, they'll be able to escape unscathed even if they run into an S-tier beast. Not to mention I gave them the teleportation ring. Your job right now is to get some rest, understand? Your ability is powerful, but it drains your mental and physical energy." "Oh, okay, I'll do as you say." Moose obediently sat back down, her eyes filled with reliance. Frost watched Moose's retreating figure, his thoughts drifting back to a night 3 years ago, when she had just become student council president. At the time, she had passed by an alley behind a street and heard both crying and laughter coming from inside. She walked in to find 6 boys and girls wearing her school's uniform surrounding a girl curled up in the corner. The girl's uniform was torn, her face was injured, and she was crying as she said, "I'm sorry." Those boys and girls were the young masters of several prominent families in the capital. Bullying the weak was as routine to them as eating and drinking. Frost simply walked over, sent all of them to the hospital, and the next day presented each with a letter of expulsion as a gift. She then issued an announcement stating that any instances of bullying could be reported directly to the student council president. From that day on, Moose began to follow her. At first, she just trailed behind from a distance, like a timid little kitten. Later, she gradually gained the courage to approach and speak to her. Frost didn't mind this. Moose was the youngest in the student council, yet her talent was extraordinary. Her ability, instant healing, could repair fatal wounds in seconds, ranking among the top 5 known healing abilities. Despite her young age, she had already reached a tier, and her academic performance was also at the top of her class. With such talent and personality, if left unprotected, she would sooner or later be targeted by those with ulterior motives. That's why Frost brought her into the student council, partly because of her talent, and partly to protect her. Frost snapped out of his thoughts and was about to return to monitoring the instruments when Menghua walked over, her face bearing that usual benevolent smile. "That girl's feelings for you are extraordinary," she said, her gaze resting on Moose, who was seated in the distance. "I know, teacher." "Ha, you don't know. You're still too young to understand these things." Frost looked up and gave Menghua a puzzled glance, but Menghua offered no explanation and simply changed the subject. "Are there any abnormalities at the moment?" "No. Since Feng Xiao and the others went in, the mana fluctuations have remained stable." Menghua nodded upon hearing this and walked behind Frost.
Frost was still watching the screen, but suddenly she felt a sharp, stabbing pain in her chest, as if something had pierced her body from her back and emerged through her front.
WH. What? Frost's mind went blank for a split second as the excruciating pain in her chest swept through her body like a tidal wave.
She looked down and saw a black, pointed spike protruding from her chest, not a physical object, but a shadow. She reacted instantly, unleashing her ability in a flash. An ice-blue halo exploded from beneath her feet, freezing the ground all around her.
Menghua leapt backward, landing lightly in the distance, a black shadow swirling around her.
President! The three people resting in the distance let out a cry of alarm and immediately rushed toward Frost. Teacher, you, Frost struggled to turn her head. Blood was gushing from the corner of her mouth and her chest. She looked at the figure before her, who still wore a benevolent smile, her eyes filled with disbelief. Oh, what a pity, Menghua said, shaking her head regretfully. It's a hassle that the divine feast formation prevents direct attacks on the head. I can't finish her off with a single strike. Just then, Moose stumbled over, knelt beside Frost, and pressed her hands against her chest. A pale green light surged from Moose's palms into Frost's wound. Frost knelt on the ground, coughing up blood in great gulps. Her consciousness wavered between clarity and haze, while the piercing wound in her chest healed at a visible pace under Moose's healing touch. That blow had shattered her heart and lungs. If Moose hadn't been right there, she would have died. Tisk, healers are such a nuisance. Menghua's eyes turned cold as the shadow behind her twisted once more, transforming into countless black blades that swept toward Frost and Moose. Control! Luo Chang nearly exhausted her mental energy, forcing herself to intercept those shadow blades mid-air. Get out of my way! Shiman Song roared, his muscles bulging as he charged at Menghua, delivering a powerful, forceful elbow strike. Menghua didn't even glance at him. She simply sidestepped with grace, her entire body blending into the shadows as if she were part of the air. Earth Guardian. It's indeed hard to kill you on the ground. The next second, the shadow beneath Shiman Sung's feet suddenly transformed into countless black chains that wrapped around his limbs, hoisting the burly man weighing over 200 pounds into the air. But once you're off the ground, what's the difference between you and an ordinary person who hasn't awakened? Menghua pressed her fingers together, and the shadow chains tightened violently. Just as they were about to sever Shiman Sung's neck, a surge of cold energy erupted from the ground. Ice Age. Countless massive icicles shot up from the ground, forcibly severing the shadow chains binding Shiman Sung. Frost stood up again. Though the fabric across her chest was soaked in blood, her skin was already perfectly intact, and the rage in her eyes was almost tangible, like flames. Well, I'd heard of it before, but I never imagined instant healing could be this powerful, Menghua remarked. With both heart and lungs completely destroyed, to heal completely in such a short time, that's truly an extraordinary ability and talent. Teacher, give me a reason, Frost said, her voice chillingly cold. Tell me why. Or are you being controlled right now? Ha, I'm perfectly lucid. As for a reason? Menghua chuckled softly. Frost, when you reach my age, when you feel the power within your body draining away with every passing day as your flesh ages, when you see that face full of wrinkles in the mirror, you'll understand just how worthless so-called morality and justice are in the face of immortality. For immortality, you'd do something like this? Luo Chang asked through gritted teeth. Her nose had already begun to bleed, a sign of severe mental exhaustion. Of course I would. Because the great elders of the dark cult gave me what I truly desired. Only they possess the key to truly touching the truth. The dark cult? Frost's body trembled slightly. Master, tell me, were Mother's dying words also a lie? Ha! Since it has come to this, I shall be merciful and tell you the truth. Menghua looked at Frost. Your mother never entrusted me with the care of you two. In her final moments, she did indeed mutter your names, both of you sisters, but that was because she was watching me crush her throat with my own hands. Upon hearing this, Frost felt as if her brain had been shattered. What did you say? That so-called disaster was nothing more than a ruse we created to capture your mother's body. Menghua spoke calmly. Her talent was too exceptional, the finest ingredient for crafting a divine feast.
Guess why we never found her body? Because I took it. What a pity, she begged me to spare you and Snow right up until her dying breath. Truly touching. What are you saying? It's true that I intended to train you.
Menghua continued to pour salt on the wound. Your talent has lived up to my expectations. You've reached S tier so quickly. It's just a shame your sister is a waste of space, otherwise, I could have harvested the corpses of 2 S tier awakened.
However,
Menghua changed the subject abruptly.
I never expected you to recruit an S tier for this operation.
It seems even the heavens are smiling upon me. I'm sure Bishop Silver, who is accompanying me on this mission, has already killed them inside. With that, Menghua pulled something from her bosom, a fist-sized, dark red chunk of flesh that was still writhing. A divine feast cultivated from the corpses of numerous awakened and an S-tier beast, the cataclysm. Menghua cradled the writhing chunk of flesh, her eyes filled with obsession. I had planned to kill you and that young man named Fong today and add you both to this as well. What a pity. Oh, and by the way, your mother's corpse is in here too. There's one more thing. Menghua swallowed the lump of flesh, then flashed a chilling smile. Before your mother died, she looked at me just like this. Her expression was exactly the same as yours right now.
At that moment, Frost's sanity shattered completely. Frost's Great Funeral.
Chapter 63, Natural Disasters are no match for me.
Frost thrust both hands forward, channeling the energy into a massive ice pillar that slammed toward Menghua.
The instant the pillar struck Menghua, it exploded into a shower of ice crystals, and the frigid air spread out, causing even Shiman Song to shiver involuntarily.
But when the ice crystals dissipated, Menghua was still standing. Menghua's current form had completely transcended the realm of humanity.
Her face was contorted, her limbs had transformed into claws, and 6 translucent shadow limbs had sprouted from her spine, each tip coiled with mana of different colors. This feeling of standing at the pinnacle, looking down upon all living things, Menghua closed her eyes in ecstasy.
Is this the power of an S-tier beast? It's amazing, absolutely amazing. So, when I was just an ant, even breathing was a sin. I will definitely kill you.
Frost struggled to her feet, her eyes bloodshot as tears streamed down her pale face. Then she charged forward, the ground shattering beneath her every step as ice blue light continuously coalesced around her. This was a strike in which she had burned through all her mental and physical strength, staking everything on it.
Great ice tsunami.
She slammed her fist into the ground, and countless massive ice formations instantly filled most of the ruins, forming a colossal iceberg. The freezing cold shattered the stone pillars, transforming the former plaza into a vast ice forest. Frost collapsed to one knee, completely drained, staring intently at the massive iceberg before her.
Is that your strongest attack? Menghua's voice echoed from within the iceberg. Immediately afterward, a crimson glow shone through from deep within the ice. Boom! Following a deafening explosion, the once indestructible ice was instantly vaporized by the terrifying heat.
Steam billowed into the sky, and Menghua stood on the ground unscathed, surrounded by a swirling ring of fire.
Frost, you still don't get it, Menghua said with a smile, shaking her head as her figure vanished from the spot in an instant.
Before Frost could even react, a massive foot slammed into her abdomen, sending her flying backward. Luochang used telekinesis to forcibly hold Frost in place, and then Shiman Song caught her, while Mushy frantically tended to Frost's injuries. I've absorbed an S-tier beast, a cataclysm. You should have learned about this beast in your textbooks, Menghua said as she walked toward the group step by step.
What is a cataclysm? It is the wrath of nature.
It can be a raging inferno that consumes all, a hurricane that rips through the sky, an earthquake that lays the earth to ruins, or a flood that engulfs everything. In the face of a natural disaster, humans are nothing more than withered grass swaying in the wind, utterly defenseless.
Wind.
Menghua raised her hand, and a hurricane surged from her palm, sweeping Frost and the others high into the air.
Water.
Menghua flipped her palm, and several water spheres coalesced in the air, crashing down on the 4 of them and soaking them through.
Fire.
She snapped her fingers, and several massive fireballs shot forth. The moment they hit the water, they triggered a violent explosion. Frost and the others crashed heavily to the ground. They were now covered in blood. Though they retained a faint glimmer of consciousness, they had completely lost the ability to resist. Menghua craned her neck, looking down at Frost lying on the ground. Tisk, tsk. I held back on purpose and didn't blow you all to ashes right away.
Do you know why?
Menghua crouched down, lifted Frost's chin with a finger, and looked at the once aloof young lady now reduced to this pitiful, helpless state, her eyes filled with despair.
Menghua laughed so hard her whole body shook.
Because your expression of despair is truly the most perfect work of art I've ever seen in my life.
Do you know, Frost?
All these years, every time you looked at me with those eyes full of admiration and respect, and called me teacher, do you have any idea what I was thinking inside? Menghua leaned close to Frost's ear. Every time I saw that little face of yours, so full of trust, I could barely hold back my laughter.
Do you know how hard it is to suppress it? Can you even begin to imagine the pleasure of watching the daughter of the man who murdered my mother show me such kindness and concern every single day? Frost's gaze gradually unfocused. Is this the truth? What on earth has she been doing all these years? I'm sorry, Mother.
Frost's lips trembled as tears and blood dripped down her chin onto the ground.
I'm sorry, everyone. All right, it's time to end this.
Menghua raised her foot, aiming it at Frost's head.
But just then, a shockwave swept across the battlefield, striking Menghua from the side and exploding into a blinding flash of light.
When the light faded, Menghua discovered that Frost had vanished from where she stood, and Moose and the others lying on the ground were gone as well.
Menghua turned around and spotted 3 people standing in the distance.
Frost had already closed her eyes, waiting to die, but the excruciating pain she expected never came. Instead, she felt herself falling into a warm embrace. She slowly opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was that familiar hoodie. Fawn looked down at Frost in her arms. Frost's usually long, silvery white hair was now disheveled and plastered to her forehead. Her body was covered in wounds, and her eyes once so confident were now dull and lifeless. Tears mixed with blood streaked her face.
Fong's classmate Frost's voice was hoarse, and her hand instinctively clutched at Fong's shirt.
It was the first time Fong had ever seen her look like this.
Okay, don't say anything. Fong sighed. She carefully set Frost down and then asked Fengxiao, is everyone else okay?
They're still alive, thanks to you getting them out, Fengxiao said with deep concern.
I've administered first aid, but they need to get out of here for proper treatment right away. Then he fixed Menghua with an icy glare.
Teacher Menghua, no, you don't deserve that title.
Scum like you shouldn't even be alive in this world. Holy cow! How can you be more venomous than the poisonous snakes on the back of my mountain?
So you're the biggest villain after all.
Menghua looked at the suddenly appearing trio of Fong, showing no sign of panic, but rather a hint of curiosity. It's Fong, isn't it? To save everyone in an instant, your skills are impressive. But didn't Lord Silver take care of you down there? Menghua sneered.
It doesn't matter, though. Lord Silver must have given me a chance to prove myself. I'll take these 2 S-tier corpses back as a gift, she'll be delighted.
Fong rubbed his neck, then stepped forward, shielding the others behind him.
The carefree, lazy aura he previously exuded vanished without a trace in that moment. Taking you out with a single punch feels a bit too easy. I'll beat you up first, then we'll talk.
Arrogant.
Menghua burst into loud laughter as the elements surging around her roared wildly.
I am the embodiment of a natural disaster.
Humans are no match for a natural disaster.
Fire.
She spread her arms wide, and a massive fireball skimmed along the ground, hurtling straight toward Fong.
However, Fong walked straight into the fireball.
Just as it was about to engulf him, he casually slapped his hand out and scattered it. Menghua's smile froze on her face.
Wind.
She waved her hand again, somewhat flustered.
A hurricane surged from her palm, more powerful and ferocious than before.
But Fong raised his right hand and waved it casually. The wind from his fist collided with the hurricane, not only blowing Menghua's hurricane apart but even sending it back at her, forcing her massive, monstrous body to stumble back several steps. By the time Menghua regained her balance,
Fong had already appeared before her and landed a punch on her face, sending her reeling so violently that she could no longer tell up from down. Fong followed up with another punch, this time striking the other side of her face. Her body spun through the air like a top before crashing heavily to the ground. Before she could get back up, Fong kicked her in the side of the waist, sending her flying sideways like a cannonball. She slammed into the wall of the ruins, leaving a large dent in it. What's happening? Menghua was embedded in the wall, her mind a blank, but Fong reappeared before her. He grabbed her by the shoulder, yanked her out of the wall, and flung her aside. Boom! She crashed through another wall, sending debris flying. Fong strolled out unhurriedly through the gap she had torn open. He grabbed Menghua by the ankles, dragged her out of the rubble, and then, like a whip, swung her around and slammed her into the ground several times. Finally, Fong grabbed her by the throat with one hand and hoisted her high into the air. What, exactly, are you? You just said that humans are powerless against natural disasters, didn't you? Fong's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present heard him clearly. Well, let me tell you, so-called natural disasters are just as powerless against me. Help! Lord Silver, save me! Menghua had completely broken down. This wasn't a fight at all, it was a one-sided slaughter. You can scream until you're hoarse, but no one is coming. Fong replied casually. Guess how we knew there was a traitor the moment we stepped out? Menghua stopped struggling. She looked into Fong's eyes and couldn't tell if he was lying. In other words, her bishop, Lord Silver, had been treating her as nothing more than a source of entertainment. Fong raised his right fist. Bye-bye. The next second, Menghua turned into a mist of blood. Chapter 64, Persuasion. Seeing the scene before him, Zhang Depeo rubbed his eyes. Brother Fong, tell me straight, are you really just physically enhanced? Zhang Depeo swallowed hard. I feel like if my big cannon hit you, it'd probably just tickle you, right? Feng Xiao was even more stunned. He understood better than Zhang Depeo what S-tier meant. Back in the underground and when they had to face Menghua alone, he'd already confirmed that Fong had been holding back his true strength all along. But he'd assumed at most it would be a 50-50 fight against the cataclysm Menghua, and he'd even been prepared to lend a hand. But this? Feng Xiao. Fong turned his head. Activate the teleportation device. Feng Xiao snapped back to reality and hurriedly pulled the teleportation ring from his chest. To activate it, the ring emitted a bright glow. Once the light faded, everyone was standing on the open ground outside the ruins. Fong spotted the helicopter in the distance and turned to Feng Xiao, saying, Do me a favor, don't reveal my true strength. Just say Menghua couldn't hold out and was overwhelmed by the backlash, so we took care of it together. Once Frost and the others recover, tell them the same thing. Feng Xiao looked at him and nodded. He didn't ask why, because he knew Fong would never harm them. By the time they returned to the capital, it was already evening. Fong pushed open the door, took off his shoes, and stepped inside. Sue was sitting on the living room sofa reading a book. Hearing the noise, she looked up and, upon seeing Fong's expression, set the book down. How did it go? You don't seem very happy. Fong tossed his backpack onto the sofa, went to the kitchen to pour a glass of water, and then recounted the events of the day. Sue listened quietly without interrupting. After he finished, she remained silent for a long time before speaking. Frost, is she okay? Although Sue wasn't very close to Frost, after hearing all this, it was hard not to feel for her. She values duty and justice more than her own life, yet the mentor she respected most turned out to be the murderer of her mother and even tried to turn her into mincemeat. Fong didn't say anything. He recalled Frost's final, desperate gaze. He, too, felt angry at Menghua's actions and wanted to beat him senseless, but as for feeling heartbroken. To be honest, Fong had always had a low capacity for empathy. For instance, while many people would cry their eyes out watching movies, TV shows, or anime, he felt nothing. He'd just think, oh, I see. The plot is pretty good. During a gratitude event in elementary school, many of his classmates were moved to tears by the speaker, but he was one of the few who didn't cry.
He even turned to his dad, who was playing on his phone and hadn't heard a single word, and said, "This is so boring.
When is it going to end? I want to go home."
So when it came to Frost's ordeal, he didn't feel any sadness or sympathy either.
Man, I really am heartless.
A few days later, Fong arrived at school. He had planned to head straight to the cafeteria, but Feng Xiao sent him a message saying there was something going on at the student council and asked if he could swing by.
So Fong took a detour and went to the student council office.
Upon entering the president's office, he saw Feng Xiao sitting in the chair behind the desk, a pile of documents spread out before him. When he saw Fong come in, he put down his pen.
"Hey, Fong, you're here. Why are you the only one here?" Fong looked around.
"Oh, Snow is here too." Snow was sitting in a chair by the window, looking rather under the weather.
"Hello, Fong. Good morning. So where's everyone else?"
"They're all resting," Feng Xiao explained while glancing at the documents. "Although their injuries have mostly healed, I told them to stay home and rest for a few days to prevent any long-term complications."
Right now, the student council is being managed entirely by Ni and DePeo.
"Huh?
What about the vice president?" Fong asked, puzzled. "Normally, when the president isn't here, shouldn't the vice president be in charge?"
"The vice president graduated not long ago," Feng Xiao rubbed his eyes.
"The president hasn't had time to find a suitable replacement yet." "Is that so?" Fong sat down on the empty sofa. "Let us not talk about that. Snow, how is your sister?" Snow lowered her head.
"My sister has locked herself in her room for days and hasn't eaten a thing. No matter how much we try to persuade her, she won't budge." "So this is how it's going to play out."
Fong, Snow looked up at him, her eyes slightly reddened. "That thing, is it true?" "Teacher Menghua." "It's true."
"Feng Xiao and Zhang DePeo must have told you already."
Snow lowered her head again and fell silent. Fong didn't press her.
"Sigh," Feng Xiao sighed.
"This has hit the president really hard.
To find out that the teacher she respected most was actually the devil behind it all, it would be hard for anyone to recover from that."
"By the way, Feng Xiao said suddenly, why don't you go try to talk some sense into the president?" "Me, talk to her?" Fong ran through the scenario in his head. "Forget it. What could I possibly say?
I'm not good with words, and to be honest, I'm not that close to Frost."
"If none of you could convince her, what hope do I have?" Snow stood up then and bowed to Fong. "Please, Fong, give it a try." Fong was silent for a moment. Fine. Just don't blame me if I fail."
Led by Snow, Fong arrived at the Bai family mansion. The Bai residence was a completely different style from the Yu clan's southwestern style estate. It was a massive traditional Chinese compound, similar to the Sahiyuan courtyards Fong was familiar with. As the two entered the courtyard, they spotted a middle-aged man pacing back and forth in front of the main house from a distance. The word anxious was practically written all over his face. Snow quickened her pace and called out softly,
"Father." Bai Yuntian turned his head.
This man, who controlled the Bai family's business empire and held great power and influence in the capital, looked utterly exhausted at that moment.
"Snow, why did you bring a classmate home?"
Bai Yuntian glanced at Fong, who was standing with his hands in his pockets, and was about to wave him away.
"I'll keep an eye on things here. You should take your classmate and leave. Frost isn't in a state to see visitors right now."
Snow shook her head and stepped aside to let Fong through.
"Father, this is Mr. Fong.
He is a classmate of mine at school and gets along well with my sister.
I thought I'd ask him to see if he can talk some sense into her."
Before Fong could finish, Bai Yuntian strode over, grabbed Fong's shoulders tightly, and shook him vigorously.
"Mr. Fong, is it? Thank you so much. Frost, she hasn't eaten in days.
Snow, her student council friends, and I have tried everything, but nothing works."
Calm down. Let go of me first, okay?" Fong was getting a bit fed up with being shaken. I'm just here to give it a shot. I can't guarantee it'll work. No matter what, please, just try. Fong looked at Bai Yuntian and felt that he was the complete opposite of Su Wanli. This father was far too lively. He nodded, then, after learning where Frost's room was, motioned for them to stay put while he headed toward the backyard carrying the food he bought. He picked up some grilled meat on the way, along with a box of rice porridge and 2 cups of fruit tea. He learned this trick from a TV show he watched with his mom when he was a kid. He figured it might increase his chances of success. Then he got lost. Fong returned to the courtyard where they started. Could you show me the way? He really wasn't trying to be dramatic. Who builds a house that looks like a maze? With Snow and Bai Yuntian leading the way, he successfully made it to the door of Frost's room. After telling the 2 of them to go ahead, he approached the door and knocked twice. Don't worry about me. Frost's hoarse voice came from inside, completely different from her usual cool demeanor. It's me, Fong. There was a long silence inside. Just as Fong was starting to wonder if she hadn't heard him. Don't worry about me. Frost repeated what she just said. If you're in there, just stay in there, Fong said, leaning against the doorframe. I'll let you in on a secret. I actually like locking myself in my room to play video games and watch anime too. But no matter what, you've still got to eat, right? I usually order takeout, grab a bottle of ice-cold Coke, and find a show to watch while I eat. It's the life. There was no response from inside, so Fong continued, Today, I'll make an exception and play delivery guy for you. I bought 2 cups of fruit tea and some grilled meat. Should I bring it in for you? I'm not playing games, and I'm not watching anime, Frost's voice came from behind the door. Please leave. What am I supposed to do now? Fong scratched his head and glanced at the doorknob. All right then. Since you want to open the door, I'll just have to do it my way. Fong set down the bag, grabbed the doorknob, and yanked it hard. With a click, the doorknob came off along with the lock cylinder. He tossed it aside and pushed the door open, walking inside. Chapter 65, Frost. The room was pitch black. Thick curtains were drawn tight, blocking out even a single ray of sunlight. Fong walked inside and found that Frost wasn't in bed. Instead, she was curled up on her side on the floor, wearing a thin nightgown. Her long hair lay scattered across the floor, and her once bright blue eyes now stared blankly ahead, lifeless. She had lost a significant amount of weight. When she saw Fong enter, she didn't even turn her head, speaking weakly. This is trespassing. Then call the police and have me arrested. Fong found a chair and sat down, casually turning on a table lamp. And what's with this quirk of yours? Fong pointed at her on the floor. You have a big bed but choose to lie on the floor instead. Is that comfortable? Frost said nothing, her gaze still vacant. Fong sighed, set the skewers and porridge on the coffee table, then nonchalantly inserted a straw into her fruit tea and took a sip. Orange really is the best flavor. President, want a sip? Frost finally shifted her eyes. Watching Fong's carefree demeanor, she suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh. Fong, are you here to laugh at me? Who have time for that? Fong picked up another meat skewer and took a bite. I'd rather be at home playing a couple of games. Besides, you're the victim here. Why are you treating yourself like this? If I were you, I'd eat a big meal, play all night, and then get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, I'd be as good as new. Frost's voice came from the floor, if only I'd noticed sooner. Ha, don't be silly. Fong chuckled lightly. She'd been hiding it for so many years, not even your dad or the teachers at school caught on. What could a 20-year-old student like you possibly have noticed? Don't dwell on it. Besides, I turned her into a blood mist, didn't I? That's enough, right? Frost was silent for a while. Fong, she finally spoke up, that power, what was that all about? Oh, that. I've been hiding my true strength. Don't go telling anyone, okay? Frost turned her head slightly. It was the first time she looked at him since Fong entered the room. Why? She asked, puzzled. With your abilities, forget about being a U-clan assistant the moment you show them. The government would do whatever it takes to grant you anything you want. It's simple. Because that's not the life I want. What?
Fawn leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling.
I've already got the life I want. I don't have to work just to survive every day. I wake up whenever I want, eat, sleep, play, and then sleep again. Someone cooks for me, I can bicker with friends, we can game together, and when I'm done gaming, I can come to school and stroll around at my leisure. If I get hungry while gaming or watching anime in the middle of the night, I can order a late-night snack whenever I want, and occasionally go out for a nice meal. At this, Fong smiled. I'm already satisfied.
If I revealed my true strength, it might actually ruin the life I have now.
Frost stared at him blankly. That's the mindset of a good-for-nothing, isn't it? Mind your own business. So what if I'm a good-for-nothing? Fong chuckled. I'm just an ordinary person with superhuman strength.
I don't have any grand ambitions as long as I'm happy, that's all that matters.
Speaking of happiness, President, what makes you happy? Frost froze.
She thought for a long time before whispering, self-improvement, protecting others, upholding justice, and making sure no one gets bullied.
There you go. Is that the set of values that old hag Menghua drummed into you? Frost shook her head. No.
I asked Big Cannon and Feng Xiao earlier, Fong said, looking at Frost. They both said it's because of you that they've achieved what they have today.
They look up to you as a hero. Well, I think the other three in the student council feel the same way.
You're their hero, and that has absolutely nothing to do with whether Menghua is a bad person or not.
Frost remains silent. I'm sure no one will blame you.
On the contrary, everyone hopes you'll pull yourself together and continue leading them.
Let me, a good-for-nothing like me, give you, the top student, a piece of advice. Just keep being everyone's hero, just like before. There is no doubt you possess a noble soul that I lack, President.
Tears silently slid from the corners of Frost's eyes, trickling down her cheeks and onto the floor.
Fong waited a moment, deciding the time was right.
He picked up a skewer of grilled meat and asked,
Want some? Yes.
Fong then handed her another cup of orange fruit tea with a straw inserted, and set the bowl of porridge open beside it.
Have some porridge to settle your stomach first. You haven't tea eaten in days.
I don't know if there is anything wrong with the awakened, but it's best not to eat anything too greasy or too cold all at once.
Frost slowly sat up and leaned against the bedside. She took the fruit tea and sipped it, then picked up the bowl of porridge and began eating it in small bites.
Seeing that he'd done his part, Fong went back to eating on his own.
Take your time, don't rush. If you need more, I'll go buy some. Frost held her bowl, watching Fong's profile as he ate the skewered meat. No need to thank me.
Oh, right, don't forget to pay me the reward we agreed on, 1,500,000.
Sure. A faint smile touched Frost's lips.
In Fong's limited vocabulary, only one description came to mind.
It was as beautiful as winter snow melting away. Chapter 66, Who is the Student Council Vice President?
The next day, in the president's office, Feng Xiao sat behind a stack of thick files, looking troubled. Zhang Depeo was clumsily organizing files nearby, while Musu Luocheng and Shimen Song, though still recovering from their injuries, had insisted on returning to the office to help. Just then, the office door slowly swung open. Everyone turned to look and saw a face they knew all too well.
President?
Zhang Depeo dropped the folder he was holding right onto his foot, but he didn't even notice. He shouted in surprise.
Frost walked into the office and looked at the room full of comrades.
Instead of issuing orders as she usually did, she walked to the center of the room and, under everyone's astonished gaze, bowed deeply.
I'm sorry.
These past few days, my personal emotions have caused Feng Xiao and Zhang Depeo to shoulder a heavy workload. Also, because of my misjudgment, I put everyone in danger inside the ruins.
President, please don't say that. Feng Xiao hurriedly stood up.
No one could have detected that scum who'd been lurking for over a decade. The fact that we all made it back safely is the greatest victory of all.
Exactly. I'm just a tough old gun. Zhang Depeo chuckled. Frost straightened her back and looked at everyone again. Although it might be selfish to ask this at a time like this, I still want to ask, are you still willing to trust me and continue on this path with me?
After a moment of silence, Feng Xiao was the first to speak.
President, what are you talking about? Of course we are. Absolutely.
Zhang Depeo chimed in immediately.
Shiman Song and Luo Cheng exchanged a smile and nodded firmly.
Musi stood at the back with tears welling in her eyes. Though she didn't speak, her answer was self-evident.
Frost looked at them.
The corners of her lips, which had been tightly pressed together, turned up slightly, revealing a faint smile.
Everyone in the office froze for a moment. Especially Musi.
Her eyes widened as if she had witnessed a scene destined to be etched into her soul. Frost then walked over to the desk and began reviewing Feng Xiao's case files from the past few days. Feng Xiao quickly stepped aside to stand by. Frost skimmed through the documents quickly, jotting notes in the margins as she went. Occasionally, she paused to ask Feng Xiao a few questions, to which he answered each one, secretly admiring her.
The president is truly the president.
Even though she hasn't been here for a few days, her efficiency in handling affairs is still far beyond my own. But when she came to a certain document, Frost's hand paused.
She looked up and asked, Feng Xiao, how did you report the matter regarding Feng? Feng Xiao was taken aback.
He keenly noticed that when the president mentioned the name Feng just now, he had omitted the suffix classmate. According to Brother Feng, Meng Hua's body couldn't withstand the side effects of the divine feast meat chunks and collapsed.
We then worked together to eliminate her.
The others reported it the same way.
Good. You must stick to this story. We can't cause him any trouble. Everyone nodded in understanding. But President, Feng Xiao recalled something, shouldn't we decide on a vice president soon?
These past few days, Big Cannon and I have been carrying the load, and we're nearly worn out. Zhang Depeo nodded vigorously from the side, right. It's been just me and Brother Feng these past few days.
I'm really not good at signing documents. As for the vice president, I think Brother Feng would be great. With that kind of strength, man, who dare disobey him? Shiman Sung chimed in at that moment. Brother Feng's strength is astonishing. Though his personality is a bit scatterbrained, he is incredibly reliable in critical moments. I think he is the right choice.
Frost thought back to how he'd been when they first met and shook his head with a smile.
Given his personality, it's impossible.
Musi watched the faint smile on Frost's lips and suddenly felt a vague, indescribable sensation. When the president mentioned Senior Feng, his expression seemed different from before. But she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different, she just felt a tinge of bittersweetness in her heart.
Frost didn't notice Muse's expression.
He took a document out of his drawer and flipped through it.
Actually, I've had someone in mind for a long time.
My original plan was to invite her after this mission was completed, but due to an unexpected turn of events, I had to put it on hold.
Who is it? Feng Xiao asked curiously. Frost stood up and smoothed out his clothes.
I'll go ask her.
She might not agree, though.
After Sue's afternoon class ended, she packed up her things and walked out of the classroom. Just as she was thinking about what to cook for Feng that evening, she spotted someone standing in the hallway outside the classroom. With long silver-white hair and a tall, slender figure, there was no doubt who it was, the only person in the entire school who fit that description. Sue was a little surprised, but she walked over and greeted him politely.
Good afternoon, President Bai. Are you feeling better now? Frost nodded slightly. I'm fine now, thanks to your assistant. Sue wasn't surprised by this. Feng had recounted the entire incident that evening, including how he'd gone to the Bai residence to talk Frost down.
She even remarked, I didn't know you could actually persuade people, to which Feng had replied, I didn't know how to either, I just went for it.
What did Chairman Bai need me for? Sue asked.
Frost looked at her and said, I'd like to invite you to the student council office to discuss a few matters.
Chapter 67, Silver, Resignation, Everyone. Sue followed Frost into the student council building. It was her first time there. Frost pushed open the door to the chairman's office and stepped aside to let Sue enter first. "Have a seat." He then took a tea set from a cabinet and began brewing tea with practiced ease. A delicate, soothing aroma of tea filled the office. Soon after, he presented the freshly brewed tea to Sue with both hands. Sue took the cup and sipped it. The flavor was rich and mellow, with a lingering sweetness. Fine tea. This must be the classic Gulingshuaya, right? It calms the mind and is quite effective for ability cultivation. So you know your tea, too? Frost sat down across from her. I was taught these things from a young age at home. You have to know them whether you want to or not. But I recall this tea has a very low yield and is quite expensive. Chairman Bai really went out of his way. Is that so? Frost picked up the cup and took a sip. I've given this to Fong before. Judging by his expression, I don't think he liked it much. All tea tastes bitter to him. He only likes drinking Coke and fruit tea. After the banter, Sue sensed something off in their earlier exchange. Does Frost no longer use the honorific classmate when referring to Fong? Chairman Bai, you didn't call me here just to taste tea, did you? Spit it out. What's this about? I just wanted to talk about your assistant, Fong. Nothing else. Frost set down his teacup. May I ask where Fong is right now? Him?
9 times out of 10, he has just woken up. He lost 10 games in a row yesterday and was so frustrated he couldn't sleep. In a fit of rage, he stayed up all night. When I left for school this morning, he was still awake. Frost fell silent for a moment after hearing this. Although I was mentally prepared for this, I still underestimated him. It's really hard to imagine that he is a powerhouse with that kind of ability. Speaking of which, Sue, you're the person closest to him. Do you know anything about his strength? Of course I do. Sue's expression grew incredibly serious. After all, I was the first person to meet him in Xingyuan City, and the first person he saved. If it weren't for him, I'd be dead by now. Is that so? It seems that's the reason for the change in you. Your father reconciled with you because of Fong, too, right? That's right. That's why Fong is the most important person to me. He is my hero. Sue admitted it without hesitation. I see. He pulled me out of my suffering as well, so I understand how you feel. Frost stood up, placing both hands on the desk. Now, let us talk about the next matter. Sue, would you be interested in serving as the student council vice president? Sue looked at Frost, making sure he wasn't joking. Student council vice president? Why me? Although Sue knew that the student council president at Capital Awakened Academy had the authority to directly appoint student council officers including the vice president, she didn't understand why they were choosing her. Before you ran away from home, your academic performance was already among the top contenders in your grade. Frost picked up her teacup and blew gently on the foam. Secondly, your talent is in no way inferior to mine. You've reached the peak of a tier at 18 and are expected to reach S tier by 20. Now that you've cleared all obstacles, based on my observations, you'll only get better from here on out. With talent like yours, I see no reason not to invite you. Sue looked at her, not answering immediately. What Frost said was indeed true, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. President Bai. Sue set down her teacup and leaned back in her chair, meeting Frost's gaze directly. If it's really as you say, then you should have invited me the moment I returned. I've heard from Fong how you recruited those executives around you. To put it bluntly, it's because of Fong, isn't it? I hope you don't misunderstand. Frost didn't avert her gaze. This has nothing to do with him. I've been observing you ever since you returned. After all, you're a completely different person now. Even without Fong, I had intended to invite you. Sue looked into her eyes. 2 pairs of blue eyes locked in the air, one as cold as an iceberg, the other as sharp as lightning. Sue saw no evasion or panic. Frost's eyes were as clear as a mirror, so she looked away. I'll take your word for it,
For now. Sue began to think it over.
First, the power of the student council was beyond what an ordinary student could match, let alone the position of vice president. Second, becoming vice president would significantly boost her practical and managerial skills, which would be a huge help when she entered the workforce or started her own business in the future. Third, once Frost graduated, she could compete for the presidency. With the vice president's title under her belt, it would be a sure thing. Besides, she was confident in her abilities given the chance, she wouldn't be outdone by anyone.
And finally, she was deeply concerned about Frost.
Sue silently added a thought in her mind. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with her, rather, looking at Frost's cool, aloof face and recalling how she just called out Fong, Sue felt a subtle, indescribable sensation in her heart.
All right. I'll join, Sue said.
Frost stood up and extended her right hand. Sue stood up as well and took her hand.
Welcome, Sue. I look forward to working with you, President Frost. As the sun set, Fong stood alone on the rooftop. The evening breeze on the rooftop was a bit chilly.
He held a cell phone in his hand. The screen displayed a glaring red record, 20 consecutive losses.
I've come to terms with it, he muttered to himself. There is no more joy or sorrow in this life. Games and all that are just fleeting.
Now he felt as though he had become a sage, free from all worries. Finally, he flipped his phone over and gazed at the large red text with the calmest expression. Then that calm expression vanished, and black flames ignited in his eyes.
Fuck, what the hell kind of teammates are these? The support takes smite and steals my jungle camps, then claims he needs to farm and starts picking fights. The ADC buys tank items and spams chat saying he is scared of dying.
The top and mid laners start arguing and both quit the game. Without a moment's pause to mourn the death of Sage Fong, Dark Wolf Fong rushed straight to the battlefield.
I believe it. If you've got the guts, you shitty game, make me lose 30 games in a row.
He resisted the urge to smash his phone and stuffed it into his pocket. Speaking of games, he recalled the note he found in the ruins' underground chamber.
The crooked handwriting read, "Among all of you, there is one bad person."
Aside from that prank-like note, the diary lying next to it contained Meng Hua's criminal record over the years, detailed accounts of how she colluded with the dark cult, how she murdered Frost's mother, and the events of this operation, among other things. The diary had already been handed over to the principal by Feng Xiao by now. It was likely sitting on the desk of a high-ranking official at the Hunter Bureau. The entire capital was probably about to be turned upside down. But what concerned him more was Silver.
What on earth is she thinking?
Logically speaking, as the high priestess of the dark cult, Silver could have simply stood by and watched. There was absolutely no need for her to leave those items behind for me to discover. The end result would have been much the same either way. If she was afraid of me, she should have had Meng Hua call off this operation. In that case, the original plan definitely wasn't like this.
Fong analyzed in a low voice. She probably really intended to team up with Meng Hua to take out Frost and his group at first.
But the moment Meng Hua sent her the list and she saw my name Fong, she changed her plans. But Fong still couldn't figure out what Silver was after.
Was he trying to curry favor with him? Or was he just doing this for fun?
He recalled the stinging pain from his first encounter with Silver, and the look of bewilderment on that infuriating face when Silver had pinned him down.
Fong instinctively looked down at his hands.
He still had no idea how he acquired this absurdly powerful strength.
He kept wondering, was it really the dimension-lowering strike from a higher dimension to a lower one, as novels often described? Or was there some other reason?
And as for Silver, next time, before you instantly refine her, make her spill everything she knows first. He had a hunch that the source of his power was probably no simple matter. Perched atop a massive wind turbine in the capital, Silver sat fiddling with a paper airplane. The cynical smirk that usually graced his face had vanished.
It's time to put an end to this, whether it's you or me. Silver then pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The phone rang a few times before a steady female voice answered. Silver? It's rare for you to call me. What's up? Don't tell me you've gotten into trouble again.
Locksmith, Please tell Boss Ruin for me, Silver said, wiggling her little feet. I'm quitting. Thanks to Dark Cult for looking out for me these past 10-odd years.
Bye-bye. Huh? What are you talking about? Say that again.
Silver hung up before the locksmith could finish, crumpling the phone into a heap of scrap metal before erasing its very existence. She stood up and placed the paper airplane in the palm of her hand.
Activate. Automatically search for the concept of phone. Then, she blew gently on it.
The paper airplane seemed to come to life, turning in the wind and flying to land at Fong's feet as he wandered aimlessly outside.
Huh? What's this? Fong picked it up and opened it to take a look.
It's time to settle this once and for all, Big Brother Fong. I'll let you know once I've set up the final playground.
In the meantime, just enjoy yourself in the capital. By the way, this time it's just the two of us, 1v1.
We won't bother anyone else, so don't back out, otherwise, I can't guarantee what I might do when I go berserk.
Ha, interesting. Bring it on, you little brat.
Chapter 68, School Chronicles.
Fong was lying on the sofa in the vice president's office.
Several days had passed since the ruins incident. School had returned to its normal rhythm, and he had resumed his regular routine, waking up at noon, coming to school to hang out, and then either heading home on his own or waiting for Sue to go home together. He arrived early today. Sue wasn't finished with his work yet, so he was lying on the couch in this newly assigned vice president's office, playing a game.
Snow was there too. She sat on the sofa across from him, quietly flipping through an unrecognizable novel.
She didn't have any classes today, and having heard that Fong was coming to the student council to find Sue, she tagged along to hang out.
Fong finished that game he lost.
He tossed his phone aside and turned to look at Sue, who was buried in paperwork behind the desk.
Come to think of it, it's still a bit strange. How did you end up becoming vice president just because I wasn't paying attention?
Sue didn't even look up, her hand scribbling away, but the corners of her mouth turned up slightly.
How could I not seize an opportunity like this? It's also preparation for the future. Alright, it's your business anyway.
So, how is your rapport with Feng Xiao, Zhang Depeo, and the others?
Are you getting along with the student council officers? They're all great people, very warm and welcoming.
Sue paused his writing to think for a moment. Feng Xiao is very reliable. Zhang Depeo might look rough around the edges, but he is actually quite thoughtful. Luo Cheng doesn't say much, but she gets things done efficiently.
And Shiman Sung is the type who quietly gets everything done.
But, Sue said, sounding a bit puzzled, I feel like the way that girl named Muse looks at Frost is a little strange.
Fong recalled the girl who always kept her head down and spoke in a tiny voice. She has always been a bit shy, hasn't she?
Snow looked up from her book and offered an explanation on Mushy's behalf. Mushy was rescued by Sister from those bullies. Since then, she has seen Sister as her only savior. It's only natural that she looks up to her. No, I just feel like that wasn't quite the look of admiration. She thought for a moment, then shook her head.
Never mind. It's none of my business anyway.
Let Frost figure it out for himself.
Oh, right, Fong.
Sue pulled a thick stack of papers from a drawer and flipped through them.
The school festival is coming up. Do you have any projects you'd like to organize? Huh? What's that? Snow took a color-printed brochure from her bag and handed it to Fong.
Fong, the school festival is basically our school's anniversary celebration. Frost stepped in to explain for Sue, but our school's school festival lasts for several days. Classes are suspended during that time, and the entire campus is open to visitors from outside the school.
Students are free to organize and sign up for all kinds of activities.
At the end, events are scored and awarded prizes based on attendance.
You can even set up food stalls. It's really fun. Fong flipped through the brochure and saw photos from past school festivals printed inside.
There were stalls with all kinds of themes, stage performances, haunted houses, maid cafes, and even a few areas that looked like the live-action paintball fields Fong had played at back on Earth.
Wasn't this just like the school festivals featured in those coming-of-age anime? Sounds pretty fun.
Way better than having to go on stage and perform at a regular school celebration and end up making a total fool of myself. Come to think of it, ever since he watched those anime, he wanted to experience what a school festival was really like.
So, is there anything you'd like to organize? Sue asked. No, Fong answered crisply and without hesitation. You guys go ahead and organize it. I'll just be in charge of having fun and eating. Sue sighed. I knew it. Fong sat up from the sofa. All right, you guys get to work. I'm heading out. Goodbye, Fong. Take care. He walked out of the office and down the hallway toward the staircase. That's when he spotted a petite figure in his school uniform standing with her head down at the end of the hallway, as if she were waiting for someone. Hey, isn't that Mushy? What are you doing here? Fong recognized her immediately and called out casually. Mushy looked up. When she saw it was Fong, her face flushed slightly before she managed to say, Fong Senior Fong Hi. Her voice was so soft that Fong had to strain to make out what she said. Aha! So, is there something you need? Moose lowered her head, her fingers fidgeting nervously over her clothes as if she were wrestling with a major internal conflict. Then, summoning all her courage, she managed to squeeze out a sentence. Senior Fong, I wanted to ask, what is your relationship with President Bai? Relationship? We're just acquaintances, I guess. Friends, sort of. Fong wasn't quite sure why Mushy was asking this. What else could it be? What is going on? Has she been bad-mouthing me behind my back lately? AC. Acquaintances? Mushy looked up, a fleeting flicker of complex emotion in her eyes, then let out a sigh of relief and bowed to Fong. Thank you, Senior Fong. Sorry to bother you. With that, she quickly walked away from Fong. Watching Moose's retreating figure, Fong was a bit puzzled, but he didn't dwell on it and continued toward the staircase. Just then, a door at the other end of the hallway opened, and Frost stepped out. Her long silver-white hair glistened under the hallway lights. Upon seeing Fong, she walked toward him. Perfect timing, I was just about to look for you. What's up? Frost noticed Muse running away in the distance. Did you say anything to Muse just now? She just asked what our relationship was. I told her we're acquaintances. Frost fell silent for a moment, gave a soft and didn't pursue the topic further. Let us get down to business. An important figure is coming to visit in the next few days. Frost's expression turned serious. The principal wants the 2 highest-ranked students from our schools to represent us in welcoming her and giving her a tour of the campus. Who is it? Fong was curious to know who was so influential that the school would place such importance on them. Any genius would pale in comparison to her. Frost spoke with great gravity. The strongest S-tier awakened in Shenzhou, Crystal. When Fong heard this, his brain seemed to freeze. The scene froze, the sound vanished, and only a single phrase kept repeating in his mind, Crystal, Crystal, Crystal. Wait, who did you say was coming? Fong's brain rebooted as he double-checked. He hoped he heard wrong. Crystal, the nation's jewel, the very embodiment of crystal. Frost looked at Fong's reaction with some puzzlement. What's wrong? Don't you know her? I've heard of her, but I've never met her. Frost sensed Fong's thoughts and said to him. Don't be too nervous. Like you, I've only heard stories about her before. This will be my first time meeting her in person, too. May I ask if there's any way I can get out of this? Not really. The principal specifically requested our presence this time. I suspect our information has already been passed on to the U-Clan by the Hunter Bureau. If you're worried about your manners, don't fret, I'll be by your side. Just leave everything to me. With that, Frost flashed a smile at Fong, hoping to put his mind at ease. Fong was feeling pretty screwed. Chapter 69, Undercurrents in Shenzhou. In Mist Valley, the ancestral home of the U-Clan, the early morning mist had not yet dissipated, clinging to the blue-tiled roofs and white walls like a sheer veil. Crystal stood in the courtyard, the red dust sword in her hand.
With her eyes closed, she resembled a sword still sheathed. Then, in an instant, she drew the red dust, slicing through the morning mist with streaks of crimson sword energy. Crystal then opened her eyes and sheathed the red dust at her waist. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water. A maidservant standing nearby immediately stepped forward, offering a neatly folded white towel with both hands. Crystal took it and wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead and the side of her neck. It had been quite some time since the meteorite incident. Although her confinement had ended, her grandfather still wouldn't allow her to leave the ancestral estate at will. Her days were spent just like this, practicing swordsmanship in the morning, reading during the day, occasionally paying her respects to her grandfather, and going to bed early at night.
Phone. I wonder what he's doing right now. The man's face floated into Crystal's mind. Did he miss her?
She actually longed to sneak out again to Xingyuan City to find Fong, to eat the exotic delicacies he bought for her, things she'd never seen before, and to sit on the sofa with him watching that thing called anime. But the consequences of her last runaway attempt still lingered. Although her grandfather hadn't continued punishing her, he had clearly tightened his supervision of her. The number of guards surrounding the ancestral estate had doubled, and even outside the courtyard where she lived, people stood watch day and night, constantly checking to see if she was still there.
Sneaking out was practically impossible. Sigh, I want to see him. Crystal let out a soft sigh. Crystal.
Just then, a familiar voice came from the courtyard gate. Crystal turned her head and saw Ice standing beneath the gate, dressed in pale purple traditional attire with a long sword at her waist. Her features bore a slight resemblance to Crystal's, but her demeanor was far more icy.
Crystal curtsied slightly. Sister. Grandfather is waiting for you in the main hall. He says he has an important announcement to make.
Ice walked over and smoothed a strand of her sister's hair from her forehead.
All right.
Crystal followed her across the stone arch bridge to the main hall of the estate.
You was already seated in the seat of honor.
Crystal walked to her spot, sat cross-legged on the floor, and placed her hands demurely in her lap.
How was your sword practice today? The same as always, Crystal replied. You nodded without asking further.
He looked at his two granddaughters and spoke slowly. Crystal, you're going to visit the capital Awakened Academy.
Crystal tilted her head. Where is that? It's the finest ability academy in Shenzhou, Ice explained from the side.
The higher-ups at the Hunter Bureau want you to pay a visit. It's a gesture of goodwill on their part.
Of course, the school will make the best arrangements for you.
This time, they've assigned their two strongest students to accompany you throughout your stay, so you can also see just how capable they are.
Crystal, you must remember that even though you're the strongest, Shenzhou's future can't rely on you alone, you continued.
Those two students have already reached S tier at just 20 years old. They're true prodigies.
Barring any surprises, they'll both become Shenzhou's new S tier members in the future. They're your future comrades. Take this opportunity to get to know them. Crystal nodded. Sure. Ice chuckled from the side. To be honest, Grandpa was also worried you might get bored. This trip is a chance to clear your head and have some fun. Since those two are S tier, they should be able to withstand the sword intent pressure you inadvertently emit, so you won't have to hold back. You cleared his throat, his old face flushing slightly. You didn't have to say that out loud. Crystal curtsied politely to her grandfather. You're welcome. Just don't run away from home again.
You finished speaking and immediately gave Ice a meaningful look. Ice promptly pulled two files from his sleeve, stood up, walked over to Crystal, and handed them to her. These are the profiles of those two students. Take a look so you have a general idea. Crystal opened the first file. The photo inside showed a young girl with long, silvery white hair, her gaze cool and serious.
She looks a bit like my sister. Her name is Frost.
She is from the Bai family in the capital, 20 years old, with an S-tier nature-type ability, Frostbound Vast Lands, Ice explained from the side. Her personality is somewhat like mine used to be. She is the kind of person who values responsibility and justice more than her own life. Crystal looked at it for a moment, then nodded and commented, very clean cut. But when she opened the second file, her hand froze. The person in the photo was wearing a gray hoodie, his hair slightly disheveled, his expression as if to say, just snap a quick shot. Below the photo is his profile: Fawn, 20 years old, study assistant to Sue, the eldest daughter of the U-clan, with an S-tier ability, physical enhancement. Crystal held the file, staring intently at the photo. "It's him," she whispered.
"Crystal, do you know him?"
Yu asked curiously.
Crystal didn't answer. "So you've come to the capital. Were you looking for me?"
What Crystal hadn't expected was that Fawn was actually S-tier. That meant she misjudged him back then he deceived her by hiding his true strength. But she wasn't angry. She simply ran her hand over Fawn's photo.
"It's so good to see you again."
Meanwhile, in a special chamber deep within the shadows of the world, 13 black stone thrones stood in a circle. This was the meeting place of the dark cult's bishops. But this time, compared to the meeting regarding the evil devourer, 2 more bishops were absent: Nightmare and Silver. "Locksmith, repeat what Silver said at the end." Ruin's deep voice echoed from the central pillar.
"She said she's resigning."
"Meaning she's stepping down as a bishop and leaving us."
The locksmith's ethereal form spoke.
The shadowy figures in the darkness rippled slightly, and then the second supreme bishop spoke up.
"Hey, are you kidding me? Locksmith, aren't you the closest to Silver? What has gotten into her this time?" "You're asking me? Who should I ask? I'd like to know myself." The locksmith's voice sounded thoroughly exasperated. Can a normal person even comprehend Silver's thought process?
Just because we're close doesn't mean I know what she is thinking.
You really can't blame the locksmith. From another pillar, a geometric entity logic spoke up.
"I once tried to build a behavioral logic model of Silver, but after running 30 million simulations, the system crashed. All her actions are random. You never know what bizarre idea she'll come up with next."
Wasn't Silver in charge of the Menghua situation before? What happened to Menghua?
The voice of Coffin came from the shadows. According to intelligence from the undercover agent Shadow, Menghua couldn't withstand the side effects of the divine feast and her body collapsed. She was then dealt with by Frost, the eldest daughter of the Bai family, along with members of the student council.
However, the locksmith hesitated for a moment. There's a problem here.
According to the intel, while Frost and her team were exploring the underground palace, they found a note and a notebook.
The note warned them of a traitor, and the notebook documented all of Menghua's crimes.
"It was Silver who leaked it," Logic replied without hesitation. "The probability is virtually 100%. "So, can we confirm that Silver has defected?" asked Coffin.
No one answered, because everyone knew the answer. Ruin's voice finally rang out again. "Silver won't betray us for no reason.
She must have learned something, and whatever it was held enough allure to make her defect from the organization."
"Lord Ruin, I have a theory. Could it be related to One Eye? Silver's erratic behavior has clearly increased since she came into contact with One Eye."
The geometric phantom shifted a few times, indicating that Logic was thinking. "I agree with the locksmith's assessment, but if she chose this moment to betray us, there is another possibility. She saw One Eye again in the capital and likely made contact with him.
We can't rule out that they struck some kind of deal."
Then he voiced the suspicion that everyone feared. "In the worst-case scenario, Silver has joined forces with One Eye, which is why she betrayed us."
In the darkness, the phantoms fell silent.
If Silver had truly allied with One Eye, one a madman with a rule-type ability, the other a monster of extraordinary strength, their collaboration would pose a massive threat capable of destroying the Dark Cult. No, not just the Dark Cult. If One Eye could truly make Silver obey his commands, there would likely be no single faction in this world capable of standing against them. After a moment, Ruin's phantom slowly rose to his feet.
"I will handle the matter of Silver personally.
She harbors the most crucial truth fragment within her, the key to opening the final gate. It must not be allowed to fall into the wrong hands."
The phantoms stirred once more.
The chief of Ruin taking personal action was something that hadn't happened in a very long time.
Logic. Present, Lord Ruin. Since we VE lost silver, let us move that matter up on the agenda.
If all goes well, she will become a crucial asset in retrieving silver and carrying out the next phase of the plan.
Supreme, set aside your current work and go assist Logic with all your might.
Sure.
You sure know how to give orders.
The Supreme's phantom stretched lazily.
No problem.
Logic's voice was as calm as ever. It's just a pity that if Menghua had succeeded, it would have been better to let her awaken more naturally. But there is no choice now, we'll have to force the process. However, it works out perfectly. Her school is currently holding its school festival, and with the Supreme's help, I'll have plenty of time to lay the groundwork.
The night was deep.
Silver sat on the rooftop, hugging a rabbit plushie and gazing at the city lights in the distance. Now that I've quit my job, Boss Ruin and the others must be starting that plan early. I can't let them succeed, otherwise, I'll be in trouble.
Fawn, I'm counting on you this time. Chapter 70, Invited to the Bai family home.
Fawn was lying on the living room sofa, staring at the ceiling. He'd been in that position for nearly half an hour since returning home, not even glancing at Sue when she brought out fruit from the kitchen. Sue placed the fruit platter on the table, popped a piece into her mouth, and then, seeing Fawn like that, couldn't he help but ask,
"What are you thinking about? You've been spacing out for so long." "I'm thinking about Crystal."
Sue nearly choked on the apple she'd just taken a bite of and coughed twice.
"Could you not say things that way? It's so startling."
Fawn sat up and said, "The school asked Frost and me to host Crystal. She's coming to visit in a few days."
"So why are you worried?"
Sue asked, puzzled.
"Don't you two know each other?
And she seemed to have a pretty good impression of you."
"That's exactly the problem."
Fawn swallowed a bite of cantaloupe. "I turned down her invitation to visit her hometown in the capital before, and now I've come to the capital on my own."
"Do you think she might think I'm stringing her along?"
"Wait a minute." Sue sensed something was off.
"Crystal wants to take you to the U-Clan? Why haven't you told me about this before?"
"Huh?
Didn't I?" Fawn thought for a moment.
Maybe I forgot. You were still hiding from your dad at the time. She snuck out at night to my place and told me about it, saying she wanted to protect me and learn some things from me." Sue shook her head after hearing this.
"You really know how to lure girls in."
"What do you mean, lure?"
Fawn protested. "Don't make me sound like some scumbag, okay?"
"I can't speak for other areas, but when it comes to relationships, I'm confident I'm on the up and up."
"I didn't do anything wrong."
"Ugh, the scariest thing is when you don't even realize it. You little pink-haired brat." Just as the two were bickering back and forth, the phone in Fawn's pocket vibrated. He pulled it out and saw a message from Frost.
"Fawn, are you free tomorrow night? My father would like to invite you over for a simple meal and formally express his gratitude.
Also, regarding the specifics of hosting Her Excellency Crystal, although I'm handling most of it, we need to go over the process in advance to avoid any mishaps. I'll send you the address shortly." Fawn turned his phone towards Sue and shrugged helplessly.
"Well, looks like I'll have to make a trip to the Bai family's place tomorrow night."
Sue looked at the message. She wanted to say something like "I'll come too," but the words died on her lips.
She didn't think it was necessary, so she said, "Don't worry about me tomorrow. I'll figure it out on my own.
You should head home early."
"All right."
The following evening, Fong stood at the entrance to the Bai family mansion, gazing at the red gates and the two stone lions flanking the entrance, and let out a deep sigh. He had made a point of changing into a clean outfit today, one of the sets Sue had bought for him at the mall last time, but he still felt completely out of place here. To Fong's surprise, the sisters Frost and Snow were already waiting outside the gate.
Frost wasn't wearing her school uniform today. She changed into a blue, modernized cheongsam.
Her long hair was loosely pinned up with a jade hairpin, giving her an exceptionally gentle and elegant appearance. Snow stood beside her in a white long dress, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, a gentle smile on her face.
Fawn looked down at himself again.
"Seriously, you two make me look like a beggar." Frost smiled faintly, her sky blue eyes now filled with a soft glow.
Fong, you're overthinking it.
My father specifically told us this is just a casual meal, no need to worry about all that pretentious etiquette. I bet your definition of a casual meal is nothing like what I have in mind, Fong grumbled as she walked inside. Last time at Sue's place, her dad said it was a casual meal too, but when the food came out, there were so many dishes I couldn't even tell where to look. As Fong entered the courtyard, Bai Yuntian was already there to greet him. Today he was wearing a dark, Zhongshan-style suit, and the smile on his face was warm and welcoming.
Welcome, welcome.
Fong, just treat this place like your own home, no need to be formal.
That's too kind. I haven't really done anything. Bai Yuntian's expression immediately turned serious. How can you say you didn't do anything?
In the ruins, you and Frost defeated Menghua together. And then you were the one who persuaded her to pull herself together. That's a huge favor to our Bai family. Well, Fong wasn't very good at handling these kinds of situations, so he changed the subject.
Your family's estate is quite large. Could I take a look around?
Of course. Bai Yuntian immediately had Frost and Snow take Fong on a tour. The courtyard was home to several ancient pine trees, with a path paved with blue stone slabs winding beneath them. Beside it was a small pond where a few koi swam leisurely. The columns of the colonnade were carved with intricate patterns, and every corner offered a different view. It was essentially a supersized version of a traditional courtyard compound. At the same time, the Bai family's estate was in no way inferior to the Yu clan's in terms of size.
I've wanted to say this since my first visit, your place is like a maze.
That's normal, a lot of people get lost the first time they come. Frost led the way, explaining, while Snow stood beside him, covering her mouth and giggling.
Don't just say that about you, Fong.
I even got lost in my own house when I was little. I was hiding inside the rockery crying, and my older sister had to come find me. Fong glanced at Frost, picturing the young Frost finding his lost little sister in the maze.
That's kind of heartwarming.
But seeing Snow and Frost like this, their relationship doesn't seem bad at all. Then why did she have such a complicated expression when she mentioned her older sister earlier?
Chapter 71, I'll tell you a secret.
After their tour, the three of them headed to the dining hall. Just as Fong had expected, the massive round table was already laden with an array of exquisite dishes, every single one of which was something Fong had never seen before. At the head of the table, Bai Yuntian had been waiting for quite some time. This man who ruled the Bai family of the capital showed not a trace of the arrogance one might expect from a family patriarch. Instead, he resembled a friendly uncle from next door, rising to greet them warmly.
Fong, please have a seat.
I had all this specially prepared for you.
Eat up.
After sitting down, Fong looked at Frost.
Is this what you call a simple meal? Frost looked away, pretending not to hear.
Halfway through the meal, Bai Yuntian began chatting casually with Fong, asking about his strength, how she'd been taken in by the Yu clan, where she'd lived before. Fong answered what she could and made up the rest, while Frost occasionally chimed in to steer the conversation elsewhere. After they'd eaten and drunk their fill, Bai Yuntian rose from his seat.
No need to thank me.
It's mainly because the president herself is so outstanding, otherwise, no amount of persuasion from me would have worked. Bai Yuntian laughed heartily, finding Fong more and more to his liking the longer he looked at her. As a seasoned veteran, he could obviously tell that Fong was deliberately holding back, but this unassuming, unhurried demeanor, treating achievements as fleeting, was practically a rarity among young people these days.
Fong, I'm a pretty straightforward guy, so don't take this the wrong way. I want to ask you something. Do you plan to stay with the Yu clan forever? Probably not.
Fong figured that since he wasn't originally part of the Yu clan anyway, he'd most likely end up freeloading off Su in the future.
Wait, that doesn't make sense. Even though Su doesn't work with the Yu clan, isn't she essentially still part of the Yu clan? So that would mean IDB. Never mind.
Who cares?
Bai Yuntian nodded. So what do you plan to do in the future? Simple, Fong replied without hesitation. Live happily every day. Bai Yuntian was taken aback. He expected Fong to ask for money, power, or even fame, but he never imagined that this man, who could rival his own proudest daughter, would actually seek such a good-for-nothing life. He found Fong increasingly intriguing. Live happily every day indeed. Bai Yuntian slapped the table. Fong, you really are a man of genuine character. Since that's the case, I won't try to dissuade you any further. But remember this, the Bai family's doors will always be open to you. As long as you ask, the Bai family will never refuse to help with anything within our power. After dinner, Fong walked out into the courtyard alone to get some fresh air. He stood beneath an old pine tree, gazing at the moon in the sky. The Bai family courtyard was quiet. Unlike the Yu clan's solemn and imposing atmosphere, this place exuded a more classical air. Bai Yuntian and Su Wanli, the two family heads, had completely different personalities, but they shared one thing in common. That was their love for their daughters. Bai Yuntian was simply more open-minded, while Su Wanli was a bit more stubborn, though Su Wanli was slowly changing. Just then, footsteps sounded behind him. Fong didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Fong. Frost walked up beside him, standing shoulder to shoulder, and looked up at the sky as well. Fong glanced at her in the moonlight. The contours of her profile appeared much softer. Chairman, regarding Crystal's matter, we. Call me Frost. Frost interrupted him. Why? Frost turned to look at him, her silver hair gently swaying in the night breeze. No reason. It's just that I call you Fong, so you don't have to call me President anymore. Fong thought about it for a moment and realized she had a point. Alright, but I'm actually more used to calling you by your full name. Still, if that's what you want, then fine. It doesn't really matter to me. So he tried calling out, Frost. Here. Frost answered immediately. Fong had thought it over a lot, and in the end, he decided he needed to lay the groundwork beforehand. Otherwise, when they met Crystal, if Frost saw certain behaviors from the strongest in Shenzhou and realized her connection to him, he might start questioning his entire existence on the spot. I'm going to tell you a secret. Don't tell anyone else. Frost looked at him, his expression turning serious. I swear on my life, I won't breathe a word of it. No need to be so dramatic. He leaned against a tree, hands in his pockets, thinking about where to begin. You know about that S-tier beast and the meteorite incident in Xingyuan City, right? Of course I do. Frost nodded. That was a major national incident. It was all thanks to Lady Crystal being there at the right time to resolve the crisis. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. So I played the one-eyed hero who shattered the meteorite, but all the credit went to Crystal? I guess I can understand that after all, she was the one who wanted to keep her identity hidden, so the Hunter Bureau had no choice but to announce it that way. Do you know why she was in Xingyuan City at the time? Fong asked. The official story is that she was visiting the Xingyuan City branch office. Frost looked puzzled. Could it be that's not the case? No, Fong's expression was a bit complicated. She ran away from home. Frost froze. Ran away from home, she repeated, her voice full of disbelief. That can't be. How could Her Excellency Crystal possibly? She heard there was a powerful fighter in Xingyuan City and wanted to spar with that person, Fong explained. So she secretly flew there on her sword. Then she dropped her phone along the way, got lost in Xingyuan City, and ended up on the streets. Frost looked at him, her expression shifting from confusion to, "Are you kidding me?" How do you know that? Because she told me herself. Fong sighed and recounted the events of that day from start to finish, how he met Crystal in the park, shared the grilled meat and coke he bought, tried to get her a taxi but she didn't know how to hail one and ended up slinking back to the park, how he run into her again, felt sorry for her, and took her home for the night, then drove her to a taxi stand the next morning so she could return to the Hunter Bureau. Of course, Fong was careful to leave out the fact that he'd taken a fair bit of money from Crystal. After hearing this, Frost's expression could no longer be described as merely shocked. Fong, Frost's voice wavered, are you kidding me? That's our country's strongest awakened? You mean, that, she. Ha, Sue had pretty much the same look on her face when she found out. Unfortunately, I can tell you with absolute certainty that yes, it's her. If you don't believe me, just wait until that day and see for yourself. Frost was now completely frozen in place. In her mind, Crystal was supposed to be the kind of saintly maiden who sat upon a divine pedestal, looking down upon all living beings, with every word carrying the ultimate truths of the universe. But the image Fong was describing was simply that of someone with a truly unique way of thinking. So, that look you had back then. Frost finally caught on. When I said I'd be hosting Her Highness Crystal, your expression was a bit odd. Was it because you already knew her? Yes. Fong nodded. And she even invited me to the Yu clan, saying she wanted to protect me, but I turned her down at the time. However, due to certain circumstances, I ended up coming to the capital anyway, so it might be a bit awkward when we meet. So I figured I'd let you know ahead of time, so you won't be caught off guard when you host her and suddenly realize she's not quite what you expected. Frost closed her eyes, struggling to keep her expression from giving her away. Fong, you really are a legend. Fong scratched his head, looking a bit sheepish. I just had some bad luck. But there is one thing. Frost opened her eyes and looked at Fong. When it comes to winning over young girls' hearts, I think no one can beat you. Wait, why are you all making me sound like a total jerk? Fong couldn't hold back any longer. Whether it's you or Sue, what exactly have I done? Oh? Is that what Sue said too? Yeah. Then it seems my assessment was spot on. Damn it. Chapter 72, History of Abilities. Today, Fong planned to research the history of abilities in this world to see if he could find any clues about his own power. As Sue had told him, abilities emerged due to a sudden dimensional rift hundreds of years ago that caused a surge in mana concentration, ushering humanity into the age of abilities. But that had only been a brief overview. For more specific details, he'd have to look up those research papers himself. So, in the afternoon, he headed to the school library. The library at Capital Awakened Academy was larger than he'd imagined. Sunlight poured in through the skylights. Few people were in the library at this hour. Only a handful of students were scattered throughout the reading room, all quietly poring over their books with their heads down. Seeing this scene, Fong couldn't help but recall his college days. Back then, in their dorm room, the F4 Suchenshing would get up early and sneak off to the library to study without telling the rest of us. Eventually, we caught him, and I remember calling him up. Bro Sue, what are you up to? Oh, I'm out grabbing a bite to eat. I'll be back soon. What about you guys? The three of us are hanging out behind the library, watching you study. Well, it didn't really amount to much in the end. Back in the dorm, Suchenshing ended up tutoring the three of us anyway. Fong smiled as he weaved his way between the bookcases, finally stopping in front of a row labeled History of Ability. He pulled out a very thick book with the title The Origins of Ability printed on the cover, which read, compiled by a consortium of historians and scientists from multiple countries. Fong took the book, found a seat by the window, and opened it to the first page. The first page was a timeline chart marking several key years, so he flipped straight to the main text. Regarding the origin of abilities, the academic community has yet to reach a unified conclusion. However, after decades of research, multiple independent research teams have all pointed to the same possibility. Abilities were not simply triggered by the increase in mana concentration brought about by the dimensional rift hundreds of years ago. Prior to the emergence of the dimensional rift, numerous historical records documented cases of individuals exhibiting extraordinary abilities. These cases were scattered across the globe, spanning hundreds of years and occurring completely at random. This indicates that abilities existed before the dimensional rift appeared, though they were extremely rare and their practical effectiveness was far below contemporary standards. Fong thought for a moment. This seemed to suggest that the dimensional rift was not the root cause of the emergence of abilities, but rather acted as a catalyst. He continued flipping through the pages. The next few pages discussed various hypotheses and evidence, which gave him a bit of a headache, so he chose to skip a long section of statistical analysis and went straight to the conclusion. Following a joint study by scientists and historians from multiple nations, it is believed that mana exists within the world itself.
In ancient times, mana was sparse, and only a very small number of individuals could accidentally awaken an ability, with limited power. However, with the emergence of the dimensional rift, a massive influx of beasts from the other side of the rift poured into this world, shattering the original balance. To maintain the world's stability and protect lifeforms unable to resist this change, the World Core proactively adjusted the balance of mana, causing the rate of ability awakening among all humanity to rise dramatically, thus ushering in the Age of Abilities. World Core. Fong glanced at the footnote, which stated that the World Core was a hypothesis, specifically, the assumption that this planet possessed its own primordial will, which would balance all things and protect the planet. Fong stared at that passage for quite a while. He recalled some concepts he'd encountered back on Earth, things like Gaia, Alea, and the concept of planetary consciousness from Type Moon. So, it's basically that theory, right? The planet itself has consciousness, and to counter external threats, it actively gives humans a cheat code. In that case, the so-called beasts and dimensional rifts are purely external invaders. The abilities humans possess are also weapons distributed by this planet to humanity for its own self-preservation. Fong set the book down and stared at the ceiling above him, lost in thought for a moment. Dimensional rifts and beasts invaded this world, and the World Core, in order to counter them, proactively increased the rate of ability awakening among humans. That logic does hold up. Still, it doesn't explain the nature of his own power. Fong flipped through the following chapters, but most of them dealt with the establishment of the ability ranking system, the formation of hunter bureaus in various countries, records of several major beast disasters, and some information on god-tier abilities. He found no further references to power beyond the norm or rule-type abilities. Unable to find what he was looking for, Fong left the library. He wandered aimlessly around the campus and eventually found himself at the practical training area. There were many open-air training grounds here, and even though the holidays were approaching, large groups of students were still working up a sweat. Just then, Fong's gaze was drawn to a special area in the distance. It was a circular training arena specifically designed for awakened individuals specializing in flight or agility. At that moment, a figure was flying at high speed, constantly turning and circling in the air. Isn't that Feng Xiao? His blue wings were fully spread. Every few seconds, he would shoot several blue mana feathers from his wings, striking the target on the other side of the arena with pinpoint accuracy and slicing it in half, never missing a single shot. That level of flight control is truly unmatched. Fong remarked casually upon seeing this. Feng Xiao sensed the presence. His wings fluttered slightly, and with a graceful somersault in midair, he landed steadily in front of Fong, smiling as he greeted him. "Brother Fong? What brings you here?" "Just passing by, taking a stroll." Fong leaned against the railing. "I just popped into the library to look up a few things." Feng Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead, picked up the water bottle beside him, took a sip, then motioned for Fong to join him for a walk along the path beside the training ground. "You're really pushing yourself hard, aren't you? The Academy Games are just around the corner." It used to be fine, but ever since that incident at the ruins, Feng Xiao's expression grew somewhat melancholy. "I've been working harder than ever, 2 extra hours of training every day, no rest on weekends." "Why?" "I want to get stronger," Feng Xiao said, looking up at the distant sky. "Brother Fong, to be honest, I used to think that reaching the peak of a tier by the time I was 20 would make me a once-in-a-lifetime genius. I thought I could help the president and carry half the weight of the student council on my shoulders, but I was wrong." Feng Xiao looked at his slightly trembling hands. "But standing before that Meng Hua, I realized how weak I truly was. If you hadn't been there, everyone in the student council, including me, would be dead by now. That's why I've been training so hard, hoping one day I might even come close to your level." He gave a wry smile. "Though I know it's just a dream. With my talent, I'm probably destined to stop at S tier for the rest of my life. But I still want to get stronger." Feng Xiao's tone grew more resolute. "So I can be of help standing behind the president, so I won't hold you back in the future, and so I can protect my comrades, I absolutely cannot stop now." Fong looked into his clear, unclouded eyes. "Yeah, do your best. I believe in you." A soul willing to grow stronger for others and sacrifice itself to protect them. Such nobility shines brightly no matter the time.
Feng Xiao then pulled a glass bottle filled with a pale blue liquid from his bag. He unscrewed the cap and tilted his head back to drink it down. Feng noticed him furrow his brow after finishing, as if he de-swallowed some bitter traditional Chinese medicine. "What is that?" Feng asked curiously. "A gene enhancement potion," Feng Xiao said, stuffing the empty bottle back into his bag. "It helps with ability cultivation." "Actually, I'm really curious, can you really improve your ability just by drinking this?"
Feng had always assumed these potions were similar to the elixirs in cultivation stories, where one could forcibly advance their cultivation level even with insufficient talent. Of course not, Feng Xiao shook his head. Put simply, an ability is part of your body. You need to practice it constantly to grow stronger. Think of it like muscles, they need constant exercise, with muscle fibers tearing and then repairing, to become more robust.
The same applies to abilities.
You need to use them constantly, letting them deplete, recover, and then deplete again. Through this process, their upper limit will gradually increase.
I see. With that explanation, Feng immediately understood. So are these potions similar to protein powder and amino acids? You could think of it that way.
After pushing yourself to the limit during training, potions can help you stabilize and improve your gains, while also enhancing the effectiveness of your next workout. But just drinking them without training is just as useless as taking supplements without working out.
So the school curriculum teaches you how to train properly?
The school teaches more than just how to train, Feng Xiao continued, it also teaches how to use mana more efficiently. With the same ability and level, some people unleash great power, while others produce less. The difference lies in the control and manipulation of mana, and that requires a lot of study and practice.
Got it, got it.
After speaking, Feng Xiao looked at Feng with a gaze full of awe.
Feng, you must have achieved this through rigorous training, right?
You did it all on your own, without the aid of expensive potions.
I really should learn from you. Well.
Images flashed through his mind of his dorm room back at Earth University, the Saitama workout plan he'd stuck with for only a month, and countless nights spent lying in bed scrolling through his phone.
Yeah, I guess so. Feng finally decided to bluff. I knew it.
Feng Xiao wore an expression that said, I knew it would be like this, before becoming serious again.
Brother Feng, could we spar?
I believe sparring with a strong opponent helps deepen my understanding and improve my skills.
Sure, I've got nothing better to do anyway.
I'll train with you.
Chapter 73, Training, Feng vs. Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao stood in the center of the arena.
The pair of blue wings formed by his ability slowly unfurled behind him. As his gaze sharpened, the wings flapped violently, and his entire body transformed into a streak of blue light, shooting skyward.
Brother Feng, watch out.
His wings flapped violently, and countless feathered blades rained down like a torrential storm.
Feng stood on the ground, looking up at the overwhelming downpour of feathers.
He didn't simply blow the attacks away with a fist wind as he usually did to him. Winning that way was too boring. Since this was a friendly sparring match, he had to give his opponent some room to show off. So he leaned his body slightly to the side, constantly dodging the feathers. Feng's movements didn't look fast, yet every single feather flew past him with precision, some grazing his ears, others skimming the soles of his shoes.
Feng Xiao watched the scene clearly from the air, inwardly marveling.
This level of bodily control couldn't be achieved by talent alone. Feng was dodging with the least possible effort, every inch of his movement perfectly evading the attacks.
You truly live up to your reputation, Brother Feng. Now watch my next move.
Feng Xiao reached out, gathering the feathers scattered across the ground into his hands, where they coalesced into two long, blue blades.
Blue flash.
Feng Xiao dove down from 100 meters above, his twin blades generating a massive gust of wind as he slashed downward.
Feng took a half step back, the blade tips grazing his chest. Feng Xiao continued his pursuit, swinging his left blade horizontally and his right vertically, unleashing 7 consecutive strikes. Yet Feng's body twisted as if boneless, evading the blades each time with perfect precision. Not even his clothes were touched. Your ability is quite interesting, Feng remarked between evasions.
You can fly, attack from a distance, and even engage in close combat.
It's no small feat to have developed your wings to this extent. Feng Xiao sheathed his blades and retreated, rising back into the air. It's decent, but not enough.
He knew full well that Feng Henti used his full strength. He was holding back to spar with him, a realization that filled him with both gratitude and frustration. He was grateful that Feng was willing to spend time training with him, but frustrated that he couldn't even get Feng to take him seriously.
Feng, next up is my secret move, watch out. Feng Xiao took a deep breath.
The wings on his back suddenly glowed with a blue light, and he dove forward once more, this time at a much faster speed than before. Wind rises, scattered clouds first set.
Feng Xiao's right fist, enveloped in a blue current of energy, struck toward Feng.
Feng raised his hand to block, and the moment his strike was parried, Feng Xiao used the momentum to bounce back into the air, then dove downward once more.
Second set.
Feng blocked again, but sensed that this strike carried more force than the previous ones.
Third set. I see.
Feng spoke as he blocked the eighth attack. He had realized Feng Xiao was employing a novel tactic. Instead of aiming for a one-hit kill, Feng Xiao was using repeated dives and collisions to harness the force generated by each impact. By combining this with his own ability, he was stacking power and speed, making each subsequent attack faster and stronger.
Interesting. Are you stacking up for a Yang Dao here?
Of course, Feng could interrupt Feng Xiao as stacking at any moment if he wanted to, but given the current situation, he certainly wouldn't resort to such a reckless move. After the 99th stack, Feng Xiao had completely transformed into a green hurricane. To the naked eye, his form was no longer visible. All that could be seen were countless green streaks whirling madly throughout the arena.
The 100th stack, wind of the end.
Feng Xiao let out a roar of sheer exertion. The twin wings on his back expanded wildly at that moment, and his entire body, like a blue meteor, crashed into Feng with a momentum capable of shattering the heavens and earth.
Boom!
A massive explosion erupted in the center of the arena, and a violent hurricane instantly swept across the entire training ground.
Even among S-tier awakened, this attack was undoubtedly one of the most powerful ultimate moves.
As the dust settled, Feng Xiao was gasping for breath. The pair of wings on his back were slowly fading away. His all-out punch had been firmly pinned down by Feng's right hand.
You really are something, brother Feng.
I've been training this move for half a year, yet I couldn't even make you take a single step back, Feng Xiao said as he landed on the ground, folding his wings, and shook his head with a wry smile.
That's a great fighting style.
If your opponent had been a typical S-tier player, you probably would have pulled off a rank-up kill.
Feng released his grip, his tone sincere. This move is just a first encounter kill.
Once people figure out the pattern, I definitely won't be able to stack it to 100 hits.
Who is going to stand there like an idiot and let me hit them 99 times?
Then you'll have to find a way to force your opponent to take your punches, or shorten the stacking process.
Feng walked over and patted him on the shoulder.
Besides, a one-hit kill is a skill in itself. And you're not without teammates. In the future, team up with Big Cannon. He handles the artillery harassment, and you handle the stacking.
Just thinking about that scenario gives me a headache for the opponents. Feng Xiao's eyes lit up upon hearing Feng's suggestion. Sounds great. Big Cannon and I work pretty well together. Should the three of us practice together next time? Sure, you're always welcome.
Oh, and by the way, don't call me Brother Feng anymore, just use my first name. Feng Xiao paused for a moment, then flashed the same bright smile he'd given Feng when they first met, nodding vigorously.
All right, Feng. See you next time.
Chapter 74, Su, what are you two up to? After saying goodbye to Feng Xiao, Feng walked out of the training ground and followed the path along the fence toward the school gate. The sun was already setting, casting a golden glow over the ginkgo trees on campus. He slowed his pace as he passed another training ground. This training ground was smaller than the previous one, designed specifically for solo practice. At that moment, there was a person inside, a girl in a school uniform with long black hair.
Feng took a closer look and realized it was Snow. She was unleashing her ability at a training dummy.
Ice blue light flickered in her hands, then an icicle shot out, striking the dummy. With a thud, a hole was pierced through it. Snow then pressed her hand against the ground, and a pale blue aura just like her sister Frostess spread out around her. Ice burial. However, the expected scene of everything freezing solid did not materialize. Only a few wisps of cold air swirled in the air, eventually forming a thin layer of ice on the ground, and even that was small in scope.
Fong observed the scene.
Although she and Frost were using the same move, the power was worlds apart. When Frost had used this move in the ruins, she had frozen hundreds of B-rank beasts in an instant. Moreover, in terms of raw ability strength alone, it paled in comparison even to Zhao, whom Fong had instantly defeated earlier. Snow stood up, panting heavily, her eyes filled with frustration. She then sat down on a nearby lounge chair, head bowed, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, looking as pitiful as an abandoned puppy.
Fong hesitated for a moment, but eventually walked over. Sensing someone's presence, Snow jerked her head up.
Seeing it was Fong, she quickly stood up, instinctively smoothed out her skirt, and gave a slight curtsy.
"Hello, Fong." No need for formalities.
Fong sat down at the far end of the bench, patted the spot next to him, and Snow followed suit.
"You saw everything," she said softly. "Please don't worry about it. My ability is just like this. There's no need to comfort me." Fong didn't respond, just listened quietly. "I've worked hard since I was little. I got top marks in all my theory classes. I clearly understood everything I learned about ability mana."
Snow gave a self-deprecating laugh as she spoke. "My father gave me plenty of training resources, and my sister taught me everything she knew, but I just can't seem to improve. It's as if something is holding me back no matter how hard I try."